I am a blood alliance, and on a fateful day in 1945, the divorce of my two fathers shattered my existence. Perhaps Merlin took pity on my plight and granted me another chance. Thus, I was resurrected in 1993. This time, I am known as Icklain. Would you like to witness how I shall dominate the world? Unlock the continuation by providing me with 50V. Chapter 1. The third grade freshman. In the snow-laden grounds of Neumontgard, a dark figure suddenly materialized. The dark figure stirred, alive and animated. The young boy rose to his feet, flicking the snowflakes from his clothing, and after smoothing the creases of his overcoat, he strode toward the direction of Neumontgard. He pushed open the once opulent but now cracked black door, and as sunlight streamed in, clouds of ancient dust were stirred into the air. With steady steps, he approached the tower at the highest point. The sound of his boots echoed in the empty chamber, eliciting a few discontented coughs from the elder in the cell. The boy paid no heed, instead surveying his surroundings with keen interest. The iron door had endured the ravages of time and would collapse with the slightest touch. Seated in the center of the cell was an elder with slightly elongated silver hair, his eyes blissfully closed, while the passage of years had turned his eyelashes a snowy white. Despite his advanced age, the remnants of his youthful splendor were still evident in his bone structure. "It has been a long time, my dear father. It must be 50 years by now." The boy approached the iron door, his fingers tracing its surface as he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "After all these years, does the Ministry of Magic still believe that these mere barriers can confine you? Surely, escaping would be a trivial endeavor for you. I thought you had perished in that duel." The elder's voice emerged, slightly hoarse from years of silence. "Indeed, even I believed so, but Merlin played a grand jest. Not only am I intact, but I possess self-awareness and the body of a 13-year-old human. You ought not to seek me out. You should be in England." "Oh." The boy raised an eyebrow, retracting his hand from the iron bars. "Do you intend to remain here indefinitely?" He claimed this was my due. The boy swiftly raised his hand to halt him. All right, listen, my dear father. I am unaware of what transpired between you two after the duel, nor do I wish to know. If your intention is to remain thus, I shall take my leave. If you could, please extend my regards to him, and tell him your current name." Icklain Dumbledore Grindelwald. With that, the boy departed in haste. All that was left for Grindelwald were the receding sounds of polished shoes and the hollow echo of the door being slammed shut in anger. In England, Hogwarts. Icklain, having operated outside the grounds of Hogwarts, gazed at the grand castle and softly mused, "It is truly quiet during the holidays. I wonder what that old fellow will think upon seeing me." Icklain shed his disguise, revealing his true self adorned with chestnut red hair, a pristine visage, and strikingly handsome features. His eyes, a captivating heterochromia of deep, luminous black and white, added to his allure. The black shirt he wore imparted an air of maturity, yet could not conceal the unmistakable temper of youth. Drawing upon memories from 50 years past, he successfully located the headmaster's office. With a haphazard guess at the password, Icklain joyfully rapped on the door. "Come in." A kind voice emanated from within, followed by the door swinging open. Without hesitation, Icklain strode in, boldly taking a seat opposite the headmaster. Dumbledore appeared unfazed by the visitor, calmly reflecting, "I had thought you perished in that duel." "Perished? Enough of that. You two truly are a pair. Your inquiries are strikingly similar," Icklain retorted, feeling somewhat uneasy under Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze. "Firstly, I have not perished. I am very much alive. Moreover, not only am I alive, but I also possess a human body and self-awareness. Heaven knows what Merlin was thinking, allowing a centenarian like me to inhabit the body of a 13-year-old. Oh, I nearly forgot this is indeed my body. And please, refrain from regarding me with such disdain. I am not as malevolent as you might presume. I may be wicked, but I would never harm a 13-year-old child or usurp his essence. Kindly avoid the patronizing gaze, if you would," he quickly added upon noticing Dumbledore's expression. But the elderly man in the purple starry robes attempted to interject. "Icklain. Very well, Icklain. A rather fine name, I must say." "Thank you, father. I hope your praise is genuine. I assure you, it is sincere. However, Illinois, you are indeed conversing with an old man while assuming the appearance of a 13-year-old, are you not? But you must understand, I am merely 18 years your junior." Indeed, I am fully aware." Dumbledore chuckled at the petulant youth before him, placing several candies upon the table. Would you care for some sweets? Lemon sherbet? I must admit, I prefer honey sticks. Icklain remarked, though his hands were already peeling the wrappers off the candies. Dumbledore remained calm, using magic to brew himself a cup of tea, adding 3 sugar cubes before stirring. Icklain regarded Dumbledore's actions with a sense of unease. No matter how much he relished sweets, he could not compete with the elderly gentleman before him. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Dumbledore set down his cup and said, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a gaunt man with light brown hair, exuding an air of fatigue. Most striking were the scars etched across his face, and his robe was patched and mended repeatedly. The man looked at Icklain with surprise, but politely nodded to him before addressing Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore rose to greet him warmly. "Ah, Remus, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Icklain cast a quick glance at Lupin, and despite his dissatisfaction, he reluctantly shifted from the chair to the sofa. "Remus, you have my gratitude for your efforts this term." "No, Professor Dumbledore. I am genuinely thankful for this opportunity. Returning to Hogwarts and teaching again is hardly a burden." Dumbledore regarded the somewhat reserved young man with kindness and smiled, using magic to pour a cup of red tea, which he handed to Lupin. Dumbledore, I would like to clarify, is this gentleman a werewolf?" Lupin's hand froze mid-air as he accepted the teacup, while Dumbledore simply smiled reassuringly. "It's quite all right, Remus, relax." That is rather impolite." "Oh, very well." Icklain rose and approached Lupin, extending his right hand. Icklain grinned. "Leto, I apologize for any offense." Lupin set down the cup and shook Icklain's hand. Remus Lupin, what do you teach?" "Oh, defense against the dark arts." Icklain blinked and released his grip. "I hope you won't mind having a rather troublesome student, Professor Lupin." "Oh, not at all." "Well then, Professor Dumbledore, please continue your discussion. I shall take my leave." Icklain winked with his disguised black eyes at Dumbledore and exited the headmaster's office. "During the holiday, shouldn't you students be at home? What brings you to the school, Mr. Goyle?" It seemed that Severus Snape had not heard Icklain's words. "Hey, that is rather rude of you." Just as Icklain prepared to respond, a witch interposed herself. "All right, Severus, since he is standing at the entrance of the headmaster's office, he may very well be a guest of Albus. We can simply wait here." The witch, with her hair elegantly arranged and clad in a deep green robe, wore a serious expression. Icklain felt he had encountered a person of sound judgment. After politely nodding, he placed his hands in his pockets, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. It seemed that several more individuals had arrived. He had little interest and continued to rest with his eyes shut. After a brief moment, the grand door of the headmaster's office swung open once more, and Dumbledore's kindly voice resonated, "Please come in." Icklain courteously gestured for the 4 individuals before him to enter first, before following them inside. Severus, I know what you wish to inquire. That child is a new 3rd-year student this year," Dumbledore remarked with a beaming smile. "I do not believe I have seen him before, Dumbledore." "Well, he is a new student, Severus, a newcomer. So, everyone is gathered here not only to meet our new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, and discuss the recent rumors concerning Sirius Black, but also to sort this child into a house." Icklain was evidently displeased with the decision, furrowing his brow as he diverted his gaze from Fawkes to address the elderly figure before him. "Dumbledore, are you well? Have you grown senile with age? Have you lost your wits? Are you mad? Do you truly mean to suggest that I should return to school? To study magic? With my qualifications, it would be a sheer waste of my talents to teach them, and you expect me to relearn? Very well, Icklain. Where else, apart from Hogwarts, could you possibly attend? Namungard? Surely, you would not wish to remain there, would you?" Dumbledore calmly elucidated. As the two conversed, they cast a hearing cancellation charm, leaving those nearby oblivious to their exchange. Icklain, now so enraged that he could scarcely utter a word, sulked on the sofa, curling into himself. Now, back to the matter at hand. The Ministry of Magic is particularly concerned about the recent happenings regarding Black, and they have resolved to place a cadre of Dementors within our school. Professor McGonagall suddenly interrupted. "Install what? Dementors? You cannot possibly mean to place Dementors within the school." "Absolutely not. Those creatures are utterly unreasonable. Having them in the school would create far greater trouble than Black ever could, Albus." "Indeed, Minerva, I have also considered this. Yet the Ministry is adamant in their decision. Thus, I ask that you all endure the semester ahead, Dumbledore replied, his gaze meeting each individual S, finally resting upon Icklain. He rose and approached a nearby shelf, retrieving a tattered, dust-laden hat, which he placed upon Icklain's head. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Ah, I sense within you a shrewdness. You shall make an exceptional leader. Coupled with your intellect, this is beyond dispute. However, you are also perilous, at times. The madness within you may overwhelm your reason. For Merlin's sake, you ought to be sorted into Slytherin." In that final moment, Icklain released a portion of his memories, prompting the sorting hat to hastily amend its words upon detecting the essence of someone from Austria. "Very well, then, who is the head of Slytherin House?" Icklain inquired, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. "This is Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin," came the response. "What? Why him?" Icklain exclaimed, springing from the sofa. The others, save for Snape, cast puzzled glances at Icklain. Dumbledore observed the child's agitated demeanor, quickly interjecting to restrain Icklain. "Icklain, must I remind you to temper your words?" "Dumbledore, may I transfer to another house?" Icklain seethed. "Come now, I trust Icklain will not hold your placement under Severus against you," Dumbledore reassured. "Of course not," Icklain replied in a voice barely audible to Dumbledore. Moments later, Icklain discreetly tucked a bag of honey sticks into his pocket, calmly adding, "Naturally, Professor Snape would not concern himself with a problem student like me." Snape remained silent. "It seems Professor Snape harbors some reservations about me," Icklain mused, standing up and approaching the drawer of the headmaster's desk. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by its contents. After a cursory glance, he grasped a cup that lay quietly within, weighing it in his hand. As he tossed it into the air while channeling magic, it transformed mid-flight into an exquisite golden teacup, intricately adorned with the image of a phoenix. Both McGonagall and Flitwick could not help but express their admiration. Although Sprout was a herbology professor, she too recognized the high level of skill required for such a silent spell combined with wandless transfiguration, as well as the mastery of magic that had become as effortless as breathing. The golden phoenix was carved with remarkable detail. For a young wizard of Icklain's age to wield such control to effect such a transformation was truly exceptional, particularly in midair. Flitwick stood on his chair, admiring the artistic creation upon the desk. "Severus, if you no longer desire him, perhaps you might consider giving him to Ravenclaw." Icklain feigned innocence as he chimed, "Professor Snape?" Snape let out a cold huff in agreement and strode out of the headmaster's office. Icklain watched Snape's retreating figure, tilting his head to smile at Dumbledore, his concealed heterochromia gleaming with pride. Dumbledore, with a resigned expression, addressed the remaining individuals. "It is quite late. I suggest we all return to prepare for the school year. Good night." As Lupin prepared to depart, he was summoned by Dumbledore. With only one person remaining, Icklain audaciously leaned against the headmaster's desk, idly toying with the teacup. "You should provide yourself with a spoon, Dumbledore." "Do as you wish, Icklain," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "By the way, Remus, tonight is a full moon. What are your plans?" "Rest assured, Professor, I shall remain in the Shrieking Shack," Lupin assured. "No, I am concerned about you enduring the physical pain alone. Icklain, why not accompany Remus?" At that moment, Icklain, who had been diligently comparing the teacup to Fawkes, turned his head in confusion. Upon comprehending Dumbledore's words, he nodded and resumed his playful antics with Fawkes. "It is almost time, Icklain." Yes, Icklain replied, tilting his head toward Lupin and gesturing invitingly. "No, Professor Dumbledore. Do not refuse me, sir. I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. Consider this my way of atoning, so please, let it be," Icklain said, his eyes still sparkling with mirth. Lupin chose not to further protest, bidding farewell to Dumbledore as he exited the castle with Icklain, heading toward the Whomping Willow. "I am quite dangerous, Icklain. Call me Grindelwald. We are not yet well acquainted. And Professor Lupin, I am fully aware of the dangers posed by werewolves. However, no matter how perilous you may be, you shall not surpass my own danger." "Who are you?" Lupin suddenly inquired. "I have never witnessed Dumbledore so permissive of an individual." "I shall not disclose that, at least not for now. In due time, you shall discover." "Ah, we have arrived. Go too far, and you may receive a slap." "Oh." Immobulous. The pair entered the Shrieking Shack, where Lupin cast a worried glance at Icklain. Meanwhile, Icklain gazed at the night sky, momentarily lost in thought, yet still unable to ignore Lupin's anxious expression. "Merlin socks Remus. Surely you have heard that werewolves exhibit diminished hostility toward animals, if not none at all?" "But you," Lupin exclaimed in shock, staring at Icklain, who had transformed into a wolf cub. "This is merely a rudimentary human transfiguration. Though it pales in comparison to a Nimmagus transformation, too cumbersome and perilous," Icklain explained, reverting to his human form. "Would you be so kind as to provide me with a bit of your blood? The blood from the moment of transformation into a werewolf." "I would not mind at all." "Very well, time is of the essence." As the words left his lips, Lupin's pupils dilated, and his body began to elongate, fangs emerging. In that instant, Icklain, now a small wolf, dashed forward, clamping down on a small vial, drawing blood until it was filled. Whispering a restoration spell to return Lupin to normal, he retreated to a corner, quietly awaiting the end of the full moon. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in. Lupin awoke to find Icklain busily attending to a cauldron of unknown origin. "Awake, are you?" Icklain remarked, not lifting his gaze. "Did I harm you last night?" "Huh. With just you alone, it would be impossible to injure me. Moreover, should you inflict harm upon me, it is likely that you shall never witness the sun in its present glory again. So, are you currently engaged in this? I am delving into the antidote for wolfsbane. A permanent solution will require time, perhaps a year. A suppressive remedy, however, may be ready by the end of this term." Icklain rose, deftly mending the tattered garments of Lupin with a flick of his wrist, and spoke. "Let us return to the castle. I wonder what arrangements Dumbledore has for us today." The two proceeded in the direction of the castle. Chapter 2. School Supplies Purchase. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Lupin, due to his physical condition, had dozed off on the sofa. Dumbledore, ever perceptive, chose not to disturb him, instead gently handing the acceptance letter and the key to Gringotts to Icklain. "We shall venture to Diagon Alley shortly." Icklain shrugged nonchalantly and accepted the items. "Professor Lupin," he said, as the latter opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Observing Lupin's state, Dumbledore inquired with concern, "Oh, Remus, will you not rest a while longer?" "No. I must return home to collect my belongings. I shall take my leave now," Lupin replied, rising and thanking Dumbledore before exiting the office. "Very well, take care." Icklain followed Dumbledore as they stepped outside the bounds of Hogwarts. Without waiting for Dumbledore, he apparat to the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Dumbledore soon followed. Standing at the threshold of the pub, Icklain surveyed the venerable structure. As the sound of apparition echoed behind him, he refrained from turning around and teased with a wicked grin, "The illustrious saint, Headmaster Dumbledore, graces us with his presence, accompanied by a child. Perhaps this is not entirely appropriate? And the train is approaching this afternoon. The pub should be quite crowded with students, no?" Dumbledore shook his head in resignation and stepped into the leaky cauldron. Tom, the bartender, was the first to notice Dumbledore. Setting aside his newspaper, he approached with utmost respect. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore." "Tom, how fares business of late?" Dumbledore inquired politely. Seeing the two engaged in conversation, Icklain silently made his way toward the back courtyard, waiting quietly against the brick wall. Moments later, Dumbledore, having bid farewell to his enthusiastic patron, approached the alcove, observing Icklain resting against the wall. The sunlight bathed the young boy, lending him an air of innocence. His slightly elongated eyelashes fluttered lightly, and in a fleeting moment, his mismatched eyes seemed incongruous with his visage. "Are we finished? This door requires a wand to unlock." "You may proceed," Icklain remarked, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. Casting a sidelong glance at the brick wall, Dumbledore retrieved his elder wand, tapping it lightly against the bricks. "Perhaps I should procure a wand for you? Too cumbersome. I am proficient in wandless magic, thus I do not require such an item. Wouldn't it be troublesome if someone were to cast a disarming spell upon me?" Dumbledore followed Icklain into Diagon Alley with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, as the afternoon school term approached, the streets were not overly crowded, alleviating some of the potential hassle of their shopping expedition. Peeking from behind Dumbledore, Icklain pointed toward Gringotts, suggesting, "Why don't you visit Gringotts while I head to Flourish and Blots? Splitting our paths will expedite matters. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest." With no objections, Dumbledore accepted the key to Gringotts and made his way there, while Icklain ventured into Flourish and Blots. Upon entering, the proprietor seemed to be in a fit of rage over some matter. "Honestly, I still haven't located the Invisibility Charms book from last time. And now I have a Monsters of the Magical World book that bites. Oh, what does this young wizard wish to purchase?" The proprietor noticed Icklain standing beside the shelves. "I am a third-year student at Hogwarts." "Oh, very well, dear boy. I shall retrieve it for you." With that, the irate proprietor stormed into the back room, where a sign reading "Danger" hung on the door. Icklain, unwilling to eavesdrop on the angry shouts and sounds of paper shredding, turned to gaze at the magazines by the window. The headlines read, "The Savior of the Magical World. The Demon Shall Fall. Will the Dark Lord Return?" And the Medusa incident at Hogwarts last semester. As he absorbed the articles, Dumbledore and the bookstore owner arrived at the counter simultaneously. Icklain raised an eyebrow, returning the magazine to its place, and leisurely walked over. The bookstore owner, surprised upon seeing Dumbledore, exclaimed, "Oh, Professor Dumbledore. How have you been, Vincent?" "I have come to settle my student bill. Though I may be of considerable age, I certainly would not forget my obligation to pay," Dumbledore replied. "Oh, business is thriving. It always is at this time of year. You don't appear old at all." This amount suffices. I shall give you a discount. No. Thank you for your kindness, but it would not be proper for others to perceive me as an old man taking advantage of you. Nonetheless, the proprietor returned 15 galleons to Dumbledore, gently ushering him out of the bookstore. The illustrious saint, indeed. Dumbledore chose to ignore the remark and change the subject. Since you do not wish for a wand, what of an owl? Forget it. There's no one worth writing to. Well, there's one. But I am certain you would not allow me to correspond with him. Before Dumbledore could respond, Icklain interjected, there's a sweet shop over there. With that, he tugged Dumbledore toward Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Upon noticing their arrival, the proprietor emerged from the shop holding a menu. Good day. What may I get for you, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore and Icklain settled into a discreet corner table, the sunshade shielding them from the harsh rays. How fares business, Florian? Dumbledore inquired. Business is indeed brisk during this time leading up to the start of school. What can I get for you and this young wizard? Dumbledore fabricated a kind-hearted fib. He grew up in the Muggle world, so I thought I would accompany him on his shopping trip. Oh, I see. And what would this young wizard like? I would like ice cream. Icklain glanced at Dumbledore for approval. Seeing no objections, he continued, chocolate ice cream, 3 scoops. And a cup of iced coffee, please. Thank you. Ice cream like him, please. A cup of honey water with sugar, that will suffice. Very well. I shall be right back. As Florian departed, Icklain suddenly posed a serious question. Are you not going to discuss that? Dark Lord? Oh, it is of no concern. He is not worthy of fear. Dumbledore, do not treat me as a mere child of 3. I ask you, do you believe he will return? Icklain's irritation was palpable. Dumbledore considered casting a Muffliato charm, but refrained when Icklain grasped his hand to stop him. I have cast my spell. Now answer my question. Icklain released Dumbledore's hand, leaning back in his chair, loosening the first button of his black shirt, and tugging at the collar. Ultimately, that day shall come. At that moment, the proprietor returned, balancing a tray. Young sir, here are your ice cream and coffee. Professor Dumbledore, this is yours. Thank you, Florian. I shall return to my duties. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Very well. Florian departed, not appearing to have any intention of returning soon. Icklain stirred his coffee, casually inquiring, what are your plans? Everything will unfold in due course. You need not worry about that, Dumbledore replied, savoring his ice cream. Clearly uninterested in further discussion, Icklain lowered his gaze, lifting the cup to rest against the back of his chair, taking a sip of coffee. The flavor was delightful. Perhaps the proprietor assumed he was a child, for he had been generously served extra milk and sugar. Otherwise, it could have been even better, despite Dumbledore's reluctance to speak. The image of him plummeting from the high tower in his dreams led him to believe that it was time to intervene. When he raised his gaze, it met the sharp blue eyes of Dumbledore, eyes that seemed to penetrate all facades. Icklain, maintaining his composure, calmly set down his cup, tilted his head slightly towards Dumbledore, and revealed an innocent smile as he reached for the ice cream on the table. The boy's harmless grin was disarming, prompting a sense of ease. Yet, had it not been for the ambition and madness lurking beneath that exterior, Dumbledore might have chosen to trust him. But before him stood Grindelwald. Chapter 3, The Dementor's Assault. The two shared no words over their dessert, and ultimately, Dumbledore settled the bill, glanced at the time, expressed his regrets, and hurriedly bid farewell to Icklain before departing. After parting ways with Dumbledore, Icklain pushed his luggage towards King's Cross Station. The crowd in the station could hardly restrain their gazes, their attention fixated on the boy of distinct demeanor. The boy's disguise of black hair and dark eyes lent an air of innocence to his visage. His skin fair and rosy beneath a black shirt. His adolescent Adam's apple was not yet pronounced, but sufficient to impart a hint of maturity to his form. Icklain instinctively shielded himself from the curious stares, politely inquiring about the location of platforms 9 and 10. His gaze then fell upon a familiar woman. The woman, clad in attire befitting a French beauty, naturally noticed Icklain's glance, offered a respectful nod, and exited the platform. Icklain smirked at her retreating figure, surprised that the Austrian had grown restless so soon. After stowing his luggage, Icklain boarded the train. Fortunately, there were few passengers, and he soon spotted a familiar figure. In the carriage, Lupin, clad in his robes, leaned wearily against the corner. Sensing the arrival of another, he opened his eyes. Icklain propped himself against the carriage door, observing Lupin's demeanor. Another innocent smile. Professor Lupin, may I join you? Of course. Icklain retrieved his robe, curled within its folds, and after casting a transformation spell, nestled beside Lupin. As the train set in motion, Icklain sensed a presence approaching. Paying it no mind, he subtly shifted closer to Lupin. The others remained oblivious to Icklain's presence, engaged in conversation. Ron inquired, "Are you saying that Black escaped from Azkaban to find you?" Harry responded with a nervous affirmative. "Why?" Ron pressed. Hermione anxiously interjected, "Shut up, Ron. Regardless of the reason, Harry is in danger now. Black is the first to have escaped from Azkaban. The group lapsed into silence as the train continued its journey. Ron voiced a question. Don't you feel a bit cold? It seems so, Harry replied. Suddenly, the train came to a screeching halt, its long body swaying before gradually stabilizing. Icklain felt the chill as well, shivering and curling tighter. The carriage door swung open, and a rush of cold air filled the compartment, eliciting a surge of fear. Icklain sensed trouble and nudged Lupin with his foot. Lupin awoke, springing to his feet and drawing his wand. Expecto Patronum. A dark figure emerged from the folds of his robe, watching as the Patronus, a gray wolf, surged forth from his wand to chase after the Dementor. It was then that Icklain noticed a boy slumped beside him. The boy, bespectacled and pallid, lay weakly against the seat. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead identified him unmistakably as Harry Potter. There was no mistaking it. It was the mark left by the killing curse. Yet, damn the Ministry of Magic for allowing Dementors to seize someone without crossing boundaries. Searching for individuals on a train. Who gave you the audacity? Once I come of age, the first to face my wrath will be your wretched ministry. Moments later, the train returned to normal. Harry slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up to gaze at the gentle smile of Lupin. From his pocket, Lupin produced a chocolate bar and offered it to Harry. Eat this, it will help. Harry hesitated as he accepted the chocolate. That was a Dementor. Eat it. It's not poisonous. I need to speak with the conductor. With that, Lupin exited the carriage. Harry took a small bite of the chocolate and asked, Did any of you faint? Hermione, looking worriedly at Harry, replied, No, Harry, not at all. How about you? Ron uncertainly stated. It just feels like there's no happiness left. I heard a woman screaming. Oh, Harry, there was no woman screaming, Hermione said, concern etched on her face. Crookshanks, recovering from the fright, shook his furry head and leaped towards Icklain. Just then, Lupin returned. Oh, young lady, keep an eye on your cat. Lupin scooped up Crookshanks. My apologies, Professor. Was there something there? Indeed, there was something. A little fellow, rather shy. Lupin resumed his seat, cradling Icklain along with his robe. Icklain poked his head out, causing even Lupin to furrow his brow. Before him was not the little wolf cub from yesterday, but rather a black cat. The little feline, helplessly lifted by Lupin, stared at him with bright blue eyes. Lupin seemed to understand, cradling the little cat in his arms. Hermione, holding Crookshanks, gazed affectionately at the little black cat. Oh, Professor Lupin, is this your pet? Indeed. Harry, regaining his composure, remarked, How adorable. Does it have a name? Oh, it does. Harry, you should rest for a while. Oh, it's fine, Professor. What is its name? Lupin jested. Little White. Laughter erupted, dispelling the earlier fear, and the carriage was once again filled with joy. The only one left unamused was likely Icklain. Chapter 4, The Sandwich Bond. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the young wizards were abuzz with discussions about the Dementor incident on the train. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy led the mockery of Harry's fainting spell, his gestures exaggerated. Soon, the commotion subsided, and all attention shifted to the new face of Lupin, while no one noticed the little black cat hiding behind the staff table. Ahem. Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone. Before you are overwhelmed by the sweet aroma of our delightful feast, allow me to address a few matters. Our school has welcomed some uninvited guests. I trust you have all encountered the Dementors. You may find my words tedious, being an old man. Yet I must remind you that such creatures are perilous and unreasonable. Therefore, I hope you all adhere to the rules, lest they find an opportunity to harm you. Dumbledore paused, giving the young wizards time to digest his words. He then cheerfully continued, We are honored to welcome Professor R. J. Lupin, who has graciously accepted the vacancy for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Best of luck, Professor. Lupin shyly rose, nodding towards the audience and Dumbledore. In our care of magical creatures, Professor, in a bid to preserve his remaining limbs, has decided to retire to enjoy his twilight years. But I am pleased to announce that his successor is none other than our groundskeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. Icklain had lost all interest in the gathering and quietly slipped out through a side door. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself at the astronomical tower, unbeknownst to him. By this time, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Transformed back into his human form, Icklain leaned against the railing, gazing at the moon in the sky. The moon was still full tonight, though it lacked the fervor of the previous evening. The moonlight that bathed him was particularly crisp and cool. A gentle night breeze caressed him. Just as Icklain was beginning to savor a moment of tranquility, a sound emerged from behind him. Is there something you need from me, Professor? Icklain turned, offering a polite smile. Snape, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, Mr. Giant, have you forgotten about the dormitory? Or do you intend to spend the night in the astronomical tower? Icklain maintained his smile, though he felt the urge to grind his molars in response, which caused him to retract his grin. Mr. Giant, is it? Since the headmaster has already assigned me a nickname, Allow me to bestow one upon you as well. How about old Bat? Snape, visibly displeased, escorted Icklain back to the Slytherin common room. Had it not been for Icklain's own affiliation with Slytherin, the reputation of another house might have been compromised. Down that way, the 7th dormitory, Snape pointed to the adjacent staircase before turning away without a glance. Icklain surveyed the common room with indifference. It was gloomy and damp, fitting the stereotype associated with Slytherin. On the eve of the school year, the little snakes seemed to have returned to their dormitories for reasons unknown, leaving Icklain alone beside the fireplace. Being at the bottom of the lake, a chill was to be expected. After stoking the flames to a more vigorous blaze, Icklain made his way towards the dormitory. He knocked politely before entering, as was customary. "Hey, are you the new one Professor Snape mentioned?" A hefty boy rose to his feet, seemingly asserting his dominance. Another bulky figure followed suit, encroaching upon Icklain's space. Icklain smiled. "Are you pureblood?" Crabbe inquired, clenching his fists. "Yes, is that so surprising?" Icklain replied innocently. "Oh, which family are you from?" "Well, my family hails from Germany." "You likely wouldn't recognize the name anyway. Also, might I inquire if that is my luggage?" Icklain frowned slightly at the sight of his open suitcase and the torn books by the bedside. "Indeed, lad. We do not welcome." Before he could finish, Crabbe was abruptly shoved against the wall by a powerful surge of magic. Goyle met a similar fate. "Oh dear, it's all torn." Icklain collected the fragments of his books from the floor. "Both of you have offended me. Thus I require an apology and request that you vacate this dormitory." Hearing Icklain's threat, the two boys naturally felt a twinge of fear. After all, they had bullied many aspiring wizards wanting to move in. But Icklain was the first to confront them in such a manner. "Apologize," Icklain continued in his innocent tone. "Why yes, sorry." Crabbe and Goyle stammered as they scrambled up from the floor. "Very well, shall I throw you out, or will you exit on your own?" "We'll leave," they replied hastily, with Crabbe dragging Goyle out of the dormitory in a panic. Icklain sighed, brushing off the dust from his clothing as he glanced at the unfinished assignments on the table and the belongings strewn about. With a casual wave, he sent the assignments and luggage flying out. He didn't forget to cast a cleaning charm on the remaining 2 empty beds. At that moment, another occupant of the room finally spoke. "So who are you? Given that you will be my only roommate, I suppose I should extend the courtesy of asking your name." "Oh, Icklain Grinlydor. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. You indeed possess a sense of propriety, understanding the importance of courtesy in the face of absolute power." Icklain extended his right hand, hoping for a warm welcome from his future roommate. Influenced by his upbringing in noble etiquette, Draco politely shook Icklain's hand. "Then allow me to transform these 2 empty beds into sofas." "Thank you." Icklain released Draco's hand and, with a flick of his wrist, turned the 2 empty beds into elegant black leather armchairs with golden edges. "Oh, you didn't use a wand?" Draco noted Icklain's effortless spellcasting and inquired. "Indeed. I trust you could do the same, Mr. Malfoy." Icklain casually repaired the scattered book fragments on the floor and stowed them in his backpack. "By the way, what sort of decor style do you prefer?" "Huh. Oh, Draco stammered. "Is it difficult to say? Would something like mine suffice?" Icklain transformed his emerald green bed into a sleek black one, intricately carved with a phoenix motif on the bedposts. The headboard resembled a symmetrical cloud, adorned with silver accents, while the black drapes bore a hint of starlight tied to the bedposts. The duvet and pillows were pristine white. "Oh, of course," Draco exclaimed, gazing excitedly at his own bed, which was similar in style, but featured a giant serpent carving instead of a phoenix. The silver accents were replaced with gold, and the drapes and headboard appeared somewhat plain. "Well, if you find anything lacking, you may wish to amend it yourself, Mr. Malfoy." "Oh, thank you, Grinlydor," Draco replied, a bit awkwardly. Icklain casually transformed the green decor in the room to black and brightened the ceiling candles. After casting another cleaning charm, Icklain glanced over at Draco, who was seated at the desk. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and inquired, "Are you catching up on assignments?" "Yes, Grinlydor, as you can see." "How much do you have left?" At this, Draco let out a pained groan. "I still have a paper on the 1945 Wizarding War for History of Magic, a 2-foot essay on the elixir of life, and practical experiences with mandrakes." I can assist you with the History of Magic assignment." "Really?" "Indeed. But the rest will be up to you." Icklain picked up the History of Magic paper with keen interest. "Absolutely, as long as you help me finish it. Feel free to ask for any assistance." Icklain smiled. "All right, it's settled then." Around 9 o'clock, Icklain set down his quill and stretched, yawning as he turned to Draco. "I've finished. How about you?" "Almost," Draco replied, not lifting his gaze as he buried himself in his work. "Very well." Icklain headed towards the bathroom. When he emerged, Draco had completed his assignment and was lying exhausted on his bed. Icklain approached the desk, glancing at the writing on the parchment. With a casual wave, He transformed his own paper into a more polished version before settling cross-legged on his bed and drawing the drapes shut. The third-year textbooks held little appeal for him, as he was hardly interested in reading them. Setting the book aside, he lay back and stared at the starry ceiling. Regarding the reason for his resurrection, he sincerely hoped Dumbledore would never discover it. Truly, always. Icklain dreamt of the duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in 1945, during which he had shattered. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him. Icklain jolted awake, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. He attempted to move his legs, but the agonizing pain made it difficult to breathe, forcing him to clutch his chest as he struggled to steady his breathing. As the pain subsided, Icklain sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Faintly, the sounds of Draco dressing could be heard. Gryffindor, you wouldn't want to be late on your first day of class, would you? Following this exclamation was the unmistakable sound of a door slamming shut. Icklain glanced at the time. The first class was potions, and there were still 20 minutes to spare. After leisurely finishing dressing, he strolled towards the potions classroom. Snape was already positioned at the lectern, and the young wizards below dared not utter a word, their heads bowed as they focused intently on their textbooks. Icklain chose a seat at the back and slowly opened his book. Reading was merely a pretense. Icklain rested his head on his hand, using his magical prowess to flip the pages. Gryffindor? Came a voice from above. Draco? You haven't skipped breakfast, have you? Draco inquired as he settled into the seat next to Icklain. Icklain replied, his eyes lighting up with gratitude at the sight of the sandwich Draco offered. Thanks, Draco. For this sandwich, I'll have your back in the future. Draco shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the declaration. As Icklain munched on the sandwich, he contemplated the Malfoy family. Perhaps he should investigate further, for he could not afford to overlook a pure-blood lineage. During potions class, Snape instructed the young wizards to jot down the recipe for the sleeping draft from the board, mentioning it would be on the OWL exam. Add 2 drops of flobberworm mucus to the cauldron, he commanded. Icklain, with his left hand holding a quill, carelessly transcribed the notes onto his parchment. As for the legibility of his handwriting, it was hardly decipherable. Draco, after some time of squinting at Icklain's scrawl, asked with concern, Hey, Gryffindor, what is this writing? Fear not, I've performed a transformation. I assure you it looks exactly like your own. Chapter 5, Boggart. The morning potions lesson had diminished the young wizard's enthusiasm for a splendid day. As the time for care of magical creatures approached, Snape finally dismissed the class. The Gryffindors, brimming with courage, boldly complained as they walked. Just then, Snape, passing by, gleefully deducted 5 points from Gryffindor, citing their whispered discussions about the professor. Icklain and Draco made their way to Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Icklain picked up a stone and tossed it into the air, catching it effortlessly. Draco maintained his distance, for, in his words, he did not wish to start the term with an unwarranted bump on his head. Hey Draco, can we discuss something? Icklain began. Could you possibly dismiss those 2 followers of yours? No need for me to do that. They don't dare approach while you're beside me. Besides, you don't really need any followers, do you? Who would dare lay a hand on a pure-blood family? Icklain finally threw the stone into the Black Lake, and Draco felt a sense of relief. However, I must warn you that Goyle and Crabbe families will eventually bring trouble upon you. Draco, not quite grasping Icklain's meaning, turned to see that Icklain had vanished without a trace. Icklain was the first to arrive, and upon seeing him, Hagrid immediately recognized him. Oh, you're from Gryffindor. Dumbledore mentioned you last night. I hear your magical talents are quite exceptional. Even Professor McGonagall speaks highly of you. You flatter me. Oh, is that a hippogriff? You actually know? Icklain only smiled modestly, recalling the so-called harmless, adorable creatures mentioned in an old friend's guide to magical creatures, which had been classified as dangerous by the Ministry of Magic in the 19th century. Eventually, in the 20th century, due to the reputation of a certain friend and the influence of his brother, hippogriffs were removed from the list of dangerous creatures. What is his name? Buckbeak. That is what you shall study today. Icklain gazed at the proud creature before him, tilting his head with a smile. To his surprise, when Buckbeak's gaze met his, the majestic beast bowed respectfully. Hey, Icklain stammered, taken aback by the sight of the bowing creature, but he politely returned the gesture. Professor, am I allowed to skip this class today? Oh well. And thus, Icklain brazenly skipped class. Upon returning to the castle, Icklain purposefully headed towards the kitchen. After knocking a few times on the pear-shaped painting, he pressed down on the green doorknob. Entering, Icklain felt no curiosity, as he had been here before. Over 100 house elves turned to look at him, then promptly averted their gazes. Sir, do you require assistance? One little elf approached, its round ears flapping and large eyes fixed on Icklain. Oh, I do. My name is Icklain Gryffindor. What is yours? Icklain crouched down to facilitate conversation with the elf. Oh, Winky is delighted that someone sincerely inquires about her name. Mr. Gryffindor is truly a good person. Winky? Excellent. Could you provide me with some extra sweets? Oh, certainly. Esteemed sir. When Winky returned, her arms were laden with a pile of confections, licorice wands, cockroach clusters, Honeyduke's best, honey sticks, chocolate frogs, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Icklain returned the every flavor beans to Winky, stating, I have no interest in those, and Winky, should you ever have extra honey sticks? I wouldn't mind if you visited me anytime. Oh, of course, Mr. Gryffindor. Winky is eager to serve you. Winky can do your laundry and clean. As Icklain listened, he felt increasingly perplexed. Wait a moment, Winky. You wish to come with me? But you belong to Hogwarts. Oh, Mr. Gryffindor is truly kind, worrying for Winky. Winky has no master. Winky sneaked into Hogwarts. The great Professor Dumbledore decided to give Winky a job and would not confine her freedom. Professor Dumbledore is also a great person. Having said this in one breath, the little elf looked expectantly at Icklain. Please take Winky with you. For Winky does not wish to be a nuisance. Winky longs for a master as wonderful as you. Oh, Icklain said, somewhat flustered. All right, Winky, you may come with me. But can you stay in the kitchen a bit longer? I will call for you when I need you. Of course, no problem. Winky has a master now, Winky exclaimed, hopping around excitedly and boasting to the other elves in the kitchen. Winky has a master. The esteemed Mr. Gryffindor is my master. All right, Winky, I must take my leave now. Have a pleasant day, Icklain said as he stood up. Yes, sir. Wishing you a wonderful day as well. After leaving the kitchen, Icklain returned to the dormitory, conjured a tin, and placed the sweets inside, hiding them under his bed. Satisfied, he brushed off the dust from his hands just as Draco's voice reached his ears. Gryffindor, what are you doing here? I looked everywhere for you. I was simply skipping class. How was yours? It was fine, just bowing to an animal and flying around. Nothing special. Icklain shrugged and sat on his bed, idly swinging his legs. By the way, what did you mean by what you said earlier? Huh. Oh, it was nothing. I just find those two annoying and wanted to keep them away from you. Aren't you going to lunch? After Draco left, Icklain remained in the dormitory for a while, contemplating, before he decided to head towards the Great Hall. He found a corner seat, grabbed a bacon sandwich, and quietly began to eat. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down from above the auditorium, heading straight for Icklain, and with a graceful dive, it landed beside his plate. Fortunately, the eagle's impressive size shielded Icklain from the curious gazes of the young wizards. Noticing the black envelope tied to the bird's ankle, Icklain furrowed his brow. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. But he dared not dismiss it. If that Austrian individual did not receive his response, she might very well come to confront him. Reluctantly, he opened the envelope and peered inside. Well, it contained just a few words along with a necklace he recognized all too well. For you. Icklain regarded the eagle with a hint of concern, tossing the remnants of his sandwich to it before donning the necklace around his neck, concealing it beneath his clothing just in case. He glanced at the eagle, which was now pecking at the bread. Its skull was broad, its upper brow bone pronounced, and its large brown eyes suggested it was a rare sea eagle, boasting pure black plumage. Yet, it also had an air of being a mix. Ah, never mind, it was a sea eagle after all, worth a fortune. It would be a shame not to accept such a lavish gift from the Austrian benefactor. Have you had your fill? Find a spot to rest. I shall seek you out at the astronomy tower tonight, Icklain said, stroking the eagle's feathers, which felt rather coarse. The eagle understood him, flapped its wings, and took flight. Seizing the opportunity while the young wizards were still distracted, Icklain quietly slipped out of the auditorium, making his way toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. As he walked, Icklain toyed with the necklace around his neck, deep in thought. At that moment, one would expect an incident to occur, and indeed, it did. Bam! Icklain collided with a wall, the impact sending him sprawling on the ground, momentarily dazed. Hey, are you all right, Junior? A hand reached out to him. Instinctively, Icklain grasped the hand and stood up. I'm fine, thank you, Senior. It was only then that he clearly saw the person before him, a young man with curly brown hair and vibrant amber eyes, radiating youthful energy, dressed in Hufflepuff robes. He wore a prefect badge on his chest. All right, be careful next time. You should know that the walls of Hogwarts are not made of cotton. Unless, of course, one employs the softening charm. With that, the badger offered a friendly smile. I'm Cedric Diggory. And you? Icklain Greenlee, he replied, after bidding farewell to Cedric. Icklain entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. After greeting Lupin, he transformed into a black cat and nimbly leaped onto a desk. In the center of the room stood a wardrobe, its contents occasionally quivering. To create space, the desks had been pushed aside. One by one, the young wizards trickled in, casting curious glances at the gentle new professor. The more observant among them spotted the black cat nearby. Truth be told, had they not seen Professor McGonagall's animagus form before, they might have been tempted to pet it. However, Icklain found little interest in the lesson. His only curiosity lay in discovering what his boggart might be. As the others took turns confronting the boggart, it finally came to Harry Potter's turn. Standing before the boggart, Harry appeared somewhat uneasy, and then the boggart began to twist and morph, ultimately transforming into a Dementor. Surprisingly, Lupin stepped in front of him, prompting the boggart to shift once more. As the moonlight flickered, Lupin seized the opportunity to confine the boggart within the wardrobe, bringing the class to a swift conclusion. Once the young wizards had departed, Icklain reverted to his human form. Gazing thoughtfully at the wardrobe, "Remus, may I have a go?" "Of course, no problem." Icklain hesitated. Can it come out?" Fortunately, Lupin was quite understanding. After stepping out, he kindly closed the door behind him. Alohomora. The wardrobe creaked open, and Icklain's pupils dilated as he beheld the sight before him. His boggart was the corpses of his two fathers. Indeed, the world-shattering dark and white lords lay peacefully on the ground. Chapter 6. The Black Dog Near the Forbidden Forest. Ever since discovering the nature of his boggart, Icklain had struggled to find rest for 3 consecutive days. The Quidditch Cup was drawing near, signaling that the matches were reaching their climax. Currently, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were neck and neck, with Slytherin close behind, and the Quidditch final was set for next week. Causing great excitement among the young wizards of both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Icklain had finally managed to take a nap, only to be jolted awake by a commotion outside. A knock sounded at the door. Annoyed, Icklain opened it, only to find Snape standing there. "The Great Hall. Now," he said curtly before leaving. "Blast it," Icklain muttered, glancing at his meager wardrobe. After a moment's hesitation, he threw on a black shirt and made his way to the Great Hall. All the students of Hogwarts were gathered there, along with all the professors. Icklain stood quietly to the side, waiting. "Hey, Wall-Crashing Jr., things are getting a bit dangerous now. You should stand behind your head of house," Cedric said as he approached. With a nudge from Cedric, Icklain reluctantly moved closer to the heads of houses. "Where's Professor McGonagall?" he asked, scanning the professors. "Help," Snape replied tersely. "Surely, you didn't wake me just to bring me here for shelter, did you? I was finally managing to get some sleep." 10 points from Gryffindor for that lot over there. No roughhousing, Snape barked. After Dumbledore calmed the students, he approached Icklain. "Haven't seen you around much lately. Is it Black?" As they walked outside the Great Hall, Icklain replied, "Yes, he attacked the fat lady's portrait. I've reinforced the defenses with Filch. Black should have left the castle by now, so there's no need to worry. You should also get some rest, Icklain." "Rest?" "After being awoken by dear Professor Dumbledore, I'm wide awake now. Please, continue with your business. I'll just take a stroll." "Icklain, it's more dangerous outside." Icklain turned and walked out. "Don't worry." Once outside the castle, Icklain stretched and shouted to the sky, "Chongli." Instantly, the sea eagle appeared above him and landed on his shoulder. Over the past few days, Icklain had discovered something remarkable. This sea eagle was not pure. It was a hybrid of a sea eagle and a phoenix. Of course, it was difficult to discern from its appearance, but it had inherited the phoenix's ability to apparate. This was quite advantageous, being much faster than an owl. Icklain ruffled Chong-Li's feathers, noticing a dark shadow flit near the Forbidden Forest. Sensing something amiss, he and his feathered companion headed towards the forest. It was a dog. The black dog regarded Icklain with suspicion, paralyzed by its fear of the Dementor overhead. Icklain recognized this hesitation and casually cast a barrier charm before speaking. "Mr. Black. Good day to you." Sirius transformed back into his human form, eyeing the young wizard before him. "Who are you?" "Well, guess," Icklain replied, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Sirius. "So, you're merely here to hunt for a rat? How did you know?" "I must admit, Mr. Black, you seem rather dim-witted. Catching a rat is hardly a challenge. As for how I know, your mental block seems to be lacking. Upon our first encounter, I must apologize for my impertinence. I am known as Icklain Greenleaf. Are you here to apprehend me?" No, certainly not. Had I intended to capture you, you would already be savoring the kiss of a Dementor. I am merely driven by curiosity. So what is it that you wish to do? You ought to be aware that, at present, no one believes your foolishness, not even your good friend Lupin or your godson. How utterly disgraceful for the eldest son of the illustrious pureblood family, the Blacks, to find himself in such a predicament. 12 years in Azkaban would do that to anyone. Would you care for something to eat? A figure of a house elf appeared in the adjacent space. "Vinny, at your service, Mr. Greenleaf. How may I assist you? Please fetch this gentleman some food, if you would." "Of course, sir." With a snap of his fingers, Vinny conjured a platter of sandwiches and a glass of pumpkin juice. "Thank you, Vinny. You may return to your duties now," Icklain remarked as he accepted the food. "Very well, sir." With another snap, Vinny vanished from sight. Icklain then handed the food to Sirius. "Is this from your home?" Sirius inquired as he took the sandwich. "Vinny? No, not at all. He merely wished to accompany me. I encountered him while sneaking a snack from the kitchen. Quite a simple tale. He would never report me to Dumbledore. You underestimate him. He would certainly keep his lips sealed. After all, it would serve him no benefit to disclose your secret." As Sirius munched on the sandwich, he gradually spoke. How is Remus faring? Quite well, actually. He just endured the last full moon 2 nights ago, though he appears somewhat weakened. And Harry? I cannot say. I am not particularly acquainted with him. Icklain settled upon a stone, observing Chong Li as she chased fireflies. Why do you not expose me? Why would I betray you now that I have uncovered the truth? Is your mind truly so dulled by the Dementors? I have no interest in your affairs. What you choose to do is your own concern. I merely ventured out for a stroll and happened to spot a black dog. Icklain stood, dusting off his garments as Chong Li departed, before Sirius could utter another word. Both he and the bird had vanished from sight. Days passed, and the tumult surrounding Sirius's nocturnal incursion into the castle had subsided. Life gradually returned to normalcy. Today, the great hall buzzed with excitement as the Gryffindor Lions encircled Harry Potter, fervently discussing the day's Quidditch match. The Hufflepuff table was equally lively. In honor of the Quidditch match, the professors had declared a holiday. After breakfast, the young wizards made their way to the pitch. Of course, none arrived earlier than Icklain. Following his meal, he transformed into a cat and, accompanied by Chong Li, made his way to the stadium, settling in the staff seating area directly above Dumbledore. Should that old coot provoke his ire, he would have Chong Li snatch away his ridiculous hat as a kite. When the professors arrived, they naturally noticed Icklain. Professor Lupin, is this your pet? Queried one, as the Gryffindor Lions had long insisted that Lupin owned a black cat. Thus many accepted it as truth. Lupin, too, mumbled evasively. Icklain displayed little interest in the match, his gaze fixed on Chong Li as they frolicked, entirely oblivious to the game, until an exclamation from Hermione pierced the air. Harry! Icklain whipped around just in time to witness Harry plummeting straight down. Dumbledore immediately rose. Arresto momentum. In a critical moment, just before Harry's nose would meet the ground, he came to an abrupt halt. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, and above the pitch, hundreds of Dementors appeared, seemingly summoned to Hogwarts. Without a moment's hesitation, Icklain leapt from the stands, simultaneously uttering the incantation with Dumbledore. Expecto Patronum. Instantly, strands of blue and white light coalesced, forming a phoenix that soared into the sky. The two phoenixes intertwined, banishing the Dementors. Icklain glanced towards the forbidden forest, spotting a familiar dark figure, his temper flaring. Chong Li, let us go. With a call, Chong Li transported Icklain to the forbidden forest. Are you out of your mind, you foolish dog? Have you gone blind during your time in Azkaban? Do you not see the multitude of Dementors? And you dare to revert to human form right beneath their noses. I merely wish to see Harry. See him? As a result of your actions, he has fallen from his broom and is likely lying in the hospital wing right now. Listen, Black, can you capture that rat without my assistance? I have a plan. I do not require your help. Indeed, I ought not to meddle. But should any harm befall the students of Hogwarts, you shall face the consequences. Dumbledore is fiercely protective of his school. Icklain cast a sidelong glance at Sirius before departing with Chong Li. Goodbye, and best of luck. Chapter 7, Newt Scamander. Before one could blink, Christmas had arrived. In the days leading up to it, Icklain found himself either asleep or on his way to slumber. This led to his father scarcely seeing his beloved son throughout the semester. Icklain was indifferent, as aside from sleeping, he engaged in other activities, such as completing his assignments. Speaking of which, it was infuriating. Someone believed their handwriting to be akin to that of a calligraphy master, only to receive an A from Snape, when in reality, their penmanship warranted an O. Clearly intentional, Snape, with a serious expression, remarked, "Your writing is less appealing than a troll's scrawl." Icklain bristled with indignation. Today, however, Icklain astonishingly awoke early, smiling at the gifts beside his bed. He cheerfully picked one up. "Merry Christmas, Icklain AG." The handwriting was round and childish, unmistakably penned by the old bee. Emotionless, he disposed of the note and opened the gift. Inside lay a small teddy bear, which he examined closely. It was nothing extraordinary, merely carrying a faint sweetness, almost as if it had tumbled into a honey pot. Beneath the bear was a white sweater. "I hope you wear it when we meet. Your pitiful old father." Emotionless, he disposed of that as well. Next was a box of chocolates from Lupin, evidently a nostalgic addition from Honeydukes, priced quite reasonably at 5 nuts. Setting the chocolates aside, Icklain turned to the remaining 3 gifts. One was a honey lollipop, artfully wrapped in a delicate bag, clearly a present from Vinny. The other was a long, slender black box, exquisitely crafted, adorned with a note. "Merry Christmas, send my regards to him." Though the handwriting was familiar, the tone unmistakably belonged to that Austrian gentleman. Upon opening the box, Icklain discovered a wand resting quietly inside, with a black shaft featuring 3 prominent segments akin to the Elder Wand. The handle was silver, intertwining white and silver, and the end was engraved with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. An accompanying note read, 13 inches, identical to the Elder Wand. Icklain grasped the wand and waved it. Upon channeling his magic, the wand immediately yielded to him, exhibiting an unwavering loyalty entirely distinct from the Elder Wand's temperament. Icklain smirked slightly. What a perfect replica. After carefully stowing away the wand, I turned my gaze to the final gift. The exquisite wrapping remained intact, and upon unwrapping, I discovered a luxurious black fountain pen, accompanied by a black and silver rose accessory affixed to it. Ah, the black rose. Sister Wenda remains as generous as ever. It seems the gentlemen from the Pureblood faction have already taken care of matters, sparing him some effort. Once I donned my sweater, I tidied up the refuse and casually used magic to neatly fold Draco's blanket. Surely, the young master would be returning home during this festive season. He had mentioned it to Icklain several times as the holiday approached. Upon entering the great hall, an ominous premonition washed over Icklain, a chill creeping up his spine. Upon turning abruptly, he heard Snape's sardonic voice. Mr. Grindelwald, regarding your early submission of the Christmas assignment, I must regrettably reject it. Or else you shall endure the despair of receiving an A. Take it back and rewrite it. A collective submission shall be made after the holidays. Happy Christmas, Professor Snape. I replied with heartfelt sincerity, begrudgingly conceding that you were the recipient of my first blessing today. I would gladly embrace an A, even if it meant forsaking the joy of penning an essay once more. By the way, have you seen Mr. Dumbledore? Dumbledore is entertaining guests in his office. It would be prudent not to intrude. Before Snape could finish his sentence, Icklain had already vanished into the corridor. At the door to the headmaster's office, Icklain deemed it wise to maintain a semblance of courtesy, gently rapping his fingers against the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Pushing the door open, Icklain beheld a familiar face seated across from the headmaster. Shy, with brownish-yellow curls and a suitcase. Who else could it be but Newt Scamander? A smirk crept across Icklain's lips as he settled onto the sofa. Merry Christmas, Dumbledore, and the same to you, Mr. Scamander. Newt suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and glanced quizzically at Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore could utter a word, Icklain approached Newt, murmuring, "What brings Mr. Scamander to grace us with his presence, and why the use of rejuvenating potion? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Icklain Grindelwald." Newt sprang up protectively over his suitcase, exclaiming, "It's not rejuvenating potion. It's a magical elixir given to me by Lamy that keeps me youthful." Upon hearing the young man's stammered explanation, Icklain raised an eyebrow in disdain, retorting, "I hope your mind hasn't been infected by that wretched Niffler." Newt turned to Icklain, then to Dumbledore, pondering for a moment before asking, "What caused this?" "The blood pact transformation, Newt. In this world brimming with possibilities, nothing is impossible. But I assure you, he will not harm you." Dumbledore smiled kindly, exuding warmth compared to Icklain's demeanor. Even if I were to harm you, do you truly believe Dumbledore would mourn for you?" Icklain leaned against the table, having shed his disguise to reveal deep brown hair and striking heterochromatic eyes. Newt instinctively recoiled, a horrific memory flooding his mind. "Perhaps not. I owe no apology for Teddy's actions back then." "Teddy? That foolish Niffler?" "I have no quarrel with a mere Niffler, Mr. Scamander. However, should a repeat of past events occur, I would not hesitate to let you sample my culinary skills." Icklain smiled, though typically, his smile signified a warning. At last, Dumbledore interjected, "Enough, Illinois. Do refrain from intimidating Newt. The purpose of his visit is solely to discuss the matter of Dementors, nothing more. Perhaps the snowy scenery outside warrants your attention. Forgive an old man's frail body, and Merry Christmas." Seeing Dumbledore's intention to dismiss them, Icklain refrained from further remarks, offering an innocent smile before closing the door to the headmaster's office. Upon returning to the dormitory, I unhesitatingly shed the turtleneck sweater. I had always held a disdain for sweaters, particularly if one wished to avoid static cling during the soft embrace of winter. Once clad in my school uniform shirt, I retrieved the cauldron and potion ingredients from beneath my bed, settling cross-legged on the floor to begin concocting the wolfsbane antidote. Thus, I spent a delightful 3 days of holiday. Chapter 8, Revenge on Snape. Yet another unremarkable day unfolded. A black cat quietly perched atop the astronomy tower, surveying the entire castle. In the twilight sky, a sea eagle circled gracefully. Several dark figures near the Whomping Willow captured Icklain's attention, transforming back into human form. He beckoned Chongli to teleport over. At a distance of 10 meters from the Whomping Willow, Icklain observed Snape entering, tilting his head in curiosity before approaching Chongli. "Go wait for me in the Shrieking Shack." Chongli complied, flapping his wings as he flew away. Once inside the Shrieking Shack, Icklain was met with the sounds of an argument emanating from upstairs. "Oh, look who it is, Black. I had warned Dumbledore about you, Lupin. Sneaking in here to assist an old friend. No, Severus, it's not as you think. Why not let them speak with the Dementors then?" Stupefy. Stunned to the ground, Icklain abruptly dashed in, brandishing his wand to cast a stunning spell at Snape. then met with Lupin's bewildered gaze. "Oh, do not look at me like that, Remus. I've been wanting to do this for ages, especially after he deliberately docked my essay grades. And you, foolish dog. Do not give me that look. Hey, who are you?" queried the dark-haired boy with green eyes, wand raised, accompanied by a pair of youths. "Expelliarmus." Disarming charm. Icklain effortlessly deflected the spell, then coolly remarked, "Your disarmament spell seems rather unpracticed, Mr. Potter. Perhaps the proper incantation should be." Retracting his wand, Icklain snapped his fingers, and Harry's wand soared into his grasp. In the astonished gazes of Harry and his companions, Icklain approached. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Icklain Grindelwald." Returning Harry's wand, Icklain watched as Harry, still wary, inquired, "I've never seen you before. Do you know Black? Are you with them?" "Oh no. Don't conflate me with that foolish dog. I bear no ill intentions, merely here to witness the spectacle. I am a Slytherin, which is why you may not have encountered me before." On that day, Icklain donned no Slytherin attire. Instead, he wore a black shirt paired with a long black robe, a silver chain subtly visible around his neck. "I am merely assisting our dear Professor Snape to a more comfortable spot, foolish dog. Shouldn't you be attending to important matters?" Harry continued to scrutinize the elegantly poised youth before him. His impressions of Slytherins had not been particularly favorable, and this boy's demeanor clearly aligned with Draco's ilk. Speaking of Draco, it had been a while since he had sought trouble with Harry. Their encounters had merely consisted of casual greetings. Remus nudged Sirius, and the two hurried towards Ron's rat. Seizing it, they prepared to cast a spell, but the rodent bit Sirius's hand and broke free, darting chaotically towards Icklain. Just as Icklain had placed Snape on the bed for rest and turned to enjoy the unfolding drama, he suddenly spotted a rat charging towards him. The rat screeched to a halt, attempting to veer towards a side door, only to have Icklain step on its tail, lifting it up. "Mr. Pettigrew, you have successfully triggered my cleanliness obsession," Icklain declared, before flinging the rat into the air, delivering a kick towards Sirius before it could land. Lamus gazed at the mouse soaring through the air in a perfect arc and sincerely remarked, "Icklain, you truly ought to consider trying your hand at being a seeker." Icklain merely shrugged, chuckling. "I take it you've defaulted to using my name, Lamus." Peter, having reverted to his human form, pleaded, "Oh, Sirius and Lamus, my dear friends." Sirius retorted indignantly, "How dare you address me like that? You dishonor James." Peter then turned to Harry and the others, saying, "Oh, Harry, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. He wouldn't wish to see me imprisoned in Azkaban, Ron. Good lad, I am your beloved pet. And this clever young lady, might you intercede on my behalf?" Peter deftly dodged Sirius's barrage of spells, glancing over at Icklain. Meanwhile, Snape had already awakened. Observing the scene before him, his visage as dark as a cauldron. "Ah, Professor Snape, you're awake." Icklain quipped. "You assaulted your old professor, Mr. Grindelwald. I trust you'll visit my office tonight to claim your detention reward." Icklain maintained his smile, just as he contemplated engaging Snape in another round. He noticed Peter's filthy face rushing toward him. Without uttering a spell, he cast a piercing glance that sent Peter flying. Remus and Snape were unperturbed, while Sirius exhibited little reaction. The trio, however, gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Thus, Harry and Hermione assisted the injured Ron out of the Whomping Willow, followed closely by a wolf and a dog escorting a mouse, and lastly, a cat supporting a bat. "My apologies, Professor. I shall make sure to take good care of you in the hospital wing." Icklain feigned innocence as he spoke. His words were interrupted by Hermione's shrill cry, "Oh no! The moon!" Everyone turned in unison to behold the moon emerging from the mountains, prompting Sirius to swiftly act, embracing Remus. "Good mate. Did you forget to take your potion today?" Remus offered no response, but his condition spoke volumes. His pupils dilated, and Icklain, realizing the urgency, shouted at Snape, "Old Bat, protect Potter and the others." Remus had completed his transformation, and Sirius instantly morphed into a black dog, engaging in a fierce struggle with the werewolf. Meanwhile, Peter had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Icklain retrieved a potion from his pocket, a short-term suppressor he had carried since Christmas, initially intending to show it to Snape for inquiry. Now, it was no longer necessary. "Foolish dog, stand aside." Icklain rushed toward Remus, causing Sirius to swiftly move out of the way. Icklain cast a binding spell, restraining Remus, and once subdued, injected the potion into him. In mere seconds, the frenzied werewolf calmed instantly, gradually reverting to his human form. Icklain released the binding spell, and Remus collapsed weakly. After mending Remus's clothing, Icklain addressed Sirius. "It's up to you now. Carry him to the hospital wing." Sirius promptly complied, suddenly sensing a drop in temperature. Icklain gazed skyward, where hundreds of Dementors surrounded them. Without wasting words, Icklain cast a Patronus charm. A silvery phoenix erupted from his sleeve, swirling and driving away the Dementors. He then called out to the sky, "Chongli, come here. If you linger to enjoy the spectacle, I shall turn you into soup." The eagle owl emitted a mournful cry and landed on Icklain's shoulder. "I trust you have relayed the message to Dumbledore," Chongli affirmed. "Excellent. I believe all of you have sustained injuries. To expedite our return for treatment, gather close. Potter, you lot hold on to Chongli, and foolish dog, you three grasp my shoulders." Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in the hospital wing, where Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey had been waiting. Upon their arrival, Madame Pomfrey immediately placed Ron on a bed to attend to his wounds. "Madame Pomfrey, these two professors have experienced some unpleasantness and are fatigued. Please arrange some soothing potions for them. And as for Mr. Black, I can attest, along with several other students and two professors, that he is innocent, so I kindly request you also tend to his injuries." Icklain handed Madame Pomfrey a potion, explaining, "He was bitten by a werewolf. This will prevent him from transforming like the professor." "Thank you, Poppy," Dumbledore said as he led Icklain away from the hospital wing. "Are you all right, Icklain?" "I am well, Dumbledore. What shall we do now? Peter has escaped, and without evidence, how can we clear Black's name?" "Fear not, Icklain. Even if the Ministry possesses evidence, they will not hastily exonerate Sirius. We can allow him to wait outside until public interest in his case wanes before taking further action." "You truly are unscathed?" Dumbledore inquired with lingering concern. Ultimately, Dumbledore insisted on a thorough examination by Madame Pomfrey before releasing him. Chapter 9. The conclusion of the academic year. The final term concluded with Hufflepuff claiming the Quidditch Cup, while Ravenclaw secured the House Cup. On the eve of the holiday, Harry arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, where Lupin was packing his belongings. "Professor, Wormtail has fled. Was everything we did in vain?" "Oh, Harry. Not at all. Who says our efforts were futile? The question is, what have we gained? Let me ask you one last time in my capacity as professor. What have you learned?" "Well, my godfather." "No, Harry. It is the truth. You have uncovered the truth regarding your parents' deaths. In that light, Sirius has not wasted 12 years. And the truth shall be revealed to the world." As Lupin finished packing his final belongings, he handed Harry a chocolate. "Professor, can't you stay?" Harry hesitated before speaking after accepting the chocolate. "Do not fret, Harry. I simply feel that my position here is no longer tenable. I trust we shall meet again in the near future. Now, you should return to pack your things," Lupin said gently. Harry clutched the chocolate, casting one last lingering glance at Lupin before reluctantly closing the wooden door. The black cat in the corner followed Lupin out of the castle and onto the train, finding a vacant compartment. Reverting to his human form, Icklain retrieved a leather suitcase from the luggage rack and opened it to reveal neatly arranged potions. These were the supplies for the coming year. "Lupin, do you truly have plans?" "Rest assured, Icklain. There will be a place for me, and Sirius will join me. You need not worry. What about you? Any plans for the holiday?" "I must first return home, and then I wish to travel. I long to explore the East. A dear old friend has requested I bring back a few Chinese fireball eggs." "Very well. It sounds like your holiday will be quite eventful. Wishing you a delightful break." The compartment door swung open, revealing Harry and his friends, followed by students from various houses. Naturally, the majority were Gryffindors. Hermione spoke first. "Professor Lupin, we heard you were leaving, and we wanted to express our gratitude for your teachings this term." "Indeed, Professor. I particularly enjoyed your teaching methods. I loved the hippogriffs. I adored the red caps. The Grindylows. We haven't even studied those yet." The young wizards expressed their appreciation for Professor Lupin's teaching, with several of them presenting an array of gifts, including Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Zonko's products, and heartfelt letters of gratitude. However, the most memorable offerings came from the Weasley twins, who sent dung bombs and a few fireworks. Meanwhile, a little black cat quietly tossed a box of chocolates to the side. It was only after the conductor intervened due to the fireworks thrown by the Weasley twins that everyone began to disperse. Lupin carefully stored each letter of thanks and meticulously packed the gifts into his luggage. "Truly beloved, Professor Lupin," he mused with a resigned smile. "I never anticipated that upon revealing my identity as a werewolf, they would not shy away from me, but instead come forth to express their thanks." Icklain leaned against the small table, resting his head in his hands, and reflected, "Ah, such is the nature of children. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. By the way, when might you confide in me your true identity, Mr. Grindelwald?" "Perhaps another time. Primarily, my family has no intention of revealing it just yet. However, there will inevitably come a day of candidness in the not-so-distant future." "All right then, the final question. What is your lineage? Your demeanor and speech suggest a noble heritage. Yet I have not encountered the surname Grindelwald among pureblood families." "Ah, I am of mixed blood, a blend of the Dark Lord and the White Lord's lineage." As the third year came to a close, the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station, and the young wizards gradually exited to reunite with their families. Icklain, with his suitcase in hand, stepped off the platform with Changli perched on his shoulder, dressed in a black robe that resembled a high-collared trench coat. He bore a striking resemblance to a muggle, if one overlooked the sea eagle resting upon his shoulder. "All right, Changli, let us find a secluded spot and apparate to Numengard," he declared. With that, Changli called out, and, in an instant, transported them to the castle's entrance. The scene before them still bore the chill of winter. Changli, feeling the cold, exclaimed, while Icklain cast a temperature-regulating charm. They strode purposefully towards the castle and pushed open the grand doors. The interior had undergone noticeable changes since their last visit, clearly having been tidied up. A fire blazed brightly in the living room fireplace, where an elderly man sat. Grindelwald had transformed significantly since their previous encounter. Gone was the gaunt visage, now replaced with a healthier complexion. Today, he donned a deep black waistcoat. The buttons of his shirt left undone, lending an air of nonchalance to his appearance. "How have you been, sir?" Icklain inquired, casually placing his luggage beside the sofa. "Better than before. I have tidied the study upstairs and your room," Grindelwald replied. "Oh, that won't be necessary. I wish to travel east during the holidays." "Is that permissible?" Icklain leaned against the back of the sofa, his tone inquisitive. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, retracting his hand that had been pouring tea. "How do you intend to travel?" "Well, I plan to take a muggle airplane, essentially a metal box akin to a broomstick. Could you provide me with some funds, sir?" Icklain's voice softened. "I can grant you a modest vault, converted to muggle currency. It should amount to around 200,000, Grindelwald stated, placing the vault key on the coffee table. "Thank you, father," Icklain exclaimed, swiftly taking the key, fearful that Grindelwald might change his mind. "Call me sir." "Of course, sir," Icklain replied. "I shall entrust Changli to your care. I promise to return a week before the term begins." With a spring in his step, Icklain joyfully left the castle, exclaiming, "I'm off for a stroll." As he reached the castle's rear garden, he found it a desolate ruin. Since the curse had been cast, not a single blade of grass had grown. Gazing at the collapsed fence before him, he murmured, "Finite incantatem." A surge of powerful magic began to emanate. The nearby fence sprouted vines, while the dark clouds overhead began to disperse. The summer sun cast its rays upon the land, transforming the previously snow-covered ground into lush greenery, where wild grass thrived and spread, turning the icy wasteland into a vibrant plain dotted with hills. Now it was time to attend to business. Icklain conjured a stone tablet and inscribed upon it with his magic, "Tomb of Icklain Gd." Acknowledging his uncertain longevity, he deemed it prudent to prepare in advance, thus saving himself the expense of purchasing a burial plot. He then conjured a rose and placed it at the foot of the tombstone. The rose withered instantly and dissolved into the earth. Moments later, a vine broke through the soil, entwining itself around the stone tablet, thorns emerging from its stem, and crimson roses blossoming from its leaves. One, then two, twisting and curling. As twilight descended, the sun cast a golden hue, bathing the tombstone and roses in a gilded glow. The young man's gaze was deep and tender, his chestnut hair harmonizing beautifully with the evening light, while the golden rays enveloped him, imparting a fragile quality, as if he had stepped out of an oil painting. The following morning, Icklain boarded a flight to China with 100,000 in hand. He had already made arrangements with the Chinese Ministry of Magic for accommodation, who warmly directed him to the underground magical district, a bustling hub for wizards, featuring residential quarters and a marketplace reminiscent of Diagon Alley. Chapter 10, Return from Vacation. As Icklain had promised, he returned a week before the end of the holiday. Yet upon his arrival, he merely sat on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Not happy. The Dark Lord, having not seen his son for a month, felt compelled to fulfill his paternal duties and inquired. "Not exactly," Icklain replied, retrieving a mobile phone from the pocket of his short-sleeved sweatshirt. "A muggle device?" "Indeed. This little gadget possesses potential. Once I refine it, I intend to produce it en masse, 10 galleons each, with over 3,000 wizards in Britain, tallying to approximately 30,000 galleons, which converts to about 150,000. Icklain laid out his blueprints on the coffee table. "There are many modifications necessary, as we cannot utilize Muggle internet, so we must start with the chip." Grindelwald grasped Icklain's intentions and readily asked, "How much do you require?" "Oh, just whatever you see fit," Icklain replied with a grin. "Last time I gave you 50,000, this time 20? Grindelwald scrutinized the blueprints, noting the meticulous detail in each component, though the handwriting left much to be desired. "Thank you, sir." Icklain seemed poised to lapse back into silence, but Grindelwald, concerned for his son's well-being, interjected, "The Quidditch World Cup is quite the spectacle. Wouldn't you like to see it?" Evidently, Icklain had little interest in the topic. "Understood, sir. I will return to Hogwarts on the first day of term and will not disturb you until then. I shall remain in the alchemy room." Icklain misinterpreted Grindelwald's intentions, and Grindelwald chose not to press further, allowing him his space. On the afternoon of the first day of term, Icklain finally emerged, his hands fiddling with the metal box. It was clear he had succeeded. Sir, could you arrange for this to be mass-produced? Icklain handed Grindelwald a scroll of parchment. I believe I should be on my way. If you need anything, just write. Grindelwald unrolled the parchment and responded affirmatively. Chongli, Icklain called out, and the sea eagle immediately soared from a window above, landing on his shoulder. Let us return to Hogwarts. Icklain grasped the nearby luggage and strode towards the castle's grand entrance, bidding farewell to his father. Before Grindelwald could react, Icklain had vanished with Lonely in tow. Hogwarts, England. The weather here starkly contrasted with that of Nurmengard. While Austria basked in sunshine, England was besieged by torrential rain. The duo, a boy and a bird, hurriedly sought refuge within the castle. The great hall had been adorned for the occasion, yet the professors were conspicuously absent, compelling them to proceed to the headmaster's office. Guess the password, Icklain mused, racking his brain for the whimsical phrase. Lemon sherbet, cockroach cluster, raspberry jam, fizzing whizbee, and licorice wand. The stone gargoyle slowly swung open the door. Licorice wand? His father's taste was indeed peculiar. He shook off the droplets from his shoulders and pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with both heads of house present. As soon as he entered, all three turned their attention towards him. Am I interrupting, esteemed professors? Icklain inquired, readying to retreat. Wait, Illinois. Neither of these professors are strangers to you. Come in, Dumbledore beckoned, pouring a cup of steaming tea for Icklain. A half-sugar will suffice, Professor Dumbledore, Icklain replied, discerning the implication in Dumbledore's words, and stepped inside, without further hesitation. Lonely flapped her wings and soared towards Fawkes. Just returned? Dumbledore gestured for Icklain to take a seat beside him. Indeed, just returned, Icklain replied, savoring a sip of the hot tea. Today is quite chilly. Yes. Have you heard about the recent happenings? Icklain tilted his head in confusion, indicating he was unaware. He had been secluded for days, preoccupied with his own matters. The dark mark has been sighted. It is said that Death Eaters were present, Dumbledore began, only to be interrupted by Professor McGonagall. Wait, Albus. Such matters are unsuitable for a child. Ah, yes, Minerva, I am aware. Thank you for the reminder. Dumbledore glanced at Icklain, noting, you've grown taller, Haven to you? Yes. After one summer, I'm 172 centimeters, Icklain responded abruptly, catching the professors off guard with the seemingly unrelated comment. However, Dumbledore appeared to understand. Very well, Minerva, Severus. This child's circumstances are somewhat unique, but I assure you he will be of assistance. Trust me, his capabilities surpass your expectations. Dumbledore's assertion was evidently serious, prompting both McGonagall and Snape to scrutinize Icklain closely. Indeed, as Dumbledore noted, he had grown taller and appeared more mature, albeit only in appearance. Icklain lounged casually in his chair, crossing his legs and leisurely sipping his tea. Yet, due to Dumbledore's trust and Icklain's evident talents, the professors refrained from further questioning. Relax. Minerva, there's no need for concern. Where were we? Ah, yes, the Dark Mark. Just a few days ago at the Quidditch World Cup. Someone claimed to have seen Death Eaters, which caused quite a panic. Dumbledore handed Icklain a newspaper featuring a prominent image of the Dark Mark. It is not difficult to suspect that the Dark Lord is on the verge of returning, and this term, our school will be welcoming some intriguing guests. The professors are preoccupied with the Triwizard Tournament, as am I, which is why, Illinois, I hope you can lend this old man a small favor. Dumbledore blinked his blue eyes, feigning a pitiful expression. Compensation? Icklain replied, evidently unimpressed by this ploy. Are Germans truly this dull? Dumbledore pretended to feign disappointment. You know better than I do how Germans are, my cunning headmaster. However, it is difficult to agree to a task without compensation. I do not engage in ventures devoid of benefit. Icklain asserted firmly, then added with a chuckle, I desire a moonlit flower. That is certainly manageable. Severus will not mind you borrowing a bit from him. Snape interjected, no, I do mind. Clearly, Dumbledore chose to overlook this remark. Additionally, I can offer you 3 Honeydukes discount vouchers. Deal. Now, what do you require of me? I need you to serve as a classroom assistant. You need not teach anything. Merely remain vigilant, especially during the Triwizard Tournament, as we cannot ensure that outsiders will not intrude upon the school. Of course, it won't be for every subject. Only for defense against the dark arts, as our new professor may employ somewhat unorthodox teaching methods, so just keep an eye on things. Meaning I will need to assume the role of a professor to protect those students? Not entirely. You would be an exceptionally capable student assistant. Well, that doesn't seem too shabby. Icklain glanced at the 2 heads of house. They're on our side, yes? I assure you, Dumbledore affirmed resolutely. On the promise of sacrificing the remainder of your life without sweets? Indeed, I promise. It It was evident that Dumbledore's sacrifice was rather substantial, and Icklain regarded him with newfound respect, choosing not to press further. All right, the students will be arriving soon. Let us proceed, as our special guests are also expected shortly. Dumbledore rose, and the three exited the headmaster's office. Initially, I had planned for their arrival on Halloween, but to facilitate a swift acclimatization for our students, we have advanced the date. In the Great Hall, the decorations were noticeably more opulent than the previous term, with additional chairs for the faculty and new tables for the students. The flags of the three schools adorned the backdrop of the staff table. The students will be here shortly. Everyone, please prepare. Icklain bid farewell to the professors and observed the rain, now heavier than in the afternoon, before making his way towards the kitchen. Hey, Winky. The first sight that caught Icklain's attention was Winky, who was diligently wiping the tables. The kitchen appeared somewhat chaotic for reasons unknown, with the house elves frantically tidying up. Mr. Grindelwald? Winky is so thrilled to see you again. Winky squealed excitedly, though her hands remained busy. I share your joy. How was your holiday? Oh, Winky had a splendid time, tirelessly cleaning Hogwarts. Recently, Peeves has made quite a mess of the kitchen, and we have had no respite. Winky meticulously wiped away the last remnants of paint from the table. Oh, that sounds rather arduous. May I trouble you for a favor? Please, Mr. Grindelwald, do tell. Could you prepare some hot cocoa? Not only for the students of Hogwarts, but also for our guests from afar. Icklain produced a menu featuring French and Italian cuisine. Could you incorporate some of these dishes into today's feast? Oh, of course. The guests refer to the participants of the Triwizard Tournament, correct? Apologies, Mr. Grindelwald. Winky shouldn't have pried. Not at all, Winky. You may inquire. I shall answer anything within my knowledge. Mr. Grindelwald, you are truly a kind person. Winky scurried off to coordinate with her fellow elves in preparing the hot cocoa and delectable dishes. Icklain stepped out of the kitchen, confident in Winky's abilities. Chapter 11. The Welcoming Feast. The young witches and wizards, having spent a summer's time, had grown taller, gained weight, or neglected their homework. The journey back to the castle proved arduous, particularly for the first-year students, who not only had to endure the downpour, but also the biting cold. One misstep could result in a plunge into the Black Lake. Amidst the torrential downpour, Hogwarts shimmered with an ethereal glow, appearing almost otherworldly. Occasional flashes of lightning, accompanied by the resounding thunder, added an air of grandeur to the dreamlike atmosphere. The young wizards, slipping and sliding, made their way to the Great Hall, where the majority appeared disheveled and muddy, clearly having succumbed to tumbles within the corridors. Seated closely for warmth, Harry and his friends exchanged glances, while others incessantly grumbled about the dreadful weather. Hey, Potter, a voice piped up suddenly, and the vibrant red hair of Icklain stood out like a beacon. Oh, Icklain? What brings you here? Harry responded, visibly taken aback, for it was uncommon to see a Slytherin at the Gryffindor table. Call me Greenleto. We're not that familiar. My hair has always been this way. No one pays mind to a red-headed Slytherin mingling at the Gryffindor table, Icklain said, adjusting his attire. Clad in a simple shirt, the red tie he wore made him blend in better than one might expect. Such an impressive transfiguration charm. You can perform wandless magic and silent spells. We haven't even begun to learn those yet. Hermione was the first to notice Icklain's remarkable abilities. Quite astute, Miss Granger. Your intellect would be better suited to Ravenclaw. Icklain replied, casually loosening his tie with a look of admiration. Thank you for the compliment, Hermione said, her cheeks flushed. By the way, Greenleto, do you know what events are set to unfold this year? Mrs. Weasley and the others are always on edge, Harry inquired nonchalantly. Why would you presume I know more than you, Potter? Icklain blinked his striking blue eyes. Harry fell silent. Well, I do possess some knowledge. But Professor Dumbledore will be addressing you all shortly. I must take my leave. They are arriving soon. Icklain stated as Professor McGonagall ushered in the last of the new students. The final newcomer was drenched, likely having fallen into the Black Lake, and McGonagall had personally escorted him back to the castle. Gryffindor, Dumbledore announced as the sorting ceremony concluded. I understand that you are all cold and eager for a feast. However, please allow this old man a moment to speak. This year, Hogwarts is honored to host a most prestigious event. We have been selected as the venue for the Triwizard Tournament. But before we proceed, I must temper your excitement with a word of caution. The tournament has a history of casualties. Thus, the Ministry of Magic stipulates that only wizards aged 17 and above may participate. A chorus of discontent erupted from the young wizards, their protests echoing through the hall. At that moment, a man emerged from the back entrance, rendering the hall silent with his imposing presence. Mad-Eye Moody stepped forward, drenched from the rain, and the sight of his prosthetic leg and the horrific scars on his face left the young wizard speechless, particularly the unsettling movement of his magical eye. Moody approached Dumbledore, his artificial limb giving him an oddly comical appearance, yet no one dared to laugh. After a brief handshake, Moody took his place at the head of the defense against the dark arts table. Allow me to introduce you, Dumbledore began. This is Alastair Moody. As you might have guessed, he will be this semester's defense against the dark arts professor. He glanced toward Icklain, who had emerged from the shadows. To the young wizards, Icklain's features were obscured. Additionally, after deliberation amongst the faculty and heads of houses, we have decided to appoint Mr. Icklain Greenleto as Mr. Moody's teaching assistant. Icklain, now sporting russet hair and clad in a black shirt, with his disguise of bright blue eyes exuding innocence, drew murmurs of intrigue from the crowd. Icklain smiled and waved at the students below before taking a seat beside Dumbledore, with Professor McGonagall and Mad-Eye Moody nearby. Greenleto is quite impressive. He gets to sit alongside Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. Harry and his friends whispered amongst themselves. Draco, recognizing the name, wore an expression of disbelief. Dumbledore initiated a round of applause, though aside from Hagrid and a few heads of houses, no one joined in. Perhaps the students were intimidated by Moody, or perhaps they doubted Icklain's youth. Icklain, smiling, clapped as well, prompting Harry and his friends to rally Gryffindor into applause, which was soon echoed by the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables, with Ravenclaw lagging slightly behind. Excellent. You all are likely familiar with Professor Moody. Now, let me formally introduce Mr. Icklain Greenleto. Like you, he is a student at Hogwarts and currently enrolled. I have faith in his abilities, which is why suddenly, the great hall doors burst open, and Filch rushed in, exclaiming, "They're here. They've arrived." Dumbledore gestured for Filch to welcome their guests. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to our friends from afar. May we enjoy a delightful term together. Once more, the doors swung open. Leading the way was a group of enchanting young girls, followed closely by their headmistress, a giantess. The giantess possessed striking features, and her towering height of nearly 2.5 meters gave her an awkward demeanor, yet her noble bearing compensated for it. Welcome, students of Beaux Batons. Dumbledore approached Madame Maxime, performing an elegant gesture of greeting before guiding her to her seat, where the diminutive headmaster appeared somewhat dwarfed. Then, with a resounding thud, robust youths clad in fur coats and hats entered, flanking their headmaster, Karkaroff. The young men accompanying him sparked whispers among the young wizards. Welcome, students of Durmstrang. Dumbledore embraced Karkaroff warmly, leading him to his seat. The applause continued unabated. All right, let us once again welcome our friends. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and Icklain discreetly signaled to Vinny in the corner. Instantly, steaming mugs of hot cocoa appeared on the long tables. Dumbledore, observing the scene, understood the implication and seamlessly continued. To our guests who have journeyed from afar, let us first indulge in a delightful banquet to express our welcome. In an instant, the hall was filled with a magical array of delectable dishes. Even Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and returned to his seat. Il, did you conjure this? Dumbledore inquired once settled. Well, not conjured but rather executed. Do you think English cuisine is fit for entertaining guests? Icklain replied, blowing at the steam rising from his cocoa. Dumbledore chuckled resignedly. Did you enjoy your travels in the East? Quite well, Icklain said, pushing a quail egg toward Dumbledore while savoring a plate of pasta. Dumbledore, meanwhile, sampled the hot cocoa, engaged in conversation with the other two headmasters. Icklain, holding his cocoa, surveyed the Beaux Batons students. All eyes from the Hogwarts students were drawn to a singular, strikingly beautiful girl. Professor McGonagall, observing the scene, remarked sternly, "She is indeed lovely. But I fear the students may become distracted." Icklain chuckled softly, swirling his drink, noting that the Gryffindor students were already beginning to fawn over her. McGonagall cast a glance at Icklain, seemingly unimpressed by his reaction. "No, Professor. It is merely the stirrings of youthful infatuation. As long as they do not act outrageously, it is acceptable, though their behavior may indeed reflect poorly on Hogwarts." Icklain waved his hand, and the enchanting aura surrounding the girl gradually dissipated. The students gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. "I never anticipated you possessed such talents, Grinder," remarked Professor McGonagall, taking a sip of her hot cocoa. "Thank you for the kind words, Professor McGonagall," replied Maxim. Suddenly, Maxim's attention was drawn to Icklain, seated beside Dumbledore. A young wizard who appeared no older than 14 or 15, yet exhibited an air of elegance. It was surely remarkable to be in such esteemed company. "Oh, Dumbledore. Who might this be?" Maxim inquired with a peculiar accent. With a smile, Dumbledore introduced, "This young gentleman is our teaching assistant, endowed with prodigious talent. I am confident he will astonish you." "Young gentleman?" Icklain thought to himself, suppressing a few choice words for that cunning old bee, Dumbledore. "Greetings, Mr. Karkaroff, Madame Maxim." Icklain said, "I am unworthy of Dumbledore's praise. I am merely a fourth-year student." "Ah, indeed, Icklain Grinder, it is a pleasure to meet both of you esteemed heads." Maxim raised her glass in acknowledgement, and Icklain gracefully returned the gesture. Noticing that most had nearly finished their meals, Dumbledore stood and declared, once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our guests. I hope we shall enjoy a pleasant term together. The selection of the 3 champions will take place on Halloween Eve. Prior to that, wizards aged 17 and above may submit their names and schools on slips of parchment to be cast into the goblet of fire. Now, having dined sufficiently, you may all retire for a restful night's sleep. Good night, everyone. Chapter 12. Defense against the Dark Arts. In the days leading up to the start of term, the young wizards were abuzz with discussions about the Triwizard Tournament, while Harry and his friends were equally intrigued by the new professor, Mad-Eye Moody. As they made their way to the classroom, Harry walked between Hermione and Ron and mused, what do you think Grindel's background is? Could he possibly be a pure-blood aristocrat? Hermione shook her head. That seems unlikely. I haven't heard of the Grindel's surname. But he is from Slytherin. Could he be akin to Malfoy? Harry added, by the way, Malfoy seems to have been rather quiet lately, hasn't he? I wouldn't go so far as to comment on Malfoy, but Grindel appears different. Remember? Professors Lupin and Sirius both trust him. As Harry glanced ahead, he spotted Draco at the end of the corridor. Hey, Potter. What's it like to be the topic of discussion? Draco said, clearly displeased. No, Malfoy, I didn't mean it that way. Harry attempted to clarify. But before he could finish, Draco had already entered the classroom. Following him inside, they found Moody scrutinizing the students with his magical eye, which immediately fixed upon Harry upon his arrival. Shortly after, Icklain strolled in, stretching, prompting Moody to shift his gaze. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. Did you enjoy your summer? Icklain approached Draco. It was all right. Not sure why my father is always so anxious, Draco replied, resting his chin on his hand while looking towards Moody. To be honest, the new professor doesn't compare to Lupin. Icklain had more to say, but was interrupted as Moody suddenly barked. Grinder, you sit by the podium. Reluctantly, Icklain complied. I am Alastair Moody, an Auror. Of course, I hardly wish to teach you, but if it weren't for Dumbledore, I wouldn't be here at all. Your previous professor, Lupin, has informed me of your progress. We shall focus on how to combat dark magic, real dark magic. Who can tell me about the 3 unforgivable curses? Mr. Weasley. Moody wrote forcefully on the blackboard with chalk, causing bits to flake off with each stroke. Ron, somewhat unsteadily, rose and stammered. Oh, I've heard my father mention a, killing curse? Correct. Your father is quite knowledgeable. That curse caused quite the turmoil back in the day. Did you know some wizards claim they followed the Dark Lord because of the killing curse? How absurd. In Icklain's eyes, the first half of the lesson proceeded flawlessly, devoid of any ridiculous incidents, until Moody began instructing the class to resist the killing curse. Icklain, Professor, Icklain exclaimed, why does Grinder not have to do this? When a Gryffindor finally collapsed from exhaustion after jumping around, a classmate could no longer contain their protest. Didn't Dumbledore inform you? He is the teaching assistant. If you are an assistant, you may sit there. If not, pay attention. Moody retorted firmly, then cast a few more killing curses towards the onlookers. Grinder. Moody suddenly directed his wand at Icklain and shouted. Huh. Oh. Icklain sprang up, tilting his head towards Moody. Moody spoke rapidly, lifting the killing curse from the students. Since you doubt, prove it to them. How should I prove it? Should I use the killing curse to slay this spider? Icklain replied nonchalantly, though Ron murmured his agreement from below the podium. Unexpectedly, their professor cast the killing curse at Icklain. Icklain effortlessly countered it, clearly unaffected. As Moody seemed poised to relent, Icklain remarked, Professor, why not try the Cruciatus curse? Moody paused. You think you can handle it? Icklain shrugged indifferently. If you're dissatisfied with me, I ought to demonstrate. Shouldn't I? A flash of red light surged towards Icklain, vanishing just before impact. You see, if you can achieve such a level, I wouldn't mind if you all joined as teaching assistants. Moody lowered his wand. Class dismissed. Icklain exited the classroom alongside Harry and the others, acutely aware of Moody's magical eye scrutinizing him from behind, sending an unsettling chill down his spine. Chapter 13, Doubt. On the eve of Halloween, the young wizards were filled with joy, not only due to the impending Triwizard Tournament, but also relieved to escape the constant scrutiny of their appearance. As professors frequently conducted surprise inspections, particularly Filch, who would meticulously clean any trace of dirt found on the floor. Naturally, the Gryffindor Lions were equally grateful to be spared from Snape's potions. In the Great Hall, Icklain sat on the Gryffindor bench, playing wizard chess with Ron. Had it not been for Harry insisting he join, he might have spent his time brewing Wolfsbane potion. After a fierce 3 rounds, Ron finally conceded, no more, no more. You're simply cheating. If it weren't for Grinder's guidance, I would never have lost. Icklain shrugged, that has nothing to do with me. Admit defeat, Ron. You simply cannot best Icklain Grinder, Harry chimed in gleefully. A sudden sound of apparition filled the air as Vinny approached Icklain, handing him a stack of envelopes. Apologies for the interruption, Grinder, But I simply can't manage all this, Vinny said apologetically. No worries, Vinny, you've done your best. Please, go ahead with your tasks, Icklain replied, accepting the pile of letters. Once Vinny departed, Hermione spoke up. Is that your elf? Indeed, what of it, Miss Granger? Do you pay him? Oh, he doesn't want any. During the holidays? I don't often intrude upon him. He has his own time. So he acts like a slave? Icklain tilted his head, regarding Hermione with a hint of confusion. He had initially thought that the clever little witch, Hermione, might have the potential to alter the situation at the Ministry of Magic. But he had since retracted that notion. It's all right, Grinlydor. Hermione has been neglecting her meals these past few days over the house elf matter. There's no need to be concerned, Harry stated. Clearly, Icklain was unfazed by this, casually opening a letter. At that moment, Dumbledore happened to pass by. Upon discerning the contents, Icklain abruptly sealed the envelope. Yet it did not escape Dumbledore's keen gaze. Ah, the youth is indeed splendid, Dumbledore remarked with a benevolent smile. Icklain hastily interjected, No, wait. I had no such intentions. This is not. These are letters from others. As Icklain rushed to clarify, he inadvertently destroyed the envelope that Ron had just reached for, along with the remaining envelopes. Youth indeed. I do not mind, Dumbledore replied. I do mind, Icklain stated matter-of-factly as he walked towards the room behind the Great Hall alongside Dumbledore. Within the room stood the Goblet of Fire, and upon seeing it, Icklain felt an unsettling tightness in his chest, a foreboding sense washing over him. The feast was bustling with energy. Aside from the students and professors from the other two schools, two notable figures had also arrived. One was a man with a doll-like face named Ludo Bagman, reportedly the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the other was Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Icklain, harboring a general disdain for the ministry, was unfamiliar with either of them. Yet they appeared to be quite intrigued by him. Once the young wizards had finished their meals, Dumbledore extinguished the candles, leaving only the eerie azure flames emitted by the Goblet of Fire. All eyes in the hall, including those of the faculty, were fixed upon the goblet, its blue flames flickering. Icklain, resting his head in his hands from his position at the faculty table, found himself disinterested in both the champions and the Triwizard Tournament. His thoughts instead drifting to that blue flame and someone it reminded him of. Oh, the pitiful yet admirable Paris, he mused. I believe the goblet is about to make its decision. Therefore, I hope the chosen champions will step forward to the room at the back of the hall. Thank you, Dumbledore announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblet erupted in a burst of red flames, and a fiery tongue emerged, presenting a singed piece of parchment. The hall fell silent in anticipation. Dumbledore took the parchment and read clearly and firmly, The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. The applause thundered through the hall, and Icklain joined in the clapping. A tall and robust young man stepped forth from the long table, making his way past the faculty towards the room at the back. Karkaroff shouted in excitement, as if he had just won a fortune in galleons. Next, a second parchment flew out, which Dumbledore deftly caught, announcing, The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. The girl, possessing Vila heritage, stood and acknowledged the audience before gracefully walking towards the rear room. The hall erupted in deafening applause once again. Now, for the third champion, Hogwarts representative is Cedric Diggory. The applause this time surpassed the previous rounds, with the Hufflepuff students bouncing and cheering. Cedric bashfully exchanged high-fives with his fellow students as he jogged towards the back room. Congratulations to all the champions, Dumbledore paused, his gaze fixed on the goblet, which once again belched forth red flames. A slightly thicker parchment floated out, which Dumbledore instinctively caught, staring at the note before him. No one noticed the look of shock and disbelief on Dumbledore's face as he discreetly separated the two pieces of parchment. Soon, he regained his composure and announced loudly, Harry Potter. Icklain and the professors at the faculty table simultaneously rose and made their way toward Dumbledore. Upon confirming the content of the parchment, the entire hall turned to gaze at the figure of Harry. He stood somewhat unsteadily, and this time there was no applause, only a buzzing murmur akin to flies. Harry looked helplessly toward Hermione and Ron, who merely encouraged him to advance. With the weight of lead in his legs, Harry trudged forward, behind Dumbledore. Karkaroff noticed the trembling left hand of Dumbledore, tightly clenched as if gripping something. Karkaroff scrutinized Dumbledore, but soon shifted his focus back to Harry. Harry approached the professors, and Hagrid, typically jovial, wore a furrowed brow like the others. Even Icklain, usually with a smile, had lost all expression. For a fleeting moment, Harry thought he had misjudged, sensing a resemblance between Icklain and Dumbledore. This absurd thought quickly dissipated. Once Harry entered the back room, Dumbledore turned to Icklain, saying, Illinois, please stay here. He then departed the Great Hall with the professors. No, Dumbledore, what is happening? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Maxim approached Dumbledore with long strides. I concur with Maxim. Karkaroff chimed in, struggling to keep pace with him. The group entered the room where Harry and his friends were exchanging bewildered glances. This is unfair. Dumbledore, Hogwarts has 2 champions. Therefore, we should also send 2 participants to the tournament. Maxim glared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore responded calmly. I will propose a reasonable solution. My dear friends, did you submit your name to the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Harry firmly replied, No, sir. Then, did you have an upperclassman assist you in submitting your name? Dumbledore continued in his steady tone. No, Maxim exclaimed, he must be lying. Dumbledore, McGonagall interjected sharply. He cannot have crossed the age line. Dumbledore's foolish line must be mistaken. Maxim insisted. Dumbledore replied with a polite smile, Of course, it is possible, my friends. Dumbledore, you know full well that you have not erred. McGonagall seethed, having never before shown such a side. Harry could not have crossed that line. He did not solicit help from upperclassmen, and I believe others should accept that. Harry stared in shock as Snape stepped forward to stand beside Dumbledore. Harry must participate. This is the decision of the Goblet of Fire, Crouch declared. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore clenched the other piece of parchment in his grip even tighter. As the argument ensued, the door swung open forcefully. Moody limped in, shouting at Karkaroff, Shut up, Karkaroff. Don't pretend this isn't advantageous for you. Advantageous? I'm sorry, but I fail to understand your meaning, Moody. Moody bellowed. Clearly, someone is trying to kill Potter. The room fell into an instant hush, save for the crackling of the fireplace. Nonsense, Moody. Perhaps you are simply growing old and becoming paranoid. This is clearly Dumbledore's doing to ensure Hogwarts wins the Triwizard Tournament. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and Icklain stood at the entrance, speaking calmly. That is excessive, Mr. Karkaroff. Harry has been with me these past few days. He has not approached the goblet at all. Just as Mad Eye said, someone wants to harm Potter. And who are you, a mere child? You lack credibility. Karkaroff retorted. Is Hogwarts resorting to arguing with a child? Dumbledore, I remind you that the situation outside has descended into chaos. Icklain opened the door, allowing the crowd to clearly hear the voices from outside. Damn Potter, what a disgraceful act of cheating. The 2 headmasters listened intently to the clamor outside and hurried towards the hall. Maxim, pulling Fleur along, made their way to the entrance, conversing in French. Icklain cast a glance at the doorway, noting the foul language being exchanged. The 2 directors ultimately decided to allow Harry to participate in the competition, offering a few words of caution before departing the room. Karkaroff cast a suspicious glance at Dumbledore, then left with Crumb. Moody turned to glare at Karkaroff before also exiting the chamber. Inside the room, Harry and Cedric exchanged looks, and Dumbledore calmly stated, All right, Harry, go back and rest. The Gryffindor students are finally free to indulge in some mischief. Cedric, you too. As the room was left with only Dumbledore and Icklain, Dumbledore beckoned, Icklain, come with me. They proceeded towards the headmaster's office. Have a seat, Dumbledore said, offering Icklain a chair. I wish to show you something. Dumbledore opened his hand, revealing a crumpled note that bore the words, Icklain Grinlitto, Hogwarts. Is someone questioning my integrity? Icklain asked, his tone defensive. Perhaps, Dumbledore replied, though it is evident that he does not know your true identity. All we can do is wait and observe. Do you know who he is? Some suspicions, Icklain admitted. Just then, there was a knock at the door of the headmaster's office. Come in. Karkaroff strode in with heavy steps and demanded, Dumbledore, are you concealing something? Dumbledore, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, I am not, Karkaroff. Do you possess another note? Who is it from? Karkaroff inquired, eyeing Dumbledore's clenched fist. There is none, Dumbledore asserted. Let me see it. Karkaroff insisted forcefully. Dumbledore feigned reluctance and opened his hand, revealing only a blank piece of parchment. Fuming, Karkaroff turned away. But just as Dumbledore relaxed his guard, Karkaroff brandished his wand and shouted, Crucio. Icklain reacted swiftly, rushing forward to shield Dumbledore from the Crimson Curse. Karkaroff's vacant gaze fell upon the writhing Icklain on the floor before he mechanically exited the office. Dumbledore hurried to Icklain's side, helping him up with urgency. Icklain, are you all right? He asked anxiously. Icklain quickly regained his composure and replied slowly, I am fine, no need to worry so. I merely wish to dispel their suspicions about me. I must admit, my acting skills are quite commendable, as I managed to deceive you. Dumbledore cast a reproachful look at Icklain before smiling faintly. Well, as long as you are unharmed. Today has been overwhelming. Go rest. Very well, Icklain said, rising and dusting off his clothes as he exited the headmaster's office. Descending the stairs, he wore a faint smile, reflecting on the efficacy of the Cruciatus curse. He had performed this to confirm Dumbledore's reaction upon discovering his injury. After all he had endured in recent years, human nature was unpredictable, and he dared not place his trust in it. Dumbledore's darker side was unsettling, merciless even towards himself. Chapter 14, The Pitfall of Fatherhood. Since Harry had become a champion, he had encountered unnecessary troubles. Slytherin students regularly taunted him with shouts of cheating Potter, especially in recent days, with Pansy leading the charge by creating badges that read, "Support Cedric, Potter stinks." Harry found himself cornered by several Slytherins, forced to confront the repugnant badges. Icklain and Draco were discussing matters related to funding for the small creatures when they stumbled upon Harry's predicament. "Hey, move aside. Collect these things. If you don't, I'll be compelled to inform the professors," Icklain commanded. The Slytherin wizards clearly dismissed Icklain's authority, shoving him aside. Icklain, with a smile, absorbed the blow, and the lead Slytherin suddenly realized his mistake and attempted to break free, only to be firmly grasped by Icklain. Calmly disarming the assailant, Icklain pulled Harry to safety. Draco positioned himself before them, stating, "Haven't you heard? Put that away. You're embarrassing Slytherin. You, hurry to the infirmary." Draco glared at the Slytherin who had just been disarmed and was now writhing on the floor. The group hastily discarded the badges and fled. Icklain patted Harry's shoulder, saying, "There you go, Potter. All is well. Thanks, Grinlido and Malfoy." Harry stammered in gratitude. Draco nonchalantly raised an eyebrow and walked away without looking back. "All right then, good luck. Potter, I may not watch your match," Icklain remarked before pursuing Draco. On the eve of the first competition, Harry coincidentally encountered Draco and approached him to say, "Hey, Malfoy, have you seen Grinlido?" Draco raised an eyebrow disdainfully and replied, "Grinlido? He hasn't returned to the dormitory all day. He is either in the headmaster's cellar or the astronomy tower." "Oh, I see. Thanks." Harry waved goodbye and made his way to the Triwizard Tournament grounds. By the time Icklain emerged from the kitchen, the competition had concluded, and news of Harry's victory was spreading like wildfire. Icklain and Chong ascended to the astronomy tower, comfortably settling on the carpet by the railing, gazing down at the bustling Great Hall. During this period leading up to Christmas, he had even skipped classes to brew Wolfbane potion in Snape's cellar. As Icklain meticulously prepared the potion, occasionally glancing at the flames beneath the cauldron, he reflected on his promise to Remus. That night, while lounging on the sofa in the cellar, Icklain suddenly jolted awake, resting his head in contemplation. He had experienced a dream, a vision of Cedric's demise in the third task and Voldemort's resurrection. This was unmistakably his prophecy. An unsettling feeling gripped him, and his mind involuntarily linked the Boggart, Voldemort, and the scenes from his dream. Icklain wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gently pushed open the wooden door of the cellar, stepping outside. As a teaching assistant, he could wander the grounds at night without fear of reprimand, especially since he was merely seeking solace. Thus, Icklain strolled through the castle, enjoying the cool night breeze. The following day, Icklain was roused from his slumber in the corner of the kitchen by the sound of the door opening, followed by a high-pitched voice calling out. This intrusion set off his temper, for he had slept in the kitchen many times without disturbance from the house elves, and it was evident that someone else had entered. Someone who clearly was not part of the usual crowd. "Harry Potter, sir. Harry Potter." "Dobby." Icklain observed the scene unfolding before him, a silent smile creeping across his face. When Winnie spotted Icklain awake, she rushed over, cradling a box filled with pumpkins, and softly inquired, "Mr. Grinlido, do you need me to remind them?" Icklain rubbed his eyes, still a bit groggy, and replied, "No need, Winnie. Have you seen that elf?" "Oh yes. He is called Dobby, a house elf employed here at the behest of Professor Dumbledore. However, his overly cheerful disposition and lack of a master have rendered him somewhat estranged from others. The sobbing elf over there is also a companion he brought along." "Achoo." Icklain sneezed loudly enough to capture the attention of the trio. "Who is babbling about me?" "Hello, Mr. Potter." Icklain turned his head and waved towards Harry. "Oh, Gryffindor. When did you arrive? Did you hear everything we were discussing?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment, surprised he had not noticed him before. Icklain stifled a yawn, stretching as he spoke. "I've been here all along, and it was your noisy chatter that roused me." He lifted the history of magic textbook he had been using as a pillow and pulled out a black-covered book to read. "Pay me no mind. You may continue." As Harry and the others conversed with Dobby, Winnie, who had just finished cutting up pumpkins, listened intently and then excitedly ran over. "Sir, isn't his job just like mine? We should let them work for the sir as well." "No, Winnie. Everyone has different thoughts. We cannot influence others, just as some, like you, do not desire payment. Mr. Dobby over there longs for a wage," Icklain patiently explained as he closed his book. Winnie, clearly still intent on persuading Dobby, gazed at him with wide eyes. "Well, if you can convince him, go ahead," Icklain shrugged, shaking his head in resignation as he watched Winnie dash over, then resumed flipping through the book resting on his lap. "Wait a moment." He glanced at Winnie's retreating figure. "Why does it seem that everyone I associate with possesses the gift of becoming a pyramid scheme leader?" Icklain frowned, never considering himself to be akin to that Austrian fellow. But upon reflection, it was evident he had inherited some of those traits. The kitchen door swung open once more, this time revealing Dumbledore. who smiled warmly at Dobby and the others, his surprise evident upon seeing Icklain. All right, children, I merely came to remind you that your parcels may be arriving soon. Everyone is in the Great Hall. Ah, thank you for the reminder, sir. We shall head over now, Harry and the others replied. Dumbledore, with a benevolent smile, approached Icklain. What are you reading? Political literature. Icklain stood up to bid farewell to Winnie before walking with Dumbledore towards the Great Hall. Dumbledore, I recall you once mentioned that Germans are rather dull, yes? Dumbledore gestured for Icklain to continue. You are mistaken, I am not German. Have you forgotten? I am of mixed English and German descent. By the time Dumbledore realized it, Icklain had already slipped into the Great Hall. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was particularly lively at noon, with young witches and wizards tearing into parcels sent from home. Icklain sat at the Gryffindor table, gazing up at the ceiling in search of a familiar figure. The Gryffindor students had grown accustomed to Icklain's presence, often suggesting he might be better suited as a Hufflepuff. Ron unwrapped a parcel, holding up a robe and measuring it against himself, before exclaiming in despair, "What on earth is this?" Icklain suppressed a chuckle, remarking, "The attire is quite splendid, Mr. Weasley." "Do not laugh," Ron retorted, noticing the suppressed laughter from the nearby lions. "What about you, Gryffindor? Me? Perhaps my family simply forgot to send me anything. I have no desire to attend the ball," Icklain replied, propping his head on his hands as he watched Ron fuss with the collar of the robe. Just then, he spotted Chong-Li returning with a box clenched in her mouth. Frowning at the sight of her perched on the table, Icklain took the box from her and muttered, "Ungrateful creature, traitor." As he opened the box, he continued to grumble, "What nonsense has that old coot Dumbledore sent me this time?" Inside, he found an exquisite black suit crafted from luxurious fabric that shimmered with hints of dark blue, reminiscent of the night sky, adorned with a pin of the moon and stars at the chest. Upon discovering the sender, Icklain felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Trembling, he glanced at the note in his hand. The ball gown was made by Wenda, with an additional note. "I can't hear what you are saying." "Gee, great. I'm in for it now," Icklain despaired, clutching the note while savoring the calm before the storm. "Gryffindor, are you all right?" Harry asked, a hint of concern in his voice as he looked at Icklain. "Not at all. What's wrong, Illinois?" Dumbledore approached, observing his child's head banging against the table with worry. "I would gladly welcome a bludger to knock me out," Icklain lamented. Before he could finish, an owl appeared overhead, clutching a rather blinking red envelope in its beak. Icklain regarded the letter with a cold laugh, hesitating to open it. Ultimately, it was Chong-Li who swiftly pecked it open. Then came a terrifying voice. "Icklain Percival Wulfric Brian Gryffindor. Get back here. When a father calls you by your full name, it signifies doom." "Great," Icklain despaired, staring at the torn letter before him. "Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance, Dumbledore. I may not return during this period." Icklain stood up and released the owl into the air. Dumbledore hesitated before asking, "Do you need assistance?" "You know how dull Germans can be." Icklain made no indication of refusal, merely folding the clothing neatly and placing it back in the box. "Perhaps I could have a word with him," Dumbledore suggested. "No need to force yourself, Dumbledore," Icklain replied, handing the box to Chong-Li, hoping she would return it to the dormitory. Dumbledore stopped Chong-Li, withdrawing a letter from his robes and passing it to her. Judging by the drying paint, it appeared to have been written prior, but never delivered. Icklain looked at Dumbledore with gratitude before stepping out of the Great Hall. In the corridor, a silvery white Patronus awaited him, landing on his shoulder as it fluttered its wings. "If Dumbledore finds out, I'm finished," Icklain muttered, casting a glance at the Patronus. Like Icklain's, or rather Dumbledore's, Patronus was a phoenix. Once he find out, Grindelwald's voice chimed in, sounding rather cheerful. "I will know." Dumbledore suddenly appeared behind Icklain. He turned sharply, feeling somewhat guilty as he looked at Dumbledore. "Grindelwald has vanished." Icklain stammered, "So, Illinois, I suppose I won't be able to give you a Christmas gift this year, and throughout this entire semester, you will bid farewell to your delectable sweets." "I always keep my promises," Dumbledore smiled, and perhaps it was Icklain's imagination, but he thought Dumbledore's tone bore some resemblance to Grindelwald's. In the Great Hall, Icklain trudged despondently, gliding to the Gryffindor table like a ghost. "Gryffindor? Where'n't you supposed to find Mr. Gryffindor?" Icklain lay sprawled on the table, silent, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. Why was it so coincidental that Dumbledore sought him out in the kitchen? Why did Grindelwald send him a letter to deceive Dumbledore into writing him a letter? And why did Dumbledore happen to appear when he met with Grindelwald? Icklain suddenly had an epiphany, sitting up straight with a start that startled Harry and the others beside him. Icklain chuckled in disbelief, realizing, "So it was you too. My cunning old father and his accomplice, ganging up on me. Truly a son's misfortune." Harry, observing Icklain's mixed expression of joy and tears, felt a twinge of fear and subtly shifted away. "Merry Christmas, Potter. What a delightful Christmas it is." Icklain smiled, glancing over at Harry, who was seated 3 chairs away. Chapter 15, The Christmas Ball. Upon returning to his dormitory to change, Icklain suddenly recalled his treasured candy jar, and he knelt on the floor, rummaging through his belongings, only to find an empty tin box. Dumbledore. Icklain, donned in formal attire, approached the Great Hall, exuding an exaggeratedly cold aura. Even Severus Snape and Minerva McGonagall, standing at the entrance, furrowed their brows. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Merry Christmas. Icklain greeted with a deceptively sweet smile, leading the 2 professors to the headmaster's office. Perhaps by the end of the ball, Dumbledore would discover that his secrets had been thoroughly plundered. At the ball, Icklain, dressed impeccably, stood at a distance from the dance floor, declining the advances of numerous young ladies. Many mistook him for a pure-blood aristocrat and approached him. With a stoic expression and arms crossed, he awaited the conclusion of the opening dance, honestly finding Harry's clumsy attempts rather difficult to watch. As the lead dancers finished, Dumbledore and McGonagall stepped onto the dance floor, prompting many little wizards to join in. Yet, despite the throngs of people, none dared approach Icklain. His gaze swept across the hall until it landed on a familiar and beautiful figure, Wanda Rogel. Today, she wore a black lace gown, and the veil adorning her hair lent her an air of mystery. Icklain approached with a smile, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner, which Wanda naturally placed her hand upon. They began the waltz, entering the dance floor. The young wizards quickly noticed Icklain dancing with a lady, but some enchantment obscured her face from their view. Yet, judging by her aura, she must have been yet another pure-blood aristocrat. How lax the defenses of Hogwarts have become. Icklain mused, gently placing his hand at Wanda's waist, then quickly adding, "Of course, it is also thanks to you, dear sister, that this is possible. By the way, I must say I am quite fond of this gown. Thank you for the compliment. My former subordinates have written to me and received responses. Those old fellows still wish to follow you. However, they promise that if you can persuade their descendants to willingly accompany you, they will refrain from interference. Young master, you must understand why those old fellows were never captured back then. Naturally, they hold certain cards that could obliterate the Ministry of Magic." Wanda spoke seriously. "I am well aware, dear sister. I wholeheartedly agree with the elders' desire to follow you. After all, even I, their own son, refer to him as sir, do I not?" Icklain replied with a smile in his eyes, gently supporting Wanda's arm to help her maintain balance during the turns. "By the way, according to our intelligence, the Ministry of Magic has already been infiltrated by that mysterious figure. Should we take action?" "No, dear sister. As long as our people can consistently provide information and ensure safety, there is no need to raise alarms. Now that everyone has returned, our primary task is to stabilize our power. We require funds, resources, and so forth." Icklain exaggeratedly listed examples. As the music came to an end, the 2 gracefully exited the dance floor. Harry and Ron, who had not danced, had been watching Icklain intently. Upon seeing him approach, they quickly exclaimed, "Hey, Gryffindor." "Who is this?" "My sister," Icklain replied succinctly, then exchanged a kiss on the cheek with Wanda. "Will you be able to return home for the holidays?" "If all goes well, I promise." Wanda respectfully bid farewell and discreetly left the hall. Ron, gazing at Wanda's retreating figure, asked, "Your sister? She has the same last name." "Gryffindor?" "Not quite. But you shall not entertain any ideas regarding my sister, Mr. Weasley," Icklain warned casually as he picked up a drink. "Hey, Gryffindor." "About the investment we discussed," Draco approached, eyeing Harry behind Icklain, his brow furrowing. "Shall we find somewhere else to chat, Miss Granger?" Icklain took a sip of his drink and then noticed he was holding mead. "Underage, and yet you indulge in alcohol, Gryffindor," Hermione teased. "Thank you for the reminder." At that moment, 2 moss-covered stone pillars emerged from the crowd, approaching Hermione's direction. "Hey, you filthy mudblood, dressed like that today, before Crabbe could finish." Icklain splashed him with mead. "I deduct 10 points from Slytherin for your behavior, Mr. Crabbe. The reason being, you tarnished Slytherin's image and insulted a fellow student." Icklain approached the 2, his gaze laced with disdain. "In contrast, you should learn from Mr. Malfoy. He has discarded those vile habits and has become a respectable Slytherin." Crabbe looked at Icklain, fear evident in his eyes, reminiscent of a terrifying time last semester. "Therefore, apologize." "I'm sorry." "Apologize to Miss Granger." Icklain's tone was firm. "I'm sorry, Granger." Their ears flushed with embarrassment, as if this were a deep humiliation, and they stormed out of the hall in anger. "Oh, thank you, Gryffindor," Hermione said gratefully, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. "It was nothing, Miss Granger. I hope you have a delightful Christmas," Icklain replied, placing his cup back on the table before leaving the hall with Draco. "By the way, regarding the funding issue you mentioned, I still need to consult my father." Draco leaned against the wall, his head bowed. He felt guilty about the matter, fearing Icklain might see him as merely a tool for negotiation. "It's quite all right, Mr. Malfoy. This matter is not urgent. Lift your head. This is not the behavior of a nobleman," Icklain said, patting the dust off Draco's shoulder. I think I need to find a place to rest. Perhaps the headmaster's cellar would be a good choice. I hope you won't inform Professor Dumbledore. Icklain winked his blue eyes and made a shushing gesture before departing down the corridor. The good news was that during the Christmas season, Icklain was fortunate enough not to be caught by that cunning old bee. After all, no matter how extensively Dumbledore searched, he would never rummage through Snape's cellar. This was a predicament for the old bat, who had to keep a wary eye on this little ancestor lest he blow up his lair and simultaneously protect his own secrets. Of course, Icklain would never disclose that he had brazenly taken numerous rare ingredients, particularly the majority of Eclipse grass, due to issues with Wolfsbane Chapter 16, the squid. After Christmas, as temperatures began to rise and the ice on the Black Lake started to melt, it signified the commencement of the second competition. Ultimately, Icklain found himself seated at the podium, pressed by a multitude of professors, glaring at the lake with a disgruntled expression. I can't help it, Illinois. You must understand that an old man's energy is limited, Dumbledore said, sitting beside Icklain. Regarding Dumbledore's words, Icklain chose not to believe a single word and simply closed his eyes to rest, as if the surroundings bore witness to his thoughts. Shut down. No PUA at this command. The warriors leaped into the lake, and Moody mercilessly kicked Harry in, causing him to stumble unsteadily and collide with his wooden leg. The leg, evidently displeased with his actions, sprang forth like a spring and plummeted into the water. Icklain, observing from the stands, felt his shoulders tremble with anxiety. After these few days, he had formed some suspicions about Moody. Although he remained oblivious to his true identity, he was certain that it was inextricably linked to that fellow, Tom Riddle. And it was rumored that Barty Crouch had gone missing. An hour swiftly elapsed, yet not a single soul emerged, which rendered everyone increasingly apprehensive. After a moment, the professors sensed something amiss. Dumbledore was the first to descend from the stands, gazing towards the center of the lake. Icklain squeezed through the crowd, his eyes fixed on the lake's center, where a colossal silhouette loomed, gliding through the water like a sea monster. Should I go? Icklain mused, staring at the bubbles surfacing, before turning to Dumbledore. Be cautious, Dumbledore warned, his gaze unwavering on the merman that had breached the surface, seemingly fleeing from something in terror. Icklain cast a simple water-repelling charm upon himself, inhaled deeply, and plunged into the lake. Everyone waited anxiously until a multitude of bubbles erupted from the surface, and a gigantic squid emerged, clutching Icklain in its grasp. The warriors were propelled back to the shore by Icklain's magic. Put me down, Icklain protested, struggling futilely, only to find himself enshrined in a layer of slime. Don't make me haul you ashore and serve you as octopus sashimi. The squid glared at Icklain resentfully, but nevertheless complied, depositing him back on the shore. Icklain, his face contorted in annoyance, cast a cleaning charm until his garments were nearly stripped of color before ceasing his efforts. He gestured towards the squid with his wooden leg. The squid shook its appendage indignantly and pointed at its own head. I didn't smash you, so give it back, Icklain insisted firmly. The squid, in a fit of anger, flung the wooden leg back onto the shore before releasing a few bubbles and sinking beneath the lake's surface. Harry and the others, wrapped in towels, were compelled to undergo a thorough examination by Madame Pomfrey. Hermione remained the most composed. After drying off, she recounted to Dumbledore how Harry had found them. And while he was untying them, the squid inexplicably charged over and captured them all. If it weren't for Gryffindor's timely arrival, we might have drowned from lack of oxygen, she concluded. Dumbledore listened patiently to Hermione's account, while Icklain interjected, explaining that it was Moody's wooden leg that had struck him, leading to the incident. You ought to apologize to him, Icklain. I believe, as a founder, he would overlook such trifles. Icklain crossed his arms, stating. Dumbledore chose not to comment further, turning to converse with the judges at the entrance, ultimately deciding that due to the unforeseen circumstances, scores would not contribute to the overall standings, with the final match determining the victor instead. Thus, the second task came to a close. In March, the biting chill of spring left people's hands and faces stinging, and Icklain no longer lingered in the astronomy tower. His days were consumed by sleep, with little regard for where he dozed off. Today was another dreary day. As Icklain passed by the potions classroom, he picked up a copy of the Witch Weekly from a nearby stall and settled down on a bench in the corridor to read. During this time, Karkaroff passed by, his eyes filled with disdain. Icklain paid little mind, quietly observing as Karkaroff entered the potions classroom. Harry Potter's mysterious heartbreak history, Hermione Granger and Crumb, a love triangle? Icklain stared at the magazine before him, his expression akin to that of a person encountering a moss-covered troll. Hey, Gryffindor, do you actually believe this? After class, Harry spotted Icklain in the corridor, clutching the eye-catching magazine. No, I don't believe in such unrealistic tabloids, Potter. I'm merely intrigued by Miss Skeeter's assessment of me. Icklain replied as he flipped to the final page, where a photograph was affixed. It depicted Icklain dancing with Vinda, though regrettably, only her beautiful silhouette was captured. Icklain was the focal point of the image. The headline read, Hogwarts embarrassing student assistant. Oh, don't take it to heart, Harry remarked, furrowing his brow at the title, clearly indicating Rita's animosity towards Icklain. I'm not one to hold grudges, of course, unless someone takes my sweets. Icklain chuckled, tucking the magazine away. Oh, by the way, Gryffindor. Do you know the relationship between Snape and Karkaroff? Harry casually inquired. Uncertain. Well, see you later. Harry waved goodbye and walked towards the Ollery. Why did Lonely bring back Grindelwald's letter? Was it involved? Icklain mused, if I can't deal with my two living fathers, how could I handle you? Thus, the following noon, Icklain cheerfully carried Lonely's leg towards the Owl post office in Hogsmeade. After futile struggles, Lonely calmly closed its eyes. Had I known this, I wouldn't have indulged in those little fish treats Grindelwald gave me. Icklain dragged Lonely towards Hogsmeade, his gaze inadvertently catching a shadow, prompting him to tilt his head and observe it. The shadow and Icklain exchanged silent stares until a voice broke the moment. Hello, Sirius Gryffindor. Harry approached, staring at the black dog, then turning his astonished gaze towards Icklain. Long time no see, Gryffindor. Since when did you take on the Gryffindor surname? Lupin emerged from Honeydukes, witnessing the scene and teasing Sirius with a smile. Good to see you, Remus. Icklain smiled back at Lupin, noticing he seemed somewhat thinner. It appeared the two had been living rather uneasily since their departure, constantly evading capture. How's the potion? It works remarkably well. What are you up to? Selling it. Icklain raised Lonely in his left hand. On Christmas Day, it conspired with my family to prank me. I think we could have a chat? Let's forgive Lonely this time. Lupin pleaded on behalf of the Lonely, which was now looking at him. Icklain shrugged and addressed Lonely. This time, I'll let you off the hook for Remus's sake. But if there's a next time, I'll stew you into soup. He released his grip, and Lonely swiftly flew onto Lupin's shoulder. Icklain, with a frown, was pulled by Lupin towards the Shrieking Shack, with Harry and the others trailing behind. Once inside the Shrieking Shack, the transformed Sirius suddenly remarked, I certainly wouldn't want to bear the name Gryffindor, Remus. Lupin merely smiled, his expression gentle. You two make me feel strange, Icklain commented, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Lupin simply shook his head with a smile, offering no further response. Sirius conversed with Harry and the others while munching on a chicken leg, with Lupin and Icklain listening attentively. Harry voiced his concerns. What if you get discovered? Don't worry about me. I'll always keep an eye on you, no matter what. Sirius's words were interrupted by Lupin. Well, changing the subject, what do you mean by the sparkly one? It's Crouch's house elf. Did your wand ever leave your sight during that Quidditch match, Harry? Lupin pondered thoughtfully. As I emerged from the forest, I discovered that my pocket contained only the telescope. Had it been stolen? Hermione resolutely interjected. It cannot be it. Barty and Sirius pondered this. Then Sirius suddenly shivered. What is wrong, Sirius? Do you know him? Harry inquired with concern. Yes, indeed. He is the one who imprisoned me in Azkaban without a trial, Sirius shrugged. They say he was on the verge of becoming minister. But alas, his son is a Death Eater. What? Exclaimed Icklain, who had been silent on the bed, startling Harry. Barty has a son, a Death Eater? Indeed. What of it? Icklain abruptly stood and exited the Shrieking Shack. He had long harbored suspicions about Moody's identity, and now he was certain. Chapter 17, Testing the Waters. I detest sniffers. After the Magical Creatures Protection class concluded, when Harry and the others found Icklain in a corner, he stated, I have no fondness for sniffers, Potter. Thus, I did not attend. Harry pondered. Oh, is that so? And what of Hermione? She is in the hospital wing due to some foolish letters, Ron replied. Icklain said nothing further and turned to leave. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered Moody. Greetings, Professor, Icklain cheerfully greeted, his tone sounding innocent. Hello, Grindelwald. What brings you here? Moody scrutinized Icklain closely, including his unsettling magical eye. Just taking a leisurely stroll after class. And you, Professor? I too have just finished class and am enjoying a walk. Icklain smiled politely. Then, as he passed by Moody, he murmured, Young Barty Crouch, sir. Moody turned in terror, but Icklain had already vanished from sight, leaving him to comfort himself with the thought that it might have been a figment of his imagination as he limped back to the castle. On a day in May, Icklain lounged on the sofa in the headmaster's office, basking in the spring breeze that wafted through the window. Dumbledore sat in a chair, engrossed in paperwork, furrowing his brow since Icklain entered. Just as Icklain was about to speak to ease Dumbledore's tension, a commotion arose at the door. Dumbledore rose to open it, revealing Snape and Harry standing at the entrance. What is the matter? He asked in surprise. Professor, Mr. Crouch, he's gone mad. He is looking for you. In the Forbidden Forest, Harry exclaimed anxiously. Dumbledore moved swiftly, exiting as he sought to ascertain the situation. The headmaster's office was left with only Icklain and Snape, who glared at Icklain, his gaze fixated on his left arm. Has he stirred? That is none of your concern, Snape retorted fiercely, striding out of the office. After closing the door behind him, Icklain proceeded toward the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the Forbidden Forest, Icklain observed Karkaroff and Dumbledore before opting for silence. A conspiracy. A scheme. Dumbledore, you deliberately placed Potter here, Karkaroff accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Dumbledore's slightly crooked nose. Icklain and Hagrid were about to act when Dumbledore interrupted. I'll stay here. Hagrid, you accompany Harry back to the castle. Dumbledore spoke with resolute authority. Hagrid, you know what I mean. Keep an eye on Harry. As for you, Harry, I trust you will remain there obediently. We can discuss sending messages tomorrow. Do you understand? Understood. Harry and Hagrid departed, though Hagrid left Fong behind. All right, Igor. You and your students may return. You know what I mean, or rather, you know his meaning, Dumbledore said politely. I am going into the Forbidden Forest to assist Moody, Icklain stated, fixing his gaze on Karkaroff before stepping into the woods. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Moody was preoccupied with his tasks. Will this not be discovered? Icklain calmly observed Barty, who was buried up to his neck in the earth. No, as long as I do not speak and you do not speak, Moody replied, continuing to bury him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Once completed, he turned to Icklain, stating, I shall not kill you. You are kind. You do not kill indiscriminately. No, I do not kill you because of Dumbledore. If you were to perish, he would not spare me. What have you deduced? Nothing. Well then, can you not betray Riddle? Icklain inquired as he cleared away the surrounding spiders. No, I shall not betray my master. You are quite loyal, Barty. Follow me. Aligning yourself with a half-blood will not lead to a promising future. Icklain began to indoctrinate Barty. The effects of the polyjuice potion on young Barty took hold, and he transformed back into human form, yet he did not hasten to drink the potion. He merely listened quietly to Icklain's words. What do you find admirable about Riddle? An unsightly mark? A foolish moniker? He will only use you, will he not? He has you assist in his resurrection. He may grant you rewards, but those are fleeting. If one day he deems you worthless, do you believe you will still live? Good lad, you possess great talent. But talent alone is not enough. You require a powerful, promising, and prestigious backing to support your gifts and fulfill your ambitions. Barty wavered, slowly asking, what do you need me to do? It is simple. You need only complete the tasks assigned to you by Riddle, and afterward, I shall help you leave Hogwarts, Icklain replied with a gentle smile. Are you not afraid of my betrayal? Icklain chuckled briefly. I trust you, good boy. You shall not disappoint me. Barty calmly retrieved the flask and drank from it, reverting to his mad-eye moody form, and together with Icklain, they exited the Forbidden Forest. Another sunlit day dawned, yet it brought an unexpected visitor. Dumbledore opened the door to see the individual beside Moody and politely greeted, Minister. Fudge entered, saying, Dumbledore, I have read the letter you sent. Who is this? Fudge scrutinized Icklain warily. My assistant, as mentioned in the recent magazine. Dumbledore continued to smile. Well, I do not concur with your perspective. Minister, would you care for a cup of tea? Dumbledore interjected appropriately, offering him a cup. I do not believe there is any connection between them. Fudge took a sip of tea and continued. Fudge, I must remind you that it will be too late once events unfold. Dumbledore's tone was gentle. Yet Fudge remained obstinate. Icklain and Moody observed silently. Maxime, do you trust her? Dumbledore queried. I trust her as I trust Hagrid. But Hagrid, when will the two of them discover Potter? Icklain asked Moody amidst the heated argument between Fudge and Dumbledore. Finally, Moody could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Can we cease this? Agreed, Icklain quickly added. Suddenly, Dumbledore spoke. How has your relationship with Alastair grown so amicable? Do not use that tone, as though you are envious. Icklain leaned toward Moody. Fudge shouted. All right, let us discuss this outside. No, what we mean is to stop. The children outside have matters to discuss with Dumbledore. Moody pushed open the door, revealing Harry. Harry glanced at the individuals in the headmaster's office, awkwardly blinking. Thus, Dumbledore and the others shifted their location to the fountain courtyard. Harry, so? Chapter 18, Arise. My XX. The day of the third match. Icklain, who had been slumbering in the astronomer's tower, was abruptly roused from his dreams. A glance at the time sent a jolt through him. Merlin's woolen socks. Has the match already commenced? He and Chongli swiftly made their way to the arena. Dumbledore and the judges regarded Icklain with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. I need you over here, Dumbledore, Icklain beckoned. What is it? Dumbledore began, but Icklain interjected, listen. He produced a necklace from within his robes and placed it in Dumbledore's palm. I must enter the maze. If this warms up, it signifies I require your assistance. It's a signal, understand? What do you mean, Illinois? Icklain retrieved his wand from within the folds of his cloak and approached the grassy walls of the maze. Time is of the essence. Severing charm. Dumbledore clutched the necklace, watching as Icklain vanished into the labyrinth. Suddenly, Harry declared, "Let us take it together." Cedric laughed incredulously. "I'll follow your lead." 3, 2, 1, Harry counted down. And as he reached 1, both boys grasped the handles of the trophy. In that fleeting moment before their transportation, Harry glimpsed a dark claw gripping the trophy's rim. Then the world turned upside down. When Harry opened his eyes, he found himself in a graveyard, aside from Cedric, who stood beside him. There were no other shadows in sight. In that instant, Icklain, with swift reflexes, pulled Cedric behind a gravestone, transforming a nearby stone into a duplicate of Cedric, and stationed it next to Harry. "Grindelwald?" Cedric queried, peering at the figure of Icklain as it leaned out. "Shoo, we need a witness to validate what is to unfold." Icklain whispered from behind the gravestone, his eyes fixed on Wormtail as he emerged cradling a grotesque object. "What is that?" Cedric frowned at the indistinct mass. "Eliminate the nuisance," a raspy voice bellowed. Wormtail brandished his wand, pointing at the false Cedric, and shouted, "Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light surged forth. The faux Cedric crumpled to the ground, sprawled in a careless heap. Harry, heartbroken at the sight of Cedric's fallen form, cried out in despair, "No." He found himself immobilized by a statue behind him, catching a glimpse of what appeared to be glowing eyes in the shadows. Was it the black cat that Lupin had cared for? The feline morphed back into human form, cloaked in darkness, rendering Harry unable to discern the figure's face. The shadow gestured towards Cedric, signaling Harry not to worry. Harry nodded in understanding. Thank goodness. If Wormtail had a Voldemort growing from the back of his head, witnessing this scene would have surely led to our demise, Harry thought, suddenly feeling an intense burning pain in his scar. Cedric, witnessing Voldemort's resurrection, trembled in fear, his hand quaking around his wand, yet he stood resolute, intent on observing, pondering how to report this to the Ministry upon his return. "Should we not intervene?" Cedric asked. Concern etched across his face as Wormtail siphoned Harry's blood. "Just wait, listen to me, Diggory. Soon I will emerge. In the chaos, you must seize the trophy and find Dumbledore. Bring him here, or whatever you can. Understand? And what of you? What about Harry? I shall protect him. Our hope rests upon you." Icklain observed Voldemort, who appeared surprisingly youthful. Does this forbidden magic not mar one's visage? What? Nothing. Icklain retrieved a pen and a notebook from his robes, reflecting that this pen had been a Christmas gift from the previous year. The Death Eaters arrived one by one. Icklain noted their names: Goyle, Crabbe, Malfoy, Not. "Have you noted everything? Will you not move?" Cedric urged, glancing anxiously as Voldemort approached Harry. Now, Icklain focused intently on Voldemort, who pressed his finger against Harry's forehead and cast a curse. Crack! The sound of a branch snapping echoed. Cedric turned to see Icklain breaking the branch. "Who goes there?" Voldemort demanded, alert. Icklain merely blinked and stepped forward. "Hello, Riddle." As Icklain emerged, amidst the chaos among the Death Eaters and Voldemort, Cedric called out to the trophy. "Come to me." The trophy soared through the air, and together with it, Cedric departed the graveyard. "Who are you?" Voldemort inquired cautiously, his wand aimed at Icklain. "The assistant at Hogwarts," Icklain replied, inching closer to Harry. "Crucio!" Voldemort shouted, his wand pointed at Icklain upon hearing the name Hogwarts. "Useless, Riddle," Icklain chuckled, observing the flustered crowd while silently freeing Harry from his bindings. "A fearless little boy," Voldemort mumbled. Icklain smiled, brandishing his wand as he declared, Protego Diabolica. Blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand, forming a circle that enveloped Icklain and Harry. The flames coalesced into a magnificent dragon that soared above. Icklain's gaze met that of the enormous serpent alongside Voldemort. Both tilted their heads in unison, a strange familiarity passing between them. Then, a roar echoed through the air as Icklain supported Harry, watching as Chongli approached, a serene smile gracing his face. Voldemort and his followers had already disapparated, yet some were still injured by the spell. Exhausted from their ordeal, Icklain and Harry were brought back by Chongli, Harry collapsing onto the ground. He. Harry struggled to articulate. "He has returned," Icklain replied calmly. 3 wounded children spoke, and while their words may have seemed trivial had they belonged to ordinary children, these were 3 who had just returned from the brink of death, quickly inciting a stir. Icklain watched as Dumbledore walked away, glancing at Harry, who was being led away by Moody, and sighed in relief as he hurried to catch up with Dumbledore. Chapter 19. A Life Preordained. Icklain feigned urgency as he accompanied Dumbledore and the 2 headmasters to rescue Potter. Upon entering, Dumbledore swiftly cast a stunning spell on the false Moody. The crimson spell enveloped Moody, vanishing him entirely, leaving only a stone in his place. With a hand left unguarded, Dumbledore rushed to assess Harry's condition. Icklain, unfazed, opened a nearby chest, gazing at the slumbering Moody within, and remarked, "How well do you sleep, Mad Eye? You've awakened me. Where's the food?" The real Moody shot Icklain a resentful look. Prior to this, Icklain had visited and brought along a bounty of provisions, thereby establishing a rapport. Icklain casually retrieved the magical eye and wooden leg from the chest, tossing them aside. Come on up, Dumbledore's here. No problem, right? After fastening the wooden leg, Moody climbed up. Dumbledore inspected Moody and then Harry, calmly instructing, Minerva, please go to Hagrid's and bring back the black dog from the pumpkin patch to my office. Severus, find the elf named Winky. She is deceased, Icklain interjected suddenly. Everyone in the room turned their astonished gazes toward Icklain. Winky, bring her here, Icklain commanded. And 3 house elves materialized in the room. Shan lay quietly on the sack, while Dobby and Winky stood on either side, silently observing her. The two then bowed deeply and departed. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he gazed at Shan on the ground, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his eyes. He soon regained his composure. Severus, go fetch the calming draught, he instructed. Snape nodded and exited the office. Albus, Potter needs rest. We must ensure he recuperates, McGonagall said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Minerva, he must comprehend everything. Only then will he gradually accept it, and acceptance is essential for recovery, Dumbledore replied succinctly. McGonagall shook her head and left the office. IRL, I need you to keep an eye on Harry. I must take Alastor to the hospital wing for a checkup, Dumbledore said, his gaze piercing through his half-moon spectacles at Icklain. Icklain merely tilted his head and smiled, watching Dumbledore and Moody exit. Gryffindor, are you truly Harry? He stammered. Sitting in the chair, I am indeed, Potter. If I weren't, then Merlin himself is a fabrication. Icklain, sensing Harry's unease, approached him gently, offering comfort. It's all right, Harry. Relax. Take a deep breath. You are at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore is here. Do not worry. Focus on resisting the consciousness within your mind. Harry gradually adjusted his breathing. The sound of the door creaking open drew Icklain's attention to Snape, who stood at the threshold, holding the calming draught. Let him settle for a moment, Icklain said, observing the pained expression on Harry's face as Voldemort's consciousness encroached upon him. Harry, hold steady and remain still. Icklain extended his left hand, placing his index finger upon Harry's forehead. Then intoned, Crucio, Harry's eyes widened as he beheld Icklain's impassive countenance. Astonishingly, he felt no pain. Meanwhile, Riddle clutched his head, halting his invasion of Harry's consciousness. What the F? Icklain abruptly withdrew his hand, incredulous as he regarded Harry, then turned to the composed Snape. You knew about this? Snape remained silent, tossing the calming draught to Harry. Icklain glared at Snape, exasperated. Where's Dumbledore? In the headmaster's office, Snape replied curtly. Harry watched as Icklain stormed out, puzzled by what could possibly incite such fury within him. In Moody's office, Harry listened to an outburst that reverberated throughout the tower. Lowering his head to sip from the calming draught in his hand, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The roar ceased abruptly with a heavy slam of the door. Seated in his chair, Dumbledore calmly regarded Icklain, who appeared somewhat surprised as he unveiled his true self. Icklain's heterochromatic eyes shimmered with unbridled fury. He advanced, leaning over the desk, causing it to tremble as parchment fluttered to the floor. Dumbledore, what were you thinking? What was I thinking, IRL? Dumbledore replied, calmly covering a nearby picture frame. Icklain quickly caught sight of the 2 young men captured within, an 18-year-old Dumbledore and a 16-year-old Grindelwald, their youthful exuberance evident in the photograph. Potter's soul. Do you wish for him to perish? To willingly march toward that damned war for the sake of some future cause? Or do you prefer he dies in ignorance? All for the so-called justice you speak of. Icklain's voice trembled as he locked eyes with Dumbledore. IRL, have you orchestrated his life? Have you arranged your own life for these ideals of justice? Icklain's eyes reddened, yet he refrained from shedding tears. You have arranged your own life. You have dictated Potter's. Do you intend for me to remain in the dark until I attend your funeral as a member of your family, only then to learn the truth? Dumbledore fell silent, gazing at the covered picture frame, tears glistening in his blue eyes. Then why not arrange my life as well? Your son's life. Your family's life. The world should see you, the so-called saint, selflessly sacrificing your own life while manipulating the lives of others from behind the scenes, treating them like mere pawns. Icklain scoffed. Albus, I will not comply with your wishes. You know I am the one who understands you best, aside from the master. 1985, he steadied his breath, issuing a warning to Dumbledore. What I intend to do, no one will stop me. He then stormed out of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore merely leaned wearily against his chair, contemplating the covered picture frame, murmuring, he truly resembles you, Gellert, not merely in appearance. In the hospital wing, Icklain approached Harry, who lay on the bed, alongside Moody and the 2 heads of house, as well as Remus. Have you had a quarrel with Dumbledore? Remus was the first to notice Icklain's unusual demeanor. How could I dare? Icklain chuckled. You cried? No, I did not. I was merely a bit emotional. The sound of a heated argument drifted in from outside the door. Icklain turned sharply, his wand slipping from his sleeve into his grasp. No, Icklain. Relax, calm down. They are our people. Remus gently grasped his hand. Icklain sheathed his wand, silently distancing himself from Harry and the others. Approaching Moody's bedside. I disapprove of your decision to let little Barty go, Moody remarked languidly. He should be reunited with the Dementors to alleviate my heart's resentment. Do not speak to me of Dementors. Alastair, Icklain replied, shaking his shoulders. Do you require me to peel you an apple? Ah, Moody suddenly realized something, chuckling. You are his grandchild? He uttered, a seemingly nonsensical comment to outsiders. Icklain smiled and shook his head, his gaze drifting to the exhausted Cedric sleeping across the room, alongside the concerned Diggory couple, and then to the Weasley family near Harry. There was a hint of longing in his eyes, lacking love. Moody interjected. Be quiet. My parents are still alive, and their way of expressing love is through mutual schemes. And they are divorced. Icklain's voice dwindled. Moody chose to remain silent. Oh, Harry, is that young one over there also your classmate? Is he the one who saved you? Mrs. Weasley suddenly noticed Icklain. Indeed, Mrs. Weasley. Oh, Merlin. Mrs. Weasley hastened over, gazing at Icklain with concern. You saved Harry, didn't you? Oh, how did you get so many injuries? Icklain surveyed his own body, noting the wounds, particularly a gruesome gash on his left leg, which made him acutely aware of the pain. These injuries must have been sustained in the maze. Oh, look at the scars on your face and your leg. Madame Pomfrey, please attend to his wounds as well, Mrs. Weasley implored, cradling Icklain's face, her eyes filled with compassion. Icklain had never encountered such a gaze, such tender, loving concern. She clearly does not know me, Icklain thought to himself. Oh, dear child, it is quite all right. I am Molly Weasley, and I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in saving Harry. Mrs. Weasley's voice was gentle as she softly caressed Icklain's face in a soothing manner. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Icklain suddenly felt a pang of emotion in his nose. Hesitantly, he spoke, yet his usual composure had slipped away, leaving him sounding more like a child. It's nothing. I can manage the wounds myself. I have other matters to attend to. Mrs. Weasley regarded Icklain with tender eyes as he rose to his feet. To her, Icklain, towering above her, was merely a 14-year-old boy. A boy who had just witnessed the terrifying resurrection of the Dark Lord. A boy scarred from protecting his friends. Remus, I leave this to you. I must return home for a while. Icklain wiped the blood from his cheek, regaining his former tranquility. Before Remus could finish his sentence, Icklain had already exited the hospital wing. To their eyes, his silhouette appeared profoundly solitary. Chapter 20. The Reluctant Death Eater. Icklain trudged back to the Slytherin dormitory, his weary body dragging behind him. Why are you back? It was Draco, sitting with his back to Icklain on his bed, his voice trembling slightly. There was an incident. I needed to return home, so I came to gather my things. Icklain noticed an unusual tension in Draco's demeanor and inquired, What is troubling you? My family has sent a letter, Draco replied, covering his face, gripping the letter tightly. Icklain limped closer, observing the redness around Draco's eyes. Grindelwald. What should I do? He has returned. My father wrote to me. It must be to summon me into the Death Eaters. I do not wish for this. Draco choked on his words. Icklain then understood that pureblood families like the Malfoys had no choice but to follow their family's dictates. Grindelwald, please help me. I will accept assistance from anyone. Save me. I refuse to join them. Draco's hands trembled, tears sliding down his cheeks. Draco, please, dry your tears. You do not wish to align with them, correct? Draco wiped his tears and slowly nodded. Then, do you wish to side with Dumbledore? Perhaps, he replied. Simple. As long as you do not betray us, I shall speak to Dumbledore immediately. Icklain crouched down and patted Draco's shoulder. No, Draco suddenly exclaimed. I cannot. He will read my mind, and everything will be for naught. Icklain chuckled softly, standing up with a serious demeanor. Then join me. Draco looked up at Icklain, his eyes still glistening with tears. You cannot mean. Join me? I can assist you. Do you remember the sandwich you made for me? I promised I would look out for you, but what? You must continue to walk the path your family desires for you. Which means from the moment you join me, you will bear the identity of the villain. You shall only be recognized at the very last moment, and it will bring you great suffering. I will join. You will not betray us. I will not. Very well, let us commence with our collaboration. Do not forget to complete the tasks I assigned to you during the holidays. Draco attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. They both turned to see Dumbledore, standing at the entrance. Icklain, come here for a moment. Icklain narrowed his eyes, slowly limping after him. Once they arrived at the hospital wing, they paused. Enough, Fudge. Harry and the others need rest. Dumbledore approached the arguing McGonagall and Fudge, speaking sternly. He has not returned, Fudge declared, enunciating each word before striding out of the hospital wing. Idiot, Icklain muttered under his breath in German as he watched Fudge depart. Icklain, no foul language. Dumbledore reprimanded, fixing a stern gaze upon him. Icklain glared at the departing Fudge, disdain evident in his voice. I spoke the truth, did I not? A few days ago. When he arrived, I sensed his foolishness the moment he stepped in. His excessive trust in others. He simply mentioned he was an assistant, and Fudge, without a second thought, began discussing confidential matters. Moreover, his vigilance was woefully lacking. He accepted the tea offered to him without hesitation. Dumbledore disregarded Icklain's remarks, turning to the others. Molly, I have some tasks for you. Is that agreeable? Mrs. Weasley nodded, glancing at Bill beside her. Certainly, Dumbledore. We shall attend to it. And remember to send us a letter once you are prepared. Of course. Dumbledore smiled as he observed Mrs. Weasley and Bill converse, then watched Bill exit the hospital wing. He continued, Severus, you know what you must do? I hope you are ready. Snape acknowledged with a cold expression. And Sirius, you may revert to your human form. We are all allies here. Sirius glared at Snape before transforming back into his human self. Mrs. Weasley gasped but quickly regained her composure. Perhaps you two should reconcile? Dumbledore suggested in a diplomatic tone. Sirius and Snape exchanged fierce glances, begrudgingly shaking hands before swiftly withdrawing. All right, Sirius, I need you to inform our old friends to prepare. Sirius nodded. And Icklain, I require you to clarify your stance. Dumbledore turned to Icklain, feigning a look of grievance. I can have a title under your name. But do not misconstrue this. I have not forgiven you. I shall take my leave now. Once you are ready, send me a letter to the usual address. Icklain smiled, summoning his luggage before departing. Outside the confines of Nurmengard, young Barty Crouch stood on the grass, waiting. Upon seeing Icklain arrive, he approached, scrutinizing Icklain's appearance before speaking disdainfully. You managed to escape, yet this is how you returned? Ha! It was your esteemed master who facilitated my release, Icklain explained with a smile. Former master, Barty murmured. Icklain chuckled in satisfaction as he leaned on Barty for support. He limped toward the direction of Nurmengard Castle, where Barty inquired, Why didn't you tend to your wounds? I forgot. Silence is golden. As they approached, the castle gates opened automatically. It was noticeably more bustling than usual, filled with familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. Grindelwald descended the stairs, addressing each individual until his gaze landed on Icklain at the entrance. Frowning, he stepped outside to inquire, What happened? Nothing. I simply forgot to tend to my wounds, Icklain replied, somewhat sheepishly. Grindelwald examined Icklain's condition and immediately called for Vinda to assist with his injuries. Icklain sat on the sofa, while Vinda diligently attended to his wounds. A few known Death Eaters approached, recognizing Barty instantly. It is you. You are a Death Eater? My master is he. Barty pointed at Icklain on the sofa. The group studied Icklain, pondering how such a young child could command the loyalty of Voldemort's most devoted follower. Truly a testament to the name Grindelwald. Icklain surveyed the bustling crowd in the hall and couldn't help but notice several young wizards from Durmstrang, eliciting a smile from him. Gryffindor? No, it's Master Grindelwald. One of the boys recognized Icklain and greeted him with respect. No need for such formality, Icklain said, grimacing as he watched Vanda disinfecting her left leg. It hurts, Sister Vanda. Endure it, she replied. Icklain winced at the pain. Once the wound was treated, he changed his attire and approached Barty, saying, Off you go. I have cast an unbreakable vow upon you, and sealed away any memories of joining me. You are now merely Voldemort's most loyal Death Eater. Barty nodded and exited the castle. Icklain chuckled to himself, for he had not truly cast any unbreakable vow. He trusted Barty, having given him what Voldemort could not. Stretching, Icklain made his way to the conference room and took a seat beside Grindelwald. All right, everyone. We are all gathered here. First, I extend my heartfelt welcome back to you all, and my sincere gratitude. Of course, you have all heard the recent news. Riddle has returned, and we cannot remain passive. I find his methods utterly distasteful, and I fervently wish for his downfall. It's as simple as that. Grindelwald, seated at the head of the table, continued, However, my years are indeed limited. Perhaps I am truly growing old. Hence, I have decided to pass my authority to my son, Icklain Grindelwald. Now who opposes this? Grindelwald scanned the young faces, surprisingly finding no dissent. Why is there no opposition, children? He inquired. Because I have witnessed Master Grindelwald's strength. One young voice declared. Because he was able to reclaim Barty. The meeting concluded. As everyone prepared to leave, Icklain addressed them. I hope that in the end, you choose to follow the master, not me. Here. I am like your brother. We are family, and I wish for you to regard me as one of your own. Thank you all for your hard work. For the greater good. Chapter 21, Undercover Operations. The morning should not be at 1 in the afternoon. Icklain lay on the couch, fast asleep, with a series of documents spread across the coffee table. The Death Eaters busied themselves, coming and going. Once Vanda had organized the Ministry of Magic's letters. She approached Icklain and gently urged, "Master, it's time to rise." Icklain groaned and turned over, only to be yanked up by Vanda by his ear. Reluctantly, he faced a pile of documents, forcing his eyes wide open as he set about addressing them, instructing some to prepare for undercover work at the ministry. Reports from France and Germany indicated all was well, confirming that Riddle was currently only active in Britain. Icklain commanded his subordinates to stabilize their foothold in the surrounding countries. The Death Eaters expressed no complaints and worked exceptionally diligently. As they stated, it was all for the greater good, for the master had returned. The first half of the month passed without incident. Good news arrived. Draco had agreed to provide funding, leading to a rapid production of the new communication devices, which were not released to the public but remained for internal use within the Death Eaters, now dubbed communicators. Their functions were limited to texting, calling, and taking photos, with a size of about 4 inches, 10 centimeters. Since everyone deemed it merely a tin box that eliminated the need for owls or Patronus messages, it received such a name. By the end of the month, Chongli returned with a letter. Icklain recognized the handwriting, Dumbledore. Slowly, he opened the letter and scanned it briefly. "Dear Il, I hope you can assist tonight. Grimmauld Place." Narrowing his eyes, Icklain destroyed the letter, greeted his subordinates, and then, alongside Chongli, disapparated to Grimmauld Place. Surrounded by a throng of muggles, Icklain was grateful for the disillusionment charm. He surveyed the area, noticing a group awaiting at the apartment entrance, including Lupin and Mad-Eye Moody. Icklain approached them, inquiring, "What is this?" Moody said nothing, merely handing him a note that read, "The Order of the Phoenix headquarters is located at 12, Grimmauld Place." Icklain immediately recognized the significance of the message. It was a secret of utmost value, and Dumbledore truly trusted him to divulge such information. Pushed along by Moody, Icklain entered the room. It could only be described as a house, filled with cobwebs, mice, and other unsightly nuisances. It was hardly fit for human habitation. Dumbledore calling him over couldn't possibly mean he wanted him to clean, could it? Upon entering the dining room, it was somewhat tidier. Sirius sat at the dining table, lost in thought, while Mrs. Weasley bustled about in the kitchen, clearing away cobwebs. Before Moody could finish speaking, several owls flew in, dropping letters onto the table. Sirius and the others began to read. "Has Harry gotten into trouble?" Lupin said, gripping a letter in hand. One of the men, adorned with golden earrings, exclaimed, "How could a Dementor appear on Muggle streets?" "Dumbledore wants us to send some people to retrieve Harry, but we must disperse those muggles," Moody stated. Icklain, standing nearby, gathered the gist of the situation, and after a moment's contemplation, produced the communicator and sent a message to Vanda. The connection was established. "Hello, Sister Vanda. For the muggles at number 4 on Privet Drive, have our people notify them that they VE1 150,000 and instruct them to go to Leicester Square to claim their prize." Icklain frowned at the cobwebs on the ceiling. "All right, thank you." The call ended. Moody watched Icklain's communicator with curiosity. "That tin box. Alastair, perhaps you should fulfill Dumbledore's task first," Icklain suggested, slipping the communicator back into his pocket. Moody said nothing further, leading the group out of the house, reminding Icklain to help with the cleaning before departing. Shit. Harry and the others returned to 12, Grimmauld Place. Upon entering, Harry gazed at the ceilinged corridor, frozen in place, clearly not the only one taken aback. Icklain was communicating as he brushed past Harry and the others. "Excuse me, coming through," I said, "rescind the trial. Is Fudge foolish, or does he think Riddle is an imbecile?" Icklain grumbled, frowning as he exited the house. "Hey, why is Grindelwald here?" Harry asked, puzzled as he glanced at Lupin. Before Lupin could respond, the door swung open, and Mrs. Weasley hurried toward Harry, enveloping him in a warm embrace. After releasing him, she scrutinized him closely. "You've lost weight, but we need to eat soon. Remus, you all go inside. Alastair, when will you manage to get Mundungus into Azkaban?" "Everyone in. He is already here." Harry wanted to follow inside, but was stopped by Icklain. "Potter, I've enough on my hands with you. You cannot go upstairs. The Weasleys and Granger are waiting for you." Harry watched Icklain enter and close the door, resigning himself to head upstairs as instructed. In the dining room, Dumbledore sat at the head of the table, calmly stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the events of last term, the Ministry has chosen to turn a blind eye, and some unfortunate sentiments have emerged." Icklain positioned himself beside Dumbledore, adding with a tone laced with sarcasm that the Ministry of Magic intended to intervene at Hogwarts. "He believed that you were contemplating rebellion." Dumbledore, with a serene smile, replied, "Perhaps, but we are powerless, at least for now. Concerning the matter at hand, Harry's trial could not be revoked, although we were confident of victory. It nonetheless indicated the Ministry's stance." Sirius muttered a curse under his breath, while Moody grumbled something, undoubtedly laden with unseemly language. In truth, this was confined to the British Ministry, In France and Germany, with merely a word from you, I could take action to achieve the desired outcome. Icklain shrugged, idly toying with the communication device in his hand. Molly, seated inside, finally caught sight of Icklain's face and interjected suddenly. Dumbledore, he is but a child. He is only 14, is he not? If memory serves, he saved Harry and Diggory's child last semester. He should not be privy to all of this. Molly's tone was rapid. Icklain merely gestured for silence at the door before leisurely responding. Well, Mrs. Weasley, I am already 90, but his words were swiftly silenced by Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore quickly interjected, in fact, he is my kin. Silence enveloped the room. No one spoke. It was remarkably quiet. Even the snores of the portraits in the corridor could be heard. A curse, unfit for ears, shattered the stillness. What the F? This exclamation did not come from Sirius or Moody, but from Icklain himself. Are you serious? Wait, I can hardly accept this. First you are a gentleman, and now you are his. Merlin. Icklain buried his head on the table, contemplating the complexities of life. Concealing the truth may invite further complications. Ilk, he mused. Isn't that so? Dumbledore offered comfort. Yet Icklain did not share this sentiment. Even after the meeting concluded and Dumbledore, Snape, and other members departed for their respective duties, he remained lost in contemplation. To be honest, I had envisioned a rather impressive self-introduction. Icklain thought to himself. It was only when he noticed the children entering through the door that he straightened up, intrigued by the sight of Sirius being ushered out by Mrs. Weasley. Sirius Black, if you dare to extend your filthy paws in here again, I shall have them chopped off. Mrs. Weasley chastised, brandishing a spatula at Sirius's nose. Harry sat uncertainly opposite Lupin, who appeared more fatigued than ever, sporting even more patches on his robe than last time. In contrast, Sirius donned a burgundy coat over a black shirt, and Harry suddenly perceived him as a true black, a nobleman. Meanwhile, Icklain wore a white shirt with 2 buttons undone. Exuding a casual air, a subtle silver chain gracing his neck, though its exact nature remained indistinct. He engaged in conversation with Bill and Charlie, and Harry caught snippets of their dialogue, something about international wizard negotiations. Harry found himself unable to comprehend when Hermione and Ron began discussing Dumbledore. He could no longer contain his anger. He felt enraged that Dumbledore had provided him with no news for an entire month. Furious that he had formed a group behind his back without inviting or informing him. He recognized his feelings were somewhat irrational, yet he could not control them. Icklain leaned back in his chair, observing the bustling activity of Remus and Molly in the kitchen, and hatched a plan to lend a hand. Thus, dinner was extraordinarily lavish. Unlike the usual English fare, this breakfast was distinctly Italian. There were platters of ham and cheese, pan-seared steaks, rich vegetable soup, and creamy corn chowder. When 3 jugs of butterbeer and 2 bottles of fire whiskey were finally served, the feast was deemed officially underway. Chapter 22. The Order of the Phoenix. Harry quietly sipped his butterbeer, casting furtive glances towards Sirius, disinterested in the discussion between Lupin and Mr. Weasley about the goblin incident. Icklain, observing the incessant stream of messages on his communication device, furrowed his brow further, his expression growing darker. After the meal concluded joyfully, Mrs. Weasley yawned and declared, I believe it is time for everyone to retire for the night. Sirius interjected, Wait, Molly, turning his attention to Harry. I am somewhat surprised. I thought your first action upon arriving here would be to inquire about Voldemort. In an instant, the once warm and sweet atmosphere at the dining table plummeted to a frigid chill, leaving one to wonder if a Dementor had arrived. Lupin set down his goblet, and Mrs. Weasley placed her empty plate aside, leaving only the sound of Icklain unwrapping a candy. Icklain popped the honey lollipop into his mouth, staring at the table, his own expression mirroring the wariness surrounding him. He certainly knew that Voldemort was no ordinary thug. I asked. Harry exclaimed angrily. I asked Ron and Hermione. But they said we were not approved to join the Order of the Phoenix. So, they are correct, Mrs. Weasley affirmed. You are still children. Her drowsiness vanished. When must we join the Order of the Phoenix to ask questions? Sirius retorted. Harry had been trapped in a muggle home for a month. He had a right to know what was happening. Wait, George interrupted. Why is Harry's question the only one that deserves an answer? Fred added, You're still children. You Haven T joined the Order. He mimicked Mrs. Weasley's voice, his tone high-pitched. Harry Eisen, T even of age. You are not permitted to know anything. Mrs. Weasley hissed angrily. Suddenly, Fred pointed at Icklain, shouting, What about Grindelwald? Silence fell over the dining table once more. After a moment, Lupin spoke. He can. He is a member of the Order. In other words, he is Dumbledore's kin. Icklain abruptly crunched the candy in his mouth, shuddering. He felt an odd discomfort at the utterance of those words. Apart from the members who had just attended the meeting, no one else reacted. All eyes turned uniformly to Icklain. He wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Please do not regard me with the eyes of someone enchanted by magical creatures. He finally couldn't restrain himself from saying. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Weasley turned to Sirius and said, "Regardless, Harry is still a child. He is not James." "I am well aware of that," Sirius replied. "But to me, it seems you are treating Harry as if he were him. I am not. Do not forget he is merely a child. Yet he has endured more than we have. Remember Dumbledore's words, Sirius." "I certainly know them," he retorted. "But he is not your son, is he? He is like a son to me. But I am his godfather. You have neglected him for 12 years. Sirius leaped up, and Mrs. Weasley glared at him, her grip on the plate tightening as if it might shatter. "Enough, Molly. Everyone present is concerned for Harry, are they not?" Lupin suddenly rose, solemnly interrupting. "Sirius, sit down." Icklain, bored, nibbled on his candy, doodling circles on the table. Harry suddenly asked, "You know Dumbledore's plans, do you not?" "Not every family has a harmonious relationship, Potter. I am not well acquainted with him," Icklain replied, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Mrs. Weasley fell silent for a moment, ultimately relenting. After ushering everyone else out, including Mundungus, she began tidying the table, casting glares at Sirius. "Where's Voldemort?" Harry anxiously inquired. "No one is aware of his injuries," Sirius responded patiently. "Why have I not received any news? Any tidings of magic for an entire month? Not even a newspaper?" Icklain interjected, "Because Fudge has suppressed the information." "Why?" "Because he is foolish. He believes Dumbledore is attempting to usurp his position as minister. He even goes so far as to think the Order of the Phoenix is a terrorist organization employed by Dumbledore against him." "How do you know? How can you be so certain?" "I have associates working within the Ministry of Magic. I not only know this for a fact, but I am also aware that Fudge has similarly sealed off information regarding the International Confederation of Wizards and the Wizengamot. Currently, apart from us and you, no one is privy to the truth. Are you related to Dumbledore?" "Indeed. What is your role?" "A terrorist organization. Do you believe that?" "Don't ask such foolish questions. I am a politician." "Politics?" "Yes. What exactly is your relationship to Dumbledore?" "I refuse to answer." "Then what is the purpose of the Order of the Phoenix?" Sirius interjected. "It conducts clandestine operations to thwart Voldemort's schemes. I wish to join." "No." This time it was not Mrs. Weasley speaking, but Lupin. "You are not of age, this time. It is final, Harry. You've asked enough questions. Go upstairs and sleep with Hermione." Lupin stood and ushered Harry out, firmly closing the door behind him. He then returned to his seat, breathing heavily, and began, "Now let us discuss some serious matters." Molly waved her wand, and apart from the goblets and the wine jug, all the plates flew into the kitchen for automatic cleaning. "Please, take a seat." Everyone gathered around the dining table, focusing their attention on Icklain. "All right. Little ones have gone to bed. Does anyone have queries? Or matters they cannot disclose?" Icklain interlocked his fingers and straightened his posture, exuding the presence of a politician as he had claimed. "The simplest and most direct question, what is your relationship with Dumbledore?" Lupin straightened, pulling his goblet closer. "Father and son." Lupin remained composed, having anticipated this, but the others were visibly taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. "Who is your mother?" "Ah." Icklain stirred his cup, hesitating. "I cannot disclose that. May I suggest another question?" Lupin relented. "Very well. How old are you this year?" "Dumbledore is of that age." "Which seems rather unrealistic." Sirius suddenly showed interest. "In any case, I am older than all of you. Can we not discuss me? What do you know about Voldemort?" "Oh." Finally a pertinent inquiry. "Well, that Riddle fellow has been operating in secrecy since I last dealt him a blow. He has reached out to a host of former associates, including a group who have been exonerated by the Ministry. Fudge is completely inept. He has chosen to turn a blind eye to the undercurrents stirring. Our grasp on the Ministry is merely a fraction, and we are powerless regarding Potter's trial. Fudge's stance is too inflexible." Icklain spread his hands. "This incident has turned the Ministry into utter chaos. I believe Riddle will not pass up such a prime opportunity. However, while Fudge remains oblivious, I remain vigilant." Icklain magically lifted the wine jug and poured honey water for the others. "Has the Malfoy family switched allegiances?" Lupin quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Death Eater activities. "In a manner, yes, but the issue lies elsewhere. The families Riddle has reclaimed are all purebloods. Tell me, do you think pureblood families would willingly follow a half-blood?" Lupin pondered this. "Of course not. They are wary of Riddle. They fear him, rather than pledge loyalty to him, which presents us with a significant opportunity, does it not?" Sirius contemplated, holding the pure silver teacup. "Perhaps you truly are Dumbledore's confidant?" "Family," Icklain politely interjected. The meeting concluded once more. Unable to bear the sight of spiders and other creepy crawlies in the bedroom, Icklain gladly chose to sleep in the kitchen, where at least there were no multi-legged creatures. A night devoid of multi-legged creatures. Chapter 23. Do you have any objections? On a bright day, sunlight streamed through the windows. casting slanted beams that illuminated the long-accumulated dust of the old house. The scent of sunlight mingled with the musty air, creating a tranquil atmosphere, until a piercing scream shattered the peace. Degenerate. Filthy mongrel. A disgrace to the family. Sirius rushed out of his room, hastily pulling the curtains shut. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by a cozy breakfast spread and the unmoving figure of Icklain. Sirius drew a chair and sat down, scrutinizing Icklain, who appeared to be a mere child, yet exuded a maturity that belied his age. But soon, Sirius dismissed this notion. After breakfast, they were all summoned by Mrs. Weasley to the living room to deal with the matter of the werewolves. Icklain busied himself clearing the table, while Remus had been pulled away to handle a special task concerning the recruitment of werewolves. Icklain's wolfbane potion proved to be immensely valuable, quickly fetching a sky-high price before it was ultimately reduced through the influence of the purist faction. The doorbell rang. The portrait of Mrs. Black shrieked once more. Sirius was nowhere to be found, leaving Icklain to draw the curtain and answer the door. Professor Snape. Snape paused momentarily before slowly responding. Mr. Dumbledore? Should I address you as such? Without hesitation, Icklain ushered Snape inside, shivering slightly as he quickly said, Don't be foolish. Come in, come in. Once inside, Icklain noted the tense standoff between Snape and Sirius across the room. He shook his head in exasperation, preparing to take a moment of respite when, unexpectedly, the doorbell rang again. Another round of screaming ensued. Filthy, defiling my ancestral home. Get out. Icklain's anger peaked as he yanked the curtains shut and swung the door open. Upon recognizing the visitor, his fury dissipated. Professor McGonagall. Icklain's tone softened as he guided her into the hallway. You're his child? That man S. McGonagall inquired calmly. Indeed. Dumbledore has certainly informed you. This makes you the first member of the Order to learn of my true identity. It is truly astonishing, that kind of magic. McGonagall's words were interrupted by the doorbell. Icklain rushed to the door, indifferent to who the visitor might be. He was ready to unleash his frustration on anyone, even if it were someone from Austria. The door swung open. Icklain froze, accepting the documents offered by the person before him, feeling both aggrieved and petulant as he said, Sister Wenda, not feeling well. Indeed. Wenda expressed her sympathy just as her communicator buzzed, and after a brief exchange, she turned and left. Icklain thought to himself, so, this time he had learned his lesson. He magically pulled the curtain shut and left the door ajar. Upon hearing the sound of apparition, he abruptly flung the door open. This caught Dumbledore, who stood at the threshold, off guard, causing him to retract his outstretched hand awkwardly. Dumbledore, please remind your associates not to ring the doorbell. Icklain seized Dumbledore's purple robe, dragging him inside and forcefully shutting the door. Dirty half-blood, how dare you defile? Silence. The curtains were magically drawn shut with a fierce force. Dumbledore found himself pushed into the conference room, which also served as the dining hall, by Icklain, who sat down with arms crossed, showing no intention of speaking. Dumbledore, perplexed and aggrieved, inquired, What is the meaning of this? Candy. Pardon, I did not quite catch that. My candy. You are all villains. You've confiscated all my candy, not just you, including that one. I consumed less candy over the summer than I stepped outside. Do you remember? Last semester, you conspired with that one to bully me. Quite amusing, was it? You used this as an excuse to take all my candy. Icklain was nearly seething with rage. Sirius gazed at Icklain in shock, retracting his earlier statement about maturity. Now, a singular thought occupied his mind. Absolutely do not touch Icklain's candy. On the day of the trial, Icklain's breakfast was rather simple, consisting merely of a sandwich and hot milk. By the time Harry arrived in the kitchen, Icklain had already departed. After bidding farewell to Remus and the others, he set off for the Ministry of Magic with Mr. Weasley. Upon arriving at the ministry, Harry navigated through layers of security and entered the interrogation room, while Mr. Weasley remained outside, watching him. A cold voice pierced the air. You are late. I'm sorry, Harry stammered nervously. I didn't know the time had changed. We sent you an owl. Please, have a seat. Harry trudged toward the dreadful chair, his mind playing tricks on him as he imagined seeing Icklain sitting at the far end. This was impossible, he thought. A wave of nausea washed over him as all eyes fixated on his scar, which began to burn, a painful reminder of his past. Let us begin, boomed Fudge, his voice resonating with authority. The case of Harry James Potter, residing at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, for violating the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. The interrogators included Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary. The court recorder was Percy Ignatius Weasley. Icklain, representing the investment consultant, sat in the corner, observing the farcical proceedings with an air of amusement, while those beside him wore mocking expressions. though none paid him heed until they noticed Dumbledore entering from the opposite side of the interrogation room, at which point they sobered. Witness for the defense, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore spoke calmly. Harry turned around in excitement, twisting his neck in the process. Fudge's voice trembled, appearing flustered and astonished. Taken aback by Dumbledore's punctuality. It seems you received our letter, Dumbledore. To be honest, I did not, Dumbledore replied cheerfully. However, I made a fortunate mistake by arriving at the Ministry 3 hours early, so everything is proceeding smoothly. Very well, we shall procure another chair for you. No need. No need, Dumbledore said graciously, summoning his wand to conjure a soft, upholstered armchair. Icklain struggled to suppress laughter, especially when locking eyes with several purists in the interrogation room, who were wiping tears of mirth from their eyes. Harry felt an immediate sense of relief, warmly looking toward Dumbledore, his gaze drifting to Icklain beside him. He had not mistaken it. Icklain, noticing Harry's glance, smiled and tilted his head in acknowledgement. He boredly leaned back in his chair, pondering why Azkaban did not offer the same treatment. Observing the back and forth between Fudge and Harry, he found it amusing. Fudge appeared utterly foolish, failing to grant Harry an opportunity for explanation. You know very well that you are not yet 17, and using magic outside of school is prohibited? Yes, but... The Patronus, Dementa witness. Icklain regretted coming here today as he watched the stout woman seated beside Fudge, whispering to the person next to him. Isn't that Fudge's? I don't know, came the steady reply, though the gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore. Yet Dumbledore remained oblivious, his formidable magic cloaking him from notice. Only when Fudge had no grounds left to refute did he exclaim in exasperation, You have no standing here. Dumbledore, you are no longer a member of the Wisengamot. As the papers say, you are old. Mad. The interrogation room fell silent. Who would have thought the British Ministry of Magic could sink so low? Remarked the person beside Icklain, clearing his throat derisively. All eyes turned toward Icklain, and upon recognizing the individual beside him, a commotion ensued. The Dementors flew toward Icklain. Fudge shouted, Grindelwald. Grindelwald has escaped. Guards, I dare anyone. Icklain pulled out his wand and cast a Patronus to repel the Dementors, speaking sternly, Mr. Grindelwald, please. Fudge, glancing between Icklain and Grindelwald, hesitated. Fudge was wary of Icklain. After all, the Malfoy family's annual investment paled in comparison to what this young heir provided in a single day. The Ministry could not afford to lose such a lucrative asset. Icklain raised an eyebrow at Fudge, tauntingly inquiring, What? Do you have an objection? And no, Fudge stammered, yielding. Icklain, seeing Fudge relent, smiled at Grindelwald, stating, Sir, please continue. I find the Ministry's conduct rather disappointing. I hope you all will retract this young man's trial and restore all of Dumbledore's rights. Do not make me take action. Grindelwald's black coat lent him an air of coldness. Faced with the two formidable figures, Fudge reluctantly dismissed the trial. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, his blue eyes no longer piercing but filled with tears. Yet, after a brief moment, he turned and left without a backward glance. Icklain, suppressing laughter, approached Harry, who was gazing at Dumbledore. Let us go, Potter. Icklain tugged Harry's sleeve, leading him out of the interrogation room. All right, Harry replied, walking ahead, with Icklain and Grindelwald following. Mr. Weasley had been waiting outside for a while and hurried over to inquire. How did it go? Cleared, Harry stated. All charges were dismissed. Mr. Weasley beamed, excitedly putting his arm around Harry's shoulders. Wonderful. The door to the interrogation room swung open again, and members of the Wisengamot filed out. A few wizards acknowledged Harry, but most chose to ignore him. Icklain nodded to Mr. Weasley and led Grindelwald to the 5th floor. Sir, welcome to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Icklain playfully remarked as he opened the door. You caused quite a stir at the Ministry. How can you still remain here and protect me, a fugitive? Grindelwald scoffed. Sir, over these past 2 years, I have come to realize one profound truth. Nothing is insurmountable by money. If there is, then simply employ more of it. Icklain pushed open the door to his private office. The fireplace stood there, marking this space as the most secure office within the entire Ministry of Magic. Grindelwald stepped into the fireplace, engulfed by a wave of green flames. Knock, 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 came the sound of a knock on the door. Icklain, reclining in his chair, called out. Come in. The door swung open, and Mr. Weasley accompanied by Harry entered. Harry stood awkwardly at the threshold, while Mr. Weasley greeted Icklain with a cheerful, Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Icklain straightened in his chair and shivered slightly, replying, Good day, Arthur. Please, refrain from calling me that. You may continue to refer to me as Grinlido. Or even by my teaching name, I wouldn't mind. I am still registered as Icklain Grinlido at the department. Well, I'm merely here to report to you. Harry is now in your care, Mr. Weasley stated as he rose, placing a stack of letters on the desk before exiting the room. What would you like to drink? Potter? Icklain inquired, perusing the letters in his hand, marking them before magically sending the notes out through the window. I'll pass, Harry replied. The fireplace is right there. Will you return home on your own? Oh, that's fine, Harry said, moving towards the fireplace, grabbing a handful of flue powder. Thank you for today. And please extend my gratitude to that gentleman. I will, Icklain assured him. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The green flames erupted, enveloping Harry. Chapter 24, The Assistant to the Board of Governors. Once again, it was a night devoid of a full moon, a truly splendid evening. For the students, it was still the early days of the new term. Mad-Eye Moody was rarely home for dinner. But this occasion was marked by Harry's successful trial and the anticipation of the new school year. Mrs. Weasley, Lupin, and Icklain busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous dinner. As Icklain brought in the final dish of meat pies, the feast officially commenced. Let us raise a toast to Harry for his successful trial. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, lifting her goblet, her smile radiant. Everyone echoed, cheers to Harry. Icklain raised a mug of mead in salute to Harry, tilting his head back to drain it in one go. Laughter and merriment filled the air as they enjoyed their meal. Harry was in high spirits, engaging in jovial banter with Sirius. Lupin, however, intervened when Moody attempted to disassemble his buzzing goblet for inspection, replacing it with another cup while casting a bemused glance at Icklain. Icklain chuckled from the sidelines, lifting his cup for another sip, only to be halted by Lupin. You are of age now? Lupin questioned, seizing the cup. Guess, Icklain replied playfully. To me, you still seem like a child. Lupin poured him a fresh glass of butterbeer, handing it over. Children should not be drinking alcohol. Icklain shot a wistful glance at Lupin, then at the goblet, and after a moment of resignation, lifted the butterbeer. A sudden hoot from an owl interrupted them. Everyone looked up to see the owl drop off a letter before snatching a piece of pumpkin bread and flying away. It's the book list. The adults eagerly watched as Harry and the others picked up the letters, tearing them open. Icklain, holding his own letter, stroked the feather from a long-ago departure and handed a chicken leg to him before unsealing the envelope. As he tilted his head to read the letter, his smile gradually faded and his expression darkened. Dear Il, the term is fast approaching. I am both delighted and eager to welcome my little assistant. A formal assistant. Without a book list, and due to limited funding at the school, you will be residing with your father. Enclosed is a brief introduction to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Sweet dreams AD. Senior Undersecretary of the Ministry, Dolores Jane Umbridge. Icklain was left bewildered, a bemused expression crossing his face as he incinerated the letter with magic. Noticing Icklain's altered demeanor, Lupin inquired, What's the matter? Nothing, Icklain replied, exasperated. Oh, Ron. You're the prefect? With Hermione. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at the badge in Ron's hand. Ron and Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. The dining table erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Kingsley seized the moment to pose a question to Lupin. Why didn't Dumbledore select Harry as the prefect? He must have his reasons, Lupin began, only to be interrupted by Icklain. Because of the ministry. Lupin and those seated beside Icklain turned to him. The ministry intends to interfere with Hogwarts. This year's professors are from the ministry, and you're all aware of Potter's statements. He wouldn't want Harry to attract undue attention, Icklain shrugged, whispering. The following afternoon, Icklain returned, weary and clutching a purse of coins. He intended to ask Molly if there was anything she needed purchased, but after searching in vain, he decided to inquire with Lupin. Both men were in the kitchen when they heard Harry's startled exclamation. Rushing in, Icklain and Lupin beheld two versions of Harry, one lying on the ground and the other standing unharmed, and immediately understood the situation. Lupin quickly gathered Molly close, while Icklain drew his wand, confronting the boggart that had transformed into a fallen Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Swiftly dispatching the boggart, he rushed over to offer comfort. It's all right. That was merely a boggart, Lupin soothed Molly, his tone gentle. Remus, I saw so many people die. Harry, Ron, Fred, George, Icklain, Molly sobbed, her words tumbling out in distress. Lupin could only repeatedly offer soft reassurances. Harry stared at the spot where the boggart had vanished, lost in thought. He was beginning to doubt his own eyes. He had seen Dumbledore and the fugitive from the trial lying dead, and this had been Icklain's boggart? Icklain crouched down beside her, offering solace. He had turned 179, easily conversing with the distraught Molly. She glanced at Icklain and Lupin, memories of the earlier scene flooding back. Tears streaming down her face as she murmured, I saw you covered in blood. It's all right, Molly, Icklain reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. We want to die? We want to just survive this battle. We will triumph. We must witness Harry and Ron's offspring grow up in peace. Mustn't we? Do not fret. We are all here. Lupin added, crouching beside her. Let us get you back on your feet. Today, I'll be cooking with Icklain. You can have a good chat with Ron and Hermione about being prefects. Lupin helped Molly to her feet, guiding her from the room. Molly cast a final, concerned glance at Lupin, then at Icklain and Harry. Icklain offered a comforting smile, watching as Molly and Lupin departed, before turning back to inspect the drawer. With a flick of his wand, he cleared the clutter of dead fluff from within. Turning to Harry, who was staring at him, Icklain asked impatiently, "What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be tidying up? How can you remain so calm after Mrs. Weasley left? And what about your boggart?" "I reserve the right to decline answering," Icklain replied, handing Harry the purse. "This is for the Weasleys and Granger, to celebrate their becoming prefects. Of course, you're included. 100 each." After dinner, Harry and the others retired to their beds early. In the kitchen, Icklain was washing dishes while Lupin sat at the table, studying the Ministry's economic trends. Sirius was grooming Crookshanks, and Mrs. Weasley awaited Arthur's return, keeping vigil over the remnants of the meal. The door swung open, and Mr. Weasley entered the kitchen with a furrowed brow, his usually calm demeanor giving way to a torrent of expletives. "The Ministry of Magic is utterly beyond redemption. Arthur, lower your voice. The children are asleep," Mrs. Weasley interjected hastily. "Oh, my apologies," Arthur replied, taking a seat. Remus Lupin, having carefully closed the door, inquired about the commotion. "The Ministry, they dare to meddle with Hogwarts. They've sent a high-ranking undersecretary to serve as a professor. Furthermore, they intend to undermine Dumbledore," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, taking a sip of water in his indignation. "Beyond redemption?" Remus observed Icklain, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, and suddenly had an idea. With a flick of his wand, the dishes began to clean themselves, and he asked, "What about you?" "I can't be of much help, Remus. Their objective is Dumbledore, and I am powerless to intervene," Icklain replied, drying his hands. "But I must admit, Fudge has certainly alleviated a great deal of trouble for Riddle. If he could, he would surely want to recruit Fudge." Remus, feeling defeated, casually gathered the blueprints from the table. "I shall return to Hogwarts shortly, as that old coot Dumbledore wishes for me to continue as his assistant. Thus, I shall miss breakfast tomorrow," Icklain remarked nonchalantly. "Well, Dumbledore has his reasons. The appointment of a ministry undersecretary as a professor is indeed somewhat dubious," Remus pondered. "Then I wish you a delightful term, assistant professor," Sirius said, gently placing the slumbering Crookshanks back in his little nest. Icklain shot him a disapproving glance, as Longbottom fluttered out of his nest and settled on Icklain's shoulder. Mrs. Weasley rose, embracing him reluctantly. With a smile, Icklain bid farewell to everyone and, accompanied by Longbottom, exited number 12, Grimmauld Place. He then disapparated away. In England, at Hogwarts, Icklain made his way to the door of the headmaster's office with familiar ease, then began to guess the password. Fizzing Whizbee? Toffee finger biscuits? Lemon drops? After several incorrect guesses, he had no choice but to pull out a small note detailing everyone's preferences for meal preparation. He compared it line by line: licorice wands, roach clusters, chocolate frogs, butterbeer pudding, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, exploding bonbons, jelly slugs, feather quills, ice mice, jackfruit. It can't be Honeydukes fudge? Just as Longbottom was about to snatch the note, the door finally swung open. Cursing Dumbledore 1,000 times in his mind, Icklain pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dumbledore, clad in purple star-patterned pajamas, stood before Fawkes, looking kindly at Icklain. He would never divulge that he had been listening at the door, hearing Icklain attempt the password one by one. "Ah, the taste remains unchanged, my dear father." Icklain collapsed onto the sofa. "Thank you for the compliment, Illinois," Dumbledore replied. "I shall be sleeping here tonight, so please do not disturb me. I shall awaken before tomorrow's feast." Icklain leaned against the soft leather armrest of the sofa. Dumbledore swallowed his words. He had hoped to share the night with Icklain. Suddenly, Icklain bolted upright, retrieving a key from the infinite extension pocket of his robes, and handed it to Dumbledore. "This, funding, the Board of Governors, understood?" Dumbledore accepted the key, nodding mechanically, and placed it in the drawer of his desk. When he turned back to Icklain, he found him already sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. Chapter 25, Regulations. On the eve of the new term, upon awakening, Icklain gazed at the wide-open window, stretching as he approached, inhaling the earthy scent mingled with the refreshing evening breeze. After securing the window, Icklain donned his black high-collared robe, straightened his shirt, and, deeming it essential to adhere to decorum, folded down his collar. Entering through the back door of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall was conducting the sorting ceremony. The Sorting Hat song ignited a lively discussion among the young witches and wizards, leaving no one to notice Icklain stealthily slipping into the staff table. After dinner, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. "Once again, welcome. I extend my greetings to the new students joining us at Hogwarts, as well as a warm welcome back to our returning students. Now, I ask for your attention as I, this old man, recite some of the usual reminders. The Forbidden Forest remains off-limits to all, especially the new students. And some of the older students ought to heed this warning as well. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Harry and his friends. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind you, for the 426th time, not to perform your whimsical antics in the corridors. The specific guidelines are posted on the door of Mr. Filch's office, a rather lengthy list. This year, there are some minor changes to the teaching staff. First, I am pleased to announce that Icklain Greenlee, whom you all got to know last term, will continue in his role as our assistant professor. The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause as Icklain rose to acknowledge the crowd with a nod. We are also delighted to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will resume her position as the Professor for Care of Magical Creatures. Additionally, let us warmly welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Umbridge. Polite, albeit lukewarm, applause followed. Icklain cast a glance at Umbridge, seated to the left of the head table, and could not help but frown at the garish pink woolen sweater that was quite the eyesore. Dumbledore clapped symbolically before continuing the selection for the Quidditch teams. He halted mid-sentence, turning to Umbridge, who cleared her throat with an exaggerated cough. It was then that everyone noticed she had risen to her feet. Dumbledore's momentary surprise quickly gave way to keen interest as he settled back into his seat, eager to hear what she had to say. However, the other professors did not maintain their composure. Dissatisfaction was written all over their faces. Harry had never seen Professor McGonagall wear such an expression, and he too felt a sense of displeasure. No new professor had ever dared to so rudely interrupt Dumbledore's speech. Icklain narrowed his eyes, looking disdainfully at the faux-smiling Umbridge. "Thank you, Headmaster. Thank you for your warm welcome," she said in a high-pitched, shrill voice, reminiscent of a little girl. She cleared her throat before continuing. "I must say, it is absolutely wonderful to be back at Hogwarts. I eagerly look forward to getting to know everyone, and I believe we can become very good friends." The young witches and wizards exchanged glances, a mischievous smile creeping onto their faces. Icklain too chuckled softly, though he was quickly admonished by a sharp glare from Professor McGonagall, prompting him to suppress his amusement. Umbridge cleared her throat once more, adopting a serious demeanor, resembling a mere echo of her superiors, or perhaps a female version of Fudge. "Ahem," Icklain interjected, tapping his knuckles on the table. The crisp sound interrupted Umbridge's speech, redirecting the attention of the young witches and wizards, as well as the professors, towards him. Remaining seated, Icklain politely addressed Umbridge. "It must be rather unpleasant to have your speech interrupted, Professor Umbridge. Perhaps, being new here, you are unaware of certain protocols, such as the fact that during our dear headmaster's speech, interruptions are not permitted. If one must interject, it ought to be done with the courtesy of a signal. These are the regulations of Hogwarts. If you would be so kind, please take your seat and listen attentively until our headmaster concludes his rather tedious discourse, after which you may add your remarks." "Thank you," he smiled, leaving her with no choice, watching as her already pink face flushed a deeper shade. Dumbledore could not help but chuckle, while the other professors suppressed their laughter, except for Professor Flitwick, whose eyes crinkled with amusement. The young witches and wizards, meanwhile, wore beaming smiles, some unabashedly laughing out loud. Dumbledore rose to his feet and continued, "Please, let us have a moment of silence. After a few minor interruptions, let us return to the matter at hand. The selection for the Quidditch teams will take place next Tuesday. Everyone is encouraged to approach their respective house heads to sign up. Additionally, in light of the cancellation of the House Cup last semester due to the Triwizard Tournament, we have decided to reduce the assignments for the first 3 weeks by half." A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience. "Long live Professor Dumbledore." Huzzah! Dumbledore's speech came to an end, and he indicated that it was time for the professors to add their own remarks. A mischievous glint danced in his eyes. Just as Umbridge began to rise, Professor McGonagall swiftly interjected, compelling her to begrudgingly take her seat again. Even the typically stern McGonagall's tone lifted. "Attention, first-year Gryffindors, as well as those in 3rd year and below, you are not permitted to enter Hogsmeade. I trust the prefects will ensure compliance." The professors began to engage in trivial conversations, and 10 minutes later, Dumbledore stood once more. "Well then, since you have all endured enough of our tedious talks, it is time to retire to your beds. Sweet dreams. Except for those who have consumed the dreamless sleep potion, of course." The little wizards hastily exited the Great Hall, students and professors alike forming an unspoken agreement to deny Umbridge the opportunity to speak. Umbridge glared at Dumbledore in frustration, but before he could utter a word, he was whisked away by Icklain. "Damn the ministry," Icklain exclaimed, reclining on the sofa in the headmaster's office. "And you don't want to ask me why I brought him out?" Dumbledore merely retrieved a picture frame from his drawer and handed it to Icklain before retreating to his bedroom. Icklain gazed thoughtfully at the frame in his hands, where 2 young men exuded vibrant vitality, each radiating the innate talent that belonged to them. Among them, Grindelwald sported a blood pact around his neck. Icklain felt a pang of nostalgia, tucking the frame into the pocket of his robe enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Lost in contemplation, he spent a sleepless night. Chapter 26, Icklain and the Toad. Approaching noon, Icklain jolted upright, glancing at the wall clock. Perfect, he had splendidly missed potions class. Snape would surely have his head for this. He donned a hoodie at a snail's pace and roused Chongli, who had been sleeping beside Fox. Together, they ambled toward the kitchen. Since they were already late, they might as well grab a bite. After a hasty meal, they ventured out of the kitchen toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Heaven only knew what that deputy minister from the ministry would do. If she created chaos at Hogwarts, he would insist on her dismissal. Standing at the classroom door, he overheard a heated argument within. Icklain leisurely unwrapped a piece of candy, popping it into his mouth before pushing the door open. "Detention, Mr. Potter," Umbridge proclaimed triumphantly in a voice reminiscent of a young girl, her words faltering upon seeing Icklain, who she regarded with evident disdain. "I sincerely apologize, classmates, for my tardiness. It appears I have missed some rather entertaining events," Icklain said with a smile as he knocked on the door. "Ah, Mr. Granger, your timing is impeccable. The students of Hogwarts have been rambling nonsense, and I have punished them with detention." Umbridge raised her eyebrows, her expression dripping with scorn as she recalled the events of the previous night. "Is that so?" Icklain replied, elongating his tone in anticipation. "No, it is not. She refuses to acknowledge that Voldemort has returned," Harry interjected anxiously. "Granger, you saw him, did you not?" "How rude," Umbridge retorted, her voice still carrying that nauseatingly sweet tone. "Indeed, facts are facts. Since Professor Umbridge is unwilling to believe, we need not force the issue. Perhaps it was your impoliteness that offended Professor Umbridge, prompting her to assign you detention, Mr. Potter," Icklain offered, attempting to give Umbridge an out. Regrettably, she did not take it, and instead leaped down from the top of the stairs. "No, Mr. Granger, I am punishing him for his nonsensical ramblings. He is spreading rumors," she boasted, oblivious to Icklain's growing irritation. "Very well then, Mr. Potter," Icklain winked at Harry before adding, "go and complete the task assigned to you by Professor Umbridge." Harry reluctantly left his seat. "That's right, dear." She handed Harry a scroll of parchment. "Take this to Professor McGonagall." Watching Harry depart, Icklain turned to ask, "How was this lesson?" "Quite good," Umbridge replied. "No, I meant my dear class representative, who is also recognized by all the professors as such, Miss Granger," Icklain clarified mercilessly. Hermione did not raise her hand as Umbridge had demanded. Instead, she spoke directly. "I think there are some issues." "Miss Granger," Umbridge interrupted sternly. "Raise your hand to answer." "No, it's perfectly fine. Miss Granger, please continue." Icklain approached the podium, inexplicably pulling a chair from somewhere and sitting in the middle of the classroom. "Oh well," Umbridge professed, "it seems we won't be attacked in class and therefore have not been taught the necessary defense against the dark arts." Hermione stated succinctly. "Is that so? Then what other thoughts and opinions do you have, Miss Granger?" Icklain inquired with a smile. "Oh, I believe the overall goal of defense against the dark arts should be to practice defensive spells. However, you are not a ministry-trained educational expert, and thus cannot oppose the ministry's pedagogical views," Umbridge interjected with her sickly sweet voice. "Then, Professor Umbridge, what does the ministry believe?" "Theoretical knowledge is far more effective in helping you pass exams. That is the purpose of school, not to engage in duels with a dark wizard. But indeed, a wizard capable of threatening our safety has returned, has he not? What are we to do if we lack the ability to defend ourselves? Shall we just wait to die?" Icklain replied politely. "First of all, he has not returned. Secondly, the ministry will ensure your safety. And you can't? Of course. I am the senior undersecretary of the ministry. Very well then. Duel me to prove that the ministry is capable of protecting us, shall we? If you refuse or lose, it will demonstrate the ministry's inadequacy," Icklain said innocently, blinking his blue eyes. Umbridge laughed disdainfully. "Of course, that is no problem. However, if you lose, it will prove that Hogwarts has serious issues and is spreading rumors." "No problem at all. Where shall we duel? I recall a professor hosted a dueling club back in 1992. Shall we go there?" "The Great Hall," Icklain suggested, rising. Suddenly, a chair transformed into a hawk, screeching at Umbridge, who stumbled backward in fright, drawing her wand and pointing it at Chongli. "Do not act like that, Professor. He is merely my pet. Surely the ministry does not fear even a messenger hawk," Icklain teased, mocking the ministry. Unfortunately, Umbridge did not catch on, leading the little wizard ahead toward the Great Hall. Icklain followed expressionlessly, with Hermione and Ron slowing their pace to walk beside him. Hermione cast a worried glance in his direction, while Ron unabashedly remarked, "Yes, just a pink toad. Does she really think she looks beautiful? Very well, Mr. Weasley, lower your voice. I trust that Miss Granger comprehends the ministry's intentions. Perhaps you should allow her to elucidate it for you." A few individuals entered the Great Hall. Unbeknownst to anyone, word had spread, and a throng of curious young witches and wizards had gathered to witness the spectacle. Umbridge disdainfully transfigured a long table into a dueling platform, albeit with limited success. As remnants of the Hogwarts table's ornate edges still clung to the steps, clearly irritated, she waved her rather short wand, erasing the errant designs with a flick. Unlike the visibly tense and contemptuous Umbridge, Icklain appeared relaxed, even taking a moment to offer a treat to his pet, Longley. As he leisurely ascended the dueling platform, he declared, "We require a fair judge, so let us invite." He glanced at the crowd below and noticed Draco in the corner, extending a courteous smile in his direction. Draco Malfoy, perhaps? Draco approached without complaint, inciting murmurs from the onlookers. All right, quiet down now." Icklain raised his hand to quell the chatter. Nodding at Draco, he turned to Umbridge and said, "How about this? I shall forego my wand. If you manage to injure me, I'll concede defeat. What do you say?" With a casual flick, he transformed Longley into an exquisitely carved chair adorned with a phoenix motif, settling onto it with evident comfort. Umbridge, visibly perturbed, gripped her wand tightly, plotting malicious curses in her mind. Maintaining decorum, Icklain nodded in her direction, though he received no acknowledgement in return. Unfazed, he merely smiled. Stupefy. The spell knocked him to the ground. Expelliarmus. Disarming charm. Batbogey hexes. The Batbogey hex. Defendo. Severing charm. Densajo. Toothgrowth spell. Conjunctivitis curse. The conjunctivitis curse. Colloportus. The locking charm. Umbridge unleashed a flurry of spells, yet Icklain effortlessly countered each one. The fervor of the duel captured the attention of the professors, prompting Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore to rush to the scene. After assessing the situation, they chose to observe the duel rather than intervene. Even Professor Flitwick joined in, quietly cheering along with the students. It was not until Umbridge, in a fit of rage, cast a particularly sinister spell that silence fell over the hall. Crucio. The Cruciatus curse. Stop. Draco interjected urgently. Yet Umbridge dismissed the words of a mere student, continuing to unleash her curses. Red and green lights flashed in a chaotic display, but failed to harm Icklain in the slightest. Upon his return, Harry watched the scene unfold with a serious expression, wondering if all Dumbledore's kin possessed such prowess. It was only when Dumbledore symbolically stood to intervene that Umbridge finally ceased her onslaught, glaring furiously at the seemingly innocent Icklain. Is this the extent of the Ministry's power? And you seek to discuss protecting us? You cannot even safeguard yourselves, Icklain taunted. Icklain, enough, Professor McGonagall admonished, pulling him off the platform and exchanging a knowing glance with Dumbledore. Dumbledore promptly escorted Umbridge back to the headmaster's office. After all, she is from the Ministry. Perhaps you should temper your behavior, young Mr. Grindelwald, Professor McGonagall whispered as she guided Icklain to a corner. Yes, I understand, Professor McGonagall. Icklain replied with a cheeky wink. He was hardly concerned with the Ministry's authority, a sentiment that Professor McGonagall was well aware of. Given that the former was capable of raising France with a mere flick of his wrist, hardly inclined to regard a minor British ministry with any seriousness. With an air of exasperation, Professor McGonagall shooed the curious students back to their classes and subsequently restored the dueling platform to its original, ornate state. Ultimately, the matter concluded with Icklain and Harry receiving detention together in Umbridge's office, fulfilling the duel's purpose, and Icklain departed the headmaster's office with a self-satisfied grin. Emerging, he wore a sly smile. Yet, how could Dumbledore be oblivious to his intentions? It was a predicament. All he could do was indulge him. If Icklain truly desired something, none could thwart him. Chapter 27, Detention. The following morning, Icklain once again awoke late, missing his charms class. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of Dumbledore, who seemed unusually busy in recent days. Failing to locate him, Icklain made his way to Hagrid's hut in preparation for Care of Magical Creatures class. Harry noticed the approach of Icklain and his bird from a distance and alerted Hermione and Ron. Hey, Grindelwald. Harry greeted cheerfully, unaware that Icklain was to share detention with him. Hello, Mr. Potter, Icklain replied, noticing a cluster of bowtruckles perched on the table, frowning as unpleasant memories resurfaced. What's wrong? Harry inquired softly, observing Icklain's furrowed brow. Nothing. I just detest magical creatures, Icklain muttered cryptically. The lesson progressed smoothly, except for Icklain, who observed that Longley had taken a particular liking to one of the bowtruckles. After class, he consulted Professor Grappland, and upon receiving permission, he took the bowtruckle back to the castle. On the way, Icklain frowned at the creature nestled in his shirt pocket, shivering slightly before warning Longley. You won't eat it, will you? Longley, perched on Icklain's shoulder, tilted his head in confusion. You might as well eat it. Why not give it to Scamander? I hear he has a grandson, Icklain muttered under his breath. The bowtruckle in his pocket shrank back slightly. In the Great Hall, Icklain once more blended into the Gryffindor table, casually grabbing a pie and informing Harry, I'll be joining you for detention shortly. Huh, what do you mean? Icklain shot an annoyed glance at the bowtruckle perched on the table. The bowtruckle cautiously made its way, shyly hiding behind a peanut. Icklain raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Since you seem so well matched, I shall name you Peanut." Ron stared in astonishment at Icklain's casual naming, glancing towards the Ollery. He suddenly felt that Pig's name was quite sufficient. At 5 minutes to 5, Icklain tucked Peanut into his shirt pocket, released Longley, and proceeded with Harry to Umbridge's office. Upon opening the door, both boys were taken aback, mouths agape at the sight before them, a plethora of gaudy pink decor. Peanut in his pocket felt relieved, realizing that had he arrived earlier, he might have been dubbed Pink Toad. Everything was draped in pink lace, and beneath vases filled with dried flowers lay pink cushions, as if designed for a young girl. The walls were adorned with decorative plates, each featuring a cat wearing a different bow, which was utterly nauseating. "Good evening, Mr. Potter and Mr. Grindelwald," Umbridge greeted them. The two turned to notice her figure, clad in a glaringly bright floral robe that blended seamlessly with her tablecloth, rendering her nearly indistinguishable. "Good evening, Professor Umbridge," Harry greeted awkwardly, while Icklain, usually polite, did not smile as he typically would. Instead, he awaited with a stoic expression for her to reveal what absurdity she would impose upon them for detention. "Very well, gentlemen. Please take a seat." She pointed to the lace-trimmed table, where 2 chairs had already been arranged, adorned with pink cushions. Harry approached and took a seat, while Iclair remained still, gazing towards a corner and inquiring about the whereabouts of the original trunk. "I disposed of it," Umbridge replied unapologetically. "Oh, really? Did no one inform you that it belonged to the teaching assistant?" Iclair resumed his previous smile. "I do not recognize a student assistant, Mr. Grindelwald. Please take a seat. We still have detentions to conduct," she said in that sickly sweet tone. It was enough to make even Iclair, who typically relished sweets, feel somewhat nauseated. After all, he was someone who could tolerate even a pile of cockroaches. Harry inquired if he could avoid detention on Friday, promising to come at another time, but Umbridge denied him. She handed Iclair 2 black quills and pointed to the white paper on the table, saying, "Come now, Mr. Potter. I want you to write 'I must not tell lies.'" Harry slowly nodded, taking the quill and glancing at the table, noticing the absence of an ink bottle. "Professor, you Haven Tea provided me with any ink. Yuan Tea needed. How many times must I write it? Until it is firmly etched in your mind." She turned her gaze to Grindelwald, exposing a smile she believed to be charming. "Mr. Grindelwald, I need you to write 'I must not consort with criminals.'" Iclair raised one eyebrow and, with his left hand, slowly penned the words on the paper. After completing the task, he looked at the inscription on his left hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Harry, gritting his teeth against the pain, continued to write repeatedly, for reasons unknown to him. He felt the scar on his forehead beginning to throb as well. "Stop writing," Iclair said softly. Before Harry could respond, Iclair interjected, "Professor, I don't understand what you mean by not consorting with criminals." "You don't understand? You released Grindelwald, did you not? He is a criminal. A truly malevolent and terrifying one," Umbridge said, squinting, completely oblivious to the gravity of her words. "But he is my father. Is it wrong for me to be with my father?" Iclair retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What?" Umbridge asked uncertainly. "I said, he is my father, or rather, I am of the Grindelwald lineage. Do you comprehend?" Iclair dropped the pretense, his blue eyes transforming into vibrant heterochromia. He rose to his feet, slowly advancing towards Umbridge. "You dare speak of my father in my presence, Miss Umbridge. You deserve punishment." He smiled, devoid of any emotion. Then, the quill meticulously inscribed the words "for the greater good" on the paper. However, his hand remained unscathed, while red welts began to appear on Umbridge's hand. She screamed in agony, but Iclair paid her no mind, intensifying the pressure until the inscription was deeply etched into the back of her hand. Blood flowed forth. Umbridge clutched her arm in pain, and Iclair calmly stated, "This is our motto. So now you are consorting with criminals too, Professor Umbridge?" He observed her, unperturbed, as she fainted from the pain, then turned to Harry, saying, "I hope you witnessed that, Riddle." With a wave of his hand, he erased Harry's memories, altering them so that he believed he had merely engaged in a solitary act of punishment writing, devoid of any recollection of Eclair's words. Chapter 28, The Hogshead Inn. Ever since Eclair's last detention, Umbridge had not dared to look him in the eye. Whenever she saw him, she hurried past, lacking the courage to report the events of that night to the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts. Out of fear of the Dark Lord's heir, Iclair did not pursue any further trouble with Umbridge. He spent the following days confined to the headmaster's office, isolating himself from all external news. No amount of persuasion from Dumbledore could sway him, leaving the headmaster to helplessly accompany him as they dealt with a myriad of troublesome matters. Iclair muttered to himself as he read through letters. The funding for the Purity Party is operating normally, except for the vineyards in France. He rubbed his hair in frustration. No one has managed the vineyards for years. It's quite challenging to brew wine in France. You should take a rest, Icklain. Why is French wine selling so well? He pondered. Perhaps I should shift my base of operations to England? Icklain, doesn't T. Hogsmeade have a few pubs? Dumbledore was taken aback by Icklain's sudden inquiry. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, surrounded by a pile of letters, it was evident that the Purity Party was still unaccustomed to using communication devices. I'll be stepping out for a moment, Icklain declared, donning his robes and exiting without another word, leaving Dumbledore in a state of unspoken concern within the office. As he walked, the wind tousled his red hair, but he paid it no mind, quickly striding towards Hogsmeade Village. Passing the post office, he arrived at a somewhat dilapidated pub, the sign creaking in the breeze, adorned with the image of a wild boar's head. Icklain felt a sense of familiarity with this place, a sudden pang of pain in his nose signaling an ominous premonition. Yet, glancing at the 3 broomsticks, he knocked on the door. Clearly, it was not yet open for business. Moments later, he heard the bar owner's yawn and curses from within. Didn't you check the time before stepping out? What time do you think it is? Such a drunkard. The door swung open with a forceful yank, the wooden frame creaking under the strain. Icklain and the pub owner froze in mutual surprise. In an instant, Icklain deftly dodged Aberforth's heavy punch aimed at his nose. Swiftly raising his hand, he said, "Dear uncle, you wouldn't want to harm my nose, would you? This place does not welcome Grindelwald," Aberforth growled, slamming the door in Icklain's face, only to have him block it. "Hold on, don't be so quick to dismiss me. I merely came for a drink." Aberforth, realizing he could not overpower Icklain, stepped back with a huff and strode towards the bar. Icklain rubbed his arm and closed the door behind him, plunging the interior into darkness. He flicked his wrist, igniting the candles on either side, casting a dim glow that illuminated the shabby little tavern. Occasionally, the bleating of lambs could be heard from the back of the pub. He approached the bar and ordered a pint of butterbeer. Suddenly, he found himself disinterested in matters of collaboration. He simply wished to enjoy a quiet drink. 20 galleons, lad. If you can't pay, get out. Aberforth barked, intent on driving him away. Am I the only one paying that price? Isn't the standard rate 2 sickles a pint? Only you 3 are at that price. If you can't pay, get out. You're wasting my time. No, I'll pay. He retrieved a pouch of coins from his robe. Here's 50 galleons. I'll cover for the other 2. Bufus emitted a grunt through his nose, tossing a pouch of coins into the trash bin behind the bar without a glance. Muttering under his breath about how no one cared for their filthy money, as if wealth granted superiority, he then retrieved a cup, caked in grime, and filled it to the brim with beer, striding towards the back without a backward glance. Icklain, resigned, took the cup and made his way to a secluded corner, where a portrait adorned the wall, a beautiful young woman, smiling sweetly at him. Icklain returned her smile as he settled into his seat, speaking softly. How have you been these past years, Auntie? He raised his glass in salute to the image of Ariana. Very well. And how are Bufus and Gellert? Is their relationship still fraught? She paused her swing, sitting quietly as she inquired. Not a shred of progress, he replied, setting down his cup in contemplation. I am truly sorry to hear that. Ariana's voice was barely above a whisper. No, such matters are inevitable. I should be the one apologizing to you, Ariana, he said with a wry smile, using magic to cleanse the dirt from the cup. You need not feel sorrow, Icklain, she replied, each word deliberate. Very well, Icklain, she said, her painted smile gentle, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a serene luminosity akin to moonlight. I shall find a way, for both them and for you, he murmured, taking a sip of his drink, his fingers gently tracing the rim of the cup. At that moment, the bar door swung open, allowing a group of witches clad in black veils to enter. Icklain smiled at one of them, lifting his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. The witch nodded and settled at the bar, where Bufus begrudgingly served her a glass of fire whiskey before retreating to the back room. I'll pass, you need not force it. This is not a burden you should bear, is it? She spoke softly to Icklain. I will strive to find a solution, since I exist. You too must have a way, Icklain replied, his gaze tender upon Ariana. About those past events, let us keep it a secret. I lack the courage to reveal it to them. Given the consequences that have unfolded, knowing the truth would only bring more pain, wouldn't it? Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice quivering slightly. Let it be a secret, then, Icklain declared, downing the contents of his cup before rising. Unbeknownst to them, in the back room, Bufus shed 2 tears as he tended to the sheep. The tears trickled down into his gray beard, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Our shared secret. I look forward to the day we triumph, the day when they reconcile. She smiled from the portrait. I too await that day, Icklain responded with a smile. Just as he heard a voice from the doorway. Was it a girl's voice? It sounded like Hermione. Come, let us go inside. As the door swung open, a beam of dusty sunlight sliced through the room, only to vanish as the door closed behind them. Icklain transformed into a black cat, crouching in the corner, eyes wide as he watched the trio approach him. "Hey, isn't that Professor Lupin's pet?" Hermione exclaimed, suddenly spotting him, astonished. "Perhaps you are mistaken. There are many cats in Hogsmeade," Ron replied uncertainly, staring at Icklain. "No, look at his blue eyes. They are exceedingly rare. It cannot be a mistake." "Professor Lupin wouldn't happen to be nearby, would he?" Hermione asserted confidently. "He is not, Miss Granger. Your powers of observation are quite commendable," Icklain replied, reverting to his human form, startling the three. "My goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack," Ron exclaimed, clutching his chest. Hermione composed herself and asked, "Gryffindor? You're an animagus?" "Not everyone possesses the talent of Professor McGonagall, Miss Granger. It is merely a simple transfiguration. Once you become Aurors, you will learn to master the art of disguise, the foundation of which is transfiguration." Icklain shrugged, preparing to depart. "Wait, with your extensive knowledge of magic, why not join us?" Hermione intercepted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Join what?" "Our opposition to Umbridge. I cannot bring trouble upon Dumbledore. I must take my leave." Icklain waved his hand dismissively, hands tucked into his pockets as he made his way to the barred door, calling out, "Let us go." He then pushed the door open and stepped outside. Chapter 29, 800 Educational Decrees. As November arrived, the cold winds howled. It was yet another day for Quidditch matches. Icklain gazed down the corridor towards the Quidditch pitch, where he could faintly discern a few brooms soaring through the air. Upon entering the castle of Hogwarts, he began to peruse the myriad of educational decrees plastered across the walls with keen interest. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stirred his red tea, observing the young man with fiery hair and brown eyes seated before him. "You should not have confined him," the youth spoke. "I did not," Dumbledore replied calmly, showing no surprise at the arrival of this founder who had emerged from the lake. After all, they often strolled by the lakeside together. Yet he had never before come directly to the headmaster's office to seek him out. "You have done so, not in a prison-like manner, but with an invisible shackle, akin to Potter. I know he must tread that path. Yet Icklain should not be subjected to such. He is a rare genius, though the reasons for his birth remain unknown. A genius requires a stage, one grand enough to showcase his talents. You understand this better than I, Albus." Godric sipped his hot tea. "Aye, you wish to protect him, and I know this well. After all, revealing his identity would undoubtedly affect him. But you must let him soar like an eagle, flying towards broader horizons. While it has been said that he is dangerous, reason may be drowned by the madness within him." "Enough, Godric. I know what I am doing. I understand his character better than you do. He is not mad." Dumbledore interjected, his tone firm, his blue eyes piercing and resolute behind half-moon spectacles. All right, Godric conceded, rising and waving farewell to the portraits on the wall as he departed the headmaster's office. "My Merlin." Icklain meticulously surveyed the educational decrees before meandering towards Professor McGonagall's office. "Professor McGonagall, have you seen the latest educational decree?" He opened the door to find the irate Professor McGonagall seated, ginger biscuits strewn about her feet. He glanced at George and Harry, finally resting his gaze upon Umbridge, clad in a green cloak, clutching a scroll of parchment. "Please do not tell me this is yet another educational decree." Icklain grimaced at the parchment in Umbridge's hands. Umbridge, flustered and anxious, replied, "Indeed, and I am honored to inform you, Mr. Gryffindor, that your position as my teaching assistant has been revoked." Before she could finish, Icklain turned on his heel, slamming the door behind him without a hint of respect. "Gryffindor, come back." McGonagall's stern voice called out from the doorway. The door swung open once more, and Icklain obediently peeked in, offering a smile to Professor McGonagall. "Very well, Professor Umbridge, you may return now. And do hasten to nail your educational decree to the wall. And you too, Potter, should go and rest." McGonagall spoke briskly. Umbridge strode proudly out of the office, though she managed to temper her expression when glancing at Icklain. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Harry and George also exited the office. "My goodness," McGonagall sighed, resting her head in her hands. "How many is this now?" After casually tidying up the biscuits on the floor, Icklair settled onto the leather armchair in the office. 25. She sighed, shaking her head in resignation. With a flick of her magic, she poured a cup of coconut milk for Professor McGonagall. "Your favorite, Minerva. Let us not dwell on this, shall we? Relax a bit." "Thank you," McGonagall replied, taking the teacup. "Hogwarts truly demands her final words remain unspoken. Fear not. Hogwarts has weathered many storms. This is merely a trifling matter of a senior undersecretary from the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps she is as foolish as fudge. She is still a senior prosecutor," McGonagall added after sipping her coconut milk. "What? Self-appointed? Approved by Fudge?" Icklair interjected. "If Riddle dares to bring Fudge under his wing, he'll surely pay him a visit under the cover of night." She had begun to monitor Professor McGonagall's words when Icklain interrupted her. Shoo. He placed his left index finger gently against his lips and whispered, in case there's something. You know what I mean. Through what? Unclear, Icklain mused. His gaze drifting to the portrait on the wall. Ariana. The portrait? McGonagall queried. I believe I've figured it out, Icklain suddenly exclaimed, striding toward the wall-mounted portrait. Sure enough, he discovered cat fur scattered on the carpet beneath the painting. Let us observe the developments, McGonagall acknowledged, rising to conjure a blanket to cover the painting. Returning to the headmaster's office, Peanut basked in the sunlight streaming through the window. Despite the overcast day, the raucous cheers of young witches and wizards outside did not dampen their enthusiasm for Quidditch. Longley, perched on the windowsill, spotted Icklain's return, swooping down to land on his shoulder, while Peanut slid into the pocket of Icklain's robes. Icklain stroked Longley's feathers, a sudden idea blooming in his mind. Longley, I need you to do me a favor. Longley tilted his head, his large brown eyes gleaming with the same keen intelligence as Icklain's. Please assist our young witches and wizards our friend. He raised his left hand, allowing Longley to perch on his arm. Pushing open the window, he released Longley into the air. As he watched Longley soar away, he turned to the pocket where Peanut resided. Peanut, it's time for you to take action as well. He smirked mischievously. Go keep an eye on our little wizarding gang. The tree guardian beetle deftly leapt onto the table, pointing first at the educational decree and then toward Gryffindor Tower. Receiving Icklain's affirmation, it hopped down from the table and exited the headmaster's office just as the door swung open again. Dumbledore approached with a smile. Hagrid has returned. Phineas. I trust that cat hasn't made its way here. Icklain turned to the portrait on the wall. Not at all, the portrait yawned. We do not condone ministry personnel becoming professors. Hence her cat was not permitted within the confines of the headmaster's office. What is the matter? Eavesdropping? Icklain replied calmly. Hagrid's return signifies that negotiations with the giants have gone well, correct? He turned to Dumbledore. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, stroking Fawkes with a gentle smile. The werewolf situation is also nearing resolution. Some members of the Pureblood Party are infiltrating the Death Eaters. Clearly, Riddle's plans are not unfolding as intended. As he has been rather irritable of late, Dumbledore nodded placidly, gazing into the distance. By the way, Icklain paused, ultimately swallowing his thoughts regarding Aberforth, and rephrased. I cannot endure the monotony of brewing Wolf's Bane potion indefinitely. I simply cannot manage such a tedious existence. Might I borrow Severus for assistance? I've heard his mother hails from the Prince family. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. St. Mungo's another day, a mundane and tedious day. Icklain felt his mind drifting, beginning to entertain trivial thoughts that served only to distract him. This brought back memories of his third year, having just taken on human form. He was still adjusting to this body, speaking as if in a daze, devoid of emotion, lacking in nuance. Perhaps having lived as a human for too long, he found himself increasingly reliant upon, or perhaps overly attuned to, emotions. He recalled the words of a Muggle doctor, a professional term, adolescence. On a winter's night, close to Christmas, he finally compelled himself to finish the pile of insipid letters, the matter of the communication device now forgotten. As it was evident that everyone remained unaccustomed to it. Lying on the sofa, he endeavored to clear his mind. Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with various headmasters and mistresses. He felt too fatigued to contemplate anything, merely sensing a weariness settling in. He heard the sound of the door opening. Oh, Professor McGonagall is here as well, Dumbledore remarked. His sharp blue eyes fixed intently on McGonagall as he perused documents by candlelight. The dim glow cast a golden sheen on his white beard. Albus Potter has just had a nightmare, McGonagall stated. Not a nightmare, Harry interjected quickly. Icklain was thoroughly awakened, yet he remained reclined, eyes closed. If he could stay still for a moment longer, he would. I saw it. It was too real to be a dream, Harry exclaimed. His irritation palpable as Dumbledore did not glance his way, instead gazing at his interlaced fingers. Taking a deep breath, Harry continued. Mr. Weasley's father, Arthur, was bitten by a giant snake. Silence enveloped the room. Even the crackle of the candle flames could be heard, rendering his words somewhat absurd. Beside him, Ron anxiously glanced between Harry and Dumbledore, his complexion pale. Do you remember where you saw the attack? Was it beside the victim, or above, looking down? Dumbledore inquired calmly. I was that snake, Harry shouted, worry creeping into his voice, concerned that if he delayed, Mr. Weasley might not survive. Is Arthur gravely injured? Dumbledore's tone shifted, becoming more intense. Very serious, Harry emphasized. Dumbledore suddenly stood, startling Harry, and began addressing the nearest portrait on the ceiling. Everard, he commanded sharply, and you too, Delilah. Did you all hear that? The man with red hair, wearing glasses. Everard, you need to sound the alarm to ensure he is flagged by our own. Delilah, you as well. The male and female wizards nodded and departed from the portrait. They can traverse their portraits with ease, enabling them to inform us of any occurrences. Many locations display their images, Dumbledore explained calmly as he approached Fawkes. But Mr. Weasley could be anywhere. Harry shouted anxiously. All right, the three of you sit for a moment. Minerva, could you fetch 2 more chairs? Keep your voices down, don't wake air. I'm already awake, Icklain interjected from the sofa, causing Ron and Harry to jump in surprise. McGonagall appeared somewhat calmer, conjuring 3 chairs from her pocket. Well, Air, I presume you've heard all of this, correct? Dumbledore winked at him. Icklain shot him a withering look and sat up. Go ahead and set off those alarms. You've worked hard, old friend. Dumbledore said softly to Fawkes. With a flash of fire, Fawkes vanished. Icklain rose, equally busy, retrieving the now dusty communication device and dialing in his informant at St. Mungo's. Prepare a ward. Do your utmost. It's snake venom. Thank you for your efforts. The communication ended. Dumbledore began to issue instructions as Professor Minerva McGonagall led the young Weasleys into the headmaster's office. Within the room, a flicker of fire illuminated a golden feather that gracefully floated to the ground. Dumbledore caught it and remarked that Fawkes had sounded the alarm. Umbridge must surely be aware that they were all out of bed. Minerva, I implore you, do whatever it takes to delay her. Wait, Professor McGonagall, called out Icllair, pushing open the window to allow in Fawn. Let Fawn go. Hogwarts cannot be without a deputy headmaster capable of maintaining order, am I right? Dumbledore nodded in agreement. McGonagall understood the implication and departed with Fawn from the headmaster's office. Portkey? Icllair inquired, glancing at the teapot on the table. Indeed, you all have used the portkey, haven't you? Upon receiving confirmation, Dumbledore continued, I shall count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Icllair watched as the Weasley family vanished and, feeling a twinge of concern, asked, Arthur will be all right, won't he? He most certainly will be, Dumbledore reassured. Albus, I believe I have seen that serpent before, Icllair said uncertainly. You should have. Dumbledore mused, momentarily lost in thought, then suddenly comprehended. Ah, poor creature. Icllair sighed and gazed out the window. May Merlin protect us. I consider the members of the Order of the Phoenix as family. I hope for their safety. He looked up to the night sky, where the stars twinkled brilliantly. In Arthur Weasley's life, stars shimmered brightly, surrounded by many others. Icllair smiled at the celestial display, feeling reassured of Arthur's safety. Suddenly, he paused and asked, Dumbledore, do you think prophecies can be altered? Dumbledore pondered this, but before he could respond, Icllair donned his cloak and declared, I shall visit St. Mungo's. He then exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore observed Icllair's retreating figure and glanced back at the starry sky, where the light of Sirius flickered intermittently, his life star. Having left the confines of Hogwarts, Icllair wrapped his scarf around his neck and apparat to St. Mungo's. As he walked along the broad cobbled path, the streets were adorned with the festive spirit of Christmas, twinkling lights hung everywhere. He arrived at the shop of Toadstool Company. I am Icllair Grindelwald. As a member of the Grindelwald family, money was a resource without end. Thus, he engaged in philanthropy, donating a sum to St. Mungo's, which granted him certain privileges. He became a shareholder in the hospital. Furthermore, in addition to his financial contributions, he provided an antidote for wolfsbane, which was invaluable. Upon receiving confirmation, he leaned against the glass and reclined backward. Though it was late at night, St. Mungo's reception was bustling with activity. Many witches and wizards waited on wooden benches for treatment, among them a male wizard who appeared gravely injured, half his body mauled by some unknown creature. Icllair nodded in acknowledgement to the portrait of Delilah, the healer. Delilah Devonshire, healer at St. Mungo's, 1722 to 1741, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1741 to 1788. After greeting the receptionist, he proceeded upstairs amidst the calls of various healers. In the Department of Magical Injuries, he peered through the window of the second-to-last room on the left, observing 3 or 4 healers attending to Mr. Weasley. Bandages were applied layer upon layer. He settled into a chair outside the room, hands crossed, resting on his forehead, praying for Arthur Weasley. Oh, Merlin, is that you, Icllair? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed as she passed by the room and spotted the red-haired Icllair, stopping in her tracks to avoid walking past the room. Yes, Molly, it is I. Icllair stood up, adjusting his black-gray scarf to reveal his face. Oh, Molly exclaimed, anxiously peering into the room. Upon seeing the healers emerging with wave after wave of blood-stained bandages, she covered her face and wept. Do not worry, Molly. Arthur will be all right. He will definitely be fine. He approached and embraced Molly, offering comfort as she cried into his shoulder. He disregarded any concerns about cleanliness, carefully guiding her to a chair. You must not succumb. Arthur would not want to see you unwell. Please rest. I shall keep watch. He knelt down to look up at Molly, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. The night wore on, and around 5 o'clock, news finally arrived. Arthur is okay, Molly said, her eyes glistening with tears. I know. Go and share this delightful news with them. The children must be anxious. He patted Molly's shoulder and turned his gaze towards the room. After she left, one of the healers emerged. Sir, the healer said, removing his mask in astonishment. What are you doing here? Have you not slept all night? This young man was also a member of the Pure Blood Party, but did not partake in missions. The Pure Blood Party had strict regulations forbidding those who were unmarried and childless, or those with young children, from engaging in dangerous tasks. This in turn had just turned 20. Yes, and how is he? Icklain leaned wearily against the wall, pinching the bridge of his nose. He is not in danger. I have already contacted our people to bring some mandrake, though the supply is limited. It will suffice for him. Thank you, Augustus. Icklain clapped the young wizard on the shoulder, gently pushing the door open to enter the room. The dawn light began to wash over the horizon as he approached Arthur, who lay quietly on the bed, his gaze fixed on Icklain. He pulled out a chair and sat to Arthur's right. How are you? Thank you. Quite well, Arthur replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. No need for thanks. Icklain shrugged, observing the alarming bandages that were still seeping blood, his brow furrowing. You must indeed thank me. You covered the cost of this treatment, did you not? And this room, such a fine environment, is beyond what our family could afford. Arthur smiled, though fatigue lingered on his face. I must truly thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Do not mention it. If you wish to repay me, simply live well and refrain from incurring further expenses. That would be the greatest gift. Icklain leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs comfortably. Chapter 31. Another Christmas. The door creaked open, and Mrs. Weasley led the way, pushing a rather pale Harry, followed by the young Weasleys. Grindelwald? Ron's previously pallid complexion brightened significantly upon seeing Mr. Weasley safe and sound. It is indeed I. Icklain set aside Mr. Weasley's newspaper. Let us converse. I feared you would become moldy. Mr. Weasley simply smiled, allowing Mrs. Weasley to kiss his cheek. How are you, Arthur? You still look a bit haggard. Icklain stood to make room for the Weasley family, quietly moving to the sofa opposite the bed. This must be one of the advantages of a VIP room. No need to conjure chairs. After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Weasley sent the children out to wait, while the ever-watchful Mad-Eye Moody and Tonks entered. How have things been? Icklain yawned as he addressed Moody. All is well. And you, Arthur? Moody replied in his characteristic gruff tone. Everything is fine, Mr. Weasley said with a smile. Let us discuss matters of importance, Moody said, dragging over a chair and settling heavily into it. Tonks also took a seat, nearly knocking over the vase on the nightstand. Molly, you should sit down as well, said the voice of Mrs. Weasley. The Ministry of Magic personnel reported that they had thoroughly searched the area but could not locate the snake. It seemed to have vanished after it bit you. Surely, the Dark Lord cannot rely on a mere serpent. Perhaps it was merely released for reconnaissance. Potter appeared to have witnessed the entire ordeal. There was a hint of unease in Mrs. Weasley's voice. You know Dumbledore has been anticipating such an event. Ah, Moody remarked. Potter is indeed a peculiar child. We are all aware of that. Dumbledore expressed concern for Harry during our conversation this morning. Mrs. Weasley's voice was barely a whisper. Of course he is worried. Potter does not comprehend what it signifies to see through the eyes of the Dark Lord Snake. If he has become possessed, that would pose a serious dilemma, Moody gruffly stated. Possessed? That's impossible. You know, Alastair, there seems to be a peculiar connection between Potter and Riddle, said a voice from the side, that of Icklain. Dumbledore has mentioned the same. Moody's speech was interrupted by Icklair's rising. I am unlike him. Good day, everyone. I must attend to some matters. Icklain approached the door and, glancing at the Weasley twins, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. What if Molly discovers what you two have been up to behind her back? The twins looked momentarily shocked, then exchanged knowing glances. Fred replied, well, we'll just have to deal with it, but you mustn't tell Mom. All right. Your listening device is quite commendable. Icklain chuckled, casting a glance at Harry, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Here's the deal. I'm willing to sponsor the two of you. What do you think? Sounds good, George responded. I want a 30% share, if you don't mind. I do mind, they chorused. George was the first to object. 30% is excessive. How about 20%? Agreed. Icklain produced a pouch of coins from his robes, weighing it in his hand before stating, approximately 500, the same amount Harry provided. He handed the pouch to Fred. In the future, if you require funds, simply let me know, of course, when I need your assistance as well. Fred interjected. We will certainly fulfill our end of the bargain. George added, on Merlin's honor. Icklain smiled, observing Mrs. Weasley exiting the infirmary. He winked at the twins before saying, Molly, you both should head back. I'm off to buy some groceries. The Muggle supermarket is quite close. Perhaps we can indulge in something nice for Christmas? Upon Icklair's hurried return to number 12, Grimmauld Place, he was greeted by the voice emanating from the portrait, Dumbledore's message, stay here. The voice seemed to belong to Phineas, growing fainter as he ascended the stairs. After placing the groceries back in the kitchen, Icklain climbed the staircase, where sounds of an argument drifted from a room. This is precisely why I despise teaching. Young people always believe they are right. Have you considered, you poor, arrogant child, that the headmaster of Hogwarts has the right not to disclose the details of his plans? Has obeying Dumbledore ever harmed you? No, it hasn't, has it? Then do not defy him. Do you think you are the only one with feelings? The only one capable of discerning the Dark Lord's schemes? Phineas shouted. Cough, cough. That's enough, Icklain interrupted. Dumbledore surely wouldn't want Harry to understand him. Otherwise, the entire plan would be thrown into disarray. Oh, Icklain, you're here. Phineas regained his composure, breathing heavily. I shall inform Dumbledore not to worry about you. All right, and while you're at it, could you extend my wishes for a Merry Christmas to him? Icklain waved slightly at the portrait. After Phineas departed, Icklain's gaze shifted to Harry, taking in his messy hair, ghastly scar, and green eyes. You foolish boy, Riddle has not possessed you. Perhaps someone should teach you the art of mental occlusion. It would serve you well. Icklain guided him toward the door, responding to Mrs. Weasley's call. Understood, Molly. We are coming. Potter? He is fine. He is coming down with me. Don't overthink it. Your situation has another reason, puberty. It's a term you've likely heard from muggles. Icklain nudged him toward the kitchen. Rest assured, there's nothing insurmountable. And I have good news. Cedric Diggory, you remember him, right? He has secured a commendable position, interning at the Ministry of Magic, and I hear he is doing excellently. He could become a curse breaker. You're in contact with him? Slow down, you foolish dog. If you break that lamp, Molly will surely have your skin. Icklain did not respond to Harry's words, but rather drew his wand to stabilize the precariously swaying snake-shaped chandelier. As a red, plush ball ricocheted perfectly onto the chandelier above, Mrs. Weasley finally erupted. Oh, heavens. Sirius Black, could you perhaps refrain for just a moment? Yet, this seemed not to dampen Sirius's good spirits. He hummed a Christmas carol and, upon catching Icklain's eye, pulled Harry toward the living room, initiating a heart-to-heart conversation, seemingly quite pleasant. At least, no greater trouble than the chandelier's potential collapse had surfaced. At 6 in the evening, the doorbell rang, followed by the shrill scream of Mrs. Black. Filth. Dirty blood. Get out. Icklain pulled the curtain of Mrs. Black's portrait shut and approached the ancient, dark wooden door adorned with festive lights. Using his elbow to press down on the silver handle to avoid smudging the black door with flour. Otherwise, he would surely face Molly's wrath. It was Hermione. Having shed her robes and styled her hair up, appearing even younger and more beautiful. She wore a heavy woolen coat and a red scarf. Miss Granger, Merry Christmas. I apologize, but I cannot shake your hand at the moment. As you can see, my hands are covered in flour. Icklain displayed his hands to Hermione for confirmation before withdrawing them to prevent staining her clothing. Hermione kindly assisted Icklain in closing the door and, recalling something, rummaged through her bag. Merry Christmas, Gryffindor. This is a letter Professor Dumbledore asked me to deliver to you. She handed Icklain an envelope. Thank you. After Hermione passed through the corridor, Icklain leaned against the wall, holding the envelope in his mouth, quickly cleaning his hands before tearing it open. Dear Il, Merry Christmas is unnecessary. Perhaps you could greet Molly and join me, your poor old father, for Christmas. A splendid choice, wouldn't you agree? I hope you can meet me at Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade. A.D. Icklain tilted his head, meticulously examining the letter and its circular, flowing handwriting before nodding to Mrs. Weasley and departing Grimmauld Place. Chapter 32, Confession. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the northern wind howled. Icklain awaited Dumbledore's arrival amidst the snow, the biting cold wind piercing his collar. Finally, he spotted Dumbledore. Truly, the most powerful wizard, he emerged clad in his purple starry robes, shielded by a wind-repelling charm. Merry Christmas, Illinois. Dumbledore cheerfully approached him, clearly unaware of the events about to unfold. Icklain tucked away the communicator, grasped Dumbledore's hand, and swiftly stated, Gifts and other matters can wait. Let us go. Before Dumbledore could react, the two of them had arrived before a magnificent castle. Dumbledore gazed at the familiar yet alien surroundings with a sense of reluctance. But Icklain showed no concern for the elderly man as he propelled him toward the castle's grand entrance. The once frigid black door now emanated a hint of festivity, adorned with colorful lights and remnants of fireworks played with by children. With a forceful push, Icklain propelled the already stiff Dumbledore through the threshold, swiftly shutting the door behind them to prevent the wind from ushering in the snowflakes. I'm freezing to death, Icklain exclaimed, brushing the snowflakes from his head, shivering. Two young children dashed over, their faces lighting up upon seeing Icklain. Brother Grindelwald. Sister Wenda said you really came back today, exclaimed one golden-haired boy joyfully. Of course. Wenda never deceives. Go play. It's quite chilly outside. It'd be lovely to warm up by the fire here in the living room. I'll prepare dinner for you all shortly, Icklain said, crouching down to pinch the cheeks of the two boys. Several elders from the pureblood faction descended the stairs. visibly stunned upon spotting Dumbledore, yet they respectfully nodded, greeting him with Mr. Dumbledore. Dumbledore responded stiffly. All right, my dear father. Go sit on the sofa and rest for a while. Don't even think about escaping. There are many eyes here. Icklain winked at Dumbledore. He hurriedly ascended to Grindelwald's bedroom, where he found Grindelwald seemingly rehearsing a speech. A wave of curiosity washed over him. He had received a communication from Grindelwald instructing him to bring Dumbledore at any cost. And indeed, he had accomplished this without incurring any significant price. Wenda happened to pass by, and Icklain quickly stopped her, inquiring, What is this, sir? Practicing the speech for Mr. Dumbledore, she replied. Does he still need to practice? Is it that long? Perhaps. I'll go greet Mr. Dumbledore. Wenda said before descending the stairs. Sir, father has arrived. Icklain knocked on the study door, addressing Grindelwald within. Grindelwald replied, adjusting his collar before trudging toward the study. Meanwhile, Wenda brought Dumbledore along. Thank you, Miss Rogier. Dumbledore seemed to have resigned himself, calmly expressing his gratitude to Wenda. No need for such formality, Mr. Dumbledore, she acknowledged. Young master, we should head to the banquet hall. Dinner is nearly ready. Thank you, Sister Wenda. Icklain bid her farewell as he watched her descend the stairs, then pushed Dumbledore inside, following suit and shutting the door behind them. Dumbledore found himself positioned before the desk, directly opposite Grindelwald, while Icklain settled between them. Silence enveloped the three. Dumbledore gazed at Grindelwald, his blue eyes brimming with tears, while Grindelwald quietly scrutinized the man across from him, his heterochromatic gaze surprisingly serene. Time ebbed away, the air flowing in rhythm with their synchronized breaths and heartbeats, tranquil and slow. Icklain, silently recording the moment, was grateful for the absence of sound. He wished not to disrupt such a beautiful silence. After approximately 10 minutes, Icklain could no longer contain his impatience and spoke up. The two men beside him seemed to regain their senses, their breaths heavy. Grindelwald fidgeted with his collar, and ultimately, it was Dumbledore who broke the silence. Merry Christmas, Gellert. How have you been lately? Dumbledore's tone was calm, yet tinged with caution. Quite well. The arrival of the young ones has added a spark of festivity that had long been absent, Grindelwald replied. You must have had Il take me here, right? I should have guessed. Dumbledore maintained his composed demeanor, though his eyes and trembling lips betrayed his emotions. Indeed, I instructed him to bring you. I forgot to extend my wishes. Merry Christmas, Albus. The two fell into silence once more. Eventually, Dumbledore took a deep breath, his voice trembling further as he inquired, Gellert, over all these years, I have only one question. Did you ever love me? For many, the word love has existed within their understanding for centuries. It seems commonplace. Yet for the two of them, it was far from simple. Dumbledore had always harbored doubts, and even after defeating Grindelwald, he still sought the answer he longed for. He could not ascertain whether Grindelwald had ever truly loved him or if he had merely used him to fulfill his grand ideals. Grindelwald remained silent. Dumbledore managed a bitter smile, preparing to rise when Grindelwald abruptly spoke in a hurried, flustered manner. I did love you. Dumbledore felt a pang of emotion wash over him. He settled back in his seat, quietly observing Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes. Not just once. I have loved you, Albus. I still love you, Grindelwald confessed, unable to suppress the emotions welling in his eyes, which mirrored Dumbledore's, filled with tears. A century. Dumbledore had awaited this answer for a century, and he had finally received it, a response surpassing his expectations. This was Grindelwald's answer, imperfect yet heartfelt. It was not the scripted words on paper, but an answer born from the depths of his being, from every cell within him. He loved him. This was the beautiful conclusion between the two elderly men. Dumbledore bowed his head, and Icklain noticed tears falling onto his crescent-shaped spectacles. Oh, my two foolish fathers, Icklain interjected, breaking the moment as he stood by. Feeling like a third wheel. You two are the most formidable wizards in the world. Why is your reasoning failing you at this moment? The reason I shattered back then was because you two dueled, because you both broke your vows. Yet now that I have returned, it proves that the love between you has not vanished, you foolish fathers. Icklain stood up, making his way to the door. Merry Christmas, my two old fathers. I shall prepare dinner. You two may continue your heartfelt conversation. Icklain smiled at both men, gently closing the study door behind him. Chapter 33, A Parental Pitfall. Exiting the study, Icklain hastened back to the living room below, eager to share the recording he had just made with the members of the Pure Blood faction. One young member engaged in dialogue with Icklain. Did you ever love me? I did love you. Not just once. I still love you, he echoed. Icklain and his companions dramatically reenacted the scene, their movements and emotions wildly exaggerated and diverging from the original. Just as Icklain was fully immersed in the performance, a voice from behind offered a reminder or perhaps a warning. Icklain leisurely turned to see Grindelwald and Dumbledore watching from the sofa, tilting his head and smiling. Come here. Grindelwald beckoned. Icklain, concealing the communication device behind him, approached, feigning innocence. "What's the matter?" Grindelwald gestured with his finger. "Bring it here." "Bring what?" Icklain feigned ignorance, tilting his head before tossing the communication device into the crowd of pure-blood members behind him. He then agilely dodged a spell cast by Grindelwald. Grindelwald turned his gaze to the crowd, calmly addressing the young man clutching the communication device. "Cowley." Cowley complied, his hands spread wide. "The recording device was not in my possession." Grindelwald observed the fidgeting crowd before him, merely smiling serenely. Surprisingly, even several typically stoic elders joined in the antics. Playing the fool was a trivial matter for these old codgers. Noticing that the communication device had ended up in unknown hands, Grindelwald could only concede defeat. He turned to Icklain, who wore a rather malicious grin, and discreetly cast a few spells, all of which Icklain evaded with ease. "Dumbledore, aren't you going to intervene? This is domestic violence." "Domestic violence." Icklain feigned a pitiful expression as he addressed Dumbledore. Dumbledore simply chuckled, halting Grindelwald with a gesture. It seemed that it had been ages since Numengard had experienced such liveliness. At the banquet, Grindelwald and Dumbledore occupied the head table, smiling as they watched the children scampering about, blowing bubbles. Despite the onset of the feast, Grindelwald still had not discerned who possessed the communication device. Icklain merely exchanged knowing glances with the members of the pureblood party, and Grindelwald could never have imagined that the device lay in the hands of the typically aloof Wenda. Christmas elves flitted overhead as the children chased and frolicked. The fireplace crackled with green flames. A couple of figures emerged from within. "Diggory, how have you been lately?" Icklain raised his glass in greeting to Cedric. The young man merely nodded at Grindelwald, his gaze drifting to Dumbledore at the head of the table. After gathering his wits, he respectfully addressed him, "Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore, slightly puzzled, replied, "Merry Christmas, Cedric. How did you?" "Icklain found me a job. I'm now a member of the pureblood party," Cedric said with a smile. "Don't worry, Dumbledore. We have clear regulations. Someone like him, who only just started dating as an adult, won't be participating in dangerous missions with the veterans." "Sit down, Diggory. Merry Christmas." Icklain comfortably leaned back in his chair. Cedric nodded and joined the other members of the pureblood party at a separate table. "Uncle Grindelwald, can we go out to play with you after dinner?" asked a blond boy. "Of course. Off you go," Grindelwald replied with a smile. Dumbledore observed this scene and remarked, "You've changed, Gellert. Perhaps these children are orphans. We brought them back to prevent them from becoming like that riddle boy," Grindelwald explained. "Come on, Dean. Dress warmly. It's chilly today," Icklain said to the two boys. Adding, "You too, Abbott." The boys dashed out of the banquet hall. Icklain turned to the other members of the pureblood party and asked, "Who wants to go outside for a snowball fight or to build a snowman?" Many who had finished their meals followed suit. "Youth is brimming with energy," Dumbledore chuckled, casting a glance at Grindelwald, jesting, "Numengard has transformed into an orphanage." Grindelwald shook his head, chuckling in response. Vinny emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully greeting Dumbledore. "Mr. Dumbledore. Merry Christmas." House elves were often disregarded among the nobility, yet Numengard was different. They did not require Vinny to serve them. Vinny was content here, even wearing a red Christmas hat today. "Merry Christmas, Vinny. It seems you are enjoying yourself here," Dumbledore said kindly, noting the sparkle in the little elf's eyes. However, Vinny's attention was soon captured by a nearby Christmas elf, who collided with the Christmas tree but was easily redirected by Vinny's snap of his fingers. After bowing respectfully to both men, the elf returned to the kitchen. Outside, the sound of fireworks erupted, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Shall we step outside to take a look, Gellert?" Dumbledore suggested as he rose. Grindelwald followed him out of the castle. Moments later, a snowball struck his tailored black suit, which was rather expensive. Yet, Grindelwald calmly brushed the snow off. "I told you they would come out," Icklain exclaimed joyfully, raising his voice. "Ready? 3, 2, 1. The sound of fireworks echoed across the night sky, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked up in admiration. But soon, a snowball flew towards them. "Attack!" Icklain shouted, leading the charge as he hurled a snowball in their direction. Consequently, a flurry of snowballs rained down upon them. Dumbledore calmly used magic to shield himself, while Grindelwald struggled to muster his powers. By the time he realized what was happening, Dumbledore had retreated to the side, smiling mischievously. Grindelwald simply smiled indulgently, welcoming the onslaught of snowballs. Surprisingly, Dumbledore joined in the fray, launching a fervent snowball assault on Grindelwald alongside the members of the pureblood party. Several adults and Icklain swiftly gathered the children and whisked them away to safety, away from this chaotic skirmish. However, the target soon shifted from Grindelwald to Icklain, who quickly shielded the nearby children, allowing snowballs to crash against his back. Once the children were settled, he initiated a counterattack. Thus, two factions emerged, one targeting Grindelwald, and the other aiming at Icklain. Dumbledore maintained a neutral stance, and laughter filled the night. Chapter 34. The Brain Closure Spell. This Christmas, Icklain received no gifts. The reason being that on Christmas Eve, everyone had grown weary from the festivities and retired early, only to receive urgent tasks the following day and leave Numengard behind. The Centaur's territory was gradually being encroached upon by the Ministry of Magic, and their agitation was palpable, though there were no signs of violence. It was enough to keep everyone occupied for a while. Dumbledore also departed from Numengard early, while Grindelwald and his subordinates became engrossed in their own endeavors. Icklain and Dumbledore had assured each other they would not interfere with one another's plans. It was a busy Christmas. The American Magical Congress launched a vehement criticism of the British Ministry of Magic's actions, while Fudge, brazen as ever, ignored it all. Convinced that Voldemort had not returned, and claiming no one understood the Dark Lord's mindset better than he did. France and Germany had fallen under Grindelwald's dominion. Though Fudge remained blissfully unaware of this fact. The Grindelwald prison break incident clearly illustrated Fudge's folly. He dismissed the matter as inconsequential, only wary of Icklain's wealth. It went in one ear and out the other. On the final day of the holiday, after bidding farewell to the Pure Blood party, Icklain returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place. In the kitchen, Icklain stepped out of the fireplace and was taken aback by the scene before him. "I've only been out for 2 days during Christmas. What have you two been up to?" he inquired of Sirius and Snape. "Nothing much," Sirius interrupted, his gaze still fixated on Snape. "Likewise." Snape glared back at him with evident disdain. "Oh, I remember now. Dumbledore mentioned wanting Snape to teach Potter the brain closure spell," Icklain began, but was cut off once more. "That one. Dumbledore should worry about himself before attempting to teach Harry," Sirius shot back at Snape. "Both of you ought to cease this bickering. Sirius, if you keep this up, I'll be forced to inform Remus," Icklain warned, narrowing his eyes at the invisible sparks flying between the two. "If you dare to defy, then step up." The door swung open, revealing Harry, momentarily stunned as he stood at the threshold. "Take a seat, Potter," Snape instructed, glancing back at Harry. "I said," he continued. Sirius's words were silenced by Iclain's glare. He forcibly led Sirius out of the kitchen and closed the door behind them. "Regarding the events of that year, both parties bear responsibility, do they not? Why must it come to this? With him? Impossible. He is advantageous to Potter. You cannot be unaware of his exceptional skills in occlumency. Having him teach Potter is indeed the wisest choice." Sirius fell silent, fully aware that Snape was indeed the best option. Harry's grades were hardly stellar, and the other adults, who had a good rapport with Harry, would undoubtedly struggle to be firm, but Snape could. He shook his head in reluctant agreement. The door swung open once more, and the Weasley family filed in. Leading the way was Mr. Weasley, appearing notably improved, which attested to the efficacy of the half-blood grass. Snape had just wrapped up his explanations, and the two emerged from the kitchen. Sirius produced a rather unkempt bundle from his pocket and handed it to Harry, delivering a few terse instructions before casting a fierce glare at Snape. Snape returned the look with equal disdain, his hand instinctively tightening around the wand concealed in his sleeve. Iclain intervened, physically separating the two and shoving Snape toward the door, bidding him to see you at Hogwarts. He then closed the door, casting a warning glance at Sirius. The following day, after breakfast, Harry and the others were in a somber mood, particularly Sirius, for this old house was about to revert to its cold, desolate state, leaving him in the company of Creature once more. He had been unusually taciturn these past few days, and even Harry had scarcely exchanged words with him. As they were about to depart, Harry hurried over to Iclain, stating, "Sirius mentioned he intends to give me a home, so I won't have to live with the Dursleys." Yet now, Harry felt a sense of unease, an ominous premonition gnawed at him, a fear that the family he had finally gained might abandon him. "Do not fret over such matters. The more you worry, the more likely problems will arise," Iclain replied with a smile, adjusting his scarf. Turning to the others, he declared, "I shall take my leave now." Just as he was about to depart, Lupin queried, "Shall we not take the bus together? I suffer from motion sickness." "Remus," Iclain chuckled, shaking Lupin's hand. Lupin's left hand hung awkwardly in the air. He recalled that Iclain was left-handed, yet the hand extended before him was right. With determination, Lupin grasped Iclain's left hand and said gently, "Very well. Then, I wish you a pleasant term. Do stay safe during your missions." Iclain released his hand and embraced Molly, who was behind him. "Take care, Iclain. Remember to avoid late nights and rise early for breakfast," Molly chided. "Rest assured, Molly, I am not a child. I know how to take care of myself. I shall return at the end of the term." Iclain allowed Molly to plant a kiss on his cheek. As he pushed open the door and stepped outside, accompanied by Chong Li on his shoulder, he disapparated back to Hogwarts. That evening, the cellar door swung open, illuminating the dimly lit room. From the shadows, Snape coldly instructed, "Close the door behind you." Harry complied, stiffly making his way to the chair at the desk. Snape took a seat across from him, his emotionless black eyes fixed intently on Harry. I expect you to exhibit more intelligence than you do in potions class, Mr. Potter. As a student of such significance to Dumbledore, you cannot afford to bring him shame, can you? Snape mocked. Yes. Harry dared not speak further. I trust you will refer to me as Sir or Professor at all times. Old Bat. The cellar door swung open once more, and Icklain stood at the entrance, awkwardly observing Harry and Snape. My belladonna extract is depleted. I was hoping to borrow some for, making Felix Felicis. Come in. Close the door. Snape barked. Icklain exhaled in relief. Realizing Snape had tacitly permitted him to enter, though he had initially feared Snape would dispose of him, his expression as dark as a cauldron. He entered, closing the door, and began searching the shelves for the required ingredients. 5 rows, 2 compartments each, he searched diligently. Only a muggle would refer to the Patronus charm as reading minds. Mr. Potter, I expect you to be more professional. Having found what he needed, he then sought the undistilled venom of an 8-eyed spider. The thought of spiders sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively rubbed his arm. You have intruded upon the Dark Lord's thoughts. He has long since perceived this, and it is not beneficial for you. Do not mistake temporary glory for eternity. Stand up. Take your wand. Now, prepare for legilimency. Icklain impatiently cast a silencing charm around them, as he truly wished to avoid hearing Harry's anguished cries. The world fell silent. At last, he found the desired items and simultaneously completed Harry's tutoring session. Snape appeared to be saying something to him, but due to the silencing charm, he did not catch it. Once the spell was lifted, Snape had concluded his remarks. He will hate you. Icklain tucked the ingredients into the pockets of his robes. That is precisely what Dumbledore wishes to see, is it not? Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. As Dumbledore's kin, ought you not to be concerned about the Dark Lord intruding upon your thoughts? Merlin, are you expressing concern for me? My dear headmaster, I must have misheard. Snape shot him a warning glare. What are you afraid of? If you insist on saying so, I have never had anyone invade my thoughts. Icklain flopped onto the chair Harry had just vacated, contentedly closing his eyes. By the way, why not try it on me? Snape raised an eyebrow, smirking disdainfully. Not afraid of me. I am trusting you. Come now. Icklain straightened, declaring, I am ready. Snape nonchalantly raised his wand and cast legilimency. Icklain experienced an unprecedented sensation. His memories flashed before his eyes like a film reel. The events of Christmas just days prior, Mr. Weasley in the hospital, dueling Umbridge, wait. Memories even reached back to before 1945. Ceased the recollections, Icklain slowly opened his eyes, seemingly savoring the sensation. I suddenly understand why Dumbledore enjoys extracting memories, he remarked. However, if another were to perform legilimency upon you, they would gain access to all your memories, Mr. Grindelwald, including those of the Order of the Phoenix. Snape's tone was icy. Please do not refer to me in that manner. My father remains a fugitive. Apart from those in the Order, who know me as Dumbledore's kin, others simply know me as Grindelwald. Icklain pressed his temples and said, let us try again, to see if I can resist. He suddenly recalled the Sorting Hat incident, where he had allowed partial memories to be read. This might be similar. Legilimency. Icklain attempted to redirect that power, presenting merely the tale of an assistant named Icllain Grindelwald. Snape withdrew his hand. Not bad. Your praise is rather scant. I performed exceptionally well. Icllain rose, smiling. Thank you, my dear headmaster. He exited the cellar. Chapter 35, The Dismissal Controversy. Icllain had resolved not to attend classes in the days that followed, ever since he had encountered news regarding the Death Eater escape. An unsettling premonition plagued him. In his boredom, he even began to untangle the connections within the Black family, stemming from his vague recollection of having seen someone named Bellatrix, seemingly linked to the Black lineage. By all accounts, Bellatrix Lestrange is indeed Sirius's cousin. The newspapers have been quite lively these days. The headline in the Daily Prophet announces the escape of the Death Eaters. In contrast, Harry Potter has finally revealed the truth. That night, I witnessed the Dark Lord's resurrection. This news prompted Umbridge to enact yet another educational decree, the 27th. No student is permitted to carry the magazine The Singing Contrarian. Any student found in possession will be expelled. Icklain, brazenly perusing the magazine in the corridor, was suddenly alerted by the commotion in the entrance hall, sensing something amiss. He hurried over and beheld Trelawney, wand in one hand, clutching an empty bottle in the other, appearing disheveled and somewhat disarrayed, surrounded by various suitcases. Hogwarts is my home. You cannot. Trelawney wept, her trembling hand struggling to maintain its grip on the wand. The bottle slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the floor. It once was your home, Umbridge sweetly interjected. Recently, Umbridge had grown somewhat arrogant, utterly presuming to dictate matters at Hogwarts. To outsiders, it seemed she had mistaken herself for the headmistress. You have no authority, Umbridge, Icklain retorted, casting her a disdainful glance as he and McGonagall rushed to comfort Trelawney. Do not despair, Sybil. You will not leave Hogwarts. I assure you. The onlooking students had never witnessed Professor McGonagall speak with such tenderness. She gently patted Trelawney's shoulder, offering a comforting embrace. With me here, Professor Trelawney. No one can expel you, Icklain added, thoughtfully waving away the shards of glass at McGonagall's feet. Is that so? You are merely an ordinary student, Mr. Greenley. Who could possibly protect her? Umbridge declared triumphantly, seemingly oblivious to events preceding the holiday. I can, came a deep, commanding voice. The door swung open, revealing Dumbledore, who, shrouded in morning mist, radiated an air of authority. He strode purposefully forward, stating, You indeed possess no rights, Professor Umbridge. While you may dismiss my faculty, as my assistant has pointed out, you are unqualified to expel them. This is their home, Dumbledore added calmly, even if you have dismissed my assistant. Observing Dumbledore's composed demeanor, which seemed almost inviting, Icklain could hardly contain himself. He felt an overwhelming urge to cast a few curses at Umbridge. You and Professor McGonagall take Sybil back to her staff quarters. Although we have a new professor, her room will always be hers, Dumbledore quickly instructed. Having sensed Icklain's rising agitation, Umbridge was left speechless. As this unfolded, Professor Sprout hastily descended to assist McGonagall in escorting Trelawney back to the castle. Professor Flitwick shot an irritable glare at Umbridge, waving his hand to levitate the luggage up the stairs. Snape followed suit, producing a calming potion from his pocket to offer Trelawney. Icklain took a deep breath, his left hand clenching his wand tightly. But Dumbledore's calm voice broke the tension. Come with me. Icklain reluctantly stowed his wand, casting a final glare at Umbridge as he passed her. This prompted Umbridge to anxiously cover her left hand, adorned in white lace gloves, where the words for the greater good were inscribed. Dumbledore disregarded Harry's calls, firmly guiding Icklain up the staircase. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Icklain received a thorough psychological counseling session from his father, but he allowed the words to drift in one ear and out the other. Another tedious few days ensued. Dumbledore had been scrutinizing him more closely of late, rarely permitting him to leave the office. When he did venture out, it was only under the watchful eyes of the four house heads. He could not fathom Dumbledore's intentions until he received troubling news from Peanuts, who arrived with tales of a ministerial visit. Harry and his friends had been discovered. According to Peanuts, he had informed Dobby, and together they attempted to notify Harry's group, but were captured. Peanuts, being petite and adept at disguise, had evaded Umbridge's search and was the first to report back to Icklain in the headmaster's office. However, upon hearing the news, Dumbledore exhibited no desire to flee. Instead, he calmly opened the door to welcome the minister and his entourage, encircling them along with McGonagall. The door swung open, and Umbridge barged in, seizing Harry. Dumbledore remained seated behind his desk, his gaze scrutinizing Fudge, while Icklain was pressed onto the sofa by Professor McGonagall, also observing Fudge intently. Well, Fudge exclaimed, reveling in the moment. The former headmasters regarded Fudge with incredulity. You should know why you are here, Mr. Potter, Fudge said, relishing his triumph. Dumbledore gently shook his head, a subtle movement unnoticed by others. Do you know? Harry countered. I'm sorry, what did you say? Fudge inquired. I don't know, Harry replied resolutely. McGonagall and Icklain exchanged knowing smiles. Harry's performance was convincing, gradually inciting Fudge's ire. Umbridge, however, chuckled. It matters not whether you deny it, Potter. She dragged a female student from the door, declaring triumphantly, Minister, we have evidence. The girl, for reasons unknown, concealed her face with her robes. Despite Umbridge's coaxing, she remained mute. Umbridge roughly turned the student to face the assembly, gripping her arm tightly. I will not permit you to mistreat my student, Dolores, Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his wand in indignation. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, issuing a warning. Clearly, their admonitions had an effect. Umbridge released the student, but then produced a note from her pocket, presenting it to Fudge with pride. Fudge, equally amused, scrutinized the note, exclaiming, Oh my! Dumbledore's army. Kingsley and McGonagall exchanged glances, both instinctively turning to Dumbledore. He calmly took the note from Umbridge, remaining silent for a moment before sighing. It is all over. Perhaps I should draft a formal statement. Harry and Fudge stared at Dumbledore in confusion. As you can see, Cornelius, Dumbledore remarked, shaking the note, it is Dumbledore's army, not Potter's army. Fudge was rendered speechless, then suddenly recoiled, exclaiming in shock as he stumbled over his robes, extinguishing the flames in the fireplace. Dumbledore calmly stated, You are not mistaken in your assumptions. You conspire against me, Dumbledore. No. Harry grasped Dumbledore's intent and attempted to intervene, only to be met with warning glares from Kingsley and McGonagall. Fudge laughed heartily. I initially intended to expel Potter, but instead, can I arrest him? Dumbledore remarked. You are losing sight of the forest for the trees. Excellent. Fudge grew increasingly animated. Perhaps we should submit a piece to the Daily Prophet. Look at that revolting smirk on your face. I fear you may have encountered a minor inconvenience, Cornelius. Dumbledore spoke with a hint of regret. I apologize for disturbing your good spirits. But do you truly believe I would surrender so easily? What? I have no desire to end up in Azkaban. He replied calmly. Huh. Do you intend to confront us four single-handedly? Fudge mocked with a derisive laugh. He is not alone. McGonagall and Icklain exclaimed in unison, with McGonagall reaching into her robes, clutching her wand tightly. No, it is indeed a solitary endeavor, Minerva, Dumbledore asserted sternly. Hogwarts requires a person of sound judgment. Restrain Il. Suddenly, spells whirled through the air. The portrait screamed, the floor trembled, and powerful magic suffused the headmaster's office. Dust swirled. Harry reclined on the sofa, observing a tall shadow approaching them. As the dust began to settle, Dumbledore interrupted Harry's thoughts. Listen to me, Harry. You must exert all your effort to learn a clemency from Professor Snape, ensuring that you no longer suffer from nightmares. You will understand. Fawkes let out a cry, landing on Dumbledore's shoulder, followed by a burst of flames. And Dumbledore vanished amidst the fire. The dust, too, dissipated due to the flames. Fudge and the others speculated that Dumbledore had retreated to the corridors or staircases. And as they rushed out, the portraits in the headmaster's office erupted in a cacophony of curses, some even making obscene gestures at Fudge's retreating figure. McGonagall helped Harry to his feet. He brushed off the dust from his face, surprised to find Icklain still lying on the sofa, completely unscathed and free of dust. Propped against the soft armrest with his eyes peacefully closed. He can be ruthless even to his own son, Icklain remarked calmly, opening his eyes, which had transformed into one black and one white. He was bound by an elusive chain, and Harry stared in shock at the unperturbed Icklain before him. There was no other way. He sensed your surge of magic and feared for your safety, McGonagall patiently explained. It was unnecessary. My magic has been dormant for 90 years. No matter how turbulent it may become, it wouldn't matter. Besides, my husband can sense it and would have arrived at the first sign. Icklain straightened up, breaking free from the chains and rubbing his neck where it had been constricted. So being a fugitive is a tradition in our family? He inquired. Chapter 36, Dropping Out. News of Dumbledore's escape spread swiftly throughout Hogwarts, and Umbridge successfully assumed the position of headmistress she had long coveted. As soon as the employment guidance notification was issued, Icklain conceived a bold idea. He first contacted the Weasley twins, and after receiving their enthusiastic support, the three of them exchanged mischievous grins reminiscent of children plotting a prank. They then set off on their separate missions. Icklain headed to Umbridge's office, while each twin took charge of a classroom. They placed homemade Weasley Wizard Wheezes fireworks in every drawer of the rooms associated with Umbridge. After adorning Umbridge's office, Icklain dusted off non-existent particles from his hands, admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. When Umbridge returned, she would be greeted by a banner reading, Hogwarts belongs to Dumbledore, and I pledge my allegiance to Dumbledore. As he walked toward Professor McGonagall's office, he happened to pass by the educational decree wall, which had become a peculiar attraction at Hogwarts. He chuckled, casually placing rockets at each corner before continuing to McGonagall's office. Logically, he should have been in Slytherin, but those familiar with Icklain recognized him as a Gryffindor, particularly Professor McGonagall. Upon arriving at the office door, Harry emerged, surprised to see him, given that Icklain ostensibly belonged to Slytherin. However, he said nothing, merely greeting him before departing. Icklain politely knocked on the door, and upon receiving affirmation, he entered to find a conspicuous pink figure seated in the corner. Griselda? Shouldn't Severus be responsible for this? McGonagall removed her square glasses from her nose, deeming them unnecessary. If Icklain were there to inquire about career advice, then a troll could perform a backflip. As McGonagall had anticipated, Icklain grinned. Heh, I'm certainly not here to seek your employment guidance. He sheepishly rubbed his neck. After all, you are the deputy headmistress. I merely have a small decision to inform you about. Umbridge coughed sharply, clearly feeling overlooked by Icklain. Perhaps I should provide you with some cough syrup, Dolores, McGonagall remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Umbridge before turning her attention back to Icklain. Please, continue. I wish to drop out, Icklain stated. Why do you wish to leave? McGonagall asked, her surprise contrasting with Umbridge's, as she calmly organized a stack of promotional cards. Because there is nothing left for this school to teach me, Icklain shrugged nonchalantly. The headmaster cannot even defeat me. I might as well leave and pursue my studies independently. Longley flew in through the window, casting a glare at Umbridge before perching on Icklain's shoulder. Umbridge, startled by the bird's audacity, fell silent. And this time she directly stated, I do not agree, Mr. Griselda. You should consult with me, the headmistress, before making such a decision. I never claimed I needed the professor's consent, did I? I am dropping out. I am merely here to notify the professors, Icklain replied with a calm smile. Very well. McGonagall feigned regret, clearly perceiving the unusual nature of Longley perched on Icklain's shoulder, a requisite skill for an Auror assessment, Transfiguration. Under the Transfiguration was Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fox. Then I shall take my leave, Professor McGonagall. Icklain pondered. It must be Minerva, right? As he exited the office, preparing to close the door, he suddenly exclaimed, I nearly forgot to mention, we dropouts have prepared some gifts for the professors. He closed the door behind him. Umbridge fumed, while McGonagall pondered Icklain's words. Several dropouts? Just how many are we speaking of? When Umbridge was compelled to leave the castle due to the uproar outside, she gaped in shock at the swamp before her. Just as a clump of mud struck her squarely in the mouth. Huh, this is mud made from dung bombs. Fred exclaimed, hovering on his broomstick. Laughing heartily as he high-fived George, who chimed in, Old Toad. You can thank our shareholder, Icklain Dumbledore. We have had enough of your nonsense education. So, we are dropping out alongside our dear shareholder, Icklain Dumbledore. And remember to visit number 93 Diagon Alley, Weasley Wizard Wheezes. We are more than happy to serve you. George tossed a rocket firework, igniting it with Icklain's magic as it soared toward the swamp by Umbridge's feet, exploding and splattering her with muck. The two of them launched several bundles of fireworks, which Icklain ignited with his magic from a distance, sending them soaring. Icklain's bright heterochromatic eyes gleamed as he praised the twins. When I return, I shall definitely invest in you again. Thank you for the generous tips, Mr. Dumbledore. Fred saluted Icklain with 2 fingers, his red hair aglow in the setting sun. As the 2 figures descended on their brooms, the crowd below erupted into jubilant applause. Even exchanging playful fist bumps with Professor Flitwick and presenting Professor Sprout with a pre-arranged bouquet of sunflowers. When they reached Professor McGonagall, they paused momentarily. Yet the typically stern McGonagall surprised them by offering each a brief embrace. The twins bid farewell to their classmates with laughter. Peeves, after we leave, it's your turn to teach that old toad a lesson, they shouted, ascending higher on their brooms, racing towards the resplendent hues of the setting sun. Remarkably, the notoriously unruly Peeves removed his bell-shaped hat, bowed with mock seriousness to the departing Weasley twins, and then, with a mischievous grin, soared over Umbridge's head, showering her with a bucket of dung. Fawkes, having shed his disguise, circled the castle while singing a triumphant melody before vanishing alongside the Weasley twins into the dazzling twilight. Outside the school's gates, Icklain elegantly bowed to the astonished crowd, declaring with pride, Indeed, I am a man of Dumbledore. With a snap of his fingers, the windows of Umbridge's office burst open, unleashing a torrent of fireworks. Following this spectacle was the resounding crash of collapsing walls, as the oppressive educational posters shattered to pieces. Amidst the cheers and the crackling of fireworks, Icklain joyfully waved goodbye and confidently strode out of Hogwarts. Chapter 37. A Return to the Leaky Cauldron. With unabashed boldness, the dropout Icklain Dumbledore Grindelwald made his way to Hogsmeade. En route to the Leaky Cauldron, Icklain spotted an elderly gentleman with a white beard standing hesitantly at the entrance, evidently reluctant to step inside. His hand hovered mid-knock, faltering due to a lack of conviction, as he repeated the motion anxiously. Icklain approached and gently placed a hand on Dumbledore's shoulder, murmuring, Good day, my dear father. Dumbledore, taken aback, turned to Icklain, who nonchalantly pushed the door open and entered the pub. Owing to Umbridge's tenure as headmistress and her numerous regulations, Hogsmeade's trade had plummeted, leaving the pub rather desolate for many days. A goat from the back room emerged, bleeding at the bar, and upon hearing the door open, Aberforth descended the stairs from the upper floor. Aberforth was momentarily stunned. Due to their collaboration, Icklain had become quite familiar to him. His frequent visits had ceased to surprise Aberforth. However, his words faltered as his gaze fell upon the figure behind Icklain, his mouth agape in disbelief. Get out! Aberforth exclaimed with disdain, pulling Icklain inside and attempting to shut the door on Dumbledore. Wait, my dear uncle, Icklain interjected, blocking Aberforth's hand. The two engaged in a silent struggle of wills. Unable to match Icklain's strength, Aberforth withdrew his hand from the door, glaring at Dumbledore and warily demanding, What are you doing here? You're a fugitive now. As Icklain explained, he pulled Dumbledore inside and secured the door, ensuring no one would see him. If you force him out, our collaboration will be nullified. Aberforth, the shrewd businessman, didn't he even glance at Dumbledore, muttering complaints as he ushered the goat back inside. That's the third nickname you've given me, Icklain remarked, moving toward the bar's shelf. What would you like to drink, Dumbledore? Both Aberforth and Dumbledore turned to him. Oh, Icklain stammered, realizing his oversight. I forgot you both share the surname Dumbledore. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he continued, I meant Aberforth Dumbledore, my esteemed father. What would you care for? Dumbledore stood in the middle of the room, exchanging a glance with Aberforth, who clearly still bore a grudge against him. Turning his back as he ascended the staircase. Sherry or brandy, Icklain diplomatically added. You definitely wouldn't want butterbeer. It's been sitting for far too long. Fire whiskey might be too strong for you. As Icklain rummaged beneath the bar, he remarked, Fire whiskey, Ogden's old fire whiskey. It is our top competitor. It seems your winery business is flourishing. Dumbledore finally uttered, breaking his silence. Well, you should try the wine I brewed, Icklain replied, producing a black bottle and placing it heavily on the bar. Explaining that the wine was sweet and low in alcohol, surely to suit Dumbledore's palate. He uncorked the bottle and poured a clean glass for Dumbledore. The liquid shimmered a deep ruby red, with a faint aroma of alcohol, hinting at its low potency. A delicate fragrance of grapes intermingled with a unique scent, reminiscent of the wine served at the Christmas feast. Honestly, I have a greater fondness for the wine from the Christmas banquet, Dumbledore admitted, but Icklain swiftly covered his mouth. Shoo, don't mention that here. That wine was meant for family only. I didn't provide it to my uncle. Dumbledore chuckled softly, and Icklain joined in the laughter. Of course, uncles are family, but there's never been a chance. Icklain paused, sensing the conversation veering into more sensitive territories, and redirected the topic. The happenings at school have certainly kept Umbridge quite busy. Speaking of school, Dumbledore interjected. I've dropped out, Icklain interrupted. Hearing this, Dumbledore's brow furrowed instinctively, his breath heavy with concern. Clearly, he disapproved of Icklain's decision. He had hoped to shield him from turmoil, but it was evident that Icklain's resolve was unyielding. Dumbledore worried that Icklain might meddle too deeply, jeopardizing their plans. Not meeting your expectations? Icklain discerned Dumbledore's thoughts and articulated. You wish to keep me locked away at school until the war concludes, don't you? You want to prevent my involvement. He smiled as he picked up a clean cloth to wipe the glass. I assure you, I won't interfere with your endeavors. You can rest easy on that front. However, you cannot suppress a Grindelwald's innate ambition. Am I right? Dumbledore nodded in agreement, visibly relieved by Icklain's words. You and Gellert are so alike. Wait, you're not going to be like Snape, are you? Icklain halted, peering through the glass at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head in denial, taking a sip from his glass. Interrupted by Icklain's remark. Hey, Aberforth's voice echoed from the stairs, prompting both to turn. Aberforth awkwardly inquired, where do you plan to stay? Before retreating upstairs again. Icklain understood Aberforth's implication. He had tacitly allowed Dumbledore to remain. He glanced at Aberforth's departing figure, then at Dumbledore, smiling. He may not have forgiven you, but he still cares for you. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. Dumbledore smiled with a mix of gratitude and resignation. Aberforth, Icklain suddenly stated earnestly, I believe you are far too clear-headed. Dumbledore, intrigued, turned to him, signaling him to continue. Icklain took a deep breath. You may be too clear-headed. Aberforth, it feels as though you distance yourself from everything. You perceive certain matters with excessive clarity. Perhaps this keeps you from feeling weary, unbound by emotions, but, he pondered, maybe you should attempt to immerse yourself in a relationship. I know you refer to the moment when Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore set aside their goblets. Immersed in contemplation, it seemed as though they were weighing their words with utmost care. As you can observe, we have both aged, and the concept of affection feels like a distant memory. 50 years ago, we may have grappled with such emotions, but now we have come to terms with them. Yet, the sentiments we once held for one another have also faded. We now regard each other merely as friends? Icklain interjected, do you truly believe in that term? Dumbledore? Do not assume I am unaware of your trepidation. You fear that if you were to become entangled in emotions as you once were, it might jeopardize your plans. You wish to become callous, isolated from the world, devoid of any attachments. Icklain also set his goblet down, affirming my words. Dumbledore remained silent, enveloped in contemplation. Chapter 38, Stars and Moon. This period was both tranquil and arduous for Dumbledore. He began to worry for Harry, fearing he might fall under Voldemort's influence and commit unspeakable acts. It was yet another beautiful day, albeit overcast. The weather was dismal, heavy with gloom. Although England is not known for its splendid weather, today felt particularly oppressive. Icklain, having risen from the Pig's Head Inn, descended from the upper floor, but did not find Dumbledore as he usually did. Uncle, he has long since departed, seemingly in quite a hurry, Aberforth added callously. Do you think everyone is like you, sleeping the day away? Icklain merely chuckled, for sleep was not a luxury he desired, yet he had no choice. Stepping outside the inn and stretching, he spotted the long-lost Chang'e returning from the horizon, appearing somewhat anxious, its ability to express itself diminishing rapidly. When Icklain failed to comprehend its urgency, it swiftly transported him away. Inside, Aberforth watched this unfold, muttering curses as he flung the cloth he had been using onto the bar. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. Icklain was brought into a chamber, and from his elevated vantage point, he first beheld an archway, draped in a gossamer veil that emitted a pale, ghostly light reminiscent of Sirius's fateful star. He forcefully banished the ominous and absurd thought from his mind. The archway stirred a sense of familiarity within him, transporting his thoughts back 4 years to when he was 11, and a peculiar sensation washed over him. His reverie was interrupted by voices from below. Dumbledore. It was Neville Longbottom, a young Gryffindor wizard admired by Sprout for his innate talents, though it was said his abilities were limited to herbology. His parents were hospitalized at St. Mungo's, and he vaguely recalled Augustus mentioning that they were heroes due to a certain Bellatrix Lestrange. Suddenly, he recalled the significance of the veil. Peering down, he observed a bustling scene below, filled with familiar faces. Lucius Malfoy, the patriarch of the Malfoy family. Death Eaters from the newspapers, Bellatrix, and others among the dark ranks. Members of the Order of the Phoenix were also present, casting spells to shield Harry and his companions, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. The steady sound of Dumbledore's footsteps echoed in the room, causing the Death Eaters to visibly panic. Come now, this is beneath your level. Sirius mocked Bellatrix. In that moment, only they were engaged in combat. Angered, Bellatrix unleashed a bolt of red light that struck Sirius squarely in the chest. His expression froze, the smile fading as he began to descend slowly, not so much falling as being drawn in. Icklain's body acted before his mind, using the utmost speed to apparate in an attempt to rescue Sirius. Sirius. Harry felt his breath and body cease, staring blankly as Sirius fell. Lupin sensed the disturbance caused by the veil, yet felt powerless to intervene, holding Harry back to prevent him from rushing forward. He called out Sirius's name in vain, drowned out by Harry's cries. The moon gazed upon the stars concealed within the veil, a solitary tear escaping the corner of its eye. A silent scream failed to summon the stars back. Foolish dog. Icklain rushed to the veil's edge, and as Sirius was engulfed, he instinctively reached in, grasping his clothing. Dumbledore and Lupin watched Icklain's reckless action, eager to pull him back, yet what they touched was nothing but a wisp of smoke. Icklain felt his heart stutter. A suffocating sensation, all too familiar, a feeling he had endured for years prior. Then, the hand he extended began to burn as if on fire, seemingly bleeding. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he pulled Sirius desperately back, as if battling against a powerful current. His magical essence surged violently within him. His consciousness flickered back, enabling him to pull Sirius entirely from the veil, before weakly pushing him behind him. Lupin caught Sirius with one arm, while stabilizing Icklain with the other. Dumbledore unreservedly embraced him, softly calling out, Illinois, IL. As Icklain's awareness returned fully, his head throbbed, and he pushed Dumbledore away, clutching his right arm in pain. He was relieved to be wearing a black shirt that concealed the blood staining his right hand. He turned his gaze towards Sirius. Lupin knelt beside him, cradling Sirius's head. Yet there was no sign of awakening. He lay there like a lifeless shell, utterly unresponsive. In despair, Lupin leaned against Sirius's chest, praying for a heartbeat. Sirius. Harry knelt beside him, weeping. No, Sirius. Icklain's voice was faint, weakened as he dragged himself towards Sirius, who lay across Lupin's lap. A thought, absurd yet compelling, emerged in his mind. He gently tugged at Lupin, leaning down to gaze at the bloodied, yet unresponsive Sirius. You cannot die, foolish dog. You promised to give Potter a home. He extended his right hand, tearing the fabric from his arm to reveal a bloodied limb. With his wand, he traced a line across his palm, ignoring Dumbledore and Lupin's protests, allowing the droplets of his blood to fall onto Sirius's lips. He observed as Sirius gradually began to breathe, exhaling a sigh of relief. Witnessing this, Bellatrix and her cohorts regained their composure and brandished their wands, shouting at Icklain. Avada Kedavra! The green light shot forth, yet upon contact with Icklain, it inexplicably vanished. Then came the sound of shattering glass. The chain around Icklain's neck snapped, and the pendant of the Deathly Hallows shattered, Grindelwald's Christmas gift to him. Then, amidst the sound of apparition, Winda positioned herself between Icklain and Bellatrix, pointing her wand at Bellatrix. Followed by a flurry of apparition sounds, the purebloods surrounded the chamber, swiftly subduing the Death Eaters. Miraculously, Icklain's hand healed rapidly for reasons unknown. He rose to his feet. His wand pointed accusatorily at Bella. How dare you touch my people? The tip of his wand emitted a faint green glow. Icklain. Vinda grasped his wand, shaking her head in disapproval. You mustn't kill. Icklain, breathing heavily, glared at Bella, then glanced at Vinda, who held his wand. He inhaled deeply, relinquished his grip, and handed the wand over to her. He then commanded the Death Eaters, bind them tightly. Await the Ministry's fools. The Death Eaters began to comply. Contact St. Mungo's. Prepare the wards for incoming patients. After checking on Sirius, Dumbledore approached and placed a reassuring hand on Icklain's shoulder. How are you holding up? Rest assured. He coughed a few times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. Dumbledore regarded Icklain with a puzzled expression, his gaze drifting between him and the weakened Sirius near the archway. My blood, as you can see, Icklain said, turning to Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I find myself beginning to understand you. Since I possess this ability, I shall dedicate it to something meaningful. You say I resemble the Master. But perhaps I am more akin to you. You promised. You've grown senile, Dumbledore. Icklain chuckled, incredulous that he would place faith in the words of Grindelwald. Chapter 39, Encounter with Riddle. A hissing sound echoed from outside the room. Harry, is he coming? Icklain tilted his head toward Dumbledore behind him. A shiver ran down his spine. The parcel tongue sounded rather unsettling. With a crackle of apparition, Cedric Diggory appeared. Sir, I've alerted the minister. But I'm uncertain whether they believe it. Cedric reported. Don't concern yourself with that. Let them believe or not. Cedric? Harry stood up, gazing at the familiar figure towering over him in surprise. Long time no see, Harry. Diggory, you two catch up later. Go summon some personnel from St. Mungo's to transport the injured. You'll accompany them back. Let Augustus prepare. Icklain instructed. Vix, what are you doing here? You have a wife and children waiting for you at home. Why rush forward? Icklain scolded several individuals. All of you return. Those with spouses and children. And those who are too old to marry, follow Vinda. Amidst the chaotic shouts from the surrounding doors, thick black smoke seeped through the cracks. Riddle ceased using parcel tongue and shouted from the entrance, Harry Potter. Suddenly, while with Lupin and Sirius, Harry was struck by a splitting headache. He clutched his head in agony, curling up on the ground. The black smoke enveloped Harry, whisking him away. Icklain acted swiftly, apparating to the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. In the center of the hall stood Riddle, with his raven hair and crimson eyes, draped in black robes that accentuated his unnaturally pale skin, lending him a youthful and striking appearance. Riddle's blood-red eyes locked onto Icklain as he tilted his head, instantly materializing face-to-face with him. Grindelwald, do you wish to explain why you chose to use Potter to convey your true identity? His voice rasped. Icklain took a step back in disdain, maintaining his distance, and casually conjured a barrier. First, release Potter. There's no particular reason. I merely wish to test whether he truly shares a connection with your thoughts. Though I did attempt it last semester, it was merely a hypothesis. He shrugged. Your intention? Hold on, let us discuss something. He interrupted Riddle with a smile. How about we collaborate? No negotiation. Riddle drew his wand, pointing it threateningly at Icklain. Is that for real? Don't even think about it. Do you really think a half-blood like you has the right to act this way? You'd be better off joining me. Our ideals are more easily achieved. If Muggles discover us in the future, we could endure a repeat of the Middle Ages. Have you not considered this? Riddle asked. Are you finished? He agilely dodged a spell, quickly changing his tone. Then forget the barrier. Don't blame me, Dumbledore. I can't defeat him. Icklain shouted to Dumbledore beside him. With a spell of water prison and a fiery path, Riddle declared, so. Potter flew into view. Icklain, observing the monumental duel before him, instructed his subordinates to retrieve the unconscious Harry. Leaning against the fountain, he watched Dumbledore and Riddle duel, while the surrounding glass shattered dramatically. Icklain suddenly felt a pang of regret. This was all precious money, his money, and the thought of the renovations to come was painful. Glass, walls, everything that could shatter did so. At last, both their magical energies began to wane. Riddle shot a glare at Icklain, even waving at him as Fudge arrived. Before operating away, seeing Fudge approach, Icklain was consumed by anger and stormed over, jabbing a finger at him. What took you so long? You should have arrived sooner. Perhaps then we wouldn't have had to collect bodies. Now you believe? Fudge stood frozen. I hereby formally notify you, in my capacity as chairman of the Wisengamot, that you are dismissed. You shall bear the costs of repairing the Ministry's damages. I shall not contribute a single galleon, were it not for Dumbledore's intervention. Icklain might have already unleashed several spells. I'm done, Dumbledore, he urged. Oh, very well, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied to Fudge, finally rousing the rigid minister. You may attend to these matters before departing. He then winked at Icklain. For now, the expenses shall be covered by Icklain, and you will release a statement conveying the factual news of the Dark Lord's return. Understood? Fudge nodded stiffly. I shall return to Hogwarts to inform Minerva. Do not let her worry. I leave this in your capable hands, my dear Icklain. Dumbledore did not wait for Icklain's response before operating away. Icklain watched as the gathering Death Eaters began to mobilize, and reporters quickly amassed in the Ministry atrium to interview Fudge. Icklain directed the Death Eaters to repair the now unrecognizable Ministry. The Dark Lord has returned, Fudge announced to the reporters. Be cautious when using the levitation charm. Don't drop anything on yourselves, Icklain cautioned the Death Eaters. The camera flashes illuminated Fudge's pale, shamefaced face. I must regretfully confirm that the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, well, you know who, has returned among us. Facing a throng of reporters, Fudge added, additionally, we can assure you that the Dementors are now fully under the Dark Lord's command and no longer subject to our control. Please remain vigilant. Mind the shattered glass. Be cautious and don't injure yourselves, Icklain said, tidying up the glass shards around the fountain. The escaped prisoners from Azkaban have all been recaptured and relocated to a place far more secure than Azkaban. We hope you do not worry excessively. Take it slow. Just burn that portrait of the minister. I'll do it, Icklain declared, igniting the foolish painting with a nonverbal spell, as the camera captured this dramatic scene perfectly. The image gradually burned away, with remnants of ash delicately drifting onto the camera, obscuring the lens and plunging everything into darkness. The reporter followed Fudge into his office, observing as he meticulously tidied up the room before leaving the Ministry of Magic with a look of deep shame. Chapter 40. Return to St. Mungo's. In the Grand Hall of St. Mungo's, Icklain limped alongside several members of the Pureblood Party, each supporting one another as they made their way to the infirmary. His leg had just been injured. After assisting the Purebloods in clearing the ministry, they had escorted Death Eaters to the newly constructed prison on the mountains behind New Mongard. In a moment of carelessness, they were ambushed by the suddenly united Death Eaters, resulting in a curse that wounded his left leg, which now bled profusely. While various cuts adorned his body, his self-healing abilities had vanished, perhaps only to manifest in the face of death, he mused. Naturally, he could not allow those individuals to escape. He intended to keep them for vengeance. Upon entering the infirmary, he could only exclaim, Merlin's Christmas stockings. A Muggle proverb sprang to mind. If you're not part of the family, you won't enter the door. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were neatly arranged within the ward, and it was evident that several healers were taken aback, perspiring profusely and neglecting to wipe their brows. Another one. What is happening today? Icklain chose to disregard the astonished and speechless remarks. Hopping on one leg to a hospital bed, the purebloods were assigned to separate wards. Augustus, recently promoted to head healer, entered the room and was immediately struck by the scene. My dear lord, what on earth have you done? He exclaimed, rummaging through a medical kit he had retrieved from a nearby cabinet. An accident. An accident? Your left leg is nearly ruined, and you call this an accident? He retorted, pulling out a collection of horrifying instruments, scalpels, scissors, tweezers, and more. Not to that extent. To that extent, Augustus asserted firmly, drawing the surrounding curtains tightly shut. Lupin, lying on the bed next to Sirius, exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, who was the only other person awake, and soon they heard a muffled groan of pain. Ouch! Icklain cried out. Moments later, the curtains were drawn back. Icklain's leg was propped up with a splint, bandaged tightly, with blood seeping through. His shirt had been torn to shreds by a spell, leaving his upper body adorned with bandages and patches of blood. Augustus placed a pillow behind his back, allowing him to sit upright, before exiting the ward with a handful of bloodied cotton balls and shirt fragments. Icklain leaned against the pillow, breathing heavily, the veins in his neck bulging and sweat cascading down. He wiped his brow clumsily with his left hand, for his right was encased in a cast. Currently, only his right leg and left arm remained unscathed. He surveyed the ward's occupants, exhausted, and gazed at the ceiling, asking, How are you feeling, Remus? Fine, Lupin began, but was interrupted by Icklain. Why is Professor McGonagall here? He inquired, glancing at the professor, who was not far away. Just a few stunning spells, she replied. Hagrid is in a more serious condition, but he's in isolation due to prejudice against giants. McGonagall appeared somewhat weak. All right, as long as you're okay. I was just ambushed, Remus. No need to worry too much, he reassured Lupin. What about Potter? Oh, he was called out by Dumbledore for a conversation. He should be back soon, Lupin answered, his eyes drifting to the unconscious Sirius, filled with concern. He'll wake soon. He's just a bit fatigued, Icklain explained, gesturing for Lupin not to fret. Harry, escorted back by Dumbledore, entered the room and immediately noticed Icklain asleep. But the sight of his injuries caused Dumbledore to harbor unsettling thoughts. Dumbledore approached quietly, his voice trembling as he placed a gentle hand on Icklain's shoulder, calling out to him. Icklain, unable to bear Dumbledore's gaze any longer, was abruptly awakened, and in a fit of irritation, he sat upright and hurled his pillow at Dumbledore. All right, my old father, enough of this. He hissed softly, careful not to disturb the others in the ward. I'm not dead yet. Do you wish for my demise? Now, either you leave, or you stay quiet and do not disturb, he continued, but Dumbledore suddenly embraced him. Dumbledore, you. Icklain began, but Dumbledore offered no reply, only holding him tightly. Icklain felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he awkwardly returned the embrace of the frail, elderly man, reminding him, Could you be a bit gentler? My wounds ache. Dumbledore, hearing this, quickly released him, anxiously inspecting his injuries. Icklain hastily intervened. "All right, my foolish father." He grasped Dumbledore's trembling hand, offering him a warm embrace. This sensation was comforting. He leaned against Dumbledore's shoulder and whispered, "This feels nice." "Yes." Suddenly, a voice of gentle reminder came from behind Dumbledore, startling Icklain, who quickly let go. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he sighed with relief and smirked. "Mr. Scamander, what brings you here?" I came to find Professor Dumbledore," Newt stammered, pulling forth someone of similar stature from behind him. "Theseus Scamander." "Very well." "Icklain, Newt is correct. Theseus is my temporary deputy minister," Dumbledore explained with a smile. "Just a jest. You may continue with your business." Icklain suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, Newt, when will you come to collect your Chinese fireball egg from me?" Newt turned back, slightly puzzled. "You mentioned it back in third year. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Icklain reproached him. "Oh, I was merely joking with Albus." Professor Dumbledore," Newt replied, appearing somewhat flustered. "After all, Dumbledore asked you for assistance. This is what he owes you, and I'm just repaying it on his behalf," Icklain jested. "If you don't need it, I'll just reclaim it and care for it myself." "Please don't. Where would I go?" Newt replied, as Theseus tugged at his collar, ushering him alongside Dumbledore out of the ward. "You can go to New Mongard," Icklain said, addressing Wendell Rosal. "You haven't forgotten, have you? Once you arrive. If I'm not there, seek her out." Newt was pulled along by Theseus, nodding back as they walked. It was clear that his interest in the Chinese fireball egg surpassed any interest in the ministry. Chapter 41, Recovery Cough. Moody, in the adjacent bed, cleared his throat a couple of times. "Awake, Alastair," Icklain remarked, leaning against the soft pillow as he gazed at the ceiling. "Cough." Moody cleared his voice, producing only a hoarse croak of "I swallow." "Huh." He turned to look at Moody, who was gesturing, guessing swallow. "Fairy," he shook his head, gesturing again and pointing to his eyes. "Fairy? Ah, eyes." Icklain suddenly understood, slapping his thigh as if he had forgotten about his wounded leg. "Ouch, it's on your head." Moody adjusted his half-broken magical eye, sitting up straight. "Cough. Magic is not. The Ministry of Magic? Fuggy has fallen. And the current minister is a person of commendable trustworthiness, possessing both capability and insight," Icklain replied. A cough resonated through the ward, as the occupants gradually began to awaken. The door to the room swung open. "Vix, didn't I tell you to return?" Icklain's words were abruptly interrupted. "Young master, spare me the lecture," Vix Cohen said, pulling something in from behind him. "Look what I've brought you. What do you think?" His tone suggested a certain pride. Icklain paused for a few seconds before curtly responding. "Not much. I am a person who is fully capable, so why?" "Fully capable? Can you even get out of bed by yourself now? Can you walk?" Vix pushed the wheelchair to his bedside. "This item is quite expensive. Your legs, as Augustus mentioned, may well end up with lasting repercussions." "I wouldn't use it even if you paid me," Icklain muttered softly. However, his keen-eared companion Vix caught the remark, tossed the wheelchair aside, and, with a mischievous grin towards Icklain, exited the room. Icklain cast a disdainful glance at the wheelchair, chuckling lightly before turning away. "What happened to your legs?" Moody's voice became clearer as he inquired, looking at Icklain with concern. Icklain regarded the now somewhat alert Sirius, the one-legged Tonks, and the no longer laughing Ron, and after a moment's contemplation, decisively threw back the covers, revealing his limbs encased in a frame and plaster. "As you can see, what transpired?" Moody inquired, somewhat astonished. And Tonks and the others echoed the sentiment. "It was a careless oversight. I was ambushed by several Death Eaters," he stated nonchalantly. "What is the ministry's stance on this matter?" Moody suddenly asked with grave seriousness. "Well, during a press interview, I told the truth. Riddle has already commandeered the Dementors for his own purposes. The losses from this incident in the Department of Mysteries are all mine to bear." "Then you could ask Sirius for assistance," Moody suggested, glancing at the frail Sirius, who was being supported by Lupin. "No need for that. I'm using my father's money." Icklain replied with a proud smile. "I trust he won't object." Icklain then turned towards the ward's entrance, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, Merlin, my father has manifested." The awake individuals turned in unison. An elegant, handsome elderly gentleman sat beside Icklain, exasperatedly grasping the fidgeting Icklain and softly admonishing, "Take it easy." Startled, Icklain withdrew his hand, asking earnestly, "Is it warm? Alive?" "Stop being foolish," Grindelwald interjected. "I absolutely did not use your funds to invest in the ministry's renovations." He suddenly covered his mouth, vigorously shaking his head, inexplicably blurting out the truth. Grindelwald cast a disbelieving glance at him and suddenly asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" "Quite well, actually." "St. Mungo allowed you in so easily," Icklain mused. "I used your name. It was quite effortless to gain entry." Icklain was momentarily taken aback. A proverb crossed his mind, Harming others does not benefit oneself. Weren't you rather well known at that time? Did they not recognize you? Icklain questioned, skeptical of Grindelwald's notoriety. You've been documented in wizarding history, have you not? ISNT your name featured on chocolate frog cards? Surely that proves your name holds weight. Grindelwald, under a pseudonym. And a muggle name, no less. Do not harbor prejudice against muggles, my dear sir, Icklain replied earnestly. I know a lady whose intellect surpasses that of most pure-blood aristocrats. Should you continue to discriminate, I shall inform Dumbledore. I could equally inform Dumbledore that you are attempting to undermine the statute of secrecy, could I not? Grindelwald chuckled. The onlookers in the ward watched this exchange with puzzled expressions, presuming Icklain referred to Dumbledore as his father. Lupin stepped forward first, extending a hand and politely introducing himself. Good day, I'm Remus Lupin. And you are? Grindelwald also stood, shaking his hand. Grindelwald, Gellert Grindelwald. A pleasure. Lupin appeared somewhat astonished. As did the others in the room, aside from McGonagall. Mr. Lupin, I've heard he'll mention you. He speaks highly of you as a professor. What do you teach? Grindelwald released his hand, responding with grace. Defense against the dark arts, though I have resigned. Your commendation is too generous. I've long been aware of your esteemed reputation. Though I did not anticipate you would be Icklain's kin, as he has never mentioned it, Lupin replied with a smile. There are reasons this child is reluctant to speak. Wait, sir, did you not see Dumbledore when you arrived? Icklain suddenly asked. Dumbledore? Grindelwald chuckled lightly. He is currently engaged in discussion with his prized student. I did not. Gellert replied. Dumbledore's voice echoed from the doorway. Newt is here at my request. I wished for his brother, Theseus, to come assist. Oh, you still keep in touch with students. Dumbledore smiled calmly, surveying the ward and addressing everyone with concern. Everyone, Icklain hastily interrupted, signaling to Dumbledore to allow Grindelwald to exit first. Though Dumbledore was puzzled, he nonetheless forced Grindelwald out. At times, sir, your unreasonable nature is not a surprise to you. Icklain muttered, covering his ears. Gellert is getting on in years. Perhaps he will not. Perhaps, Icklain replied. You might not wish for everyone in this ward to perish under his jealousy, so you'd best temper his demeanor or isolate him, then return your concern to us. Icklain remarked, bemused. Chapter 42, Discharge. During the time Icklain and others received treatment at St. Mungo, Hogwarts finally returned to normalcy. Umbridge was extracted from the Forbidden Forest and scathed by Dumbledore, yet her mental state appeared somewhat unstable, exhibiting a marked aversion to animals. Under Theseus's leadership, the ministry resumed its regular operations, everything seemingly in order. On the day of their collective discharge, Icklain was at last able to walk, supported by several healers. He descended from the bed and felt the familiar solidity of the ground beneath him. After taking a stroll around the ward with the aid of crutches, he was once again placed in a wheelchair by the healers. Resigned to his fate, he began to navigate the hospital corridors in his wheelchair. When he returned to his bed, Icklain remarked, "It's already quite satisfactory." Lupin approached to offer comfort. He was the fastest to recover, with his shoulder wound nearly healed, leaving only a scar, a testament to its magical origin, which would likely remain. With crutches and a wheelchair, I am now a scholar of the stars. Yet my lower limbs are incapacitated, Icklain lamented. Sirius felt a twinge of guilt, having learned from Lupin that Icklain had saved him. If you wish to express gratitude. Icklain's words were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Molly rushed in, anxiously surveying the group, with Arthur and the rest of the Weasleys following closely behind. During this period, for safety reasons, Dumbledore had restricted their visits, causing great concern for Molly and the others, though they recognized the wisdom of his actions. Considering the possibility of Voldemort's spies, Molly first hurried towards Harry and the others, meticulously checking their well-being. Foolish dog, if you wish to thank me. You might inquire with Arthur. He knows what ought to be done. Icklain continued the earlier conversation. How have you all been these past few days? Arthur smiled as he spoke. Just stay alive and don't let him spend any more money. Molly gasped at the scars on Ron's hands and the various wounds on Harry's body, alternately crying and embracing Ginny and Hermione. Neville and Luna, not being members of the Order of the Phoenix, were allocated to different wards. Ike leaned anxiously, glancing at his legs and then at his wheelchair, lost in thought. Molly had made her rounds of concern and was somewhat taken aback to see Professor McGonagall there, possibly not expecting her presence, especially after suffering for stunning spells. Yet she still offered a warm greeting. When it came to Ike, Molly gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth as she beheld his injured legs and the plaster cast encasing his right hand. Oh dear, Ike, you. Don't worry, Molly. Ike replied with a smile, accepting her embrace. How could you have gotten hurt so badly? Molly scrutinized his condition. Your legs. You might be in a wheelchair for a year, but let us not dwell on that. Who's to say? Ike reassured her. In the afternoon, it was time for their discharge. Everyone changed out of the blue and white hospital gowns and into fresh clothing. After considerable effort, Ike finally donned his trousers and settled into his wheelchair, exhausted and panting. "Why don't we go to my house?" he suggested after watching Harry, Hermione, and McGonagall depart. I mentioned it to Dumbledore as a potential new headquarters. Everyone understood the implication behind his cough, and Lupin hesitantly spoke up. Numengard? Having been an exemplary student, Lupin was well aware of Grindelwald's significant deeds and the infamous prison that contained a dark wizard of an era. "No. It's my home that my late master left me, though I haven't really utilized it much." Merely glanced at its location, Ike shrugged. "I'm just tired of that painting. And a horde of spiders." The group quietly exited St. Mungo's, fortunate not to attract the attention of any muggles. Under Ike's guidance, they found a flower shop and then used flue powder to arrive at his house. They emerged from the fireplace in the living room, which felt eerily quiet. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed pleasant weather outside. It was indeed a lovely day at the end of June, with clear skies and a few clouds drifting by. Each step stirred up dust. The furniture was adequately furnished, devoid of the bothersome boggats and irritating portraits found in Grimmauld Place No. 12. After all, no one had visited this suburban villa, which was situated in a decent environment. Ike, in his wheelchair, gazed through the living room window and remarked, "What splendid weather today. You seldom see such fine weather in London." "But someone has lived here," Sirius said, waving away the dust with his hand. "Yet this house is larger than yours." Ike retorted, coughing as the dust irritated him, and opened the front door to let in some fresh air. They stepped out of the expansive villa and into the garden. Standing on the path, they gazed at the villa, which perhaps ought to be called a manor, as it was indeed much larger than Grimmauld Place No. 12. The garden had been left untended, overgrown with weeds that reached waist height. Fortunately, there were no gnomes. The manor-esque gate was rusted and nearly corroded to the point of collapse with a mere push. Cleaning this up might be a bit of a hassle, Ike commented as he looked at the house, encircled by creeping vines. "That's all right. We've nearly tidied up Grimmauld Place. This should be easier. Especially without those pesky boggats, right?" Molly smiled. "All right, let us designate this as our headquarters," Moody declared, using his cane to flick away the vines that had wrapped around his feet, his voice gruff. "Shall we assign tasks?" Lupin suggested. "My garden," Ike replied. "My living room." Tonks chimed in. "I'll handle the backyard," Lupin said. "I can take down the front gate," Sirius offered. "Then I'll clean upstairs." Molly smiled. Arthur and the others had other business to attend to, as the ministry had been quite busy lately, so it would just be the few of them. "Alastair, you can look around here and check for any boggats or pesky portraits. How does that sound?" Ike proposed. "I'm sorry to trouble you all. I had hoped this could serve as headquarters, but now it seems we must start a thorough cleanup," Ike said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No worries, consider it rehabilitation." Lupin suddenly inquired, "Can you manage on your own?" "I can come help. I'm merely limping." "That doesn't mean I'm finished," Ike laughed. Chapter 43. The new headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Everyone began busily attending to their respective tasks, and Ike started clearing the garden. The manor was quite pleasant, albeit a bit large. The weeds, neglected for a long time, appeared untidy. Defendo. Evanesco. The severed weeds instantly vanished. With a loud thud, the manor's gate swung open. Standing at the entrance were two innocent figures. Ike wheeled himself closer, finding Sirius and Augustus exchanging glances outside. "Master, it's not my fault. I merely rang the doorbell," Augustus said, looking somewhat innocent. "I asked Sirius to take the door down. What brings you here?" Ike inquired. "Well, with all the hustle and bustle at St. Mungo's these past few days due to you lot, the headmaster generously allowed us therapists a brief respite. So is Tonks around?" Augustus said, lowering his gaze in slight embarrassment. "Yes, come in." Ike raised an eyebrow with a smile. "What is going on with you two?" He felt a surge of curiosity. Augustus's face flushed slightly as he stammered. "Well, it's nothing really. Come on, it's obvious." "Get inside," Ike said with a smile. After watching Augustus scurry inside, Sirius uncertainly spoke. "What is this about?" "Augustus is 20, and Tonks is." Ike pondered. 23, Sirius interjected. "Young, indeed," he chuckled. "When are you going to tell me about your story with Remus? We've known each other since our student days. Come on, let us go inside and talk," Ike encouraged, suddenly intrigued. Back in the villa, Ike was taken aback by the pristine appearance of the living room. The furniture was spotless, though he noticed a missing vase at the entrance, likely broken by Tonks while cleaning. He struggled to transfer from his wheelchair to the sofa. Sirius sat beside him and was about to speak when Ike interrupted. "Wait, first tell me about your past with Snape," Ike said, his expression serious. After a moment of silence, Sirius began. "We had our differences back then, but—" "Let me take this one," Lupin interjected from behind. "To be honest, from the start of term, James and Snape were at odds. We perhaps took advantage of James and Sirius's pureblood status to demean him. Of course, Snape also plotted against us, having a close relationship with Lucius, so we. Sirius fell silent. If it were possible, perhaps we should not have uttered that statement back then, that all Slytherins are practitioners of dark magic and are thus dark wizards. Naturally, Snape should not have stated that Remus would censor that word automatically. Slytherin and Gryffindor? Is this not a form of discrimination? Icklain pondered, his brow furrowing ever deeper. So, the animosity is mutual between your two factions. No wonder Hogwarts is currently plagued with such discrimination against Muggle-born wizards and those from mixed-blood families. Remus exchanged a puzzled glance with Sirius. Many of the little ones are emulating your ways from years past. Is this not a significant issue for Hogwarts? Icklain leaned on his cane, intending to rise and speak. Oh, Molly? Dinner tonight. Arthur and the others will be returning, including Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Molly descended the stairs with a radiant smile, a feather duster clutched in her hand. Perhaps you could set that down for now, Molly, Sirius suggested gently. Are you perhaps haunted by that thing? Icklain chuckled, leaning on his cane as he made his way toward the kitchen. Perhaps. I tremble at the sight of it. Sirius replied. What as for dinner? Icklain inquired. Well, you can take a break today. Let me and Molly handle the cooking, Remus said. But with over 10 people? Are you certain? 2 people will hardly suffice. We'll be unable to afford dinner by dawn. Icklain fiddled with his fingers, counting heads. Is the gentleman joining us? Icklain pulled out a vibrating communicator from his pocket. Then, for should suffice, Icklain smiled as he placed the communicator on the dining table. That fellow Snape certainly won't be cooking, will he? Him? Huh. Can anything he cooks be deemed edible? Sirius scoffed. Why can't you cook? Icklain asked. Having never witnessed Sirius in the kitchen, he was always pushed out by either Molly or Remus and seated at the dining table. Oh, Icklain, you are unaware. Sirius once nearly blew up the kitchen when Dumbledore had just gathered everyone together. He attempted to cook. Remus sighed. The little ones are also coming. Today happens to be the last day of term. Icklain yawned and stretched. Footsteps echoed from outside the dining room. First came Augustus, followed by Tonks. Augustus approached, whispering to Icklain, Master, I plan to pursue Tonks. His voice was barely audible, yet it could not conceal his inner excitement. That's splendid. If you need anything, just let me know. Icklain beamed, wishing him success. And if you require funds, or the like, feel free to ask, or for the holiday. I certainly won't hold back. Augustus replied, his ears reddening with excitement. Be kind to the lady, understood? Absolutely. I shall take my leave now. Augustus exited the dining room, with Tonks following suit. Youth is such a wonderful thing, Icklain mused, watching their blissful retreat. How old are you really? Sirius inquired, sitting beside him. You've never disclosed your true age. Guess. 99. Sirius Black. I thank you. Icklain exclaimed, rising from the table, pointing his cane at him in admonition. You're the one who S99. Sirius swiftly transformed into a black dog, dodging Icklain's cane attack and bolting into the kitchen. Sirius Black. You may play with Icklain. But what are you doing in the kitchen? Are you planning to blow it up? Mrs. Weasley brandished a kitchen knife at Sirius. The black dog promptly surrendered, fleeing to the living room sofa, only to find Mrs. Weasley still in pursuit with her knife. I warned you. If those paws of yours enter the kitchen, I shall chop them off, she shouted. Icklain exchanged a glance with Remus, who was in the kitchen, chopping vegetables without a knife, and they both chuckled helplessly. Chapter 44, The Scamander Brothers. The doorbell rang. Icklain, seated in his wheelchair, rolled toward the entrance to find Arthur Weasley. He had grown accustomed to the doorbell. Yet the Muggle voice-activated light at the door intrigued him. Hello, Arthur, Icklain greeted as he opened the door. You came in through the door? Why not by the fireplace? He shook hands with Mr. Weasley. Well, Professor Dumbledore provided me with a key, located in your umbrella stand here. Arthur chuckled, releasing his hand. All right, come in. To be honest, I had no idea that old Coot Dumbledore had installed a key here. Icklain explained with a smile. The sound of apparition echoed. The two outside the estate stared in astonishment at the collapsed door. Icklain was gently pushed down the steps by Arthur, and after expressing his gratitude, he turned to the two outside, extending his hand to one of them. A formal introduction, Mr. Scamander. Icklain smiled as he extended his hand. You may simply call me Theseus, Mr. Grindelwald, Theseus replied, shaking hands with a smile. Very well. Theseus, you must be quite busy lately. What with the mess at the Ministry of Magic, have you not been tidying it up for quite some time? Icklain released his hand. It's manageable. But stabilizing the American Magical Congress is the real challenge, Theseus remarked. How is your health? I have no significant ailments. Aren't you going to greet me, Mr. Newt Scamander? Icklain smiled, glancing at Newt behind Theseus. Newt nervously retrieved a peanut from his pocket and said, Professor Dumbledore instructed me to deliver this to you. Icklain smiled as he accepted the peanut, stating, Thank you. Let us not linger here. We should head inside. The group returned to the villa. At the dining table, Mr. Weasley stood up in surprise upon seeing Theseus, shaking his hand. No need to be tense, Mr. Weasley, Theseus chuckled. I may not have been able to say so at the Ministry, but I am one of Dumbledore's. This revelation eased Mr. Weasley's nerves. What did Dumbledore say? Is he planning to have you join the Order of the Phoenix? Icklain inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Indeed, that is the case. After all, having an inside man in the Ministry is quite advantageous for him, is it not? That's Dumbledore for you, Theseus responded. Yes. The newspapers must be flying off the shelves lately. What about the Muggles? If Voldemort. Icklain observed Mr. Weasley's reluctance and asked, Mr. Scamander. You may say that name just like Icklain does. Perhaps we have experienced things more terrifying than Voldemort in our time, Theseus smiled. Yes, sir. Back then, Icklain sighed. His intentions were noble, looking out for wizards. However, his methods may have been a tad extreme, somewhat radical. You are somewhat different from Mr. Grindelwald. Professor Dumbledore has described you as a politician of thought and ambition, somewhat akin to the Grindelwald of yore. Yet I find you more composed, Theseus reflected, pondering whether his final words were appropriate. Perhaps, Icklain smiled. But my thoughts align with yours. This statement from Icklain piqued Theseus's interest. Regardless of how many oppose, I will, or rather must, overturn the statute of secrecy. Icklain declared solemnly, resting his hands on the table. Theseus, you know our family possesses a gift for foreseeing the future, correct? Icklain continued, watching Theseus nod before proceeding. I have glimpsed the future of Muggles. The discovery of our existence by their advanced technology is merely a matter of time. At that point, Theseus, do you believe they will graciously accept us? Icklain inquired. No, they will likely feel fear, perceiving us as monsters, as anomalies. Such a scenario would be reminiscent of the medieval Muggle hunts for witches. Icklain calmly elucidated, their weaponry potent enough to obliterate an entire nation. Therefore, the repeal of the secrecy law is imperative. We cannot perpetually dwell in the shadows, shunning the sunlight for our entire lives. Regardless of the cost I must bear. And no matter who may attempt to impede me, this endeavor must be undertaken. Theseus pondered thoughtfully at the table before him. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted the moment. A group of individuals chattered animatedly as they entered. Icklain and the others turned their curious gazes towards the entrance. Led by Moody, followed closely by Harry and his companions. So, Alastair, is your abrupt departure from cleaning to fetch the children after school? Icklain expressed his dissatisfaction. It was unavoidable. Dumbledore instructed me to do so, Moody explained, removing his tall hat. Indeed, everything seems to fall within Dumbledore's grand design. Icklain remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What is it? Harry asked Sirius with some confusion. Sirius's words were politely intercepted by Theseus. Theseus, Scamander. The current acting Minister of Magic, he said with a smile as he stood to introduce. This is my brother, Newt Scamander, a magizoologist. Harry extended his hand courteously, saying, Harry Potter, a pleasure to meet you. We have long heard of your name. Theseus and Harry exchanged pleasantries as they shook hands. Mr. Scamander? Hermione inquired with curiosity. Are you the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Yes, that would be me, Newt replied, somewhat shyly. Hermione quickly warmed to Newt. Ron and Harry settled beside the table, while Ginny busied herself in the kitchen alongside Mrs. Weasley. Fred and George were huddled in a corner, engrossed in some research. I might somewhat concur with your perspective, but Theseus still seemed hesitant. I hope you do not intend to resolve matters through violence like Grindelwald, he added. That is certainly not my intention, Icklain smiled. Alastair, why not enlighten us on your reasons for abandoning the cleaning to fetch Potter? Moody took a chair beside Icklain, inhaling deeply before he began. Dumbledore asked me to gather the members of the Order here to discuss some views on the mysterious one and preventive measures. Thus I was dispatched to explain to Potter and Granger's parents. The Grangers were quite accommodating, but the Dursleys, as you well know, are a different story altogether, Moody scoffed. Chapter 45, The Official Announcement. A knock on the door was followed by Kingsley entering, accompanied by Tonks, who appeared quite cheerful with her hair transformed into a bright orange hue. Hello, Mad Eye, Tonks greeted with a smile. Perhaps you should consider changing that eye of yours? She suggested uncertainly, gesturing towards her own eyes. Minister, Kingsley extended his hand to Theseus. No need for formality, just call me Theseus. I am also one of Dumbledore's people. Theseus replied understandingly as he shook Kingsley's hand. Moody looked puzzled by Tonks's comment and unabashedly removed his magical eye to inspect it. Ugh, Tonks expressed her distaste. Please. Mad Eye, be mindful. We still have to eat, you know. Apologies, Moody replied without an ounce of remorse as he inspected his half-shattered magical eye. Make time to fix that. Tonks suggested, sitting beside Hermione. Perhaps you should consider wearing an eye patch. It's quite frightening the way it is. Moody acknowledged her. Yet it was evident he paid little heed, reattaching his damaged eye, much to Tonks's discontent. With 2 successive pops of apparition, The door swung open. Icklain rose. Addressing his father, "Sir." The others greeted Dumbledore as well. Theseus stood to acknowledge Grindelwald, while Newt appeared somewhat anxious. Dumbledore observed Newt's expression with a hint of amusement, patting his shoulder to encourage him to take a seat, casting a warning glance at Grindelwald. Icklain waited until Grindelwald had settled before he too took a seat at the table. "Sir, do you not cook? The kitchen is short-staffed. Perhaps you could lend a hand?" Icklain smiled, gesturing to his own legs resting on the wheelchair. "I'm unable to assist in this state." Grindelwald shot Icklain an annoyed glance, but said nothing. Rising to head towards the kitchen, Newt let out a sigh of relief, and Theseus followed him into the kitchen. "Dumbledore, you're excused. But I have not forgotten your culinary escapades in the kitchens at Beauxbatons. The stew was excessively sweet, a feat only you could accomplish." Icklain mercilessly revealed Dumbledore's intentions. Suppressing him, Dumbledore merely chuckled in response. Was it truly that dreadful? Dumbledore couldn't resist asking. Was it truly that bad? Surely nothing could be worse than that dish. Of course, excluding Sirius blowing up the kitchen, Icklain remarked, somewhat exasperated. Dumbledore appeared slightly disheartened. The poor old man quickly earned sympathy as Mrs. Weasley kindly offered him a place to cook beside her. Icklain, finding his efforts to dissuade her futile, resigned himself to resting his head on the table, awaiting his fate. "Mr. Scamander, you must be sure to savor your esteemed Minter's culinary skills later," Icklain said to Newt. "I wouldn't mind sharing my portion with you." Newt, clearly reluctant to accept such generosity, quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No need. I appreciate your kindness, but I shall manage without your share." "Then be sure to finish your own portion. Do not let Dumbledore's goodwill go to waste." Icklain laughed, pulling out a communicator from his pocket, sending a message. At last, after Mrs. Weasley, her patience tested, brought out the final dish from the kitchen, dinner commenced. Icklain observed Grindelwald, who was awkwardly rubbing his nose, and sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, he wore a somewhat mocking smile. However, when the sumptuous feast was served, his smile vanished entirely. The cuisine could be likened to that of the stargazers. "I would rather indulge in nutrient-deficient fish and chips," Icklain muttered under his breath. Remus and Theseus, too polite to voice their thoughts, sat silently in their chairs, both contemplating that this might very well be their last supper. If they finished, they would soon meet Merlin. Newt gazed at the plate before him, which contained what appeared to be an unidentifiable mass, furrowing his brow in hesitation. Just as Icklain, under Dumbledore's expectant gaze, slowly raised a spoonful of the creamy soup to his mouth, a savior-like doorbell rang. Everyone instinctively set down their food, watching as Icklain went to answer the door. Even Sirius and Tonks followed suit, under the pretense of assisting a disabled person. The door swung open. Sirius smirked at that moment. He found that the individual before him was not quite as intolerable as he had previously thought, though still quite annoying. He wrestled with his own thoughts. At the door stood Snape, clearly oblivious to the situation, as he was unceremoniously pushed by the cheerful group into the dining room. Sirius did the pushing. He was seated at the table. "Dinner?" Icklain sat beside Snape, ensuring he would not escape. Snape glanced at everyone with a look of confusion. Yet he nonetheless picked up a spoon and served himself some stew. After taking a sip, the furrows in his brow deepened even further. Ron and Harry, seated nearby, struggled to contain their laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Sirius even let out a snort of amusement. "How does it taste?" Icklain inquired promptly. "Not great," Snape replied curtly. "Oh, Severus, is it truly that dreadful?" Dumbledore asked with concern, observing Snape's face turning a shade of purple. Icklain chuckled to himself and retrieved a communicator. The sound of a button being pressed resonated through the air. "For all these years, I have but one question. Did you ever love me?" "I did, Albus. Not only did I once love you, but I still love you now." Icklain's pupils dilated, and his face went pale. He hastily stowed away the communicator and stammered. "Mr. Grindelwald, I didn't mean it. Do you believe me?" Gazing at Grindelwald, who raised an eyebrow and smiled in a manner that suggested disbelief, Icklain felt his heart sink. "Wait a moment. Before you kill me, can I at least leave a final word? You cannot slay a child, a disabled person, or an elderly individual." He swiftly apparat to dodge a curse. Grindelwald sat calmly in his chair, casting spells at him while even finding time to serve others pre-prepared vegetable soup. Icklain darted behind Dumbledore and exclaimed, "Dumbledore, you cannot stand by and let me die. I am your son." He narrowly evaded several curses. Dumbledore simply replied, "Gellert, that's enough." Grindelwald appeared unfazed, magically returning the pot of vegetable soup to the kitchen. Icklain sighed with relief and returned to Snape's side, ignoring the murderous glares from both Snape and Grindelwald. After collecting himself, he spoke calmly, "May I make a formal announcement? I, Icklain Dumbledore Grindelwald, wish to declare that this esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, is my father, and this man, The Dark Lord who astonished the wizarding world, Gellert Grindelwald, is also my father. Chapter 46, Commencement. Surprisingly, no one regarded the trio with unusual glances. Rather, they accepted this revelation with remarkable ease. The dinner concluded, with Dumbledore's culinary masterpiece left untouched. Who's doing the dishes? Sirius asked Icklain. Old rules. Icklain replied, rolling up his sleeves. Actually, shouldn't the two of you be doing it together? Lupin chimed in. Must we determine a victor? Absolutely, Sirius replied, also rolling up his sleeves. 3, 2, 1. Icklain placed his right elbow on the table. Lupin joyfully took on the role of referee, calling out, 3, 2, 1. Sirius furrowed his brow, exerting great effort, while Icklain tilted his head and smiled, appearing at ease. As expected, Icklain emerged victorious, raising an eyebrow in triumph as Sirius begrudgingly walked toward the kitchen. You let me win, Lupin remarked knowingly to Icklain. I merely gave it my all. My dominant hand is my left. Icklain retorted. So, I'll be the one to wash dishes when I'm not in the order? Dumbledore pondered over the final phrasing. Program, Icklain interjected, and the two decided to take turns washing dishes, establishing a fair arrangement. Dumbledore smiled as he watched Harry enter the kitchen to assist Sirius. When can he, live with Sirius? Icklain inquired. You can't expect him to remain at that Muggle's house forever, can you? Dumbledore sighed, indicating for Icklain to follow him into the living room. You should know, Illinois, that Harry's mother was extraordinary. She cast a very ancient and powerful spell on him, and he must remain with them until he reaches adulthood. Icklain fell silent, gazing out the window in contemplation. Illinois, Dumbledore hesitated. I've spoken with Gellert, and I feel it's necessary to inform you that I will need to be away for a while. I understand I cannot prevent your plans, but I hope you won't be too extreme? Icklain paused, arching an eyebrow at Dumbledore. Rest assured, I will not engage in anything excessive until I reach adulthood. Very well, I wish you pleasant days ahead. I've conveyed all necessary information to everyone during dinner. Dumbledore reflected, contemplating if there was anything left to add. All right, my dear father, if you have nothing further to say, you may take your leave. I am not a child. We can take care of ourselves, and I hope you take Mr. Grindelwald with you. Icklain asserted firmly. Dumbledore could only smile helplessly, and he and Grindelwald vanished from the estate, operating side by side, albeit in different directions. Icklain exhaled, observing their retreating figures with a smile, until Mrs. Weasley approached him. Icklain, will you be able to take care of yourself during this time? She asked with concern. Icklain retrieved his cane from the wheelchair and stood up, saying, Rest assured. I reiterate, I am not a child. Mrs. Weasley smiled as she embraced him. May you all be well, Molly, Icklain said, beaming at the Weasley family standing by the fireplace. Perhaps we'll meet again at Christmas, Mr. Dumbledore, Arthur said, smiling as he shook Icklain's hand. Perhaps my surname is Grindelwald, Icklain replied, equally smiling. You may call me Icklain. He watched as the Weasley family departed one by one through the Floo network back to their humble abode. Moody and Tonks departed with Harry and Hermione in a normal manner from the estate. Kingsley and Theus apparat to the Ministry of Magic, accompanied by Newt. Finally, only Lupin and Sirius remained. Icklain, he said, tilting his head with a grin. Even if we're moving here, we still need to go back and gather our things. Lupin explained with a smile. Of course, we could choose not to return. Molly is quite eager for us to stay at the burrow for a few days, Sirius added. All right, I don't mind, Icklain replied, embracing both of them. May you all be well. You as well, Lupin smiled as he and Sirius departed through the fireplace. Leaving the estate, Icklain watched thoughtfully as the green flames gradually turned red. As he took out the communicator to send a message, the doorbell rang. He smiled and, leaning on his cane, walked over to open the door. A steady stream of people apparat into the small yard. All right, everyone, you've arrived just in time. Icklain cheerfully urged. Come in quickly. We must hurry, for Riddle may not be daunting, but the Muggles will surely present a challenge, won't they? The Death Eaters entered the villa one by one. Icklain watched as the last of them, Winda, approached, smiling as he took the documents from her hand and led the group into the living room. All right, those responsible for financial management, you need to hold a meeting, correct? This way, please, the long table in the kitchen will suffice. The group moved in an organized and disciplined manner toward the kitchen. All right, everyone, let's rally our spirits. We must remember that Dumbledore does not desire me to act too recklessly, does he? I shall heed his counsel. Icklain chuckled, stating that coffee would have to wait, urging for immediate action. The fireplace is over there. Let us proceed with haste. Leaning on his cane, he made his way to the sofa, settling down to peruse the documents brought by Winda. The werewolves have all been rounded up, and it appears that this Mr. Finra Greyback is rather loyal to Riddle. We need not concern ourselves with him. He methodically spread the thick stack of documents across the table, comparing them one by one. Those cunning goblins. It is no wonder that the Weasley lad has not managed to secure their cooperation. Macaulay, he addressed one individual in the crowd. Take a few others and speak with them. I find it hard to believe that Riddle's monetary offerings could rival ours. Even if we cannot sway the goblins to our side, we must ensure they do not serve Riddle. Watching the departing group, he added, be clever. They are notoriously shrewd. And we must secure an oath from their leader. Winda, have someone from France stabilize the American Magical Congress. Relying solely on Scamander and his ilk will undoubtedly lead to failure. Dumbledore is handling the giants, so we shall refrain from intervening. He observed the bustling activities of the Death Eaters and remarked, as per usual, we shall not disturb matters in Britain. Chapter 47, New York. It was yet another sun-drenched day, and Grindelwald Manor remained lively after a night of revelry. Master, if you do not rise soon, I shall toss you into a spider's nest, Winda declared earnestly, observing Icklain nestled on the sofa. I speak with conviction. Very well, I shall rise, Icklain yawned, sitting up and struggling to keep his eyes open. Though his eyes were open, his mind was still adrift. The itinerary had been quite full these past few days. He was to visit America for negotiations with the goblins, as Macaulay had sent an urgent letter requesting his presence. And the Magical Congress had reported that Muggles were beginning to sense something amiss. Winda scrutinized the densely packed list with meticulous care. Once you have prepared, you may rest for a few hours. We depart at 8 o'clock. That is the time we agreed upon, she stated, glancing at her watch on her left wrist. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Winda, Icklain replied, yawning as he picked up his fallen cane and walked towards the bar in the hall. Good morning, everyone. He greeted the passing Death Eaters with a lackluster tone. Good morning? What time do you think it is, my young master? One Death Eater suddenly realized. 3 in the afternoon, Icklain replied, gazing seriously at the wall clock. What time did you go to bed, Florent? Not much earlier than you. I was unable to hold out past 9 this morning. Unlike you, who managed to stay up until 11, Florent retorted. Will we truly perish from just 5 hours of sleep? The ones who truly risk collapse are the negotiators, constantly shuttling between two countries, struggling to adjust to the time difference. Icklain rummaged through the cupboard beneath the bar. Do you drink coffee? I do, Florent replied, yawning again. With milk and sugar. A lump of sugar will suffice. No problem. Icklain yawned as well, declaring, you are coming with me. No choice, Icklain stated decisively, pouring coffee grounds into a cup. Hee, I think I shall resign, Florent lamented. How old am I? 25, and you think you can say such things? But you are an anti-marriage advocate. Icklain stirred the coffee and handed it to Florent. You are adding ice? Florent exclaimed in mild shock at Icklain's actions of adding ice cubes. Indeed, Icklain replied, taking a sip from his cup. Black coffee with ice and no sugar is truly terrifying, Florent remarked, shivering as he drank his coffee. I have always wondered, master. You who so adore sweets and cannot endure hardship, why do you not sweeten your coffee? At times, one must relinquish their little vices, do they not? In this world, no one will indulge you, Icklain replied calmly. At 7 in the evening, when Winda returned to Grindelwald Manor, she was met with the sight of many bodies sprawled about, some on sofas, some on the carpet, some leaning against walls, and so forth. Winda scanned the room and noticed Icklain was nowhere in sight, instinctively heading to the kitchen. As expected, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Surely, you cannot be placing stimulants in the food? Icklain remarked as he chopped vegetables in the kitchen. I think it could work, Florent said, perched on a chair with his hands resting on the backrest. Do you wish to poison your colleagues? Icklain retorted without mercy. Then perhaps in the pumpkin juice this time it might work? Florent mused, eyeing the rows of pumpkin juice, sandwiches, and salads laid out on the table with interest. Florent, I must inquire, the people lying outside have not been poisoned by you, have they? Winda stood at the dining room door, arms crossed. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Rogier, the master would not allow me to lift a finger, Florent lamented, on the verge of tears. There is still an hour left, Winda reminded him. All right. The last bottle. Icklain poured the pumpkin juice from the jug, counting, 42. Removing the 3 of us leaves just enough. Clothes. Winda handed Icklain a few items draped over her arm. A bit too formal, don't you think? Icklain pondered, gazing at the freshly tailored garments. Perhaps my current attire suffices? As long as it is wearable, he glanced at his blue bear sweatshirt, a gift from Dumbledore. Noticing Winda's expression leaving him no room for choice, he resignedly changed into the clothes. After ensuring everything was in order, he, Winda, and Florent exited the manor together. At the London port, they arrived at the location of the number 3 ship. I have the map and letter that Macaulay sent me, Florent declared, pulling them from his pocket. I shall proceed ahead. With that, he vanished from sight. Icklain and Winda also disapparated away. At the London port, from a distance, Icklain spotted Florent's top hat and glimmering monocle. After a brief glance around, he indeed noticed Winda nearby. The 3 approached the abandoned number 3 ship, from different paths. Inside, it was a veritable haven for wizards, a convergence of magical folk from around the globe utilizing portkeys to traverse. They all shared a peculiar trait, their outlandish attire. A misguided attempt to masquerade as muggles. One wizard, in particular, adorned a Barbie pink sequin scarf. In New York, at the Tipsy Toad Tavern, Florent addressed a scruffy old man in the corner mending shoes. "Free galleons." The old man pointed to the giant's tooth hanging on the wall. Florent cast a disdainful glance at the tooth, then, seeing the surly old man, begrudgingly handed over 3 galleons. The trio grasped the giant's tooth, experiencing a sensation akin to having their belly buttons hooked, accompanied by a dizzying whirl. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves in an underground bar in New York. It would not be accurate to describe the atmosphere as welcoming. It rivaled the Tipsy Toad, a cacophony of disparate beings. Goblins aside, Icklain could sense the stench of dark magic with each breath, his gaze landing on a man nearby. The individual bore the unmistakable scent of animal blood, likely a specialized hunter who thrived on the trade of rare creatures. If Newt were to see such individuals, his heart would surely ache. "Werewolves," Icklain whispered to the two beside him, observing a group engaged in a game of cards in the distance. "This place is certainly not as secure as ours. Where shall we go now?" "We must wait until 9 o'clock. The leader of the fairies will arrive then." Chapter 48, The Fairy Leader. "Let us first go over there and order a drink," proposed Icklain, tilting his head to indicate to the others to look into the distance. A lean figure was Remus Lupin. "Is this one of Dumbledore's associates?" Flant suddenly recalled having glimpsed him a few times. "Indeed," Wendell Flant. "Let us disperse. I will position myself at the bar to block the main entrance, while you two guard the other exits." Icklain cast a sidelong glance at the hunter beside him. Sensing that the fairy leader would not arrive unprepared, and a confrontation was imminent, Icklain approached Lupin, placing his left hand on Lupin's shoulder, and politely addressed the bartender. "2 mugs of mead for me and this gentleman, please." The surprise in Lupin's eyes was fleeting, quickly replaced by alertness as he took a seat. "Thank you," Icklain said with a smile, accepting the 2 mugs of drink and settling beside Lupin, who was positioned directly opposite the main entrance. "I can't believe Dumbledore would send you all the way out here," Icklain remarked in a lowered voice. "You know very well that the negotiations with the fairies are still unresolved," Lupin replied, taking the drink Icklain offered. "Oh, what a coincidence," Icklain chuckled, taking a sip. Lupin tilted his head, encouraging him to continue. "We are here to negotiate with the fairies as well. Who are you set to meet? The fairy leader?" Icklain raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Surely it isn't due to any disdain for my status as a werewolf. Even though most werewolves have been vaccinated," Lupin shrugged nonchalantly. Icklain gazed thoughtfully into his golden-hued drink, lost in contemplation. "In that case, why not join us?" Icklain declared, downing his drink in one go. At that moment, the main door swung open. A cluster of diminutive figures entered, surrounding a larger one, creating quite a spectacle. Icklain's expression tightened as he beheld the unsightly fairy. As expected, when the fairy leader made his entrance, all eyes in the bar turned towards the door, some glinting with greed. After all, the head of the fairy leader was quite valuable. This thought caused Icklain to instinctively retract his neck. After all, Grindelwald's head was also worth a fortune. Would there be anyone seeking it? Lupin seemed to discern Icklain's thoughts, offering a faint smile. Icklain signaled to the bartender, who nodded and exited to speak with the fairies, ushering them into the inner chamber. "Let us proceed," Icklain instructed Lupin, exchanging a glance with Wendell and Flant before leading Lupin inside. "Your name?" inquired the fairy guard warily upon their entrance into the room. "Icklain Grindelwald," Icklain replied calmly, disregarding the shock evident in the fairy's eyes, beckoning Lupin to follow him as they took a seat opposite the fairy leader. "It is you," the fairy leader remarked, puffing on a pipe. "Sir Leader, perhaps you might recall that our people have sought you out before," Icklain offered with a polite smile. "I do not remember," the leader replied with a dismissive chuckle. Icklain remained unfazed, responding calmly, "Name your price. What sum, or what do you desire, to assure me that you will not pledge allegiance to Riddle, and swear an oath?" Icklain maintained his smile, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the leader. "Huh, what if I desire nothing at all?" The fairy leader replied cunningly. "Swearing an oath bears a hefty price. Then we shall have to let our strength speak," Icklain stated just as shouts erupted from outside. Lupin attempted to rise, but was restrained by Icklain. "Patience, Remus," Icklain reassured him with a comforting smile. "We seek the formula for the Wolfbane immunity potion." "Well," Icklain said with a slight grimace, "even if I gave it to you, it is not something just anyone can produce. Handing it over would merely amount to giving you a worthless piece of paper." "Huh." The fairy leader suddenly stood on his chair, looking down at Icklain and Lupin leisurely. "Then there is nothing to discuss. 10 million galleons. Of course, if you prefer, I can convert it to dollars," Icklain declared, rising to lean on the table. The sounds of the duel outside ceased. The door opened to reveal Wendell and Flant standing at the entrance, both covered in blood. Though it was evident it was not their own. Looks like I have won, Icklain chuckled. We do not relish violence, but should you provoke us, we shall not shy away from confrontation. So, in the name of Merlin, how about we coexist peacefully? This time, Icklain regarded the fairy leader with a condescending gaze. In our magical community, unity is paramount, is it not? We cannot allow our disunity to provide those foolish muggles with an opportunity. 20 million galleons. The fairy leader interjected suddenly. 10 million. 15 million. 5 million. Very well, then 10 million it is. The fairy leader feigned reluctance in his tone. Agreed. Icklain extended his hand. Yes, yes, it is a deal. The cunning fairy leader grasped Icklain's hand, yet found he could not release it. I expect your oath, Icklain. Never one to lose in a battle of strength, stood firm. Fine. The fairy, looking defeated, gazed at Icklain's unyielding demeanor and began. I, Knox Golding the 25th. Swear to this cunning human before me. To be loyal to the magical community. To be loyal to the magical community. To not pledge allegiance to Tom Marvolo Riddle. To not pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord. Never to betray, for all eternity. For all eternity, never to betray. Thank you for your cooperation. Icklain released his grip. As for the subsequent arrangements, Icklain turned to Lupin, making a sudden decision. I shall entrust this matter to Mr. Remus Lupin. He is a werewolf. He is my man. His orders are equivalent to mine. Icklain maintained his smile, asserting, I believe this negotiation has been quite fair and successful. Would you not agree? The funds are here. Icklain placed the Gringotts key on the table, 10 million, and the remaining small items shall serve as compensation for your troubles, as well as the refurbishment costs for this establishment. Thank you. The fairy slyly accepted the key from the table, but suddenly, his smile froze. His right wrist was entwined with a decorative inscription, for the greater good. This was a manifestation of the oath. A reminder for him to keep it ever in his heart. Icklain clenched his right fist against his heart and nodded, bowing slightly. Have a pleasant day. Icklain grinned as he took Lupin's hand, leading him out of the bar, before vanishing with Wendell and Flant to leave this perilous place behind. Chapter 49, My Little Finances. After bidding farewell to Lupin, the three apparat to downtown New York City. The Woolworth Building. The American Magical Congress is indeed quite grand. Icklain mused as he observed the towering structure of the Magical Congress with its hundreds of floors, pondering why the Ministry of Magic opted for an underground location. Because they lack funds, Flant replied earnestly. 10 million, oh my money. As Icklain stepped into the elevator, he suddenly realized that the recent negotiation had not gone in his favor. Judging by that old man's expression, it seemed he had offered more than necessary. Heh. So you are aware, young master, said Flant, pressing the elevator button. No matter, it is Mr. S. money after all. He surveyed the opulent decor of the Magical Congress, which was resplendent in gold and jewels, incomparable to the Ministry of Magic. Young master, perhaps you should contemplate how to make the Muggles forget the recent events. Wendell remarked coldly, observing his young master's lack of ambition. Then let us create an even greater commotion, one large enough to make the headlines of the Muggle news. Icklain replied, deliberately slowing his speech when addressing the president of the Magical Congress to avoid any miscommunication due to his accent. Mr. Grindelwood, perhaps you could elaborate. President Mason inquired with keen interest. Sit down. Your leg must be quite uncomfortable, I presume. No. Thank you, President. I believe you have also realized the foolishness of Muggles. Have you not? Icklain politely declined the invitation to sit. As long as there is something more captivating, they will flock to it like hungry dogs. Gradually forgetting the matter at hand. Although Mr. Grindelwood's analogy was somewhat crude, one could not deny its clarity. Thank you for the compliment, Mason said amiably. As for how to create trouble, I doubt we can be of much assistance, Icklain smiled. Mason nodded, rising to shake Icklain's hand. You've come all the way from England. Thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble. I considered it a diversion, Icklain replied, slightly surprising Mason, who nonetheless smiled and escorted him out of his office. Additionally, I am immensely grateful for the Wolfbane immunity potion you provided. It has alleviated a significant burden for us. It is no matter. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards my friend, who is also a werewolf. Were it not for him, I might never have developed this potion, Icklain said with a smile. You are indeed candid. Most politicians I encounter strive to embellish their deeds, along with those philanthropists. That is a fact. The Muggle side will require your assistance. Rest assured, Mr. Grindelwood, you need not worry. Just await the newspapers, Mason said, watching Icklain's limping figure as he departed. Upon exiting the Magical Congress building, Icklain gazed at the street in the early morning, lost in thought. He observed a small gang armed and robbing in an alley, unable to comprehend. So, it's still better on our side, Flant commented, hastily approaching Icklain while carrying a bag of fast food. Is there a need to stir up trouble? There should be enough of this here. Icklain replied as he accepted the handed coffee. They have grown accustomed to such occurrences, Flant mumbled, nibbling on a steaming pastry. He glanced at the promotional slogan on the fast food bag. What? A magically enchanted pastry? This must be a coincidence. Please tell me it is just a coincidence. Flant said, frowning as he pulled the bag away. Wendell, what are you doing? Icklain was about to respond when he was distracted by Wendell approaching from a distance. Collecting money, she said, handing a set of keys to Icklain. Oh. Icklain pocketed the keys and told Flant, I know this place. It is run by an old friend. He smiled at Flant. Who? So mysteriously. This is quite a blatant disregard for the secrecy laws. Well, you might not believe it, but a very kind Muggle friend. In America, they would refer to him as a Muggle, correct? He took a sip of coffee and added, even Dumbledore has spoken highly of him. Young master. You are from a different era. I truly do not understand, Flant said, finishing the last of his pastry. He even knows Dumbledore? It was only 50 years ago. He should be around 80 by now, right? Icklain looked uncertainly at Wendell. She nodded in affirmation. He and Scamander had a very close relationship, Icklain supplemented. Oh, Flant said, handing Wendell a bag of pastries, curiously watching the distant alley where the gunshots echoed. He shook the last bag of pastries at Icklain, saying, Young master. It's the last one. Icklain smiled darkly. Shall we return home? Flant grinned mischievously and disapparated from the spot. Flant Grindle, Icklain exclaimed, also disapparating in pursuit. Wendell, holding the steaming pastries, watched the two vanish with a sigh before following suit. I'll tell you, your salary is gone. Then I can take on a mission. Being a hunter is quite lucrative, isn't it? Upon Wendell's return to Grindelwald Manor, she found the two running back and forth around the sofa. Take on a mission? Did you not swear never to return to your old profession? Icklain pointed his cane at Flant. I do not recall ever saying that. I remember you promising Macaulay, Wendell interjected. That was merely a ruse. Young master, you actually believed it? Pastries. No. Childish. Not giving. Flant, boasting about his agility, said triumphantly. Will you, or will you not? Icklain shook the communicator in his hand. You are being unreasonable. I call it cleverness. Seeing Flant cease his antics. Icklain approached and snatched the bag of pastries from him. Humph. Flant pouted defiantly, casting a disgruntled gaze at Icklain, who sat on the sofa, looking quite pleased. Is it not absurd to use one's cleverness to deceive a child? Are you not a child at 25? Icklain laughed. I am significantly younger than you. By half a century, indeed, 50 years is an understatement. Flant retorted. Icklain, still smiling, handed the communicator to Flant, saying, All right, you can delete the recording yourself. And I will share the pastries with you. You can have the pastries. I just want the recording, Flant replied, taking the communicator. Chapter 50, An Unexpected Visitor. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Icklain's leg had healed considerably. He could walk without a cane, yet Augustus still insisted he take it slow. The troubles concerning the Muggles had been resolved. Indeed, for Muggles, as long as there is a significant event, one worthy of attention, they will swiftly cast aside the past. This incident had also greatly enhanced the Magical Congress's opinion of the Grindelwald family, a name that was but a facade. Icklain was, of course, open to all. As peaceful coexistence with wizards from other realms, devoid of barriers, was the ultimate goal. This was the effect he desired. The magical world was bound to undergo a transformation, and Muggle technology was beginning to advance. This was a significant matter that could not be ignored. He did not wish for wizards to face extinction, nor to be treated like laboratory rats or observed like mere animals. However, how to make Muggles accept this truth posed a historically monumental challenge. Brother Grindelwald. Is the story of the three brothers from the tales of Beetle the Bard true? Well, as long as you believe it to be true, then it is indeed true. His thoughts were interrupted by the doorbell. Using the support of his cane, he stood and walked toward the door. An unexpected visitor, Icklain thought, somewhat sheepishly positioning his body to shield the interior of the villa. Do not pretend I am unaware of your thoughts. How could I not notice them right under my nose? In other words, you have already spent my money. How could I possibly remain unaware? Grindelwald disdainfully remarked as he stood at the entrance. So what brings you here today? Icklain inquired, ushering Grindelwald inside. Albus mentioned he would be visiting today, Grindelwald responded, acknowledging the presence of the pureblood party. Oh, shouldn't he have accompanied you? We haven't seen each other since our last parting. He informed me through a letter, Grindelwald elaborated. Icklain took a deep breath. Merely a conversation. After all, it is commendable for divorced couples to maintain some form of communication. Wouldn't you agree? Icklain approached the bar, intending to pour tea for Grindelwald. Suddenly, however, a sharp pain surged through his hand, black veins creeping up his skin. The cup slipped from his grasp, shattering into countless pieces. Sir, could you come here for a moment? Icklain calmly used his uninjured left hand to clear the shards from the floor. What happened? That evening, the living room was unusually quiet, the only sound being the ticking of the clock. Even the usually vibrant atmosphere of the pureblood party was subdued. As the hour hand pointed to 9, the familiar sound of apparition echoed at the door. This time, Icklain made no move to greet the visitor. Instead, he opened the door with a flick of his wand. He and Grindelwald sat facing each other on the single sofas, both gazing at Dumbledore as he approached. Oblivious to the intensity of their stares, Dumbledore spoke up. Illinois, what is going on here? You're in trouble? Icklain interjected boldly. Grindelwald sat with his back to Dumbledore, obscuring his expression, which left Dumbledore feeling perplexed. Not at all, Dumbledore replied calmly, taking a seat on the couch between the two. Noticing Icklain's inscrutable demeanor, he shifted his gaze towards Grindelwald, only to observe the latter's pallor, which was alarmingly poor. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was not looking at Dumbledore, but rather fixated on his hands. Gellert? Dumbledore instinctively withdrew his right hand into the folds of his robe. Dumbledore. Icklain narrowed his eyes and demanded, speak the truth. What is wrong with you? I am fine, Dumbledore replied, but Grindelwald abruptly interrupted, seizing Dumbledore's hand and rolling up his sleeve. His breath began to tremble uncontrollably. Even Icklain gasped in shock. Could you explain? Icklain rose, towering over the evasive Dumbledore. Dumbledore can no longer hide this, he finally confessed, taking a deep breath. Horcrux. He removed a black ring from his hand and placed it on the coffee table before them. Grindelwald recognized it immediately, releasing Dumbledore's hand and breathing heavily. What on earth is this? Icklain frowned at the curse inscribed on the ring. The resurrection stone. This ring belongs to Tom, Dumbledore stated matter-of-factly. It has a minor curse. It's nothing. You wish to resurrect Ariana? Icklain interjected incisively. Dumbledore hesitated. Icklain chuckled lightly. Hand it over to me. I shall take the time to study this. He grabbed the ring from the table. You two should converse. Icklain gestured to the members of the pureblood party to leave the living room, casting one last glance at Dumbledore before heading towards the dining room. Albus, Grindelwald began softly. I am fine, Gellert, Dumbledore replied with a smile. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me, Grindelwald stated, locking eyes with Dumbledore. Albus, when will you speak the truth? To us, to me? He gazed at Dumbledore, who dared not meet his piercing blue eyes. Gellert, Dumbledore hesitated, pondering over the coffee table, and after a moment's consideration, he finally resolved. We cannot return to the way things were. I need to move forward, thus it is impossible for me. And what of you? Do you still love me? Grindelwald suddenly interrupted him. Love or not love? Gellert, those are two separate inquiries. So that means you do not love me, Grindelwald declared, his forceful demeanor leaving Dumbledore somewhat at a loss. Very well, since you no longer love me, I am free of all reservations. I can act now and reduce everything you cherish, Hogwarts, to ashes, Grindelwald said coldly. Gellert, Dumbledore finally met Grindelwald's gaze, his voice trembling, revealing his age. Grindelwald understood the implication, nodding. Then I could not possibly remain indifferent. Albus, I will not allow you to. Grindelwald's voice faltered, seemingly suppressing his emotions. This may not be love, Gellert. Do you believe I do not comprehend the love you speak of? No, I do understand. Then how do you wish me to prove it? Grindelwald abruptly stood, demanding, what must I do to demonstrate my... Listen, Al, I love you. I do not know how many times I must repeat it for you to understand, or perhaps forgive me, but that is of little importance. I will not stand idly by. Chapter 51, Horcrux. Florent contemplated the resurrection stone ring on the dining table, uncertainly asking, what shall we do with this little thing? Are we planning to eat it here in the kitchen? It's a curse. I shall take a stroll to the study shortly, Icklain replied, his heavy hands crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall, deep in thought as he stared at the table. Oh, Florent remarked, hearing the commotion and inquiries from outside. So who can explain to me what love truly means? This concept is so complex, he added. There are about 15 individuals in this room. Not a single one could articulate it clearly. Familial love, friendship, romantic love. Perhaps these are all forms of love? Icklain's tone was somewhat uncertain. I understand now. My feelings for you are love, Florent stated earnestly. Icklain, pureblood party. What are you all thinking? Did I not mention love? Is familial affection not also love? Florent hastily waved his hands. Isn't it so among family? Or even friendship? That must count for something. Icklain gazed at Florent, speechless. Then my feelings for Rogier also. Florent's words were abruptly silenced by a hand covering his mouth. Yet Wyndham merely shot him an exasperated glance. This is tacit acceptance, right? I knew it, Florent exclaimed, pulling down the hand that had covered his mouth, triumphantly declaring. The wine cellar bill for the first half of the year will be your responsibility, Gellert. Wyndham smiled at Florent, whose expression had frozen. Icklain could no longer contain his laughter, but upon seeing Florent's warning glare, he reined it in slightly. You should first ensure you pass your OWLs and potions before concerning yourself with such matters, he advised, rising and gesturing to the others in the dining room. I shall head to the study. If you need anything, come upstairs. He turned and ascended the staircase. As Icklain stood before the circular door of the study, he faced a dilemma. The sheer volume of books lining the walls made it quite a daunting task to locate what he sought. This is all rather daunting, Icklain remarked, casually selecting a few volumes and carrying them to the desk. Some of the books were worn with age and showed signs of wear, even losing pages. The essence of dark magic is undoubtedly an embodiment of malevolent intent, Icklain read intently, word by word. Do you wish for all meals and accommodations? Azkaban welcomes you, he exclaimed, his frustration leading him to slam the book shut and toss it aside. The soul container, a vessel that encapsulates one's essence, ensures that even when the physical form perishes, the soul remains eternal. All that is required is the reconstruction of the corporeal body. A certain curse manifests instantaneously for those who harbor unfulfilled desires, potentially truncating their lifespan to a mere fortnight. At that moment, Grindelwald's deep voice resonated at the threshold of the study. Where's Dumbledore? Icklain lifted his gaze to Grindelwald, noticing the absence of Dumbledore's figure behind him. He mentioned he would be wandering in the garden. What do you intend to do with the resurrection stone? Grindelwald inquired as he approached, surveying the assortment of battered tomes strewn across the table. Icklain shook his head, interrupting. Dumbledore has handled this matter exceptionally well. My involvement is unnecessary. Have you uncovered any explanations regarding Horcruxes? Grindelwald pressed forward, eyeing the weighty, tattered books. I have found something. Riddle created this object out of fear of death, Icklain replied. His lips pursed in hesitation. But what? Grindelwald prompted. I suspect, given Riddle's cowardice, he must have crafted more than one. Icklain caught a low curse muttered by Grindelwald, followed by a heavy sigh. It's troublesome. Albus informed me he has but a year left, Grindelwald stated suddenly. He mentioned there are matters he must see through. The two fell into a contemplative silence. The air was imbued with the warm scent of burning wood and candles. Yet Icklain felt naught but the chill of despair, the icy reality of knowing his family's time was limited to a year. Then it suffices to eliminate Riddle's Horcruxes bit by bit, does it not? Icklain attempted to steady his emotions before continuing. However, we cannot kill him just yet. We remain unaware of how many Horcruxes he has created, and such a repetitive endeavor would be excessively exhausting. Indeed, it appears we have no choice, Grindelwald conceded. I shall depart for France in a few days. Icklain suddenly declared. I know of an individual who might assist Dumbledore. However, whether he is still alive remains uncertain. Grindelwald surmised the identity of the person Icklain referred to. While he acknowledged Icklain's reasoning, he pondered the possibility that the individual may have already passed away. If that is the case, there would be no one left. Let us simply hope he yet lives, Icklain replied, rising calmly. Sir, do you have any further inquiries? None. Take care of yourself, Grindelwald responded as Icklain watched him depart, his gaze shifting back to the walls lined with books. Oh, the prejudice surrounding dark magic is indeed profound in this world. Magic is magic. Even the most violent spells can kill. Why is it that only the use of the unforgivable curses leads one to Azkaban? LeMay, you must not die, he murmured, reclining in his chair, fidgeting with the communicator in his hand. Ilk! A knock at the study door interrupted his thoughts, and Dumbledore's voice called out gently. Icklain straightened his expressionless demeanor, meeting the gaze of the elderly man before him. Do you seek me for something? Yes. I hope you are not here to dissuade me from my course, Icklain replied, his voice colder than before, leaving Dumbledore momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, I trust one am correct in my assumption. I shall reiterate, I will not interfere in your plans. I am merely conducting business. Icklain finally allowed a hint of a smile to cross his lips, which eased Dumbledore's tension somewhat. Dumbledore lifted his hand, rummaging through the fabric of his purple starry robe. He produced a pocket watch, placing it gently on Icklain's desk. Consider this in advance. Take it back. Icklain's smile vanished abruptly. Are you here to discuss your final arrangements? He inquired, lowering his head to suppress his rising voice. After a moment's silence without a response, he lifted his gaze in confusion and impatience. Dumbledore's expression conveyed all that needed to be said. Leave, Icklain whispered. And please close the door behind you. Thank you. He did not return the pocket watch, which seemed to please Dumbledore. Rest well, he offered before exiting. Chapter 52, Paris. Once Dumbledore departed, Icklain struggled against the impulse to hurl the pocket watch into the fireplace. Instead, he opened its cover. Inside, a photograph awaited, a so-called family portrait. At that time, he was still bound by blood, and both Grindelwald and Dumbledore were remarkably youthful. Icklain gazed at the pocket watch with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Unintentionally channeling his magical energy, he was astonished to feel a surge of formidable power, akin to that which Grindelwald had bestowed upon him through the necklace. A force capable of withstanding the unforgivable curses. The anger within Icklain outweighed his momentary sense of gratitude, yet he tucked the watch securely into his chest pocket. Where does LeMay reside? Should I make a stop at headquarters first? He pondered aloud, adjusting his coat in the center of the study. Scamander should know, Falante replied. I have no desire to see him, Icklain stated bluntly. Of course, this rationale might not apply to others, but within Grindelwald's household, it was perfectly fitting. Then I suppose you'll have to remain at headquarters? Falante dragged a large trunk towards the fireplace. You certainly have amassed quite a collection. Icklain scoffed at the overflowing suitcase. Well, that is precisely why we're not permitted to stay in England. Otherwise, who would be lugging around such a massive trunk? Falante clearly harbored dissatisfaction with this decision. You could head to Nurmengard and keep company with those ancient relics. Icklain smirked mischievously. Who would willingly associate with those old fossils? Then refrain from complaining if you are unwilling. And if you do not let me hear it. Understood, understood. Off you go. Falante tossed the suitcase into the fireplace. I must say, this is far more efficient and secure than the Flu network. Indeed, Icklain replied nonchalantly, tossing one trunk after another into the flames. At that moment, a long-lost longwing flew in through the window and perched on Icklain's shoulder, clutching a letter in its beak. Recognizing Grindelwald's handwriting, Icklain unfolded the letter, which contained LeMay's address. Surprised, he confirmed it was indeed sent by Grindelwald before folding the paper and slipping it into his pocket. After ensuring everything was in order, he stepped into the fireplace. Ahem, he coughed as he emerged, a cloud of dust rising around him. How long has it been since this place was last cleaned? Not since 45, I believe, Falante remarked. Kicking a cardboard box aside. I forgot. I'll head to LeMay's home first. Are you leaving us here to clean? You'll be compensated for your efforts. I'm off. Icklain replied, not waiting for Falante's response as he stepped outside. Exiting from the underground, he found himself in a narrow alleyway. The cardboard boxes conveniently concealing the entrance from the muggles. Following Grindelwald's note, he located LeMay's residence. Before he could knock, an elderly voice echoed from within, prompting Icklain to enter without hesitation. LeMay, upon seeing Icklain, could not suppress his look of surprise. While he had anticipated Icklain's visit, the sight of him still astonished him. The ancient magic of alchemy that creates blood pacts is indeed mysterious, LeMay observed, scrutinizing Icklain's form with a gentle tone. I trust you are aware of the purpose of your visit? Icklain offered a polite smile to LeMay, who was playfully toying with him. With an air of incredulity, LeMay murmured to himself, his gaze shifting from Icklain's physique to his face. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a younger Dumbledore, LeMay remarked softly, his eyes shimmering like that individual from your lineage. Indeed, my blood is a fusion of my father and my lord. Icklain chuckled. These two bloodlines have amalgamated to form my essence. Is there something extraordinary about your blood? LeMay inquired with sudden seriousness. It possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. That ought to be sufficiently remarkable, Icklain responded, taken aback as he noticed LeMay producing a small knife, swiftly slicing his skin and expertly catching the blood. The wound healed at an astonishing rate, leading Icklain to speculate that his previous injuries, inflicted by magic, had resisted self-restoration, whereas this was merely physical. How extraordinary, LeMay mused. Examining his hand, suddenly inspired, he beckoned Icklain to follow him into an inner chamber filled with various alchemical apparatuses. This is a course reserved for sixth-year students at Hogwarts, Icklain thought, recalling that he had only crafted a communication device without practical experience. He stood quietly beside LeMay as the latter busied himself at the workbench, occasionally exclaiming in admiration or furrowing his brow in concentration. After half an hour, Icklain began to question the man's sanity. Yet, LeMay's sudden utterance snapped Icklain to attention. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Please do not disclose it to Dumbledore or Grindelwald. This is my request, and I sincerely hope you will comply. Icklain's smile faded as he recognized the depth of LeMay's complexity. Fear not. Let Merlin take him away, LeMay pronounced, but this was not a typical wizard's phrase. You have encountered him as well? I have lived for 6 centuries. I have seen him long ago. I also heard that the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. Indeed. That object is far too tempting in this world. Its destruction is for the best. I could easily live for several more decades, LeMay explained, glancing back at the workbench. Do you still yearn for immortality? This endeavor requires time. Completion is not guaranteed, but I assure you it will occur within a year. Thank you for your efforts. This truly is a burden on you. Not at all. It is a welcome diversion from my dull existence. LeMay extended his hand, inviting Icklain to shake. However, Icklain abruptly released LeMay's hand, hearing the sound of bones fracturing. No need for concern. Age has rendered this body somewhat overworked, LeMay replied calmly. Your blood has many uses. But it is crucial that too many people remain unaware of this. It could be perilous. Of course. Shall we stay in touch? Icklain tilted his head, observing the pale-skinned elder. We shall indeed, LeMay replied as he accompanied Icklain out of his alchemical chamber. Outside, rain began to pour, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. I must return. It has been a pleasure meeting you, Mr. LeMay, Icklain stated, resting his hand on the doorknob. Likewise, Mr. Grindelwald. After departing from LeMay's abode, Icklain cast a water-repelling charm upon himself before heading toward the entrance of headquarters. The alley was a dead end, and due to the incline, water had begun to accumulate. A foreboding sensation struck Icklain as his right eyelid twitched. He moved a wooden plank aside and descended the stairs. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. The rainwater reached his ankles, and several pieces of white paper floated atop the surface. Merlin, Icklain was taken aback. Come help me, young master. Oh no. My trunk has drifted away. Has anyone seen my communication device? It's sinking. I detest Paris. Icklain grumbled as he attempted to clear the rainwater. Chapter 53, Contentment. The French headquarters had experienced a period of calm. After the torrential downpour, Icklain reinforced the entrance overnight, ensuring it no longer leaked. Do not venture out alone at night. Exercise caution and return before dark. He conferred with friends and family about a code to identify the Death Eater's use of polyjuice potion to impersonate others. In the meeting room, Florent lounged in a chair, engrossed in the newspaper. This is acceptable. I believe we should designate a code, he suggested. Placing his feet on the table, Icklain swatted at his feet with a stack of letters, prompting Florent to reluctantly lower them. Young master, better safe than sorry. Establishing a code would provide peace of mind, even if we don't use it. Icklain appeared more interested in the documents at hand, completely disregarding Florent's remarks. Florent, recognizing Icklain's absorbed demeanor, turned his chair to engage with Macaulay. Funding sources, aside from family wealth, Icklain elongated his inquiry. The Potion Association? The sales of Wolfsbane immunity potions remain consistently high, outpacing even the sales of White Ash. Moreover, this product has a global reach. Indeed, the prank shop run by the Weasley twins has gained considerable popularity, and their shares are quite lucrative, Macaulay reported earnestly. As for the hunters, Florent glanced at Icklain's expression and Macaulay's knowing gaze, sensing futility. And our vineyard? That's a viable option, Macaulay warned Florent with a glance. Florent paid no heed to the warning and mused aloud. True, the costs are manageable, merely a touch of labor. Icklain nodded approvingly, quietly reflecting, the price is steep. Yet people still buy. Such extravagance. What else could they possibly desire? This was a hard truth. The vineyard's wines were sold exclusively to the magical community. Priced at 15 galleons a bottle. Indeed, it was expensive. Yet, only affluent families like the Malfoys could afford such luxury. Who wouldn't want their business to flourish? Aside from the vineyard's notable performance, the others were doing well too. Look here, Florent pulled out a blueprint. Our real estate development in the Muggle world is thriving. Icklain, leaning back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest. Regarding real estate, he had inadvertently acquired a parcel of land from a goblin, which he had invested in developing a residential area. Officially, it was termed a project in the Muggle world, but in reality, it merely involved going through their procedures. Most residents were wizards. However, this did not preclude him from engaging in business in the Muggle realm. His company had begun to establish a presence in the UK, with real estate being one of its ventures, alongside involvement in medical research. Some herbs were disclosed to the Muggle world for experimentation and treatment purposes. This was not a violation of the statute of secrecy, it was merely a pastime for him. Yet, it could not be denied that this might serve as a significant step toward eventually overturning the statute of secrecy. Contentment is key. Do not doze off. Florent shook Icklain's shoulder, urging, you cannot rest now. There are several Muggle events in the coming days. I shall not attend, Icklain insisted, clamping his eyes shut and covering his ears. Despite his resolute stance, he was ultimately prodded into attending, spinning through the world in a whirlwind of activity. Thus, the summer passed in a flurry of busyness. One peaceful evening, Icklain was engrossed in a street vendor's sale of the Comprehensive Guide to Magic. After comprehending the material, he conjured a deck of cards, beginning to perform for the nearby onlookers, recalling the book's teachings as he awkwardly showcased his tricks, his hand blocking the retrieval of a flower from his left sleeve. Awkwardly, a flower blossomed, and though dawn was breaking everywhere, everyone chose to play along, pretending not to see through the facade. In their eyes, he was still a child in need of encouragement. It was simple to indulge a child. With a smile, Icklain seized the moment. In the blink of an eye, as the others remained oblivious, he flicked his left hand, and a vibrant rose sprang forth. No way, young master. Was that an illusion? Florent gaped at the rose in Icklain's hand. It's not an illusion, Icklain replied mysteriously, clenching the rose tightly before revealing it as a mere coin. An ordinary muggle coin. Florence's focus shifted from Icklain's sleight of hand to the muggle coin he held with keen interest. Indeed, a simple transfiguration spell. Icklain tossed the coin to him, saying, "Consider it a gift. That magic was still too complex for me to master. Better to rely on real magic." "Oh," came the familiar voice of Chongli, who had instantaneously appeared on the table before Icklain, a letter clenched between his teeth. Icklain opened the letter to find it signed by Molly Weasley. A simple greeting, yet ultimately an invitation for Icklain to visit the burrow the following morning. Chapter 54, Arrival at the Burrow. Icklain gazed at the letter, momentarily lost in thought, perceiving Mrs. Weasley's urgency within the lines, subtly hinting that the sooner he could come, the better, though she also wished for him to complete his current tasks first. He glanced at his pocket watch. It was 11 at night, which meant 10 o'clock by British time. What was there left to sleep for? He was quite pleased to abandon his work, promptly embarking on his journey back to England via the Flu network, eager to apparate near the burrow. The recent weather in England had been dismal, an oppressive gloom persisting throughout the summer. He landed in a field, the wheat growing robustly, towering like an adult wizard. Navigating through the fields, he sensed two figures ahead, one of whom, a youthful voice, raised a wand and shouted, "Who's there?" Icklain, alert, also raised his wand and stepped out of the field, introducing himself as Icklain Grinlido. His hand with the wand hesitated, astonished to see before him none other than Dumbledore and Harry. "How can you prove you are Grinlido?" Harry's wariness remained unabated, while Dumbledore, having already recognized Icklain's identity, merely observed without intervening, for vigilance was prudent in such times. "And how might you prove you are Potter?" Icklain, feeling a mischievous impulse, sought to tease Harry. "I know your true identity." Harry's declaration lacked sufficient proof, yet his idle left hand gestured toward Dumbledore. Icklain nodded in satisfaction. "We first met on the train. You might not recall, but I was the cat in Remus's arms." Upon hearing this, Harry lowered his wand. Yet, Icklain did not relent, continuing to point at Harry, but addressing Dumbledore. "And you? How can you prove you are Dumbledore?" Harry, taken aback, glanced at Dumbledore and then at Icklain. "There is nothing to prove. You may question me, Illinois." Dumbledore responded calmly with a smile. "Very well, then, when is my birthday?" Icklain posed a question he had never disclosed to Dumbledore. "July 13th, Dumbledore stated serenely. Icklain paused. While that was not his actual birthday, it marked the day of the blood pact. "You pass," he conceded begrudgingly, retracting his wand into his sleeve. The three made their way to the back door of the burrow. Icklain, having never been there before, felt a sense of awe, unlike Dumbledore and Harry, who were accustomed to the surroundings. He was taken aback by the multitude of boots and rusted cauldrons piled within. Dumbledore knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A cautious voice rang out. Icklain recognized it as Mrs. Weasley. "State your name." "It's me, Dumbledore, with Harry." The door swung open immediately, Mrs. Weasley gasping, "Harry." "Oh, heavens, Dumbledore, you startled me. You said you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow." Weavy had good fortune. Slughorn was quite easily persuaded. "Of course. That is all thanks to Harry," Dumbledore said, ushering Harry inside. "Hello, Nymphadora." "Oh, hello, Professor." "Hello, Harry." Tonks's voice emerged from within. "I should be going, Molly. Thank you for the tea. Can I come for dinner this weekend, dear?" "The Auror work has been rather exhausting." "Should be fine. I must return quickly." Tonks hurriedly rose, her clumsy demeanor unchanged. "All right, take care," Mrs. Weasley smiled, watching Tonks depart. Clearly, Tonks was in a rush, having not noticed Icklain. He watched as she disapparated away. "I should be going too, Molly," Dumbledore chuckled. "We'll see you at Hogwarts, Harry." "Molly, do not hesitate to call on me if you need anything. Take care." He turned to Icklain with a gentle smile, before disapparating from the burrow. "Oh, Icklain." Mrs. Weasley, just about to close the door, spotted Icklain at a distance, instinctively shielding Harry behind her while gripping her wand, asking, "Who are you?" "Icklain is in France. He is supposed to arrive tomorrow." Icklain felt a tinge of disappointment. Having expected Mrs. Weasley to rush over and embrace him, he yearned for that moment. "I am Icklain, Molly. Where did we first meet?" Mrs. Weasley remained cautious. "In the Hogwarts infirmary." Icklain understood her vigilance. "Oh, Merlin," she exclaimed, finally offering a delayed but warm embrace. "Molly, let us discuss inside." Icklain smiled at her. "Goodness. You are as unpredictable as Albus." Mrs. Weasley led Icklain and Harry into the living room. "Forgive my caution, Icklain. You know, given the current circumstances, it is necessary." "I completely understand, Molly," Icklain replied as she settled him on the sofa. Mrs. Weasley smiled, scrutinizing Harry. "You've grown taller, just like Ron. You seem thinner. What have those muggles been feeding you? You must be starving, right, Harry?" "Yes, I'm a bit hungry," Harry responded with a grin. "All right, I'll go prepare something for you. Now, Icklain," Mrs. Weasley's gaze shifted to him. "Let me take a good look at you. You seem a bit thinner." You've been burning the midnight oil again, haven't you? How many times have I told you not to stay up late? Why don't you listen? Icklain sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck, stammering a response. If I find out you've been staying up late again. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the front door. Mrs. Weasley furrowed her brow, while Icklain and Harry instinctively gripped their wands. He watched as Mrs. Weasley approached the door, pressing her face to it and whispering, "Arthur? Is that you?" If I were a Death Eater, I would say the same. "Hurry, ask a question." Mr. Weasley's voice sounded weary. "All right, what is your greatest ambition?" "Understanding how an airplane soars through the sky." Mrs. Weasley nodded, poised to open the door, yet it was evident that Mr. Weasley was firmly grasping the doorknob from the outside. "I have a question for you, Molly." "Oh, Arthur, honestly, that's too. When we are alone together, what would you prefer I call you?" The dim light illuminated Mrs. Weasley's face, which was still distinctly flushed. As soon as Molly uttered that syllable, Icklain immediately reacted, covering Harry's ears and whispering to him, "Little one, you shouldn't listen." Before Harry could grasp what Mrs. Weasley had said, his ears were covered by Icklain. Mr. Weasley entered, clad in a drab travel cloak, and upon stepping inside, he spotted Harry, exclaiming, "Goodness, we thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning." He approached Harry and shook his hand, his gaze shifting to Icklain. "Ah, Mr. Grindelwald," Mr. Weasley said in astonishment, extending his hand. "Arthur, how have you been lately?" Icklain rose to shake his hand, responding, "Quite well, indeed. I've heard through the grapevine that the Minister of Magic is set to change again," Mr. Weasley remarked with a smile. "After all, Theus has other matters to attend to and simply doesn't have the time." Indeed, indeed. Let us hope the new minister is as capable or at least half as good," Mr. Weasley lamented. "Molly, you may not know, but Icklain is an advisor in the Department of International Magical Cooperation." "Really?" Mrs. Weasley, busy in the kitchen, interjected, "But that's no excuse for staying up late." Icklain chuckled awkwardly and called out to Mrs. Weasley, "My apologies, Molly. I promise I won't stay up late again." "Let us hope so. You always assure me of that, yet the next time I see you, your eyes resemble burnt onion rings." Mrs. Weasley's chopping sounds could not overshadow her low growl. Icklain sheepishly rubbed his neck. Chapter 55, The Ambassador. The evening concluded with a warm bowl of onion soup. Icklain, expressing no concern about the lack of space, gladly settled down in the living room for the night. When Mr. Weasley could no longer keep his eyes open, he bid Icklain a simple good night and groggily ascended the stairs. Icklain watched Mr. Weasley disappear at the top of the staircase, half reclining on the sofa and gazing at the clock in the laundry basket, allowing his thoughts to drift. All the hands on the clock pointed ominously towards imminent danger. At dawn, sunlight poured into the cozy little house. As everyone descended after a night of pleasant dreams, Icklain was already awake and preparing breakfast. Mrs. Weasley clearly expressed her discontent with Icklain's habit of staying up late and rising early, reprimanding him once more. Icklain merely smiled sheepishly. He had intended to sleep in, but Longley had insisted on waking him as soon as the sun streamed into the house. "Molly, I just got up," Icklain said, obediently pulling out a chair for her and adding, "It's merely a bit of bread." "Yes, just a bit of bread," Mrs. Weasley replied with a forced smile, bringing a lavish breakfast on a tray. "I need to take this to Harry and we'll tidy up when I return." "No need, Molly, I'll handle it." A girl floated over, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. She smiled, lifting the tray and offering a friendly grin to Mrs. Weasley, her gaze turning surprised as she looked at Icklain. Noticing this, Icklain introduced himself simply. "Icklain Gryffindor, we've met during the Triwizard Tournament." "Oh yes," Fleur said, smiling as she appraised him. "You've changed quite a lot. What happened to your eyes?" Her accent was peculiar, causing Icklain to exert some effort to comprehend her words. "My eyes? Oh, they've always been like this," Icklain replied with a smile, slightly taken aback by Fleur's presence and catching Mrs. Weasley's gaze at Fleur, which had softened somewhat. However, Fleur seemed oblivious to the tension and, undeterred by Mrs. Weasley's objections, eagerly ascended the stairs with the tray, prompting Mrs. Weasley to angrily chase after her. "You needn't carry the tray up. I was just about to do it myself," leaving Icklain blinking alone in the kitchen. Once they had gone upstairs, they remained there for at least half an hour before Mr. Weasley finally came down, accompanied by Ginny. Fleur led the way, appearing as spirited as ever. Ginny and Mrs. Weasley, both with dark expressions, seemed surprised to see Icklain, for he had indeed changed significantly, making it perfectly reasonable for them not to recognize him. Over the past year of dropping out of school, he had grown to 6 feet tall. Shedding the youthful innocence of his appearance, and coupled with the change in his eyes, it was indeed challenging to connect his former self with the present. "Good morning, Miss Weasley." Icklain transitioned from leaning against the table to standing. "Oh, hello, Greg," Ginny replied lightly, pulling out a chair to sit at the table. "You've changed so much." "Have I? I don't perceive it," Icklain responded, and Mrs. Weasley, through gritted teeth, added, "In my opinion, you haven't changed at all. Have you?" Still disobedient. She shot him a fierce glare. Icklain awkwardly rubbed his neck and discreetly moved from the kitchen to the living room sofa. "My goodness." Icklain heard Mrs. Weasley exclaim, leaning in to see Hermione, who, for some unknown reason, had one of her eyes resembling that of a panda. Despite Mrs. Weasley's interrogation, Hermione spotted Icklain on the sofa and waved with one hand. Icklain reciprocated and stood to offer his seat to Hermione. This must be the work of Fred and George, right? Mrs. Weasley clearly seemed unfazed by such antics. As Hermione recounted her experiences regarding the OWLs to Mrs. Weasley, Icklain gleaned a general idea and inquired about her exam situation with genuine concern. It just won't go away. After countless attempts, Mrs. Weasley frustratedly set down the guidebook she had been consulting. "I can't go to school with panda eyes." "Oh, dear, there will be a solution," Mrs. Weasley comforted, watching Hermione as she stood and gazed out the window, searching for the figure of an owl. It appeared that, for Hermione, panda eyes were trivial compared to her exam results. Icklain chuckled softly, then nestled back into the sofa, continuing to read the newspaper Longley had brought back. Harry and the others descended but failed to notice Icklain on the sofa, as everyone's attention was captivated by three owls swooping in from outside. "Oh." Ron closed his eyes tightly as he opened his letter, reading it little by little before finally exhaling in relief. Harry, upon glancing at his letter, broke into a smile. "Goodness. Hermione, you." Ron suddenly snatched Hermione's letter, 9 O's. "You." Icklain peeked from the sofa, and Hermione covered her face, her ears reddening with excitement, like a tomato. "Congratulations. Miss Granger, 9 O's is quite the achievement." "Thank you." "Icklain, and your results?" "Just dropping out. My family doesn't care about grades," Icklain replied nonchalantly with a smile. "If you had taken the exams, you would surely have done much better than I." Hermione's tone sounded reassuring. "This is not necessarily the case. I merely excel in practical application, and what I pen on paper might well perplex anyone who attempts to decipher it." The month swiftly approaches its conclusion, and during this period, everything has gone remarkably smoothly. At the end of July, on the day of Harry's birthday, he awoke early, enveloped by gifts and the jubilant cheers of Ron. Upon descending the stairs, Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a warm embrace before ushering him into the kitchen, where, according to her, they intended to host a birthday celebration for Harry. Additionally, Remus, Sirius, and others would be attending. Naturally, Harry was elated upon receiving this news. He gazed excitedly at the bountiful breakfast spread laid out on the table. However, he noticed the absence of Icklain. From Mrs. Weasley's discontented recounting, he gathered that Icklain had departed early with Arthur to the Ministry of Magic, presumably for an urgent matter. Nonetheless, this did not dampen Harry's birthday joy. Everyone at Grimmauld Place cheerfully began to prepare for the festive occasion, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Yet, the news brought back by Remus and Icklain shattered the merriment. Sirius's attendance should have been a cause for celebration, but after hearing Remus's news, everyone felt a sense of foreboding. More individuals had gone missing, many, in fact. Remus's expression was grave, and he even forgot to wish Harry a happy birthday. Ollivander, the wand maker, and Florent, who ran the ice cream shop, were among those unaccounted for. "Karkaroff is dead." Icklain's voice was curt and rapid, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion, prompting him to repeat, "Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, is dead. A year. And they only just caught him?" Sirius remarked. "Indeed, he was quite adept at hiding." Icklain frowned as he spoke. "Karkaroff's demise is of little consequence. Ollivander, if he has been captured by Riddle, it would be catastrophic. He could be turned to serve his purposes. The Ministry is conducting an extensive search," Arthur added. "All right. Let us speak of more pleasant matters," Tonks interjected with a smile. "Bill intends to marry Fleur, and I too am preparing for marriage, with Augustus." "Huh." Icklain's words trailed off, blinking in surprise. Sirius suddenly seemed intrigued, whispering to him, "You're only a little over 20 years younger than Dumbledore, right? Surely you must have someone you fancy?" "No," Icklain replied with a forced smile, then turned to Arthur, inquiring, "Bill works at the Ministry, correct?" "Yes, he does. And he's doing quite well as a cursebreaker. The new minister is eager to have Potter serve as an ambassador," Arthur replied. Noticing Icklain's bewildered expression, he gestured dismissively, indicating that the new minister had kept matters under wraps. "Potter, happy birthday. I've given you your gift, a brand new Hogwarts school crest. I shall forego breakfast for now. I must take my leave." Chapter 56, Draco's Mission. Once again, the day of the new school year has arrived. It is a cherished tradition for students to procure their supplies for the upcoming term, and Harry and his friends are no exception. This large family procession, led by Mrs. Weasley, made their way toward Diagon Alley. Faced with a series of inspections, Harry found them rather tedious. It seemed that overnight, he had gained even more notoriety, and his credibility had soared. Yet, To him, this fame held little significance. He remained indifferent to such accolades. Upon entering Diagon Alley, everyone was assigned specific tasks. Mrs. Weasley took Ginny to flourish and blots, while Harry and the others went to purchase new robes and various sundries. Hagrid, acting as their guardian, trailed behind them. Arriving at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, due to Hagrid's imposing stature, only Harry and the two others were permitted entry, while he stood sentinel at the door. "Hey, Harry," he said, noticing a familiar red-haired boy in the waiting area. "That one looks rather familiar." "No need to be so surprised, Potter," Icklain replied, lifting the newspaper to obscure himself entirely. What are you doing?" Harry stammered, taken aback. "Buying clothes. Did you come here alone?" Icklain's voice emerged muffled from behind the paper. "No, Hagrid is outside." "Oh," he replied simply. "Aha, look who it is," Ron suddenly exclaimed, addressing Draco, who was just outside the fitting room. "You actually have the audacity to show your face here." Draco began, but was interrupted by Narcissa, who emerged, resting a hand on his shoulder and casting a glance at Harry and the others, pausing momentarily on Harry. "Your father is quite comfortable in prison, isn't he, Malfoy?" Ron stated, perceiving Narcissa's disdainful gaze directed at Hermione, and instinctively shielding her behind him. "Mr. Granger, your robes," Madame Malkin approached, presenting an exquisite box to Icklain in the waiting area. "Thank you. Do you offer custom brooches?" Icklain inquired with a smile as he accepted the box. "Certainly. What style would you like to customize? Can you make it according to this design?" He retrieved a piece of parchment from his cloak pocket and handed it over. "No problem," Madame Malkin exclaimed, admiring the intricate design in her hands. "It's quite exquisite. However, it may take a few days, Mr. Granger." "No problem. What is the price for this outfit?" 30 galleons. Icklain grinned as he placed the money on the counter and turned to Harry and the others. Draco exchanged a surprised glance with Icklain, but it was merely a fleeting moment. "Mrs. Malfoy, we still need to take your measurements. This way, please." Madame Malkin beckoned to Narcissa, leading her into the back room. Icklain, deep in thought, approached Draco, but it was evident that Draco did not wish to engage in conversation. Turning his back to him, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be leaving after purchasing your things?" "Me?" Icklain cast a glance at Harry and the others, who had already distanced themselves, and continued, "I came to abduct children." Before Draco could respond, Icklain pulled him into the fitting room behind them. We need to talk." Icklain observed as Draco landed on the plush sofa with a thump, cautiously casting a silencing charm. "About what?" "That guy actually intends to target a 16-year-old child." "That's quite enough," Icklain remarked, his gaze fixed on the dark shirt beneath Draco's left arm, with an air of sarcasm. "If that's all you wish to discuss, what task has he assigned you?" Icklain interjected bluntly, cutting off Draco's words. "That's none of your business. I already told you. I'm looking out for you." Draco remained silent, lifting his gaze to meet Icklain's. He struggled to voice it. The Dark Lord had tasked him with killing the father of the opposing side. How could he possibly muster the courage to admit that? Yet, how could he hide it from Icklain? He had already delved into Draco's thoughts and gleaned the information he sought. He was not surprised, after all. It was inevitable that Riddle would wish to eliminate Dumbledore, but he had not anticipated that Riddle would assign such a task to a child. "The pressure is immense. If you can survive by doing this, then carry on," Icklain said with a smile. "I've longed to eliminate that old coot Dumbledore myself. Alas, you shall have the honor of doing so first." Draco looked up, but the figure before him had already vanished without a trace. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries with Hagrid at the door, Icklain set his sights firmly on Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. This shop was now the brightest on the entire street, teeming with people. Standing on the staircase, the twins, upon returning, noticed Icklain at the entrance and approached him. "Where's the merchandise?" Icklain inquired. "I'll fetch it for you. Not interested in anything else?" Fred chuckled, gesturing towards the wall adorned with sticky sweets. "No, I must continue my shopping expedition." Icklain politely declined their invitation. Setting aside the issue of money, it was, after all, a Weasley product. Who would dare touch it? Perhaps that sticky candy truly was sticky. All right. Fred accepted the small box tossed by George, opening it for Icklain to verify. "This has certainly kept us busy," George remarked. "What do you need it for?" "One of the principles of business is, if it's not appropriate to ask, don't." Icklain smiled as he tucked the small box away. "You're still using a pocket made with the undetectable extension charm," Fred observed as Icklain placed the box in his coat pocket. "We have a new product that hasn't been launched yet. Would you like to purchase it all?" Icklain raised an intrigued eyebrow at the two. George, sensing potential, retreated to the storeroom. During this brief interlude, Fred seized the opportunity to introduce Icklain to numerous products. Though Icklain initially intended to decline, an inexplicable urge compelled him to buy a bottle of Amortentia. Heaven knows if he had been struck senseless by a troll. After paying Fred for the potion, George reappeared, presenting an exquisite small box. Upon opening it, a plain iron ring lay within. Clearly, it had not been successfully shaped. For just 1 galleon. We don't plan to produce this, so you might consider this idea. 1 galleon for a chance at wealth. Fred maintained his cheerful demeanor. All right, Icklain conceded, handing them a gold galleon. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged through the entrance, including Harry and others. After securing their payment, the twins bid a brief farewell to Icklain and made their way towards Harry. Meanwhile, Icklain diminished his presence, ensuring he did not attract attention as he departed the Weasley joke shop. Chapter 57, A Grand Entrance. On September 1st, this splendid day, Icklain unequivocally declined Dumbledore's invitation to serve as a formal teaching assistant. He was currently stationed in Hogsmeade with a faction of the Pure Blood Party, discreetly safeguarding the students, a role that had garnered Dumbledore's approval. Presently, he stood atop a hillside, gazing at the Hogwarts Express as it approached, with young wizards disembarking to board carriages heading to the school. Among them, he also spotted the imposing figure of Hagrid, surrounded by first-year students. Inexplicably feeling a twinge of envy for the little wizards, the intake of new students seemed noticeably smaller than in previous years, perhaps due to the rising concerns surrounding the Dark Lord, as parents worried about the safety of the school. Such apprehensions were indeed warranted, and thus Hogwarts, or rather the entire Ministry of Magic, tacitly accepted this reality. As the small boats traversed the Black Lake, Icklain descended the hillside, slowly making his way towards the grand entrance of Hogwarts. Standing beneath the castle, the usual clamor of the Great Hall resonated, and Icklain thought he even caught sight of Harry and Snape. Merlin, this was undoubtedly the most alarming sight of the year. Casting a final glance towards the hall, he approached the school's entrance, sensing a looming presence behind him, a colossal shadow enveloping him. His reflexes kicked in, prompting him to turn swiftly. Hagrid! Icklain exclaimed in surprise. It's me, Grindelwald, Hagrid replied, his broad smile still visible beneath his bushy beard. Professor Dumbledore anticipated your arrival and asked me to escort you inside. Oh, didn't Dumbledore mention that I have no intention of becoming an assistant? Icklain tactfully reminded him. No, he informed me of your stance, but it appears he has had a change of heart. Hagrid's voice remained as robust as ever. Oh, Icklain realized. Beginning to retreat step by step, you can inform him of how resolute my position is. Dumbledore's resolve is equally steadfast, Grindelwald. Hagrid noticed Icklain's subtle movements and firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. No, Hagrid. At that moment, the Great Hall's ceremony concluded, and Dumbledore commenced his customary speech, along with the introduction of the defense against the dark arts professor. As Dumbledore finished speaking, questions began to arise from the audience. What about Grindelwald? Isn't he serving as an assistant anymore? Did he drop out? Dumbledore, standing at the teacher's table and surveying the young wizards, cleared his throat, preparing to respond when a commotion erupted at the back door. No, Hagrid. I'm not going. All eyes in the hall turned towards the entrance. You should listen, Icklain. You must heed Professor Dumbledore's words, Hagrid urged as he pushed open the door. Icklain found himself seized by Hagrid, lifted like a piece of lumber, and deposited in his designated spot. See, your teaching assistant has arrived, Dumbledore declared cheerfully. Icklain buried his face in his arms on the table, listening to the cheers below while waving at the young wizards, unabashedly glaring at Dumbledore. To celebrate the return of your teaching assistant to Hogwarts, tonight's dessert will be doubled. Of course, any weary little ones may retire to their dormitories, and first years should follow their prefects, Dumbledore said joyfully as he settled down, eagerly eyeing the newly presented desserts and teas. I can't shake the feeling that Grindelwald looks as if he wishes to murder Professor Dumbledore, Harry whispered to Hermione and the others while observing Icklain's scowling figure at the teacher's table. Surely not, Hermione replied, her tone wavering as she regarded Icklain's expression. Minerva, where are this year's first years? Icklain accepted the reality of his situation and inquired of Professor McGonagall beside him. Over there. She indicated towards the various long tables where the new students sat. This year's intake is considerably smaller than usual. Given the current circumstances, I too have my reservations. Icklain offered in a comforting tone. And what of this year's new professors? Horace Slughorn, once the head of Slytherin House and potions professor, has returned to teach potions. Though he is no longer head of house, Professor McGonagall explained calmly as she lifted her cup of red tea. Ah, potions professor. Icklain suddenly choked on his pumpkin juice, placing his cup down with a bit more force than intended. Minerva, I can't be hearing this right. The potions professor? And not the defense against the dark arts professor? You heard correctly, Grindelwald, McGonagall replied, maintaining her composure as she handed him a handkerchief to wipe the pumpkin juice from his attire. And what of Severus? He remains the head of Slytherin House and the new defense against the dark arts professor, McGonagall reiterated calmly, taking another sip of her tea. Icklain, however, was far from calm, staring in bewilderment at Dumbledore to his left. Upon seeing Dumbledore's approving expression, he stood up in agitation, ruffling his hair in frustration. No, you must be joking. This can't be real, right? Today is not April Fool's Day. Perhaps you should sit down, Mr. Grindelwald, Snape interjected, observing his disheveled state. Have you spent the entire holiday forgetting how to use a cleaning charm? The sensation was unmistakable, a reality rather than a mere dream. Icklain stood behind Snape, affirmatively nodding after a thorough inspection. Dumbledore, with an air of resignation, observed Icklain's inquisitive demeanor as he flitted from one side of Snape to the other, and gently cautioned him. The faculty at the teacher's table, with the exception of Slughorn, appeared quite accustomed to the banter exchanged between Snape and Icklain. However, the young wizards below could not suppress a gasp, while they had witnessed the dynamic between Icklain and Snape before. It was indeed a rare audacity that only Icklain dared to mock Snape so directly. Should I extend my congratulations to you, esteemed headmaster? You have finally realized your wish. Icklain remarked, placing a hand on Snape's shoulder and leaning in, his tone laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Our Mr. Gryffindor seems so fond of making an entrance. Shall I then offer my congratulations to you as well? Snape retorted, not bothering to turn his gaze from the chuckling Gryffindors below. Merlin, just the thought of partnering with you sends me into a spiral of despair, Icklain exclaimed, elongating his tone while glaring at Dumbledore, who seemed poised to interject. Perhaps a formal assistant should oversee all classes, Dumbledore quietly suggested. Dumbledore? Aye. Icklain's words were abruptly silenced by Professor Flitwick's spell, rendering him mute. At the evening feast's conclusion, the professors were the first to vacate their seats. Snape, with a look of disdain, grasped Icklain by the collar, dragging him away with little regard for his protests. Chapter 58, The Teaching Career. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat at his desk, hands crossed, studying Icklain, who sat beside him. His right hand rested against his face, struggling to suppress a smile. All right, I shall be serious. First, you are not jesting, are you? Icklain, catching McGonagall's gaze, subdued his grin. Snape lingered in the farthest corner, shrouded in shadows. Yet Icklain could still sense an undercurrent of menace. Flitwick and Sprout occupied a seat together, with Sprout seated and Flitwick standing on a chair. The only incongruity in the room was Slughorn, who lounged on the sofa, seemingly out of place. Are you suggesting that the new professor lacks the capability to teach defense against the dark arts? Icklain inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Perhaps Horace's expertise in potions surpasses that of defense against the dark arts. After all, Severus has year after year sought this position. Now that we have found a suitable potions master, he cannot fulfill his desire, can he? Horace is also keen to contribute, achieving two objectives at once. Oh, Icklain drawled, casting a meaningful glance at the corner where Snape stood. Mr. Gryffindor, I hope you can regard me with a modicum of normalcy, otherwise I might just extract your eyes and preserve them in a glass jar for your students' reference. Hey, Severus, I am, after all, your superior. Icklain shivered at Snape's retort, recognizing that familiarity did not exempt him from verbal assaults. Dumbledore, if you truly lack options, Remus would suffice. I assure you he is capable. And there is no need for Severus, Icklain whispered to Dumbledore. Despite his hushed tone, in the small, quiet room, everyone, including Snape, heard him clearly. Suddenly, Slughorn on the sofa coughed a few times, drawing the focused attention of the other professors. Oh, have I offended you? To be honest, I had indeed forgotten this professor's existence, Icklain said, turning to Dumbledore. I apologize for my tardy self-introduction. Horace Slughorn, is it? You are. Dumbledore? Slughorn glanced at the composed Dumbledore, and upon receiving his nod, nervously accepted the cup of tea that floated towards him. Indeed, I am a Dumbledore, Icklain replied, his tone slightly strained. How youthful. Slughorn's voice, though ostensibly complimentary, bore an undertone of skepticism and condescension towards Icklain. 16, if I may say, Icklain countered, implying a different kind of youthfulness. You are but 16? Slughorn exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, Icklain affirmed, suddenly addressing Dumbledore. I seem to recall clearly rejecting your offer to be my assistant, dear father. Dumbledore nodded, handing Icklain a cup of tea with half a sugar cube, and gestured for the four heads to sit before continuing. It is true, Icklain. We professors deliberated and concluded that your presence would be advantageous. And since you are already stationed in Hogsmeade, it would be more convenient for you to come to Hogwarts, wouldn't it? Yet I have numerous commitments besides this. I am occupied with other matters, and in France, assistance is desperately needed. My reluctance to serve as assistant stems from my belief that my teaching career can conclude here. On this point, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, as a father, I feel compelled to intervene in your pursuits. Perhaps a period of rest would benefit you. Icklain snorted dismissively, preparing to rise when Dumbledore called him back. Very well, Icklain, let us discuss serious matters, particularly regarding the defense of Hogsmeade. On this subject, Icklain suddenly grew solemn. I have indeed stationed a number of informants in Hogsmeade to covertly protect the children. He produced a stack of parchment from his cloak pocket, meticulously adorned with intricate designs. You are undoubtedly familiar with this symbol. Let the children recognize it. Should they require assistance, they can directly approach anyone wearing this emblem as a necklace or brooch. Icklain divided the parchment into 4 equal parts, distributing them to the respective heads and to Dumbledore. Furthermore, if you genuinely intend to appoint me as your assistant, you would permit me to offer some guidance in our classes, would you not? Icklain extracted 2 sheets from the stack to hand to Slughorn and Dumbledore. Certainly. As long as the professors are amenable, Dumbledore replied, scrutinizing the diagrams. Excellent. You must have heard about the recent attacks by Dementors. You cannot guarantee that every student at Hogwarts can conjure a flawless Patronus, can you? Therefore, the focus of defense against the dark arts should primarily be on these aspects. Starting with the 7th-year students. And you are aware that Karkaroff has perished, are you not? Icklain queried, glancing at Dumbledore, who was studying the diagrams. Durmstrang requires a new headmaster, which is quite enough to keep me occupied. You still manage Durmstrang? Dumbledore inquired, stowing the parchment. Of course. Nearly half of my staff comes from Durmstrang. The remaining half consists of Beauxbatons and Ilvermorny. As for Hogwarts, I dare not meddle. Diggory is not my subordinate, but merely operates in the capacity of one of my personnel. Dumbledore calmly sipped his tea while the 4 heads exchanged ideas regarding the upcoming term's curriculum. Slughorn regarded Icklain with a look of astonishment. It was quite remarkable that a 16-year-old from the Dumbledore family could manage so many responsibilities. Regarding Hogwarts, Icklain mused, there exists a significant dilemma. Dumbledore listened attentively, indicating his interest for Icklain to continue. With the impending war, I believe the students must remain united, yet they appear excessively fragmented. Hufflepuff is renowned for its amiability, yet their demeanor towards Slytherin, as well as Ravenclaw, is one of serene detachment. As for Gryffindor and Slytherin, I need not elaborate further. What are your thoughts? How about entrusting me with the first-year students? The pressing question now is whether you believe in me. Icklain smiled. Dumbledore glanced over at the heads of the 4 houses and, seeing no objections, kindly remarked, I, of course, trust you. If you are correct, then proceed without hesitation. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Incident. Merlin, has Dumbledore truly consented? Icklain stared incredulously at Dumbledore, his mouth agape, words caught in his throat. Very well, Horace, you may return. Of course, if you have any questions, I am all ears, Dumbledore said with a smile, as Flitwick and the others exchanged knowing glances and exited. Slughorn, feeling somewhat awkward, followed suit behind them. As Icklain watched Slughorn leave, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He was unfamiliar with this new professor, after all. Dumbledore's judgment had often proved astute, except, perhaps, in the case of Lupin. IRL, why don't you spend the night here? What? I refuse. We can continue our discussion regarding the guards. Children ought to be away from home. There's no need for me to stay here just to converse. I still consider you a child, IRL, Dumbledore said calmly. McGonagall, shaking her head in exasperation, pulled Snape out of the headmaster's office. A beautiful morning dawned, with the sun shining brightly. Today, Icklain surprisingly rose early. Dumbledore had left Hogwarts to deal with some matters at the Ministry of Magic, a veritable mess, really. It was the first day as a full-fledged professor, and breakfast was to commence. In the Great Hall, this was Icklain's inaugural experience dining at the staff table. The view here was indeed splendid, affording a panoramic view of the hall's ambience. You're up quite early today, Icklain, Professor Flitwick remarked, his goblet nearly obscuring his entire frame, making it difficult to discern his presence from the other faculty members. Perhaps you might sample today's bread. It contains raisins and is quite delightful, Flitwick suggested with a beaming smile. Severus seems to have an aversion to raisins, so I sincerely recommend you try it. Icklain took a seat beside the empty chair at the head table, peering past McGonagall to respond to Flitwick. In truth, I am not fond of raisins either. He glanced at McGonagall's plate, wrinkling his nose at the sliced raisin bread, and decisively opted out. Surveying the breadbasket, he selected a slice of plain bread, began to cut it, and spread a layer of butter evenly over it, adding a slice of bacon along with some lettuce and tomato. Thus, a classic English breakfast was completed. Taking a bite, he found it as unremarkable as ever, dry and lacking flavor. While German cuisine might be somewhat robust, such as sauerkraut with pork or blood sausage, Icklain mused that it was still preferable to English fare. Having once prepared a delightful Italian feast, he returned to Hogwarts, feeling somewhat powerless against British cuisine, although it was certainly more palatable than the Muggle culinary offerings of the stargazing variety. The tasteless porridge and the eggs he disliked left him yearning for a single cup of coffee to redeem the meal. Merlin, It was not that he was picky, rather, his recent hiatus from school had liberated his dulled palate from the clutches of English dishes. It was often said that Germans tended to be sturdier than the British. And the contrast between Durmstrang and Hogwarts served as a prime example. Having eaten a mediocre breakfast, Icklain found himself half satiated and, bored, leaned on the pristine table, observing the four house heads distributing the new term schedules. Suddenly, the communicator vibrated, prompting him to hastily exit the Great Hall. He had missed half of the first defense against the dark arts lesson, which was also Snape's inaugural class, to avoid Snape's verbal onslaught post-class. And due to the urgency of his matter, he hurried to the classroom at an unprecedented speed. Pathetic, Weasley, Snape remarked, observing Ron's clumsy attempt at a silent spell. Before turning to Harry, allow me to demonstrate. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a resounding thud. Snape's incantation was interrupted, and all eyes in the classroom turned toward the entrance. Icklain appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray, his white shirt stained with blood, causing gasps to echo throughout the room. He strode briskly toward Snape, seizing his arm, and exclaimed, "Quick, follow me." Furrowing his brow in resistance, Snape was nonetheless dragged along, with Icklain commanding the young wizards, "Granger, keep an eye on them. Ensure they practice diligently." With that, he pulled Snape out of the classroom and shut the door behind them. There has been an incident. At Icklain's words, Snape ceased his protests and followed him swiftly to his cellar. Upon pushing open the wooden door, the sight within astonished Snape. Approximately 5 individuals lay inside, all with various injuries. "This is my fault. Had I known, I would not have stayed at Hogwarts last night." Icklain lamented as he assisted Snape in tending to the injured, providing him with the necessary potions. "What transpired?" Snape inquired casually while examining one of the wounded. "Bellatrix has escaped. The tower prison at Nurmengard was breached by Riddle. By the time I arrived, he had already taken her away, with the headquarters relocated to France. There was no one left at Nurmengard, so I had no choice but to bring them here," Icklain explained rapidly. "Whiteash, I'll fetch it." This unexpected situation consumed their time until the first class concluded, and the injured were taken away by a few Death Eaters from Hogsmeade. Throughout, Icklain expressed his gratitude while tirelessly clearing away debris. "I had forgotten that you are no longer the potions professor. In any case, I truly appreciate your assistance," Icklain exclaimed to Snape in a flurry of gratitude, impulsively embracing him. "I must change into different clothing. I am immensely grateful to you, Severus." With a quick cleansing charm, he pushed open the cellar door, disregarding Snape's scornful remarks and dissatisfaction as he exited. Chapter 60, Potions Class. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Icklain found that Dumbledore had not yet returned, allowing him to change his attire without the embarrassment of being seen in his current state. Otherwise, Dumbledore would undoubtedly have inquired incessantly, causing him to be ensnared in the office for an extended duration. Fawkes was present, curled up in its nest, blissfully oblivious to Icklain's arrival. Beside it lay Peanuts, who had been absent for some time. It seemed that after Dumbledore had been injured, he had sent Peanuts to keep an eye on him, but the Phoenix had not been seen since. Now, it appeared Dumbledore had likely discovered the situation. Icklain cleverly decided to settle Peanuts here. After changing clothes, Icklain departed, hastening toward the underground classroom, where the class bell had already rung, its chimes echoing in the empty corridor. He hurriedly pushed open the classroom door, noting that class had not yet begun. Standing at the entrance, he said, "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope I have not disrupted your mood on your first day of teaching, Professor." "Not at all, not at all. Please come in," was the reply. Slughorn chuckled as he reminded them to close the door. Icklain complied, ensuring the door was shut before making his way to his designated desk beside the podium. He also noticed the concerned expressions on Hermione and the others, evidently due to Icklain's earlier predicament during the defense against the dark arts class. Offering a reassuring smile, he gestured for them not to worry. Settling into his chair, Icklain felt a slight relaxation, yet the classroom was unusually quiet, with only the bubbling sound of the potion in the cauldron breaking the silence. Tentatively, Icklain spoke up, "Mr. Slughorn, may I inquire why you have yet to commence the lesson? Am I inadvertently disrupting your schedule?" "Not at all, not at all," Slughorn hastily denied. "What do you need from me? Or is it the teaching assistant who requires assistance?" "Oh, it's my fault, really. I neglected to mention last night that you needn't concern yourself with me. Treat me as though I were heir, and proceed with your lesson as usual." Slughorn exhaled in relief, finally launching into his teaching agenda. As he elaborated on the Amortentia potion, Icklain couldn't help but reach into the pocket of his cloak, where a small vial of potion he had purchased from Weasley's wizard wheezes resided. Hermione voiced her recognition of a particular scent, prompting Icklain to tentatively inhale the surrounding air. Yet, to his disappointment, he detected no fragrance. Whether it was due to his nasal condition or some other reason, he truly could not discern a hint of aroma. The class proceeded smoothly, And while Icklain did not harbor strong feelings towards the new professor, he acknowledged his competence as a potions master. The practical segment of the lesson involved creating the draft of living death. However, Harry appeared somewhat out of sorts, lacking his usual fluidity and confidence, contrasting sharply with his previous performance in Snape's classes. This piqued Icklain's interest, and he cautiously approached Harry without disturbing the focus of his classmates. Harry was diligently stirring the contents of his cauldron, and upon inspection, his potion was already surpassing Hermione's in quality. Unbeknownst to him, he had failed to notice Icklain's approach or heed Ron's warning, as he continued to scrutinize the text before him. Icklain identified the crux of the issue. Harry's book appeared to be filled with annotations from its previous owner. Cut the valerian root vertically for optimal results, Icklain quietly advised Harry. He observed Harry struggling to decipher the notes, rendered illegible by time. The sudden sound of his voice startled Harry, causing him to whip around, mouth agape in surprise as he contemplated a response. However, Icklain refrained from reprimanding him, instead taking the book and reading it meticulously. When brewing the elation potion, one may add a sprig of peppermint to mitigate adverse reactions. This method seemed oddly familiar. He returned the book to Harry without further comment and began to circle the classroom. Over there, lift the cauldron a bit, it's getting too hot. Draco, if you cut your valerian root vertically, it will absorb the potion more effectively. If you simply toss in the sleeping draft, I assure you, that concoction won't last long before it explodes. And remember to stand clear when it does. You might as well throw all the potion ingredients into one pot. Better to dissolve the daffodil root powder first before adding it. And if you keep adding that much African sea salt, you'll be dead from the saltiness before you can even taste the effects. Who just asked me about the crushed mugwort? Icklain continued. You can mix it with the daffodil root powder. Slughorn observed the scene before him, feeling somewhat out of place as he stood awkwardly, watching Icklain guide the young witches and wizards. When the designated time concluded, each student received commendable results, with Harry achieving the highest marks, thanks to the senior's notes. This led him to the Felix Felicis potion. After class, Icklain intercepted Slughorn, who was about to leave, saying, "You taught splendidly. But what you may not realize is that these children truly require supervision. Without it, even the most innocuous of potions can lead to mishap, let alone such potent brews. I hope you can circulate more during class next time. It's merely a suggestion." He checked the time on his pocket watch. "I have the next class, so I must take my leave." Slughorn watched Icklain's retreating figure, offering no response. Chapter 61. Instruction in the Abandoned Classroom. Icklain arrived at the classroom 2 minutes before the lesson began, finding it empty, a perfect opportunity to tidy up. The sound of conversation echoed from the doorway as the first young wizard knocked politely. Icklain welcomed them with a smile, inviting them to take their seats. After a quick count, he noted 11 young witches and wizards, definitely the smallest class he had seen in years. "Dean? Abbot? What brings you two to Hogwarts?" "I thought Wendo would send you to Durmstrang," Icklain remarked in astonishment, recognizing the familiar blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy and the dark-haired one among the group. The blonde boy replied, "Wendo said that current schools are unsafe, but if you were here, Brother Dumbledore, Hogwarts would be relatively better." Dean Adams, clad in a yellow robe, clearly belonged to Hufflepuff, while the taciturn abbot was sorted into Slytherin. Perhaps due to their frequent companionship or the first day of term, their bond remained strong. "Well, it seems everyone is present," Icklain said, placing his hands on his hips as he surveyed the seated students. "I am Icklain Dumbledore. You need not worry about my surname. You may address me as senior or professor, whichever suits you best. This morning, you've already attended 2 classes, if I recall correctly, Transfiguration and Charms. Before I introduce the contents of my class, I have a question. Who among you has never been exposed to magic? Who is pure-blooded, and who is half-blooded? By half-blood, I mean someone whose parent is a muggle, an individual unversed in magic. Please, divide yourselves into 3 groups." The young witches and wizards hesitantly formed 3 groups, and Icklain assessed the arrangement. Only Abbott was pure-blooded, while the half-bloods, including Dean, numbered 6. The remaining 4 students were of muggle descent. "Excellent. Do not mind my grouping. It is merely for statistical purposes. I trust you all remember last night's sorting ceremony? Now, I wish to mix you all together. Yes, I can still discern your houses by the crests on your robes. In response to a question from below, I need you to remove your outer robes and sweaters. The shirts lack house insignia, do they not?" Icklain pointed towards the podium behind him, where the girls were changing. "Just place your robes and sweaters on the desk. I will take you outside for some fun shortly. How does that sound?" Excitement bubbled among the young witches and wizards as they swiftly changed attire, eagerly awaiting Icklain's next command. "Good. Boys on one side, girls on the other. Hold hands and follow me." Icklain watched the students line up, satisfied with the arrangement. 7 boys and 4 girls, hand in hand as they exited the classroom and traversed the corridor, arriving at a small hillside. The large trees here provided a splendid shaded area, a favored spot for students to gather, whether for study discussions, to escape the heat with a book, or even for romantic rendezvous. A delightful location, the environment is splendid and sufficiently spacious, ensuring that it does not disturb the students or professors engaged in their lessons. How about we play a game? Inquired Icklain, for there were no specific requirements for this class, allowing for some creative freedom. Dean, could you step forward? The rest of you, form a circle and sit down. Ladies, do take care of your skirts. Dean emerged, and the remaining little wizards swiftly followed suit, settling onto the grass. Do you remember the game the Muggle children play? It's called Duck, Duck, Goose, isn't it? Icklain crouched down and whispered mysteriously into Dean's ear. We'll adapt that. I'll keep altering the rules, but the spirit remains the same. I hope you can demonstrate with Abbott shortly, all right? Dean chuckled, assuring him it would be no trouble. Excellent. All right, children. Icklain stood up and clapped his hands to draw the attention of the little wizards. Let me explain the rules. Shall I? Listen closely. Before we begin, everyone must close their eyes and not peek. I will select one child to step out, and then we will sing the Hogwarts school song together, okay? Don't worry, I will lead you. Then, with a clap of his hands, the song would cease, and the chosen child must search for someone outside the circle, tapping their shoulder. When they turn to face that person, they must call out their name within 5 seconds. If correct, they will chase that individual. However, if the selector returns to their original spot after a full circle, they lose and must demonstrate what they learned in the last class. Of course, if you win, I shall reward you with sweets. However, if you err, you too must showcase your learning and take over for the selector to continue the game. Do you understand? The little wizards nodded, somewhat bewildered. Wonderful. Now, let us begin with a round of introductions. Remember the names well. Icklain reminded them with a smile. I am Dean Adams, Abbott Royer, William Candor. Once all the little wizards had introduced themselves, Icklain instructed them to close their eyes and then began to sing. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please bestow upon us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Clap. Icklain watched as Dean prepared, then clapped his hands, and the little wizards immediately opened their eyes. Dean symbolically tapped Abbott's shoulder. Dean Adams, he calmly stated, then swiftly rose to pursue him. Dean had anticipated this, taking off at a sprint. Unfortunately, Abbott was just a hair's breadth away from catching him. Now, let us see a demonstration of your floating charm from last class, Icklain suggested tentatively. Abbott nodded, produced his wand, and addressed a leaf on the ground, saying, Wingardium Leviosa. The leaf lifted gracefully, a successful incantation. Icklain encouraged the students to applaud him, then continued the game. The little wizards reveled in their play, while he leaned against a nearby tree, casually observing the laughing children with his hand resting on his knee. As everyone had taken their turn, with 20 minutes remaining before class ended and lunch beckoned, Icklain consented to their desire for free play. The boys quickly became engrossed, chasing and frolicking together. In contrast, the girls remained relatively quiet, sitting under another tree and chatting, prompting Icklain to gently remind them to maintain proper posture. Aren't you joining us? He asked Abbott as he approached, patting the space beside him to invite him to sit. I'm not Dean, my energy is limited. Abbott replied as he settled down. Well, you must have discerned my intentions, right? Icklain inquired. To avoid becoming like last year's, or even Hogwarts students. Abbott replied uncertainly. To foster our unity? Indeed, I plan to guide you through the year, strengthening your friendships, and then in the next term, you will mentor the younger students. That's a commendable idea, but isn't it more challenging to realize? Abbott responded. As we gradually integrate into the house, we will inevitably absorb their ideologies, a futile endeavor. Most of them are Slytherins, aren't they? But you are the only first year in Slytherin, and I trust you won't succumb, will you? Icklain smiled during this lesson. He glanced at the children still at play and asked, how do you feel about the outcome? You've achieved your objective, Professor. Abbott smiled as he stood up. Quite successful. Isn't it? A big kid playing with the little ones isn't really that difficult, is it? Why, my dear boy, you lack the art of flattery. Chapter 62. A Terrifying World. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a faint beam of light through the gaps in the clouds, fortuitously illuminating the castle behind the Black Lake. After returning the little wizards' garments to their dormitories, Icklain made his way to the Great Hall. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Winnie? Icklain exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the house elf, who stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, as if waiting specifically for him. Oh, Master, some letters were left in your classroom. Winnie intended to keep them safe, but it seems there are too many. Winnie summoned 2 thick stacks of letters, the height of which nearly reached his neck, a clear testament to their abundance. Oh, it's all right, Winnie. This isn't your fault, is it? He glanced at the stacks and noticed, beyond the letters, what appeared to be, gifts. Icklain, compelled by an inexplicable urge, picked up one of the gifts, untied the pink ribbon, and opened the box. Winnie, Icklain. He felt as though jolted by electricity, tossing the box to the ground, its contents scattering everywhere. They were photographs. While photographs are typically innocuous, these depicted Icklain himself. This signified a considerable issue. He despised being photographed, and the angles of these images were unmistakably candid shots. There were pictures from the last semester's feast, from Hogsmeade, and even one from the previous night's gathering in the Great Hall, alongside various mundane school life snapshots. Icklain was taken aback, with a flick of his wand. He incinerated the scattered photographs into ashes. Winnie, please gather these items for me. I'll examine them later, all right? He was so startled that he could barely articulate his words. Fortunately, Winnie understood and took away the gifts and letters. Icklain did not inquire why Winnie was there. His mind was utterly blank, having never encountered such a terrifying experience in all his years. He leaned against the wall outside the Great Hall, striving to regain his composure and hesitating to enter. "Oh, hey, senior." A sweet voice chimed from his side. Icklain looked up to see a girl in casual attire gazing at him. Upon noticing his attention, she extended a letter towards him. The girl's face was slightly flushed. "Would you go out with me, senior?" Icklain, huh? I don't mind that you are a year older. You wouldn't mind my youth, would you? Icklain, huh? I'm a bit of a looks person. Senior, you truly match my taste. No, it's aesthetics. I'm open to anything, even if you're a psychopath. Icklain, huh? Senior, I've thought it through thoroughly. There are too many people at school who are interested in your physique. No, your charm, so I thought I should act first. The girl stepped closer, a movement that startled Icklain into retreating a step, only to collide with the cold wall behind him. Icklain was so frightened that he felt as though he might burrow into the wall. He earnestly wished for a savior to rescue him. After all, he was still but a child, unaccustomed to such daunting scenes. Icklain, a voice resonated from the entrance of the hall, akin to a beacon of hope. He turned around with excitement, discovering Professor McGonagall clutching a roll of parchment, her hands clasped over it, her expression one of unabashed astonishment behind her round spectacles. "Continue." "No. Minerva, wait for me." Icklain darted to Professor McGonagall's side, accompanying her into the hall. "You must allow me to explain. Perhaps you have indeed reached a certain age." Both mentally and physically, Professor McGonagall observed, her tone imbued with compassion and understanding. "No, it's truly not as you imagine. She, or perhaps they." Icklain suddenly found himself at a loss for words, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As they approached the teacher's table, McGonagall took her seat. Glancing at Icklain, who stood there frozen, she cleared her throat, signaling for him to sit. "This world is utterly terrifying," he suddenly remarked once seated. "You appear somewhat unwell." Icklain, Professor Flitwick expressed, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine, Professor Flitwick," Icklain mumbled, his gaze fixed vacantly on the table. "Your first lesson seems to have gone well. The students, meaning all the pupils, adore you, and it appears you have garnered an intriguing nickname." "Stop, Phileas," Icklain interjected, suddenly reminded of the name inscribed on the envelope. Flitwick, noticing Icklain's reluctance, opted not to pursue that topic further. "Mr. Greenleto, my office is overflowing with letters addressed to you. Perhaps you ought to explain?" A chilling voice emerged from behind him. "Please, Professor Dullbear, cease." "Stop, Severus. Please, don't read it aloud," Icklain implored softly, his ears aflame with embarrassment. Snape regarded him with a bemused expression before glancing at the letter's contents, letting out a derisive chuckle as he passed it to Professor McGonagall. Icklain, in a fit of despair, began to bang his head against the table. "Where's Dumbledore? Why hasn't he returned? I want to resign. I can't do this anymore." McGonagall, after glancing at the letter's contents, wore a troubled expression as she incinerated it. "What did it say, Minerva?" Icklain had surrendered to despair. "You'd be better off not knowing, Icklain. It truly is unsuitable for your eyes. I retract my previous statement. Perhaps you are still too young." McGonagall squinted at the young wizards below. "Humph." Snape chuckled lightly from the side. "No, Severus, surely you can't be so dull as to mock me for eternity." Snape remained silent. After lunch, the four house heads were distributing parchment adorned with the insignia of the Death Eaters to the young wizards, cautioning them to remain vigilant. "He appears deeply affected. What transpired?" Professor Sprout whispered to the others, gesturing for them to look toward the teacher's table, where Icklain stared vacantly at the surface. McGonagall quietly recounted the events and the contents of the letter to Sprout, leaving the kind-hearted head of Hufflepuff profoundly shaken. Chapter 63, Unity. Icklain wearily surveyed the assemblage below, where some young wizards unabashedly gazed at him with adoration. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, he stood up, preparing to make his way toward the hall's exit. "I hope you do not forget that there is still a defense against the dark arts lesson this afternoon, Mr. Greenleto," Snape interjected as Icklain passed. "And your essay for that class must be submitted on time." I trust you remember this? I won't forget the upcoming lesson. But why must I continue with my assignments? I have dropped out. After all, Icklain replied in a feeble tone. You did not consult me, your headmaster, did you? Oh. But I informed the esteemed headmaster. He retorted cheerfully. Come now, headmaster, the class is about to commence, is it not? You wouldn't want to be late on your first day teaching 7th years, would you? Snape's expression darkened as he shot Icklain a fierce glare before striding away. Icklain bid farewell to the 3 heads and hurried after him. Snape flung open the classroom door and marched to the podium. This is the first lesson of the semester. And I believe you all know me, so please turn to your textbooks. Today, we shall discuss banshees. His sudden entrance startled the young wizards, yet, considering he was the most fearsome professor, they naturally voiced no objections. Indeed, they dared not. This lesson was unique, as wizards from all 4 houses congregated and instinctively divided into 4 groups. Severus, Icklain, sitting beside the podium, cast a wary glance at the students below before addressing Snape, who was engrossed in his book. Snape turned to him, puzzled and impatient. Taking a deep breath, Icklain proposed. How about I take this lesson? Just this once. Fearing Snape would refuse, he hurriedly added, I hope your mind hasn't been addled by a troll, Mr. Greenleto. Snape regarded him with a sardonic smile. As you wish, should you agree, I shall refrain from confiscating your potion ingredients. It's settled then, Icklain declared, not allowing Snape a chance to respond as he pushed Snape back into his seat. You could use a break. I expect you to behave, Snape warned. Still skeptical and apprehensive. All right, let me think, Icklain said, hands on his hips as he surveyed the class. Clearly, the moment the students recognized their professor, they relaxed. Some even began to chat openly. Icklain offered them an enigmatic yet amiable smile before seizing a piece of chalk and inscribing on the blackboard, Expecto Patronum, the Patronus charm. This is the purpose for which I have assumed this lesson from your professor, and I hope you will take it seriously. As Icklain elegantly wrote the incantation on the board, he spoke. Professor Dullbear, what does it protect against? You? A voice from the Gryffindor students piped up. This elicited a chuckle from Snape, who, intrigued, awaited Icklain's next move. I appreciate the nickname you've bestowed upon me, but let us save the jokes for after class. Icklain maintained his smile toward the students. Gryffindor loses a point. This is a warning. You can all read, correct? If anyone cannot, please step forward and stand at the back of the classroom. Now, can anyone tell me what the Patronus charm is for? Icklain inquired as he descended from the podium, hands buried in his coat pockets. It's used to repel Dementors, a girl from Ravenclaw answered, her Asian features strikingly beautiful. Excellent. Ravenclaw earns 2 points. Icklain considered this an opportunity to establish his authority, noting that Miss Zhang had answered earnestly, even though it was a rather obvious question. Far superior to some of her distracted peers, Icklain shot a pointed glare at the class, subtle yet sufficient for the offending wizard to feel it. Returning to the essence of the matter, the Patronus charm. I am uncertain of how much that foolhardy lot at the ministry has divulged to you about Dementors. But do not regard this as something distant from your reality. I can responsibly inform you that there exists a horde of Dementors just beyond Hogsmeade and the Forbidden Forest, perpetually yearning to breach our borders. Should anyone doubt my words, I am more than willing to escort you for first-hand observation. Icklain's tone bore no hint of jest, compelling the young wizards to refrain from further teasing remarks. The Patronus charm is not a skill to be mastered in a single day. Professor, why must we practice this spell? The Ministry of Magic is here to protect us. If the Ministry were truly effective, do you believe Voldemort would be as free as he is now? Indeed, this is a pertinent inquiry, and I shall provide you with clarity. Imagine, if you will, tomorrow. Voldemort. A murmur of gasps and discomfort rippled through the audience, yet Icklain remained unfazed. Tom Marvolo Riddle is poised to lead an assault on Hogwarts. What do you intend to do? The Aurors may shield you from dark wizards, but in their absence, faced with those perilous creatures, the Patronus charm will serve as your lifeline. Do you intend to wait for death? Or perhaps wait for the illustrious Savior Star to come to your rescue? I can assure you, the wizarding world is destined for ruin. Have you considered that Harry Potter is merely a child? A child even younger than you. You are actually waiting for a younger student to protect you and safeguard the magical realm. These words incited a wave of discontented murmurs. Yet we are not obligated to fight. It may not even be tomorrow. Perhaps by that time, Potter will have already come of age. Icklain, undeterred by their remarks, continued. But what if one day it is your parents who are in peril? Listen closely. I am not attempting to impose a moral obligation upon you. But this is a reality that has transpired. In the future, Death Eaters may point their wands at your families, at your loved ones. Do you still intend to let Potter come to your rescue? What if, one day, Potter is no more? Who will save you then? This is a hypothetical scenario. Now answer me. Icklain pulled out a pocket watch, glancing at the time before transfiguring it into a chair, which he then occupied, patiently awaiting their response. In 10 minutes. Provide me with your answer. How about a 6-foot essay from your house? After a brief pause, a Hufflepuff student took the initiative to propose an appropriate response, signaling a representative to stand. Once Icklain granted permission, the student spoke. Resistance, to protect our families. Excellent, Icklain replied with a smile, gesturing for the student to take their seat. You are Hufflepuff. Kindness is your hallmark. However, in the face of certain matters, it is imperative to temper your amiable disposition, allowing others to perceive that you are kind, yet not weak. Therefore, Hufflepuff earns 5 points. Congratulations on discovering the true approach to dealing with others. He spoke cheerfully, then signaled for the Gryffindor student who had raised their hand to respond. I will shield my family behind me and unleash curses upon the Death Eaters. Very good. Showcasing Gryffindor-esque courage. In this instance, your actions embody not mere recklessness but the valor of true warriors. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Professor, I believe we will use all the powerful spells we have learned to attack, a Gryffindor representative stated, followed by a raised hand from Autumn and a nearby girl who had concluded their discussion. Excellent, for Ravenclaw. Wisdom is not merely about standing atop the world and looking down upon the incapable, but rather about applying knowledge. You are no longer detached, cold, and rational observers. Ravenclaw earns 3 points, with 2 points deducted for your tardy wisdom. Icklain continued to smile, even casually crossing his legs, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, addressing the indifferent Slytherins. And you? Unwilling to engage in discussion? He raised an eyebrow, standing up and approaching. I have a question. Is there anyone determined to become a Death Eater? There was no hint of emotion in Icklain's words. There was no need to feel embarrassed. If you stand, I can represent the headmaster and expel you, allowing you to return to the opposing side. The Slytherins fell silent, none willing to follow Voldemort. His brutality was known to all. If not for familial coercion and desperation, they would not wish to associate with him. Well, since no one desires that fate. Answer my question. If you hold deep-seated hatred for your family and friends, is there truly nothing in this world worthy of your protection? Listen, if you want to win this war, you must unite. Each and every one of you. Should I discover any cliques, I will not hesitate to retrieve Filch's tools of punishment. His gaze swept across each individual present. You have 4 minutes left to answer my question. Icklain's attention returned. Micah, if you dare raise your hand or provide them with ideas, just wait and see how your uncle will deal with you. He glared at the eager young Slytherin in the front row, Micah Rossier. This name requires no further introduction. I seek their answers. Listen, if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory response within the allotted time, in addition to the essay, you will also assist Hagrid with the remains of his blast-ended Scroots. He glared sternly at the unresponsive Slytherins. This ultimatum seemed to invigorate them. As soft murmurs of discussion began to arise, use your brains, think deeply about the characteristics of Slytherin. At long last, just before the time elapsed, a representative from Slytherin raised their hand. I will use, power to command. They stuttered, perhaps due to nerves, only managing to utter this much. Do you need my assistance to continue? Sit down. Icklain gently gestured for them to take their seat, acknowledging that they had grasped the majority of the concept. Indeed, power. Isn't ambition the hallmark of Slytherin? Ambition is not merely for comparison, but to wield your ambition to attain the power you desire, though reluctant to admit it. The term power in this world is, in fact, the truth. The vast majority of matters can be resolved through power. If you possess power, will anyone dare to trouble you? They will not. Slytherin earns only 3 points, due to your belated realization. Chapter 64, A Grand Arrival. The impact of this speech was palpable. The results were evident immediately after class. In the corridors, Hufflepuff badgers occasionally engaged in discussions regarding Hogwarts or the entire magical world. Whenever there were uncertainties, Ravenclaws patiently began to clarify, while the Slytherin snakes did not shift their views on Muggleborns and half-bloods. A minority expressed their intent to amend their ways. As for Gryffindor, the dinner evidenced a fervent discourse, with some even brandishing their wands for a few gestures. In moments of excitement, it was not unusual for their wands to emit sparks. Professor McGonagall concealed her inner turmoil behind the guise of sipping tea, while Professor Flitwick looked on in astonishment at the suddenly dual-enthusiastic badgers. Professor Sprout, just returning from the greenhouses, found herself cornered at the entrance of the Great Hall, bombarded by a throng of impassioned young witches and wizards with peculiar inquiries. Severus Snape, a figure no one dared provoke, merely pointed to Icklain, who was engrossed in savoring his sweets, upon noticing McGonagall's gaze. Wow! The gaze of the 7th graders was abruptly drawn to the Slytherin long table, where Micah Roque had effortlessly conjured a corporeal Patronus, a large serpent entwined around him, emanating a ghostly blue glow, while it swayed its head and tail to intimidate the surrounding students. Micah, however, exhibited no overt display of pride as he recalled his Patronus. He received a smile of appreciation from Icklain. Perhaps you ought to enlighten me. Icklain, came McGonagall's voice from nearby, causing him to shiver slightly. Is there anything amiss? He replied, his confidence wavering in the face of McGonagall's probing tone. Though the effect is visible, your current demeanor reminds me of that individual. And I hope you temper it. Professor McGonagall expressed her concern, casting a glance at Icklain. Well, if one day, I'm saying if. Minerva, Icklain suddenly turned with a serious tone. If I were to become uncontrollable, like him or worse, would you take action against me? McGonagall inhaled deeply. Icklain, however, jested, perhaps I won't turn into that, you know? But what I wish to convey is that I would never direct my wand at you, never. You will not become that. Icklain, McGonagall pondered. You are Icklain. Not that person. I believe you won't, so there is no if. Icklain visibly faltered, adjusting the honey stick in his mouth, and with a self-deprecating smile remarked, Indeed. I would not be like that. I perhaps understand why Dumbledore appointed you as Hogwarts deputy headmistress. Why? She inquired. You are not only perceptive and composed, but also possess a keen sense of the bigger picture. He gestured for McGonagall to disregard his words. Yet it was evident that she grasped the underlying meaning. There will be no such day. Icklain, uncomfortable, rubbed his nose and whispered, Indeed, there will be no such day. Why hasn't Dumbledore returned yet? He mumbled, fatigued as he rested his head on the table. Perhaps he is preoccupied, she suggested. He lifted his head slightly from the crook of his arm, his gaze fortuitously landing on a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure at the entrance of the great hall. His previously dull eyes sparkled with life. It was not the magnitude of his movement nor the trembling of his voice that caught Snape's attention, but rather the manner in which he startled the man beside him with a glance. McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly, following his gaze to the hall's entrance. There stood a figure in a luxurious suit, with golden hair, arms crossed comfortably against the door, and eyes akin to Icklain's. Casting a disdainful and languid look toward the staff table, raising one eyebrow in a provocative manner. Icklain turned his head away, both speechless and infuriated. His intention to glare was thwarted by a lack of courage. Professor McGonagall evidently recognized the newcomer, offering a symbolic nod in return to his smile, while Snape, observing the similarity in their eyes, began to piece together the situation. Minerva, keep a close watch on his every move. I need to make a trip to Hogsmeade. Icklain declared, pushing himself up from the table. In a flash, he left the two heads of houses with only a fleeting glimpse of the corner of a black trench coat as it disappeared through the back door. Fortunately, Grindelwald did not engage in any overtly outrageous behavior, merely standing at the entrance and awaiting silently. Such a striking appearance could hardly escape the attention of the young witches and wizards, who began to speculate boldly, noting the resemblance to Icklain. Could he be related to Professor Grindelwald? A love child? Perhaps a brother, considering they are both quite young. But they are both equally handsome. Then, the burdened back door of the great hall slammed violently against the wall as Icklain yanked Florent by the ear, dragging him inside. Look, he insisted, forcing Florent's head to turn towards Grindelwald. Is this your idea of defense? He hissed. Who? I can't see, Florent replied, shutting his eyes and feigning ignorance. Anyone can waltz in here. What's the point of having guards on the perimeter? Are they just here to find trouble? Not everyone is the same, Florent retorted. Not the same. Who cares who he is? Even if it were me trying to enter, you should conduct thorough checks and inquiries. Then report to the headmaster or deputy headmistress. Icklain shouted, still gripping Florent's ear. Yes, it hurts. I'll send a message to Macaulay right now to have you taken back and find some reliable, responsible people to stay. He pushed Florent towards the back door, giving him a light kick to hurry him along, before slamming the door shut behind them. Minerva, in the headmaster's office, he whispered as he approached McGonagall. Then, Longleaf flew in from the window, instantly transporting him to Grindelwald's side. Icklain grasped his shoulder and once more apparat, arriving at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Password, sour exploding candy. He impatiently declared, pushing Grindelwald inside, closing the headmaster's door, and quickly casting a concealment charm around the portraits. What brings you here, esteemed guest? Upon McGonagall's arrival in the headmaster's office, she found the father and son seated opposite each other, her brow furrowing further. You're bored. So you decided to come out and see the sights? As Icklain and Grindelwald's conversation reached this point, they noticed McGonagall standing at the door, lowering their voices. You are now a prisoner, incarcerated. When you tell me you are bored and just want to stroll about, what do you think Dumbledore should do? He gestured for McGonagall to close the door tightly, cautioning, the current minister is not one to be trifled with. Are you not concerned he might cause trouble for Dumbledore? Perhaps he will come looking for trouble with you first? Mr. Grindelwald, I have no objections to your invitation to become the chief international wizard. You should agree. Compared to Icklain's low growl, Grindelwald appeared remarkably calm. I am currently reserving my stance on this matter. At least I need to resolve riddle before discussing it. Just then, The headmaster's office window blew open, and several owls flew in, dropping letters onto the desk before swiftly departing. Once all the owls had left, the desk was piled high with letters, resembling a small mountain, some bearing the emblem of the Ministry of Magic, others inscribed in foreign languages. "Oh," McGonagall said, taking the last letter delivered by Fawkes, carefully unwrapping it for a closer read. Grasping the gist of its contents, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, collecting all the letters before turning to Icklain, still startled by the recent influx of owls. "I need to attend to these documents, so I shall take my leave." Her tone carried a hint of anger, yet she flashed a polite smile at Grindelwald before exiting. Chapter 65, True Love and Unexpected Events. Have I reached the point where I need an invitation from the Ministry of Magic? Icklain suddenly felt warm, casually shedding his coat onto the sofa. The peanut from Fawkes's nest nestled into the pocket of his coat, settling quietly. "You ask me? Whose fault is it that you didn't take it easy?" Grindelwald replied, arms crossed and legs crossed casually, oblivious to the peanut that resembled a pet of a long-lost friend. "Whose name is it? Grindelwald? Dumbledore?" Icklain tilted his head in contemplation, unaware of the peanut's movements. "Grindelwald. A pseudonym. Do they not intend to investigate my background before extending an invitation?" He shifted his position and added, "By the way, what exactly are you here for? If you say you're just out for a stroll, I certainly want to believe you." "Indeed." Grindelwald retrieved a deep blue velvet box from his pocket. "So quickly completed?" exclaimed Icklain, observing with mild astonishment as Grindelwald unveiled its contents. "I paid extra," Grindelwald replied tersely, his gaze fixed upon the box resting on the desk, which housed a brooch. "I must personally witness him don it." The flickering firelight cast a warm, golden glow. Icklain's attention was momentarily diverted by the commotion at the door. Accompanied by the sound of a command and the creak of the door opening, Dumbledore peered in, his stern gaze fixed upon Icklain. "You owe me an explanation, Illinois." "This is not my affair," Icklain shrugged innocently, raising his hands in surrender. Dumbledore's penetrating gaze shifted to the young man beside Icklain. "Gellert?" Caught between their scrutinizing stares, Icklain decisively stood up. "You two can chat at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With that, he exited the headmaster's office. Descending the staircase, he encountered a stern-faced Snape. "Hurry, hurry. Is Dumbledore in conversation?" Icklain queried. "Perhaps. It's best we keep our distance," he added playfully, draping an arm around Snape's shoulders and guiding him down the stairs, narrowly avoiding a spell directed their way. "Remove your filthy paws," Snape retorted. "Paws?" Icklain mused, contemplating Snape's words. "Should I consider practicing to become an animagus one day? Our dear Mr. Grindelwald certainly seems to court danger." Snape squinted, mocking, "I hope your head wasn't caught in the door just now." "Alas, my coat," Icklain suddenly realized, rushing back up the stairs to grasp the door handle of the headmaster's office. "Indeed, you prefer me in this guise." Grindelwald leaned against the desk, surveying Dumbledore's chest, where the golden moon and stars of the brooch gleamed, an adornment he had personally bestowed. With a slight smile, he added, "When you address me, you call me Gellert. Why? In this form, do you refer to me as Gel?" Grindelwald tilted his head playfully, his golden hair cascading, his eyes sparkling. It was undeniably captivating, Dumbledore's first thought, though swiftly dismissed. Icklain's red head peeked from the door crack, visibly stunned at the scene before him. "My coat." He weakly pointed to his overcoat draped over the sofa, offering a soft reminder. "Get out." Grindelwald waved a surge of magic, sending the coat flying onto Icklain's face. Yes, I shall leave. You two enjoy yourselves." "Oh, never mind." Icklain grasped at the coat covering his face and swiftly closed the door. Initially intending to retrieve his pocket watch from the coat, he instead discovered the presence of Peanut, who had followed him. Well, it appeared the whole family was here. Thus, he did as Grindelwald suggested. He departed, taking Long Lee and Peanut with him. The observatory, a splendid refuge for Icklain, a place he retreated to when troubled or seeking respite from the summer heat. Occasionally, he would indulge in secret sweets there. Leaning against the railing, he admired the enchanting night in England. The stars twinkled brilliantly, and a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a gentle light, soft and warm, illuminating him like a phantom. The cool evening breeze caressed his face, bringing a sense of comfort. "Do you fancy a drink?" A sudden female voice broke the tranquility, startling Icklain from his reverie. Reflexively, he spun around, scanning the area, but found no one. His abrupt motion startled Long Lee, who flapped her wings and hovered in midair, looking disdainfully at him. "Could you be less dramatic?" she chided, her voice mingling with the melodious chirping of nearby birds. "Good grief, did I just hear you speak?" Icklain exclaimed incredulously, staring at Long Lee. Without indulging him, she flew directly in front of him and pecked his outstretched hand with force. "Yes, it was I speaking. Oh, I must be sleep-deprived these past few days." Icklain stammered, I can't even begin to explain. Just wait. Long Li, in a huff, flapped her wings and ascended into the starry sky. Icklain exchanged bewildered glances with Peanut, both blinking in astonishment. Is it chilly tonight? Have you come up here to flaunt your recovery from your cold? Grindelwald's voice resonated from behind. Icklain turned to find a familiar figure, relief washing over him. I've just been a bit troubled recently, seeking solace, he confessed. Grindelwald, now reverted to his elder form, with short golden hair and mismatched eyes, donned his customary black coat. Ah, he acknowledged softly, moving closer to the railing, gazing out at the still bright castle, the most luminous being the Gryffindor Tower, where, faintly, the silhouettes of two young lovers could be discerned. Ah, youth is truly splendid. Grindelwald mused. You think youth is splendid? Icklain retorted, both father and son sharing a knowing glance before turning their heads away, sharing a self-deprecating laugh. One cannot escape the passage of time. Father, Icklain remarked, resting his arms on the railing, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Grindelwald. They had both aged. An undeniable truth. Icklain found himself momentarily lost in thought upon noticing the fine lines around Grindelwald's eyes, which conjured memories of Dumbledore in his youth. In his mind, he stitched together images of the two at 18, on the cusp of adulthood, savoring the unique blend of naivete and burgeoning maturity that youth brings, yet burdened by the weight of adult responsibilities. Grindelwald offered no response, merely a faint curl of his lips as he gazed into the distance. Honestly, I anticipated you would act sooner. Icklain gestured, surprised by the delay. You overestimate. Grindelwald shot him a sidelong glance. Ah, I suppose I do, Icklain replied, chuckling softly. Chapter 66, a fortunate number. The moonlight, like water, enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, Long Li reappeared, nearly colliding nose-to-nose with Icklain. In her beak, she clutched a book, calling out in muffled urgency. Icklain understood her intent and took the book, placing it aside on his cozy little blanket. This snug nook had been adorned to his liking. The observatory was seldom visited, particularly after word spread of the Dementors lurking above, causing the young witches and wizards to avoid all heights. Icklain had seized the opportunity. The deep blue starry blanket was a gift from Dumbledore, a Christmas present from his 4th year, to prevent it from flying away. He had weighted down the corners with several particularly hefty tomes, which he perused out of boredom, making them resemble bricks. A plush teddy bear also occupied a corner. A 3rd-year gift he cherished deeply, providing it with the finest treats. Longly, would you mind fetching me a bottle of wine? Icklain asked cheerfully, addressing her perched on the railing. Mind? Absolutely, she retorted, not giving him an ounce of grace, her focus solely on preening her feathers. Grindelwald chuckled softly, raising a hand to gently stroke Long Li's plumage. With a simple gesture, she comprehended his intention, flapping her wings and taking flight. As Grindelwald watched Long Li's retreating form, he momentarily lost himself in thought before turning back to Icklain. Icklain furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical gaze upon him. Why does she heed your words so readily? If my memory serves me right, it was you and Changli who orchestrated my misery during the Christmas of my 3rd year, alongside Dumbledore. Heaven knows what secret signal you two have established. He continued, I have nurtured her for 20 years. Austria is cold, and aside from her, there are scarcely any living beings wandering nearby. Beyond the daily provision of sustenance, she is my sole companion for conversation. Grindelwald elucidated, the sensation of days dragging on still vivid in his memory. Those 50 years were steeped in solitude, prior to encountering Changli. He had faced the desolation of the empty tower alone. In such a barren place, devoid of even the most tenacious of rodents, he found himself on the brink of mental collapse, appearing as human as he did now. Oh, has Riddle officially returned? Will the pureblood families soon convene? Are you attending? The gatherings among pureblood families are a time-honored tradition, yet they had been suspended for several years due to Riddle's absence, leaving each family to pursue their own paths. This hiatus had left the position of leadership within the wizarding world vacant for over a decade. Now that Riddle had resurfaced, that seat was undoubtedly his for the taking. And Icklain felt compelled to intervene. After all, this role was not merely that of a gathering's host. It represented the leader whom the wizarding community would follow. A matter of utmost significance for the future of the magical realm. He must attend and secure his place firmly upon that throne. If you do not go, then you and Winda shall represent the Grindelwald family. The Rogier family holds considerable influence here. Let that young man subdue them before we proceed with any further actions. Grindelwald shifted his posture to align with Icklain's, resting his hands upon the railing. Remember, maintain your composure. Haste will not yield satisfactory results. Yes, Icklain replied, accommodating his words. At that moment, Changli returned, her sharp claws clutching a black glass vial. He took it from her, deftly uncorking it, and with 2 coins transfigured them into goblets, filling one for Grindelwald and another for himself. Changli appeared quite content as she nibbled on the small fish treats Grindelwald had rewarded her, and after a playful tug at Icklain's coat, she flew to the railing behind them to share her bounty with Peanuts. "What are your intentions for the wizarding world?" Grindelwald inquired, unfazed, as if engaging in casual conversation. "I aspire to guide everyone toward the world, to the sunlight our kind cannot touch," he replied, unhurriedly addressing Grindelwald's question. "This path is fraught with challenges. You needn't be reminded of that." Grindelwald turned his gaze upon him. "The sacrifices demanded are not solely time and effort. They may also encompass lives." "All right, Gellert. I am aware." Icklain returned a reassuring smile. "We have already given so much, yet everyone persists in their endeavors, driven by a shared ideal. I want to ensure that all our efforts bear fruit." "Very well, I wish you success." Grindelwald raised his goblet in a toast. "It is imperative that I succeed." Icklain responded, clinking his goblet against Grindelwald's with a smile. They both took a sip, enveloped in silence. After a moment, Grindelwald broke the quietude. "If Albus's predicament remains unresolved, so be it. Once his plan is executed, I may as well depart alongside him. Is it not a lack of faith in your son?" Icklain remarked, feeling uneasy as he took a hearty gulp of wine, the alcohol's sting slightly easing his tension. "Should you not be prepared for the day our ideals manifest? You will find a way. There are many avenues available. Just ensure you both remain alive and wait for that day." Icklain felt a surge of discomfort as the alcohol coursed through him. Your death would surely sever your bond with him, for Dumbledore, the great saint, is destined for heaven, while you would descend into hell. Shall I join you as well? My kind is meant to navigate the gray areas, awaiting rebirth in the next life. Grindelwald fell silent, having contemplated this very issue. How could one of his nature ever hope to turn back a great saint? Those who dedicated their lives to righteousness were destined for heaven, while he, who had perpetually walked the path of wrongdoing, was not. What good deed could possibly redeem him? Perhaps it was the prophecy of the future, wherein he protected the grave of his beloved, disregarding all else. Yet, this singular act of goodness was insufficient to absolve his sins. He was fated never to encounter Dumbledore. Much like a dove atop a church spire could never behold the muddy raven below. Chapter 67. The Pain of Growth. Something was amiss. After finishing his drink, Icklain gazed contemplatively towards the forbidden forest. A raven perched upon the branches, its blood-red eyes glimmering in the darkness. The sight of a raven alighting is regarded as an ominous omen, a phenomenon acknowledged by both the wizarding and muggle worlds. Grindelwald nodded in agreement, downing the last of his drink. After a deep breath, he transfigured the goblet back into a coin and tossed it into Icklain's empty cup. "Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out." He beckoned to Changli and, together with the raven, vanished from the observatory. Icklain said nothing, instead opening the book that Changli had brought back. Magical creatures nurtured for over 3 years can forge emotional bonds with their owners. Prolonged companionship allows the owner to comprehend their thoughts. However, this was distinct from his ability to understand Changli's speech. He dismissed the thought, settling onto the blanket while cradling a small bear in his arms. Peanuts nestled beside him, leaning against the stack of books. The evening breeze was gentle, yet slightly cool. Changli had completed her task and returned, standing at the railing, gazing into the depths of the forbidden forest, lost in thought. Icklain closed his eyes, contemplating while holding the bear. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the dark veins creeping back up his arm. It appeared that Dumbledore's affliction had resurfaced. Thinking that with Snape providing potions, he should manage, he rose, intent on sneaking a snack from the kitchen. As he stretched and relaxed, an unexpected halt seized his body. First came a sense of unease, swiftly followed by an agonizing tightening in his chest. "Changli, the shrieking shack," he rasped, his voice hoarse as he addressed her. Just then, his body grew heavy, succumbing to weakness. In the moment before he collapsed, Changli, along with Peanuts, transported him instantaneously to the shrieking shack. The instant he touched the ground, he crumpled, curling into a ball, clutching his heart as his body trembled with pain. He was acutely aware that this was not the sensation of Dumbledore's curse acting up. That particular agony struck weakly, and while he knew not how Dumbledore felt, Icklain had grown numb to that pain. Yet this was different. His neck veins throbbed, and sweat soaked through his shirt. A wave of indignation washed over him, and human emotions surged within his mind. His initial reaction to this newfound emotion was one of grievance, which he found amusing. At least he could still muster a smile. The heart of this body ceased its rhythmic beating, which presented little concern for him. But then came the excruciating cramps that felt as if they were stripping the bones from his body. He wanted to scream, yet as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. How splendid! He could not even plead for assistance. Changli and Peanuts were on the verge of seeking help when Icklain, using a silencing charm, bound them in place and cast an additional spatial spell on Changli. temporarily stripping her of her ability to apparate. He did not wish for anyone to learn of his plight. To burden others with worry was one thing, but even if someone arrived, what could they do? Stand by and watch him suffer? He felt utterly drained. Continuing on, he could feel the tendrils of pain coursing through his veins. The agony so profound that it overshadowed his disheveled appearance, akin to the effects of consuming raw essence. His bones seemed to awaken to a sensation of torment, as if they were being brutally shattered, followed by the sensation of skin being rent asunder, the splintered bones expelled. While the tearing of flesh paled in comparison to this excruciating suffering, it was not merely the pain in his arms, but a pervasive ache that enveloped his entire being. The dilapidated room, with its gaping windows, allowed the frigid wind to invade the figure sprawled on the floor. Icklain felt numb. He could not discern the temperature of the wind or the chill of the floor beneath him, despite the absence of any visible wounds. His body was undeniably steeped in pain. A mere twitch of his fingers sent his body convulsing as if struck by lightning, prompting Icklain to heed the lesson learned and remain still on the ground. A glance to the right revealed a red crescent moon against the inky night sky. An eerie sight. The crimson glow fell upon him, yet even the warmth it radiated was lost on him. Fatigue washed over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Love. This is one of the fundamental emotions of humanity, the greatest magic spoken of by Dumbledore, who had been ensnared for a lifetime, yet continually imparted this wisdom to his successors. Even in slumber, he found himself capable of thought. Icklain acknowledged that he was becoming increasingly akin to a true human being. 5 years ago, he had officially entered this world in the body of an 11-year-old child. In a foreign land, devoid of any linguistic proficiency, he could neither speak English nor German. Icklain emerged from the alley, helplessly beseeching the passers-by, uttering incoherent sounds to express his thoughts, yet those who passed merely regarded him as a fool. An 11-year-old boy clad in a tattered white shirt, filthy and disheveled, was dismissed as either a simpleton or a lunatic. Who would care for him? He had hoped for some kindness to be bestowed upon him, yet none came. People spoke in a language he could not comprehend, their gazes filled with malice. Instinctively, he distanced himself from the throng. When hunger struck, he rummaged through trash bins. When fatigue overcame him, he sought a quiet alley in which to lie down and sleep. Icklain struggled to recall how he had survived that year at the age of 11, a child with the intellect of merely a 1-year-old. Managing to live alone for a year. A year later, observing the bustling crowds, he gradually learned to articulate words. Some would generously spare him a few coins, while others sought to sell him. Countless times, he had narrowly escaped death. With the meager alms he received, he began purchasing books and newspapers. Discovering that he resided in a small nation at the confluence of Africa and Asia, his first thought being to seek out Grindelwald in Germany. Yet, he lacked the means, making this endeavor nearly insurmountable. Icklain began to explore magic on his own, slowly mastering spells, often injuring himself in the process, leaving faint scars and traces of blood on his once pure complexion. Coincidentally, he found himself amidst the chaos of war. As populations were displaced, he departed from that impoverished land, journeying westward. Chapter 68, Memories. Following the main forces, they arrived at a camp where they were granted compensation. Icklain did not linger in that wretched place for long. With the funds he received, he followed the directions of some uncles and set forth towards a land of peace, gradually weaving through the crowds. His innate talents inherited from his fathers began to enhance his grasp of magic. He attempted to practice apparition to save time, only to injure his right hand due to his inexperience. This untreated injury left him with a lasting affliction, prompting a change in his dominant hand. His propensity for sleep stemmed from the unrelenting turmoil and famine he had endured, leading to a kind of retaliatory desire for rest. Of course, part of this was also due to the instability of his soul after being released from death's grasp, having remained on constant alert for extended periods, forcing his body to endure this tension while merging with his spirit, resulting in certain deficiencies. Merlin, it was a stroke of fortune that he had survived at all. Even his culinary skills had a reason behind them. By the end of his 12th year, he had learned to speak, and a restaurant owner, moved by his plight, took him in, paying him to assist in various tasks. This was a stroke of luck. However, the area was rife with affluent households, and upon seeing such a filthy child, they often displayed expressions of disdain, hurling verbal insults like commonplace fare. Yet, in order to keep his job, he could only respond with a smile. This is why he possessed a gentle and approachable demeanor. The owner's wife, a kind-hearted old woman, noticed this treatment and brought him into the kitchen, teaching him the art of cooking. However, the restaurant was busy, and she had little time to devote to instruction. Hastily tossing him a recipe before dashing away, leaving him with a parting admonition: "Be careful. If it doesn't taste good, we shall have it for dinner." She was the first, and indeed the last, person to treat him with genuine kindness during those 2 years. Fortunately, he learned quickly and surprisingly well. The restaurant's success grew, attracting investors who sought to open branches. That evening, upon receiving this news, the elderly couple embraced each other tightly. They could hardly wait to share the news with the young Icklain, who offered heartfelt blessings in response. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not accompany them. Firstly, he was a child laborer, and secondly, their budget only allowed for 2. The atmosphere at the dining table upstairs was heavy. Moonlight streamed into the room, casting a silvery sheen upon Icklain's red hair, while the boy's empathetic smile stirred the elderly couple's hearts. However, Icklain discerned their intentions and shook his head, expressing his gratitude to Mrs. Ross for their kindness, but insisting that this opportunity should belong to them. He had already troubled them for over 6 months, and it was time for him to move on. Typically reticent, he rarely spoke beyond mere expressions of thanks or apologies, yet for the first time, he articulated so many words, making the elderly couple understand his resolve. The following day, the little restaurant that had never closed suddenly took a day off. Mrs. Ross took Icklain shopping for a black shirt that complemented his complexion, the very shirt he continued to wear, which he refused to part with, changing its color over time without anyone noticing. That evening, Mrs. Ross, by candlelight, sat at the wooden table poring over a dictionary, hoping to bestow Icklain with a name. During this time, they had simply called him Roll, derived from their surname. The word moonlight was the first to emerge in Mrs. Ross's mind, and after much searching, she finally settled on the name Icklain. The meaning of the name had faded significantly with time, the decipherable words on the worn paper suggesting something like the obscured moon. Mrs. Ross believed it to be a fine name, symbolizing hope that when the clouds dispersed, the moon's radiance would eventually illuminate the earth. Naturally, Icklain was delighted to accept this name. While the elderly couple busied themselves packing, Icklain climbed onto a stool to retrieve the hefty dictionary from the shelf, using magic to briefly restore the page. The moon obscured by darkness and madness. This was undoubtedly beyond Mrs. Ross's expectations. Yet, Icklain cared little. He had a name now. Was this not a wonderful thing? The events that followed were marked by his relentless attempts at apparition, ultimately leading him to the enchanting realm of New Mongard in Austria. Chapter 69, An Angry Longley. I must remind you, your time is running short. Icklain stood at the Soul Station, enveloped in a shroud of mist, as a chilling voice, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, addressed him. Yes, I need no reminders. He muttered impatiently to the air. Good intentions are often met with ingratitude. The voice echoed through the fog, seemingly displeased. Soon after, he felt a push from the air. When Icklain opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the bed of a screaming shack. Wait, in bed? Awake? He bore the pain and turned to look beside him. It was Remus Lupin, who, after receiving his immunity shot, appeared to be in good spirits. His tattered robes replaced by a pristine gray mist-colored suit jacket. Remus? What brings you here? Lupin set down the book in his hand, shifted his position, and gazed at the prone Icklain with a serious tone. I returned to retrieve a few items, only to find you lying on the floor. Care to explain, Mr. Grindelwald? Not ready to talk? You missed mealtime. Perhaps I should head to the kitchen and fetch you something to eat, and while I'm at it, I could inform Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall about your situation and request a leave for you. Oh, that would indeed be a bother, Remus. There is hardly anything more troublesome than entering school. Lupin chuckled. What would you like to eat? Icklain pondered on the ceiling, contemplating chocolate cake. That won't do. I'll go fetch it for you. Lupin sighed, rising from his seat. Rest well. Okay. Icklain thought to himself, you deathly being, playing games with me, are you? You didn't mention this when I descended. This felt like consumer fraud. He turned his head towards the bedside table, where the unbound Long Li and Peanut lay. After Lupin's soothing presence, they seemed less anxious, quietly nestled in the corner. Taking a deep breath, he propped himself up and sat upright. On the bedside table, the book Lupin had been reading was about the transformations of animagi. Icklain picked it up with interest, noting the detailed processes and precautions for becoming an animagus. As he neared the end of the reading, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Sensing Lupin's return, he returned the book to its place and sat up obediently, his eyes bright and fixed on the door. Toast, with what seems to be Italian sausage inside, Lupin indicated with a bag towards Icklain on the bed. Hope you don't mind. Of course not. I'm not picky. Really? Lupin handed the wrapped bread to Icklain and sat beside him. Who wouldn't want to eat quail eggs? Also, there are carrots, mushrooms, and bok choy. All right, that's enough from you. Icklain interrupted hastily, taking a hearty bite of the toast. You seem a bit off, Lupin observed, leaning back in his chair, intently studying Icklain. Usually, your emotions are quite stable. Just now, you seemed sulky. Icklain chuckled at his words, covering his face. Remus, you know, I was not originally human. and now I am gradually learning about human emotions. Well, you're doing quite well. I've already requested a leave for you. Today, just rest. Since you wish to learn about human emotions, why not experience my displeasure? Lupin retrieved a suitcase from under the bed and stood up, declaring, "You can manage, right?" Rest assured, Icklain smiled at him, well aware of Lupin's discontent regarding his secrecy. However, Icklain would absolutely refrain from divulging such matters to them. Never. Always. Lupin carried the suitcase towards the door, glancing back at Icklain before stepping outside. After finishing his toast, Icklain brushed off the crumbs from his hands and cautiously attempted to rise from the bed. After putting on his socks and feeling no unusual sensations upon his feet touching the ground, he stood up directly. He stumbled and fell ungracefully. Struggling to get back on his feet, the previous weakness in his legs had nearly vanished. He dusted off his clothes and called to the two small creatures in the corner. Peanut, seeing that Icklain was unharmed, excitedly fainted into his hand. Icklain. Longli, however, was furious and took to the air, using her claws to tug at Icklain's red hair. Despite his efforts to resist, it was futile, and soon his hair resembled a bird's nest. "You little rascal, how dare you bind me? Not even Grindelwald dared to treat me so. Oh dear sister, Longli, this beautiful and enchanting sister of the sea eagle, I apologize. I promise I shall never do so again. No, no, I assure you there will be no next time." After 5 exhausting minutes, Longli finally relinquished his hair, but she remained indignant. Icklain, wary of provoking her further, dressed swiftly, donned his coat, and headed towards the forbidden forest. Longli flew above him, leaving Icklain to worry about a potential dive bomb onto his head. Yet, it was evident she deemed him unworthy of such attention. Peanut had awakened, quietly nestled in his pocket, stepping on his pocket watch, striving to gaze into the distance. Before him lay a dense forest, shrouded in an eerie fog that appeared most unsettling. No wonder entry was prohibited. Just standing there, he could sense the presence of dark magic within, suggesting that hunters, or something equally dangerous, lurked deeper within. Icklain cast a Patronus charm and used ventriloquism to leave a message for Hogsmeade's staff, instructing them to come prepared for the delivery. He also left a note for Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, signaling them not to worry. Chapter 70. A Day Trip to the Forbidden Forest. "Does Sister Longli want to join?" Icklain asked, smiling at Longli who circled above him. She saw through his ploy and, dismissing his attempt, flapped her wings and flew away without a backward glance. Her thought was clear. "You don't want my help? Then figure it out yourself." Now Icklain felt somewhat lost. He had intended to appease her so she would guide him in, but Peanut was of no assistance, leaving him with no choice but to venture alone. Narrowing his eyes at the forbidden forest ahead, he nervously swallowed. The branches around him were adorned with spider webs, and he could only imagine what lay within. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously navigated past the webs and ventured deeper. His primary objective was to find the snake mentioned in Newt's letter, dangerous and undocumented magical creatures. Reports indicated the snake resembled a shadow and was highly venomous. A single bite could prove fatal. The hunters were a secondary concern. As he moved further in, the light faded from view. Icklain felt an uncomfortable wetness on his shoulder. Upon inspection, it seemed to be some animal's saliva. Upon noticing something behind him, Icklain bolted. A spider the size of a car observed Icklain's retreating figure, blinking its 8 eyes, unfazed. As Icklain turned back, pondering why the spider hadn't pursued him, he heard Longli's call from above, then felt her swoop down, grasping his collar and bringing him to his destination. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a clearing. Chongli observed Icklain as he opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with a gentle swat from her wing, signaling him to look ahead. Following her cue, he beheld a magnificent unicorn in the clearing, while hunters lay in ambush among the grass, 3 in total. Icklain cast a disguise charm on both Chongli and himself, concealing them behind a tree, where he began recording with a communicator. The unicorn appeared to sense imminent danger, its bright black eyes shedding tears like pearls. Crucio. A crimson beam shot forth from a distance as a hooded wizard emerged, brandishing a wand with a horrific scar upon his right hand. "Finite incantatum," Icklain declared decisively, the wand slipping from his sleeve and pointing firmly at the wizard who had cast the initial spell. "Stand down. Lower your wand. This is no place for children." Another wizard stepped out, his face still obscured, his voice raspy, suggesting he had once injured his throat. Icklain chuckled and took a couple of steps forward. "Listen. Put down your wand, and a trip to Azkaban won't be too painful." The first wizard suddenly lost his wand, bound by a powerful transfiguration spell. "Shall we continue? Or will you come with me?" Icklain continued, while the bound wizard attempted to cast a wandless spell, only to find his magic drained by Icklain's spatial charm. The apparent leader of the group finally spoke. "Who are you? No one of your caliber exists within the Ministry of Magic." "I am not of the Ministry, But I am poised to replace it, he explained. Let us collaborate. Spare us, and we can share this unicorn. You must be aware of how coveted it is. I have no interest in such a proposition, Icklain replied with a smile, sheathing his wand and approaching the drugged unicorn, crouching to assess its condition. So there is no room for negotiation? If you choose not to pursue a profitable venture, do not blame us. We can negotiate. First, tell me how lucrative your line of work is. Icklain retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and administered it to the unicorn. If we capture and auction such a unicorn, it starts at 500,000, with no upper limit. One of the men gestured to his companions to lower their wands. Explaining, such profit, and the ministry turns a blind eye? Where's the auction held? Icklain caressed the unicorn's feathers soothingly, looking up to inquire. Why all the questions? Are you interested in the trade? Just gathering intelligence on the adversaries, Icklain quipped, but before he could finish, a flurry of spells surrounded him, shooting in unison. Unperturbed, Icklain combined a powerful binding charm with a nimble spatial charm, ensnaring the three men and the hidden ambusher. His white left eye glimmered as he discerned the auction's location through a magical connection, smiling as he opened a small box purchased from the Weasley household, extracting a silver button and pinning it to the collar of their leader. Someone awaits you. Off to meet the Dementors you go. With a surge of magic, Icklain distanced himself, waving goodbye to them. Following the sound of apparition, the group vanished amidst a tear in space, leaving behind the button that fell onto the grass. Peanut slipped from Icklain's pocket onto the ground, retrieving the button. Chongli had successfully calmed the unicorn and returned to perch on Icklain's shoulder, observing as Peanut awkwardly clutched the button with its 4 hands, struggling to climb. She lent a helping beak, lifting Peanut up. The unicorn gazed thoughtfully at Icklain before bowing respectfully, one hoof kneeling to the ground. Icklain was taken aback, quickly helping the creature rise and nodding in acknowledgement. The unicorn called out again, affectionately nuzzling Icklain's neck before turning and vanishing into the woods. What just happened, Sister Chongli? You truly are a marvel. A unicorn bowing is akin to a Qilin bowing. Does that help you understand? Icklain was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the spot where the unicorn had disappeared, blinking in astonishment. Perhaps you could lead the magical realm. No, sister, that's different, Icklain interrupted, shaking his head. It must be because of my connection to the Dumbledore family. Have you ever seen a unicorn or Qilin bow to your uncle? Chongli interjected bluntly. No. Then, Chongli suddenly halted mid-sentence, her expression turning wary. There's a snake approaching from the southeast, and it's watching you. Icklain turned to the right, indeed sensing movement. He crouched, closed his eyes, and extended his right hand to feel. The snake was sizable, bloodthirsty, with a wound upon its brow, bleeding and highly alert. Male, species unknown, with unclear intentions. By the looks of it, that's the one. The disguise charm seemed ineffective against it. It was beaten by someone. Icklain frowned in disbelief as he slowly retrieved the key button from the Scamander family. It's displeased and wants to bite you, Chongli warned, glancing down at Icklain as he fumbled with the button. Let it bite. Then, I've finally found it, he said, pulling out a button engraved with the Scamander box. A sudden hissing erupted as the snake lunged from the shadows, poised to strike, only to be fed a button by Icklain, who promptly vanished in place. It's angry, Chongli translated. Oh, Icklain frowned, cleaning the saliva-covered button with fresh water before stowing it away. Chapter 71, Animagus. Before returning to Hogwarts, he casually plucked a leaf of mandrake and followed Chongli out. The entrance to Hogwarts buzzed with activity, surrounded by a gaggle of young wizards. Cough cough. Icklain cleared his throat from behind them, and the crowd parted. Florian was chatting with the group, seemingly familiar with them. So this is the reason for your reassignment? The leader inquired of Florian, who remained bound but showed no signs of hostility. Indeed, working with my young master is far more lucrative, unlike the hunters who feast intermittently. A unicorn fetches over 100, and after taxes and distribution, the earnings barely suffice, Florian explained. Whereas my young master offers stable wages and bonuses. This is undoubtedly superior to your line of work. When you're out, come work with us. Who is your employer? How can you refer to him as young master? That doesn't sound like you, Florian. My young master? Icklain Grindelwald, red hair, one white eye, and one black, easily recognizable. Humph. Then it's impossible for you to work with us. He the one who just assaulted us. Florian couldn't help but chuckle, about to speak when interrupted. Florian Grindel, wasn't I clear that you were to return to headquarters and diligently study your potions? Icklain suddenly called out. I wasn't. I was merely handing off a shift. And the others? Macaulay went to America. There's some trouble over there. For now, I'm the only one idling at headquarters. Icklain found himself at a loss for words, waving away the gathering crowd of young wizards and turning to Florian. What is going on in America? Not sure. We should know by Christmas. I must be off. With that, Florian grabbed a rope, leading the bound man towards Hogsmeade as if he were a dog. In the evening, Icklain earnestly explained to Dumbledore and several others his intention to become an animagus, providing a detailed account of the weather observations he had made over the past fortnight, which indicated the highest success rate. Dumbledore initially sought to persuade him, but was quickly countered by Professor McGonagall, who stood firmly behind her stance. Ultimately, Icklain did not disappoint the legacy of the Grindelwald family. After a prolonged debate lasting half an hour, he emerged victorious. He then found an empty classroom and, under McGonagall's supervision, embarked on his endeavor. For over 10 days, he diligently gathered various materials. The most elusive component was the cocoon of the Death's Head hawk moth, which led him to raid Snape's potion store, where he was met with a torrent of vitriol from the potions master. Once all necessary ingredients were procured, the day of the full moon arrived. Taking a deep breath, Icklain placed a mandrake leaf in his mouth, commencing a month-long exercise of leaf chewing. During this period, he transformed the first-year curriculum into independent study, allowing the young witches and wizards time to complete their assignments while providing guidance. The results were commendable. Although the cohort was small, their overall performance was exceptional. They were poised to become the pillars of the magical community in the future. However, the act of chewing the leaf rendered Icklain's speech somewhat garbled, necessitating written communication instead. Unfortunately, his handwriting was scarcely legible. As for legilimency, the professors remained steadfast in their principles, opting to guess his words rather than employ such methods. Except for Snape, who adamantly refused to decipher his scrawls and bluntly chose to use legilimency instead. Before long, the month had elapsed. On the night of the full moon, he extracted the leaf and filled a crystal vial with saliva, soaking the leaf within to absorb the pure moonlight. He then added a strand of hair and a silver teaspoon of dew, which he had painstakingly collected over 7 days from places untouched by sunlight or human presence. The Forbidden Forest was truly a treasure trove. Lastly, he included the cocoon of the Death's Head hawk moth. This concoction was placed in a quiet, dark location, awaiting the next thunderstorm. During the wait, at every sunrise and sunset, he pointed the tip of his wand at his heart, intoning the incantations, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. More waiting ensued. Fortunately, just before Halloween, a thunderstorm arrived. Lightning striking the Forbidden Forest, Icklain braved the downpour, hastily retrieving the vial from beneath a tree. Upon inspection, he was pleased to find the contents a deep crimson. He returned to the prearranged empty classroom, where Professor McGonagall awaited his return. Nodding to her, he raised his wand to his chest, repeating the incantations, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. He then downed the potion in one swift motion. It was flavorless, which was a relief. On Halloween, the annual masquerade ball commenced. The young witches and wizards donned a myriad of peculiar costumes, such as dementors, ghouls, zombies, and ghosts, which had become commonplace in their midst. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was caught in a dilemma over whether to dress as a banshee or a ghost when he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Assuming it was a group of young witches and wizards seeking sweets, he opened the door, only to find no one there. His gaze fell downward to discover a black cat sitting quietly at his feet, clutching a small basket. The cat placed the basket on the ground, patiently awaiting Dumbledore's offering. Recognizing the feline, Dumbledore smiled and dropped a handful of honey sticks into the basket, wishing it a happy Halloween. The little black cat meowed before scampering off to its next target. As the evening feast began, the black cat returned, its basket brimming with treats, and nimbly leapt onto the long table at the staff's dais, displaying its bounty before Dumbledore, meowing proudly. To be honest, Ilk, your transformation into an animagus is quite successful. Yet hasn't everyone seen it? Icklain shook his head and leapt behind Dumbledore's chair, returning to his human form and taking his seat to voice his dissent. That is where you are mistaken, my dear father. Aside from soliciting sweets from you, I merely gathered a few from the first years. Undoubtedly, no one, including Potter, recognized me along the way. Indeed, considering your mismatched eyes, Dumbledore replied. I also inquired with Minerva, but she informed me that it was all random. So do keep this under wraps, please. As he spoke, Icklain produced a tin from seemingly nowhere, opening it thoughtfully. Reluctantly, he handed it to Dumbledore, containing a small box of lemon drops, which caused Dumbledore's eyes to light up as he accepted the candy. This left Icklain's countenance dark with dismay. Chapter 72, The Howling Letter 3. The trick-or-treating continued unabated, aside from a few dementors in the Great Hall. Most of the young witches and wizards began to raid their house headmaster's stash. Icklain blended into the throng, gathering quite a haul. After most of the professors had been plundered, the young witches and wizards turned their collective gaze toward Snape's office. The Hufflepuff Badger rejected the Ravenclaw Eagle's plan, goading the Gryffindor Lions with, "Aren't you supposed to be brave?" The Gryffindor Lions shook their heads in unison, their speed rivaling that of an airplane's propeller. They urged the Slytherin snakes. Isn't he your headmaster? Go ahead. The few Slytherins, however, were unmoved. They were all too aware of their headmaster's temperament. Who would dare? Thus, their focus shifted from the office door to Icklain, who was blissfully staring at the wooden door of Snape's office. Suddenly feeling a chill at his back, he turned to find the young witches and wizards had collectively stepped back a significant distance, when someone in the crowd shouted, "Wow, Grindelwald is leading the charge. Go for it. We believe in you." Icklain was pushed forward to the office door. Steeling himself, he leaned against the door, garnering the gaze of aspiring heroes as he knocked on Snape's office door. "Old bat, open up." After a moment, the door swung open. Snape looked down at Icklain and the basket in his hands, quickly realizing his intent and decisively chose to shut the door. Trick or treat. Icklain swiftly blocked the door with his hand. He had never lost a battle of strength and forced his way inside. The young witches and wizards braced themselves for the worst, ready to mourn him, only to hear a cacophony of noise as Icklain emerged expressionless. Just as they were about to offer words of comfort, Icklain's demeanor shifted, and he grinned as he produced a bag of milk candies from behind him. Amidst the cheers, he distributed the treats to the young witches and wizards. In truth, there was no candy from Snape. He had merely funded this from his own pocket. Eventually, everyone grew weary of the festivities and headed to the Great Hall for a hearty dinner. "Looks like you had quite a bit of fun," Dumbledore remarked, glancing at Icklain beside him with a smile. "Not too bad. Just lost a bag of milk candies," Icklain replied, resting his head on the table, eyes closed. Dumbledore was about to respond when his attention was drawn to a flurry from the ceiling as a long-distance messenger arrived in a hurry, clutching a thick red envelope in its beak. "A milk?" Dumbledore interjected. Icklain wearily lifted his head, following Dumbledore's gaze. On the table, Chongli was using his mouth to open a letter. Icklain's pupils constricted, for he undoubtedly recognized it as a howler. Just as he intended to intervene, it was too late. "My dear young master, where have you gone? You're the only one missing, do you know that?" Fulant's voice reverberated throughout the hall. "Icklain Green, I am now at the venue for you. Right now, immediately, come here." It was Grindelwald's voice. The sound startled Icklain, causing his body to stiffen, and it also surprised McGonagall and Dumbledore beside him. There was one final letter. After Chongli opened it, a solitary sentence emerged. "You have only 5 minutes." It was Wendai's voice, calm yet terrifying, for Icklain understood that Wendai was genuinely angry. Icklain abruptly stood up, casting his gaze towards the Slytherin table, noting that no pureblood families were present, including the pureblood young wizards from other houses. "I'm finished. I don't even know what to do there," Icklain exclaimed helplessly, making eye contact with Ron and Ginny, the sole representatives of the Weasley family. "Very well, they are completely unaware. Perhaps Il and the others were at the Malfoy family's estate? If it is that gathering," Dumbledore kindly reminded. "Where is the Malfoy estate?" Icklain's question momentarily caught Dumbledore off guard. He then stood up, glanced at Professor McGonagall, and said, "I shall take you there." The two stepped outside the grounds of Hogwarts and immediately disapparated, leaving Professor McGonagall to tidy up the remnants of the howler. At the Malfoy family estate, Icklain was astonished by the opulence before him. The drawing room was abuzz with activity, with the gleam of their tie clips visible from afar. What did that signify? It signified wealth. Dumbledore patted Icklain on the shoulder, gesturing for him to look behind. Turning around, he saw a Rolls-Royce parked before him, flanked by 3 individuals, Grindelwald, Wendai, and Fulant. Resigned, Icklain approached, only to be yanked by Wendai by the ear into the vehicle, who tossed him a garment before slamming the door shut. Icklain felt like crying. He had envisioned everything perfectly and had planned the departure time, yet the recent Anamagi affairs had left him scrambling, completely forgetting about this gathering. Chapter 73, Prelude to the Banquet. After Icklain changed into his attire and stepped out of the car, the pure black suit complemented his complexion, with the collar and cuffs evidently tailored to perfection. One had to admit Wendai's discerning eye never faltered. Fulant approached, quickly ruffling Icklain's hair, pushing it back to create a more mature look. He gestured for Icklain to raise his hands, producing a bottle of perfume, and began to spray it on him. Wendai also brought out pre-prepared accessories to adorn Icklain. Meanwhile, Grindelwald retreated to a distance, standing beside Dumbledore, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Gellert Dumbledore chuckled at Icklain's reluctance towards the earrings, yet he ultimately wore them on his right ear. "There's no choice. This gathering is crucial. I need to grant him a 2-day leave, Albus." "Very well, perhaps I should take my leave. Otherwise, Minerva will send me a howler," Dumbledore remarked, casting a glance at Wendai, who was reliable, and nodded before departing. Icklain watched Dumbledore leave, only to be pushed by Fulant towards the grand entrance of the estate. Along the way, Icklain lowered his head, scrutinizing his attire. On his left wrist was a handcrafted silver watch, undeniably expensive. The black suit was bespoke, clearly crafted by the finest in the wizarding world, and thus, costly. Even his tie clip was worth 2,000 to 3,000. The brooch was a standard representation of the Grindelwald family crest. Then, regarding the rings on his hands, he wore 2 on his left. One was a symbol of the pureblood party on his pinky, a simple iron band, intricately inscribed with the phrase "for the greater good" on the inner surface. The other was a semi-finished ring given to him by the Weasley twins, which he had repaired, now serving as an ordinary storage ring on his index finger. The earring on his right ear appeared unremarkable, but if Icklain's memory served him right, it was a black sapphire auctioned at the Wizarding Auction House in 1934, fetching a wildly inflated price. How to put it? Wealth was one aspect. The quality of this gem was another. It wasn't merely valuable. It was certainly among the finest of the past century. Aside from his own intellect, the only thing that didn't seem valuable was the necklace of the pureblood party. Upon entering the estate, the group halted. First, Fulant, then Wendai, strode confidently through the open doors. Grindelwald, however, was in no rush and suddenly asked, "Do you smell something?" Icklain inhaled, contemplating the scent of money, new garments, vanity, and the aroma of power. Grindelwald chuckled lightly, adding, "This is merely the first act for today. There's more to come tomorrow. Prepare yourself." As they ascended the steps, even the stairs were crafted from white marble, with the railings made entirely of pure gold. A servant stationed at the entrance bowed respectfully to the two and presented them with handkerchiefs. Icklain accepted one, noticing that the corner was embroidered with the Malfoy family crest in golden thread. Grindelwald casually folded his handkerchief and placed it in the pocket of his suit, casting a glance at the visibly nervous Icklain, and smiled. "Are you afraid?" "A bit. In my eyes, you have the willingness to lead the wizarding world, do you not? Are you going to falter here?" "I have no such intentions. This is a serious matter." "Then you must tidy up this mess, adjust your demeanor, and let us proceed." Icklain exhaled, trailing behind Grindelwald at a half-step distance as they entered. Once inside, all eyes in the hall turned towards them, and Icklain felt as if all the lights in the room were focused solely on him. Unlike Grindelwald, who seemed to revel in the attention, Icklain was terrified. Struggling to maintain his composure, he swallowed hard and followed Grindelwald's pace, gradually engaging in pleasantries with the guests. As the host, Lucius was still in Riddle's hands, leaving Draco to manage such a large affair, which proved somewhat challenging. Today, Draco was also dressed in formal attire and spotted Icklain descending the stairs, along with the specially invited Grindelwald. The upper-class wizarding families were astute, with the Grindelwald family's power poised to return to its zenith. Who wouldn't want to offer a friendly countenance, hoping for a favorable position in the future? Yet, Draco was astonished. Icklain is a Grindelwald. He said he was a Dumbledore. Draco thought to himself. He intended to greet Icklain and inquire about this matter, but he was quickly surrounded by members of various families, fielding questions aimed at taking advantage of Draco's youth or introducing their daughters. Meanwhile, Icklain, having just finished exchanging pleasantries with the Knott family, noticed Draco's predicament but was once again engulfed by the crowd. Mr. Grindelwald is indeed a remarkable young man, having garnered high praise from Dumbledore at such a tender age and serving as an assistant at Hogwarts, thus setting a precedent. "Oh, you old fool. You simply lack the eloquence to articulate it. The reason for his excellence lies in the commendable education he received from Mr. Grindelwald himself." Icklain, observing the plethora of hypocritical facades before him, managed to affix a smile to his previously impassive countenance as he wearily responded to a barrage of inquiries. In stark contrast, Grindelwald appeared remarkably at ease. Before long, the hall became enveloped in swirling smoke, the aroma of tobacco pervading the estate, mingling with the scent of perfume, which indeed resonated with Grindelwald's description of the taste of power. Grindelwald accepted a cigarette offered by another with delightful ease, while Icklain squinted at the sycophant pressing a lighter to Grindelwald's face, finding it amusing. Wenda and Florian had nearly gathered the young ladies, and the banquet was officially commencing. Icklain seized the opportunity to retreat to a corner, distancing himself from the brewing controversies. Florian, observing Grindelwald's miniature oration while sipping his drink, intended to step back for a bottle of wine, only to catch sight of a familiar yet unfamiliar black cat squatting in the corner. When Icklain, unable to endure Florian's scrutinizing gaze, opened his eyes, it elicited a small gasp of surprise from Florian, his glass of wine momentarily frozen in the air. This earned Icklain a roll of the eyes. Laughter erupted from the elder's area centered around Grindelwald, and Icklain exchanged knowing glances with Florian, each grasping the situation's essence. One could not deny that this gathering was a stage meticulously crafted for Grindelwald, who stood as the focal point of attention. The elders, casting their gazes toward the corner piano, sparked a lively discussion. Amidst their gentle nudges, only Grindelwald remained, wine glass in hand, reveling in the spectacle. Understanding their intentions, he approached and took a seat, drawing forth a chorus of cheers and applause. Seeing Icklain return to human form, Draco took the cue and stepped into the ballroom segment ahead of schedule. As Draco's words resonated, Grindelwald's fingers danced across the piano keys, initiating a prelude of La Comparsita. The lights dimmed, leaving only the hall and the illumination above Grindelwald, as bright blue crystals cascaded like snowflakes. Chapter 74, The Election. Florian and Icklain stood in the corner, quietly observing the suddenly dancing noblewomen, the hall swiftly transforming into a ballroom. Grindelwald continued to showcase another piece, prompting a fleeting smile from Icklain. "Can you play?" Florian inquired, noticing Icklain's change in expression. "A little," Icklain replied, moving towards a nearby stand to retrieve a violin, carefully adjusting it behind him. Florian tilted his head towards Wenda, questioning whether he had ever buskied on the streets. "I had no idea he had been taught such skills," he remarked. "Perhaps," Wenda responded, just as Grindelwald's piano notes struck a harmonious chord, diverting everyone's attention to the staircase. Icklain stood tall, positioning the violin as he joined Grindelwald in a duet. Grindelwald, momentarily halting his playing, raised an eyebrow at Icklain's boldness, snorting before resuming the sheet music. As the younger generation danced freely, the elder family members exchanged glances and silently made their way toward the room behind the staircase. Icklain looked at Grindelwald, receiving a nod in response. Channeling his magical energy, he allowed the violin to play itself as he followed Wenda inside. Upon entering, the interior decor starkly contrasted with the outside, featuring a downward staircase adorned with portraits of the sacred 28 families throughout history. The heavy decor culminated at a black door, the room illuminated solely by a golden chandelier overhead. Black walls and golden sconces enveloped the long table, where the notable members of the sacred 28 pure-blood families congregated. Currently, the Malfoy family had only Draco present, standing aside, hesitant to take a seat. The Parkinson family, a lower tier to the Malfoys, held little weight in discussions here. The Lestrange family's representative was originally Bellatrix, but with her imprisonment, her seat remained vacant despite her rescue by Riddle. The Knott family held equal standing with the Malfoys, their head renowned for his cunning, making him a formidable opponent, alongside Shafik, as the two families seemed poised to ally. The Black family's position remained unfilled, leaving uncertainty as to whether anyone would claim it. Therefore, excluding the Grindelwald family, this gathering consisted of 5 families, each patriarch accompanied by 1 or 2 elders, with their entourages generally being the most challenging adversaries. The remaining individuals were merely there to fill space, such as Crabbe and Goyle, whose presence was scarcely felt within the lesser-known families. The current decline of pure-blood families was evident, with many having already aligned with Riddle, leading to their swift demise. The Rosier family, notably, had yet to declare their allegiance, even after the brutal murder of their patriarch's wife by Riddle, remaining steadfast in their resolve. This was partly due to the Grindelwald family's recent re-entry into the pure-blood circle and the influence of Icklain, their current employer. Most of Icklain's business dealings were conducted through their ranks, and with no directives from him, they had no intention of following Riddle. Initially, Icklain and Wenda did not receive much applause or a warm welcome upon their entrance. However, when Grindelwald arrived, the assembly nodded in acknowledgement. He clapped a hand on Icklain's shoulder, guiding him to the seat closest to the head of the table, pressing him down while he took a place beside him, with Wenda behind. As Icklain settled, a few voices raised concerns, suggesting a change of position since this was adjacent to the head seat. Yet Grindelwald shook his head, asserting, "This is where he belongs. I am aging. He is my sole heir and, like everyone else, aspires to compete for this position." His words prompted a collective intake of breath from the assembly. The Knott patriarch, filled with unexpressed ire, shifted his gaze toward the Malfoy seat. "Draco, this is a discussion for adults. Perhaps you should wait outside." Aware of his lack of status and authority, Draco nodded and exited, having been advised by his father to avoid lingering with such individuals. Not only was it easy to be ensnared in their schemes, but it also invited unnecessary troubles. Well, the last leader was over a decade ago. We gather now to reconsider the election, for in the wizarding world, a day without a leader is akin to grains of sand scattered in the wind, the Knott patriarch proclaimed. Subsequently, he magically poured tea for each patriarch in succession. The first to receive tea was Grindelwald, as the teapot bypassed Icklain's position entirely to serve Grindelwald. While age justified this action, it also indicated the assembly's sentiments towards Icklain's standing. Grindelwald observed the first cup of tea before him with a hint of amusement, dismissively pushing the cup towards his companion, Icklain. He then remarked, "My current standing pales in comparison to his." Icklain maintained a courteous smile, uttering not a word, while his left hand absent-mindedly caressed the rim of the cup. The head of the Knott family chuckled softly, But his attempt to speak was interrupted by Grindelwald. If anyone has something to say, please do so candidly. The position of leadership has already been predetermined, has it not? Your summons was merely a courtesy, considering the current trends and my reputation. Grindelwald accepted yet another cup of tea, adding, if my presence here grants me any leverage. That is indeed a fair point. The head of the Fanfic family interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Am I not correct? Grindelwald glanced at Nott, noting that the Malfoy family was left with but a child who had no voice in this matter. Then you are the next in line, are you not? I would like to extend an apology on his behalf, Mr. Grindelwald, Fanfic suggested. Perhaps there is still room for discussion? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, nodding for him to continue. I have heard that the young Grindelwald owns a vineyard, which is quite prosperous and ranks among the top 3 in the current business sphere. An elder behind Nott spoke up. Surely, this demonstrates that young Grindelwald possesses the power to negotiate? The presence of a potential escape route prompted the others to nod in agreement. We could collaborate. Let us assume the position together, with a 60 to 40 division of power. How does that sound? Fanfic advocated for Nott. Before Grindelwald could respond, Icklain interjected, I do not feel inclined to agree. Collaboration is one thing. But here I shall not yield. Fanfic's smile faltered momentarily. Honestly, I believe handing the wizarding world over to you would spell its doom. Icklain continued, still smiling. Huh. Nott laughed. Entrusting it to a mere child is equally concerning. Enough. Nott, Fanfic interjected quietly. Try to be a bit more restrained after just emerging from Azkaban. Clearing his throat, Fanfic proceeded, perhaps we could set aside these unpleasantness for now and discuss collaboration. There is merit in that. Icklain chuckled lightly, about to speak when the sound of hurried footsteps seized everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards the entrance as Sirius, clad in a burgundy suit, entered, followed closely by Remus in gray attire. I hope I still have a voice here, old Nott, Sirius declared, surveying the heads of families present. Sirius Black? Fanfic expressed surprise, as the Black family had been publicly disowned. Indeed, and I trust you won't mind if I bring an additional guest, Sirius replied, acknowledging Icklain and smiling as he led Remus towards the Black family's seat. And who might this be? Nott inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he recognized the newcomer. Remus. This is Remus Lupin, he introduced. Half-blood? Mind your language, Mr. Nott, Icklain interjected. Forgive me, I find that term rather distasteful, Icklain responded politely. But I would appreciate it if you could apologize to Remus. It seems young Grindelwald is acquainted with him? Acquainted? He is one of my subordinates. If we are to continue discussing collaboration, an apology would be in order, and I can overlook this incident, Icklain stated, loosening his collar. Remus Lupin. Fanfic recalled something and quietly alerted Nott, who paled slightly. If memory serves, Mr. Lupin is responsible for the reclamation of the goblins, is he not? Fanfic smiled. It seems the rumors of the goblins aligning with the family are indeed true. And I orchestrated it, Icklain interjected politely, as he tilted his head towards Remus. Using magic to pour tea for the two. I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks, Mr. Lupin, Nott conceded reluctantly. Remus smiled, signaling that there was no need for concern. Now, to return to the matter at hand, Grindelwald prompted, if you were to assume leadership, what could you offer the wizarding world? Continuation of the current stability, Nott replied. And what do you believe we could bring to the table? Grindelwald inquired, glancing at Icklain. I can elevate the wizarding world. I can lead it towards further progress and development, Icklain asserted softly. No, that is far too radical. Indeed, what is the point of moving forward? I actually find it quite promising, Sirius interjected. No, young Black. As a Gryffindor, your opinions hold little weight. Perhaps you should ponder the significance of progress, came the retort. Do you believe that what Sirius said holds any merit? Icklain's light cough interrupted the conversation. Silence, Sirius, he chuckled. Do you truly grasp the caliber of strength required for such a position? Let us be frank. What do you desire to allow me to occupy that role? Icklain tilted his head towards the main seat. The assembly engaged in hushed discussions. Perhaps you could sell us the vineyard's formula? Fanfic suggested jokingly, not anticipating Icklain's serious response. That can be arranged, but the vineyard is a gift to Wanda, so all rights belong to her, Icklain clarified. Is it wise for young Grindelwald to entrust such a significant estate to a woman? Indeed, how can a woman manage such affairs? Icklain felt a surge of anger at this remark, but before he could retort, Wanda restrained him from behind. He looked back at her in confusion, but she merely shook her head. Even Grindelwald refrained from speaking, for the standing of women in the wizarding world remains dismally low. Icklain harbored a different view. Yet he felt powerless to alter this reality. His strength was insufficient to amend the established norms. Let us speak with more decorum, shall we? Icklain stood, declaring. She is my sister. You have no right to speak so. I find this position unnecessary. I can act independently of you, so I will express my thoughts freely, whether you care to listen or not. Firstly, I have no respect for your blood-purist ideologies, which is one reason I am disinclined to collaborate with you. Secondly, your disparagement of my sister reflects poorly on your character. Furthermore, if I were to occupy this position, I would merely be a puppet controlled by those behind you, correct? It is pitiful that your pure-blood families would willingly follow a half-blood. Icklain's tone was laced with restrained anger. Chapter 75, The Auction. Having said his piece, Icklain strode directly out, bypassing everyone as he exited the manor. Wanda nodded at Grindelwald before following him outside, standing on the path beyond the estate. Listen to me, Icklain, Wanda said seriously, facing him. I understand your dissatisfaction with their words, but this has always been the norm in the wizarding world, has it not? Women. Wanda's words trailed off as she earnestly asked, Now, tell me, do you have any intention of taking over the wizarding world? Icklain frowned, responding with displeasure. I find myself contemplating that notion now, but the path is fraught with challenges. That is sufficient. Wanda's gaze flickered briefly to the figure trailing behind Icklain. Rosiel, I wish to take the young master for a stroll, Florent announced, running towards them from a distance. I have matters to attend to. Shall we discuss this after Christmas then? I will take my leave now, said Icklain, inquiring about Wendell's thoughts. Noticing no objections, he hurriedly followed Flant out. What do you think the truth will think of you? Wendell remarked to the approaching figure behind him. I don't know, but he needs a catalyst. You know Wendell. He values familial bonds greatly. I must apologize for my earlier remarks, Grindelwald mused, observing the frolicking figures of Icklain and Flant. Sir, are you not returning home for Christmas? Christmas. I still wish to sleep during those 3 days. You expect me to pile up work on that day? Wendell noted, I understand it was not intentional. But what about that child from the Malfoy family? He continued to watch Icklain's retreating silhouette, reminding him, the effects of the soul-sucking curse are nearing their end. Yet I should teach Icklain some caution this Christmas. That cup of tea could have been poisoned, haha. Suit yourself, Wendell replied, promptly vanishing through apparition. Grindelwald followed suit, ensuring to lift the enchantments safeguarding the estate before departing. Meanwhile, Flant suddenly realized something had fallen onto the carriage and retraced his steps to retrieve it. Icklain, observing Grindelwald and Wendell disappear, smiled subtly. He was no fool. After all, how could he remain oblivious to the fact that Grindelwald had slipped a hallucinogen into his tea? Furthermore, the pureblood families present would never abandon decorum, although that last remark may indeed have been uttered in jest. Yet, he did harbor such thoughts. It wasn't merely pushing a duck onto a perch. Let's go, Flant urged, pulling Icklain along as they vanished through apparition. Upon their feet touching solid ground once more, they found themselves in an alley with a view of Big Ben. Flant leading Icklain through a wall at the end of the alley. The opulent sight inside left Icklain momentarily speechless. Flant leisurely selected 2 masks from the reception area and handed one to Icklain. What is this? He inquired. An auction house. Reputed to be the largest in the magical world, Flant replied while donning his own mask. Is this where you used to work? Icklain continued to survey the surroundings, noting that aside from the somewhat intimidating display of masks, it wasn't overly gory. However, upon seeing the walls plastered with wanted posters, his perspective shifted. There were herbalists, magical creatures, prominent figures, and even a vault from Gringotts. Icklain blinked in disbelief, convinced he must be nearsighted, for he spotted his own name among the posters. Flant, following his gaze, read aloud from a poster on the wall. Name, Icklain Grindelwald. Age, 16. Address, unknown. Detailed abilities, unknown. Bounty, 10 million. Bring the head to claim the reward. Do I truly possess such enmity? Icklain recoiled slightly, meekly inquiring. Perhaps, Flant replied, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, placing one between his lips, and gesturing for Icklain to move forward as he fumbled for a lighter. A diverse array of individuals from various nations and races congregate here. Ascending to the VIP lounge, they found themselves in front of a large window overlooking the auction scene. Care for a smoke? Flant offered, displaying the cigarette box. I'm underage. Icklain countered. I know. Do you really believe that? Flant replied, exasperated, shoving the cigarette box and lighter into Icklain's arms before reclining into a velvet chair with an air of leisure. I imagine at your age, you had already experienced everything. What can one do? Once expelled from Ilvermorny, where else could I possibly go? If Wendell hadn't rescued you from that storm, you might have perished. Icklain, though perplexed, merely pouted and sat beside him. Did you know? On my first day here, I encountered Macaulay. Though he presented himself as a mercenary, he was secretly a half-blood wizard. That day was incredibly awkward for both of us. I'm unaware of your past with him, Icklain replied. Would you like to hear about it? I could share. Flant offered. Decline. Thank you for the invitation, Icklain responded. As midnight approached, signs of the auction commencing finally emerged. Icklain inadvertently spotted 2 familiar brown-haired figures and, upon closer inspection, recognized them. Their presence at such an event was unexpected. Flant, why do you think Scamander is here? Newt would be understandable, but Theseus. Icklain pondered. Who? Flant inquired, peering down with newfound concern, calling out. Has today's headlining auction item been listed? Indeed, Mr. Grindelwald. This auction features something rather special that has not been disclosed, but I can assure you it is a significant item, a well-dressed man responded with a smile. Fine. Make sure the corridor is cleared. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt my enjoyment, Flant replied. Eyeing the object covered in red cloth at the center of the auction stage, his brow furrowed. No problem, the man replied before departing. Flant intended to speak, but was preempted by Icklain, who remarked, that man was off. I suspect I know what that item is. What do you mean? Flant questioned. Do you honestly think Newt would abandon his creatures for this? And allow Theseus to accompany him? Magical creatures? Perhaps, Icklain concluded. Newt and Theseus were seated in the last row, the best vantage point, but Newt felt a chill at the nape of his neck, scanning his surroundings uneasily. Theseus noticed his discomfort and asked, What's wrong, Newt? Nothing, he replied. Are you certain it's a Icklain? Absolutely, Newt affirmed, gazing at the red-clothed cage with determination. No matter the cost, I must acquire it. Theseus, seeing Newt's resolute expression, chose to remain silent as they awaited the auction's main event. Congratulations to guest 120 for successfully bidding on a defensive alchemical instrument. The host, that very man who had just attended to Icklain and Flant, continued, the next item, though costly, will surely astonish all present. His words caused every guest to sit up straighter, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the central stage. Everyone, please remain calm. The host said with a smile. I must temper your excitement. The starting bid is 8 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. This announcement did indeed cool the fervor, causing a few individuals to withdraw, choosing instead to spectate from the audience. After all, who wouldn't relish in the spectacle without spending a dime? As the host pulled the red cloth away, both Icklain and Flant's hearts skipped a beat. A Icklain. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding, while Icklain and Flant remained eerily silent. Flant noticed the Icklain's chained right leg, and a wave of unease washed over him. The creature was in a pitiful state, and he felt a pang of guilt reminiscent of his former profession. 20 million, Icklain declared, ringing the bell. This figure left the audience momentarily stunned, including the Scamander brothers who were bidding. The price diverged significantly. 21 million, Theseus announced, but from their perspective, they couldn't discern Icklain's appearance. 25 million, Icklain countered. 26 million. Another voice chimed in from the audience. Sir, the steward of the winery spoke cautiously, please take care. 28 million, Theseus gritted his teeth, articulating his final decision. A brief silence enveloped the venue. 28 million, the host remarked. Oh, regrettably, someone has raised the bid, 29 million. 30 million, Icklain pressed the bell once more. A long pause ensued. 30 million once, the host said, casting uneasy glances towards Icklain. Twice, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 7. As the auction concluded, a knock echoed at the private box's door, expecting it to be someone sent to collect the payment. Icklain opened the door. Standing at the threshold was Newt. The two were momentarily taken aback. Newt, he stammered. Mr. Scamander? Icklain smiled, ushering them inside and shutting the door behind him. Do you two have business with me? I must state in advance that I have not engaged in any illegal activities, Icklain said, glancing at the two seated on the sofa. Of course, if Theseus is here to talk about the Icklain, name your price, Newt interjected. As long as you hand over the Icklain. Do you truly believe no one else has the same intention? Icklain stood before them, arms crossed. What? Newt, still processing, was interrupted by another knock at the door. Icklain signaled for the steward to open it. Upon opening the door, the previous host, wearing a smile, entered, pushing in a cage. Guest number 7, here is your item from earlier. Very well. Icklain placed a Gringotts key on the table and moved to inspect it, only to be halted by the man's outstretched hand. Mr. Grindelwald, wait a moment. The man continued to smile, his white hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his emotions unreadable. What is it? Icklain, with his back to Newt, inquired with a smile. The money is here. Now that you know my identity, aren't you at ease? Newt and Theseus grasped Icklain's insinuation, their hands slowly inching towards their pockets. Not at all. Merely a distant guest wishing to converse with you, the man replied. The highest bidder wins. You, with your stature of 6 feet tall, should understand that they don't. You jest, it is my fault, and I apologize. The man nodded and bowed, just as a green light flashed at the door, which Icklain deftly evaded. However, soon, the mood shifted. As nearly 10 individuals surrounded the private box, each exuding an aura of dark magic. What is this? Icklain maintained a serene smile. No choice, Mr. Grindelwald. The host no longer feigned politeness, brandishing his wand at Icklain. The Icklain indeed belongs to you. But there are those here who desire your head, are there not? With your head, the Qilin becomes an easy acquisition. Icklain took a step back, returning the Gringotts key to his pocket, casting a glance at the Scamander brothers on the sofa, and winked. Then, hidden in the corner, the steward, Florent, swiftly cast a binding spell, ensnaring the host and one other, subsequently silencing them and seizing their wands. Icklain wasted no words. With a spatial charm, he stripped the attendees of their magical power, quickly neutralizing the room's occupants in conjunction with Florent's actions. Upon unveiling the cage, it was indeed empty. This caused Newt to grow anxious. He had intended to inquire about the host, yet the man remained silent. Chapter 77, Guilt. Icklain wished to avoid further entanglement, leading with a Patronus charm as the others followed behind the phoenix, casting spells to repel those in their path. When the phoenix halted before a brick wall, Florent gestured for the others to step back. With the incantation cast, the wall exploded into fragments, smoke billowing. Theseus and Florent stood in stunned silence as they beheld a room full of iron cages, each draped with cloth and thick with dust. Muffled whimpers emanated from the cages. Newt summoned his suitcase with a summoning charm, opening it to release the Qilin at its center, but upon touching the cage, a barrier formed, causing the Qilin to writhe in agony. Newt felt helpless, unsure of the spell at play, his hands empty as he watched the creature suffer. Icklain approached, surveying the cage's perimeter, recognizing the hunter's self-invented spell, and directed Florent to handle it. The others watched as Florent traced patterns with his wand upon the barrier, which soon dissipated. Alhamra. The lock fell with a clatter. The weakened Qilin was cradled by Newt, its right leg still shackled by a long chain. Blood dripping from his hands to the floor. He carefully placed the Qilin into the suitcase. Icklain had no time to dwell on Florent's unusual silence, turning his attention to the surrounding cages, waving his hand to unveil the cloth. Dust swirled around them. The conditions within the cages exceeded everyone's imagination. In addition to magical creatures from the wizarding world, there were also ordinary animals from the Muggle realm. They lay in the cold cages, their breaths faint. A few, still somewhat lively, bore grievous injuries, missing limbs and battered bodies. Icklain raised his wand, mimicking Florent's earlier actions, and began unlocking the cages. Together with Theseus, they cautiously lifted the animals into the suitcase. "We can't take too many," Newt said, climbing out of the suitcase after acquiring a small raccoon. During this time, Florent had remained motionless. Icklain, sensing his turmoil, approached him. "Sir," Florent's voice was hoarse, his eyes red-rimmed. I'm worthless," he said, raising his hand as if to strike his own face, but Icklain intervened. "Florent, calm down." Newt attempted to mediate. "How can I calm down? How can I possibly calm down?" Florent shouted, shaking off Icklain's hand. "What have I done in the past? I took that kind of money. I used every means to capture them, only to let them suffer here." "Mr. Grindelwald," Theseus pulled Newt up, also stepping forward to intervene. "I deserve to die? Raxiel should never have saved me. Calm yourself. I should just headbutt the wall and end it," Florent mumbled, head bowed. With a resounding slap, the air fell silent. Icklain shook his aching right hand, addressing the dazed Florent. "Listen, if you seek redemption, do good deeds to prove it, rather than merely talking. We currently lack sufficient space for them. Do you have a solution?" Icklain gestured towards the already filled suitcase and the animals lying in cages and on the ground. "A solution?" Florent rubbed his face, the earlier slap bringing him some clarity. After contemplating Icklain's words for a moment, he replied, "Wait for me," and then exited. Watching Florent's retreating figure, Icklain shook his hand, grimacing in pain. "Mr. Grindelwald," Theseus approached, gazing at Florent's back. "Him?" Icklain looked at his reddening palm. "Blowing on it. He used to engage in such dealings. Once, an enemy came after him, and it was Newt who rescued him, leading to his reformation. It seems that during this period, he has been behaving rather like a model citizen." Upon reflecting on his past foolish deeds, he sighed and remarked, "To speak candidly, the individuals under my command previously engaged in unsavory activities, whose hands are devoid of blood. Yet, of late, who can fathom the change? They have begun to express remorse for their former actions. While penitence is commendable, as I previously stated, mere vocalizations are of little consequence, without tangible actions. How can one substantiate their acknowledgement of wrongdoing? Allow him a moment of calm." Icklain gazed at the remaining small creatures and approached them, producing the white ointment he had brought along, extending it to Newt. Since they had some idle time, it would be prudent to tend to their wounds. Chapter 78, The Zoo. When Frank returned, he bore a black backpack, its dust conspicuously visible. Icklain said nothing but took 2 steps aside, quietly observing Frank's actions. He unzipped the backpack and pulled over Newt's suitcase, mumbling to himself. Once his task was complete, he began to place the bandaged animals into the seemingly bottomless backpack. which had ample space even after accommodating all the creatures. Newt was about to inquire when Frank interrupted him, gesturing for Newt to take the suitcase and leave before asking questions. Theseus shifted his gaze from the backpack to Icklain and, upon receiving a nod, followed Frank out of the auction house. They passed through the wall, emerging at 3 in the morning. Frank turned back to search for Icklain's figure. Finding only emptiness behind him, followed by the sound of apparition, Icklain appeared at the mouth of the alley. Meanwhile, the auction house, nestled deep within the mountains, was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Now, where do you intend to house these small creatures, Mr. Scamander? Icklain inquired. Surely, they cannot remain in your suitcase indefinitely. Newt found himself momentarily at a loss for words at Icklain's final remark. Well, let us take them to my house. There is a grove behind Newtmond that should suffice, he proposed. After exchanging a glance with Theseus and contemplating for a moment, he nodded in agreement, and the group apparat to the front of Newtmond Castle. In the darkness, a figure stood with his back to the castle's light, obscuring his features. Yet, one could sense his vigilance as he raised his wand. Lumos, Frank intoned, Vex. If all else fails, we. The code word. Frank capitulated. How many hours can our master manage to sleep in a day? 18 hours, came the reply. And how long can he endure without sleep? The longest record stands at 5 days. Vex exhaled in relief, stowing his wand. But why didn't you notify us upon your return? We nearly jumped out of our skins when we saw someone approaching from afar. Frank's hasty remark was interrupted by Icklain, who raised his hand. Stop. What sort of code is this? Icklain exclaimed, somewhat vexed, hastily altering his tone. It's quite good. I assent it. Frank looked to Vex, who nodded, wearing a smug smile. What is so good about it? Icklain said nothing further, following Vex as they pressed on. Has the master returned this evening? No, there was an urgent matter in France. He went to assist. I heard our headquarters has been set ablaze, so we all returned. Vex explained. Who could possibly burn down our headquarters? Frank queried from behind. It seems a few muggle children accidentally ignited it while playing with fireworks. We should definitely remind Dean and Abbott to be more careful. Icklain pondered. By the way, Vex, your lad is nearing adulthood, I assent. Indeed, before this Christmas. He mentioned wanting to venture into the muggle world. Vex replied as he pushed open the grand door. That sounds splendid. Ask him what gift he would like, Icklain remarked, momentarily taken aback by the sudden clutter of cardboard boxes in the living room. I haven't tidied up yet. We can discuss gifts later, Vex said, kicking aside an obstructive box. Well then, Mr. Scamander, let us proceed. Icklain turned to Newt, stating that the size of the grove behind was adequate. Suitable even for a game of Quidditch. Hand me the bag, he requested, reaching out for Frank's backpack. You go lend a hand. Frank acquiesced with a grunt and followed Vex to assist. The trio strolled along the path in the backyard. Newt suddenly noticed several gravestones atop a small hill and tentatively inquired. What are those, Icklain? They belong to my brothers. Many have sacrificed along this journey. Those who have no descendants left are buried here, Icklain explained, pushing open the wooden fence of the small garden. He knelt down, opening the backpack to begin settling the small creatures. After dividing them into 2 areas, their gazes turned to the Chelan in Newt's arms. Determining its proper place was a conundrum. After all, it was a creature of great sanctity, its status in the magical realm allowing it to summon storms, rendering any location precarious. Observing the Chelan's poor condition, Icklain administered a potion. As dawn broke, the sun rose, casting a delicate mist around the forest, and the temperature began to rise. The members of the Purity Party, having completed their tasks, chose to bask in the sun and witness the sunrise. Gradually, more individuals gathered in the clearing behind the hill. The majority's attention was fixed upon the Chelan, which, unable to endure the scrutiny, awakened and weakly stood, shaking its head in confusion as it surveyed the crowd. Upon meeting Icklain's gaze, it seemed to sense a kindred spirit, affectionately nuzzling his neck before turning towards the rising sun and calling out. Following wizarding tradition, the gathered crowd dabbed their foreheads with morning dew collected from the rose petals in the garden, including Icklain. The Chelan's call heralded auspicious omens. It was said that this dew could bestow health and safety, a rare sight indeed. Once the ritual concluded, the Chelan intended to continue. But upon seeing Icklain shake his head, it acquiesced, albeit with confusion. After expressing its gratitude towards Newt, it ventured into the woods. Chapter 79, Learning. The group watched the Chelan depart as the sun fully ascended. After bidding farewell to Newt, Icklain seized the opportunity to leave with Theseus before Grindelwald returned. Their departure was swift. Coincidentally, just as Newt exited, Grindelwald and Wenda returned in succession. Wenda removed the bag from his shoulder, opened it, and emptied its contents, leaving Icklain speechless. It was filled entirely with books. Upon closer inspection, Icklain discerned that it also contained Muggle textbooks, related exercises, and 2 booklets of unknown content. 1 month. Learn as much as you can, Winda interjected, quickly organizing the books into 4 sections. In 2 years, you are to study Chinese, Russian, and French. Macaulay will teach you during this time. Wait, did I hear you correctly? 3 languages in 2 years? Icklain queried, somewhat bewildered, glancing at Grindelwald, who was seated on the sofa with his eyes closed in contemplation. Before Thanksgiving, I expect to see results, Grindelwald replied, casting a fleeting glance at the books on the table. Starting tomorrow, Winda will arrange etiquette lessons for you. Without a backward glance, Icklain made his way to the bedroom. Very well, my lord, shall we proceed to the study? Macaulay approached, gathering the books and placing them in Icklain's arms while he took up the remaining stack. Accompanying Icklain to the study. Let us begin. With that, Macaulay extracted a form from the pile of books. For Macaulay, this was child's play. As he was a master of languages, a coveted translator sought after in various regions. Proficient in approximately 50 languages, his skills were nothing short of exceptional. The process of learning was indeed tedious, yet Icklain, having inherited the talents of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, grasped the material with remarkable speed. After a brief meal, he retreated once more into the study, poring over the documents that Winda had brought back, reading each word meticulously. He retained some knowledge of French. After all, Winda was French and occasionally spoke in her native tongue during their daily interactions, allowing Icklain to pick up a few phrases. Thus, French was momentarily set aside. Another all-nighter passed. The following morning, Icklain glanced at the clock, around 5:50. What was the point of sleeping at this hour? He mused as he stood, stretching his slightly sore shoulders, and wearily exited the study. At Numengard, only Grindelwald and he remained. Winda and the others, occupied with work in recent days, had not returned to stay, leaving the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Descending the stairs, Icklain stretched lazily, his gaze falling upon the basement door, the only area that had not been renovated. The door appeared loose, slightly ajar. Icklain approached and gently pushed it open. Inside, it was somewhat disheveled, filled with stationery and the like. For reasons unknown, the cement floor bore remnants of blood. Icklain frowned but refrained from rummaging through it. Using a spell to secure the door before distancing himself from the basement area, Icklain prepared breakfast, and Grindelwald awoke just in time. The two shared the meal in silence. After finishing, noticing that Grindelwald had not assigned him any further tasks, Icklain transformed into a black cat and lounged in a sun-drenched chair in the front yard of Numengard, dozing through the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, he felt a tug at his neck, pulling him back inside, yet he kept his eyes shut, relishing the extra moments of sleep. Icklain, Winda's voice startled him, causing him to shiver and revert to his human form. Winda, still groggy from sleep, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. My lord, I know you lack for etiquette, but since that is the case. Icklain observed Winda's expression, his eyes suddenly brightening at the prospect of a day of rest. However, one must still maintain appearances before the master tonight, Winda emphasized, noting that the intense study and work had indeed been overwhelming, suggesting he take a break. Sister, Forever 18. Chapter 80. Thanksgiving is a time for gratitude. On the evening of Thanksgiving, Icklain achieved the highest score in his examinations. Winda was quite pleased with his performance and decided to grant him a reprieve. Congratulations. Flance had popped in from the study doorway. Icklain, eyes closed and sitting upright, did not respond. Asleep? Flant approached, scrutinizing Icklain before relaxing. He picked up a blank piece of parchment and inquired of those at the door, what did we decide to eat? What? Icklain jolted awake as if resurrected. Today is Thanksgiving, but it's quite late, so we thought we might as well pre-order the Christmas feast. Thanksgiving is for gratitude, not for making demands. Icklain smiled. In that case, why not treat us to a meal out for Christmas? I would prefer to prepare it myself. I fear outside food may not be clean. Icklain leaned back in his armchair, closing his eyes to rest. Turkey is a tradition, so no need to write that down. By the way, Flant leaned against the table, using the pen Winda gifted to Icklain to jot down. Can we add more lemon this year? I mean for the adults portion. The children's can be done as in previous years. Abbott was easygoing. Dean mentioned he wanted chocolate ice cream for Christmas. Tell him chocolate ice cream is out of the question. Eating ice cream in the dead of winter? We can have chocolate cake instead, Icklain interjected suddenly. All right, let us add some vodka to this year's mulled wine. It's been ages since I've had strong spirits. But I want brandy, Vix added quietly from the doorway. Then let us have a bit of everything. Icklain flashed a friendly smile at Flant, suddenly rising and operating behind him. In the moment he lifted his foot, Flant instantly teleported to the living room. No, don't make a fuss on a holiday, Flant exclaimed, dodging while scribbling on the paper. Sir, what would you like to eat this year? Anything will do, Grindelwald replied, glancing at the newspaper. Look at the master, then look at you lot. Are you trying to wear me out? Though I may not be human, I am not immune to fatigue. Icklain raised his cane and pointed it at Flant's nose. What kind of pie should we have? Flant, seemingly unfazed, pondered while operating. How about raspberry? Grindelwald suggested from behind the newspaper. Good idea, let us note that down. Flant suddenly appeared next to Winda, displaying the paper for her input. Icklain, amused, smiled at the placid Grindelwald, suppressing his frustration. Mushroom soup, let us add some pork ribs. How about beef stew? Macaulay glanced at Icklain's exam paper before proposing. Sounds good. Oh, and this year let us skip the coconut on the muffins. They tasted mediocre last year. Also, for the jam pudding, let us switch the strawberry jam to cranberry. Does anyone want eggnog? No, Flant, trust me, no one wants that. Vix interjected suddenly. All right, smoked salmon, what else? Icklain listened as their list grew longer, deciding to feign death on the sofa, allowing himself to drift off. Knowing he would return to Hogwarts the next day, just a little longer. If he could endure this, he would not be a Grindelwald. That night, Flant slept with ice packs on his head. The next morning, Icklain, carrying the black backpack Flant had gifted him, left Numengard in high spirits. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he heard news of an incident involving someone named Katie. He first visited Dumbledore's office, finding it empty, then proceeded to Professor McGonagall's office. He knocked on the door. Enter. Icklain pushed the door open and collided with Snape, who stood at the entrance, accompanied by Harry and his friends, as well as Professor McGonagall at her desk. Even Professor Flitwick stood behind the desk. Icklain? McGonagall expressed surprise. It is I, Minerva. What has happened? All right, you three may leave. McGonagall dismissed Harry and his friends, closing the office door before turning to Icklain. Come, take a look at the enchantment above. Following her gaze, Icklain beheld a magnificent necklace, a opal, seemingly from the Borgin and Burke's collection, emanating a strong aura of dark magic. This has been stained with blood. I mean, someone has died over it. Not that student. But prior. Icklain candidly expressed his strong resentment, inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl. Take her to St. Mungo's, find a healer named Augustus, and you can entrust her to him without any reservations. Professor McGonagall, unable to contain her curiosity, pondered how such an item could have been smuggled in. Fully aware of the stringent security at the entrance, Icklain chuckled softly, his gaze drifting towards Snape, before shaking his head at McGonagall and Flitwick, saying, I'm not certain. Minerva, you know my people only operate in Hogsmeade and the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Well, are you back today? Yes, I just returned to hear about the incident. Icklain replied with a shrug. Then you should attend to your business, McGonagall suggested. Icklain nodded, and, as he brushed past Snape, cast a fleeting glance in his direction before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Expecto Patronum, he murmured, summoning his Patronus, and followed the Phoenix up to the 8th floor. Suddenly, a door materialized out of thin air. Icklain nearly doubted his own eyes, but upon closer inspection and confirming its existence, he stepped inside. Hello, Draco. Icklain greeted the occupant within. How did you find this place? Draco queried. Intuition. What are you working on? Repairing a cabinet. It connects to Borgin and Burke's, and that fellow asked me to fix it, Draco replied honestly. Shall I assist you? Huh. I said I would help. You can complete the spell runes on the cabinet. With a wave of his hand, golden patterns began to weave across the cabinet. He pointed to the vacant spot and added, just fill in this area. Are you unhappy to have help? I won't tell anyone else. It's because I said I'd look out for you that I'm assisting, Icklain explained. I can grant you a pass to the restricted section. Perhaps ancient magic or rune spells might pique your interest. Chapter 81. Trust Katie was transferred to St. Mungo's the following day, and news of her predicament spread rapidly throughout the school. Amusingly, Hogwarts had lost nearly 20 students. Dumbledore returned promptly on Monday evening to conduct lessons for Harry, unaware of Icklain's presence in his bedroom. You've been quite busy during my absence, Dumbledore remarked to Harry as he entered. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they both immersed themselves once more in the pensive. When Icklain finally woke from his slumber and stretched as he exited his bedroom, Dumbledore and Harry had already emerged from the pensive, seated face to face. Is he still a Parseltongue? Harry inquired. Indeed, it is a rare ability, said to be linked to dark magic. Good evening to both of you, Icklain said, leaning against the upstairs railing, gazing down at them. Yes, good evening, Illinois. When did you return? Dumbledore asked. During Thanksgiving break, Icklain replied, noticing Dumbledore's slight fidget as he poured tea. Oh, I see. Have you been here the whole time? Dumbledore's gaze followed Icklain as he approached. Correct. Good evening, Potter. Good evening, Gryffindor, Harry responded. Take a seat, Illinois. Would you like some tea? Dumbledore offered, pushing a cup towards Icklain with a smile. If not tea, there's honey water or pumpkin juice. Icklain chuckled at the options, fully aware that Dumbledore's simplified choices amounted to truth serum or truth serum. With all due respect, dear father, Icklain said, observing Harry stand up to offer his seat. Smiling as he continued, can we establish a modicum of basic trust between us? Harry, You should head back now. Be cautious, Dumbledore advised Harry, watching him leave the office before shaking his head at Icklain. It's not that I distrust you. You are my child, which, in some respects, makes me uneasy. Dumbledore paused before concluding, very well, as you wish. Icklain lifted the cup of sweetened, truth, tea and drank it in one gulp, casting a disgruntled look at Dumbledore. Will you be as radical as Gellert was back in the day? Dumbledore inquired bluntly, without a hint of consolation. Not at all. Surely that day will never come. Will it? Icklain retorted with a sardonic smile. You would kill me the moment I entertained such thoughts, wouldn't you? Has your influence reached the Wisengamot? Dumbledore ignored the latter part of Icklain's statement and continued questioning. Yes, those letters were meant for Nermangard. But I was drowsy when addressing them, and mistakenly wrote this place instead. I must address something here. Dumbledore suddenly hesitated, furrowing his brow. What troubles you? Icklain feigned concern, fully aware that Dumbledore's peculiarities were surfacing, as his own right hand also felt numb. Nothing, Illinois. Dumbledore restored his usual smile. It's quite late. Just as Dumbledore intended to send him away, a loud bang interrupted the moment as Snape stood at the door, his gaze shifting from Dumbledore to Icklain. You're here. Severus, Dumbledore greeted with a smile. Snape scoffed, tossing a vial to Dumbledore, then gestured towards Icklain. Let me borrow him, Dumbledore. Huh. Dumbledore blinked, then slowly nodded. Very well. Severus, after all, we didn't finish our conversation. Snape showed no interest in Dumbledore's words, grabbing Icklain by the collar and dragging him away. In Snape's office, the familiar basement remained, a location Icklain had specifically requested from Dumbledore, for he had no fondness for the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Upon entering, Snape remained silent, simply tossing a small vial of potion to Icklain and tersely instructing, drink. Although Icklain didn't comprehend, he complied. After consuming it, he immediately regretted it. The potion was overwhelmingly bitter, an indescribable bitterness. Snape observed him closely, noting Icklain's facade of nonchalance as he handed back the empty vial, which elicited a soft chuckle from Snape. Not afraid it's poison? It might as well be, Icklain replied candidly. Then why drink it? You really seem to court death. Isn't that antidote you're holding behind your back? Icklain pointed to Snape's hand. This is another poison. Your body is quite unique, you know? Snape replied coldly, taking the vial back. Icklain silently laughed. Beneath his sharp tongue, Snape had a heart of gold. Your blood, or even your entire being, if it were possible, could serve as the finest antidote in this world. What? Icklain stepped back, alarmed. You old bat, you're not planning to kill me to brew potions, are you? He spoke earnestly, as he believed Snape was capable of such a deed. This is why Dumbledore's peculiarities do not significantly affect you. Yet, you still manage to lose so miserably at chess, Snape remarked, his expression unchanged. Icklain shot him an exasperated glare. Though he could foresee the future and had gleaned some insights about Snape, ultimately realizing he was a good man. However, I do feel a twinge of regret for not having practiced the art of mental closure sooner, especially in the presence of this individual before me. After all, what secrets could he possibly possess?